home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
In honor of all those we've lost to cancer and those still fighting and thriving, like basketball analyst and cancer champion Dick Vitale.
I want to beat cancer. I'm going to beat it. That's no doubt in my mind. I'm going to win this battle.
Defeating cancer will take all of us. Join our team to help fund game-changing research that saves lives. At the V Foundation, V is for victory over cancer. V is for victory over the odds. V is for victory over health disparities, victory over setbacks, victory over the unknown. V is for victory over giving up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Join the V Foundation team and help save lives.
Cancer can take away all my physical abilities. It cannot touch my mind, it cannot touch my heart, and it cannot touch my soul.
Join our team in the fight against cancer at V.org.
A gentle breeze blows across your face as you take a refreshing sip of water, appreciating the stillness of another morning fishing on the lake. The distant gurgle of a stream reminds you of days spent playing in the creek, the cool, clear water rushing between your toes. You love this time with nature, the feeling of putting everything on hold to connect with the world around you. Now, imagine it's all gone. No fish, no lake, no water. One of life's most vital resources, irreplaceably depleted. Time is running out to protect fresh water, and without our love, it can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our fresh water. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
When I got out of the Marine Corps, I was not just, working with my physical disabilities, I was emotionally broken. I remember thinking, how did I get here? How? It was affecting me in my marriage. My husband, he didn't know how to help me. He actually called Wounded Warrior Project. Wounded Warrior Project had this thing called Couples Odyssey.
It was an eye-opener, and I think it really saved our marriage.
They gave us books and resources and tools on how to help us with that. I just love him. I love you, honey.
Me too.
Watching her fight for her mental health, fighting for other veterans, fighting for this family, helped me to fight too. Well, I always loved her, but I love her 10 times more for that.
Not all wounds are visible. If you or a loved one are suffering, visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
Every 2 minutes, a woman in the U.S. is diagnosed with breast cancer. And in that split-second moment in time, her life changes forever. The toll of breast cancer is great. The need to support those who are battling the disease today is even greater. And that's why when others look away, Susan G. Komen leans in. We're fighting alongside patients because we know one moment can change a lifetime. Fighting breast cancer takes funding for research to discover the next new treatment, providing access to quality and affordable health care, and people willing to take action by raising funds and raising their voice to advocate for others. United by hope, we can end breast cancer. Join our fight. Save lives.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how that fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I lived alone in this apartment, and I'd had trouble with my landlord. Basically, he was a creep. He kept coming on to me, and I kept saying no. Then one night, I'm sitting on my couch watching TV. My door, of course, is locked. But then I hear, it's my landlord letting himself in. "Hey, get out! You can't keep coming in."
"What's wrong? I hear your refrigerator needs fixing, and I figure while I'm here, maybe you can do something for me."
"Out! Get out!"
"I'm offering you a good deal."
"Out! And I'm reporting you."
All right. I'm leaving. Don't make a federal case of it."
A federal case? Yes, sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. It's called the Fair Housing Act. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. And if you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair Housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Imagine 1 out of 4 children in America is hungry right now. Now imagine helping. Since 1975, Hungerthon and Why Hunger have counted on you to help those in need. Go to hungerthon.org to find out how you can make a difference.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Carlson, a shot, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
up, everybody? Happy Monday. Happy Groundhog Day. We are the Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years. The Junkies all year long, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, February 2nd, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Morning. Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Just a short 4 years ago, the ill-fated Commanders rebrand, 2-2-22.
Was that right?
That's right.
That's correct.
And Jason Bishop is here.
Yes, what's up?
Did you have to wait for the valet for a while? Because they were saying, are you here? I was like, he parked right after me.
Yeah, I should have caught him as he was driving your car down because I knew it was going to take a while. But I had
give him your keys.
Yeah, I should have just thrown the keys right in his car.
He lollygagged.
Yeah, no, he's a hustler. He's good, actually. He had to bring another car up. So he parked your car, brought another car up, and then he
Can't imagine the shenanigans and hoops those guys are jumping through with all the street closures and snow everywhere. I mean,
I know.
It's just got to be a debacle.
Not as much space on the road.
No.
I mean, it's amazing. Like some major roads, like Connecticut Avenue, outside the city, but like into the suburbs. Through the weekend, they're still clearing lanes.
Yep.
You know, there was an army of trucks Friday night and Saturday, all day Saturday, because what's normally 3 lanes is 1, and causing huge traffic backups. And you actually got to be careful out there when you're driving. In fact, my wife told her mother, who's in her 80s, she didn't want her driving because if you're not paying attention, all of a sudden, where you think there's a road, there's no road.
Right.
It's it's 8 feet of snow.
It's just a big pile of ice.
Yeah, so you got to be careful.
Cakes would have taken her license away years ago.
Well, I would have stopped you when you said she's driving in her 80s.
Well, but she drives locally.
Yeah.
But you just don't know.
I think it's
where the
fine. I know
roads are
Cakes
closing.
wants to take them at 70.
I've seen people that are close to me in their 80s driving that probably shouldn't be driving.
Yeah,
I don't need to mention any names.
I'm sure that's true.
Yeah.
For some, but some can handle it. But you got to be on your toes.
Oh, yeah. Even as a spry 55-year-old, you got to be on your toes.
You just don't know where. And by the way, the snow's just never going to melt. I mean, we're going to have 4 days above freezing, I think. Maybe a high of 40 tomorrow, but it's not enough.
It's not enough.
I mean, my backyard is untouched.
And then
completely untouched.
This weekend,
it's just caked over with ice.
This weekend is supposed to be as cold as this past weekend.
Yeah. It's a
we just live in a
nightmare.
frozen hellscape at this
You're not
point.
going to see your grass till end of February.
But what if Puxatawny Phil doesn't see his
You got to
shadow?
believe that rodent.
But when is that?
It's gonna
Today?
be-
That's today?
It's going to be
Today's Groundhog Day.
It's going to be sunny
You think
all
he's
day.
the
It's going to be
Doug
sunny all day.
Kammerer Of,
He's going to see a
of
shadow.
Overgrown rodents in central PA, wherever he lives.
Fill me in. If he sees his shadow, 6 more weeks of winter.
I believe
If he
that's
doesn't,
yes,
winter's over.
early spring, I think is what that supposedly says.
It's just shenanigans.
I mean, it's just
That's what it is.
It's something that somebody with a corncob pipe and a big tall hat like Abe Lincoln used to wear, a top hat, I guess,
Yeah.
came up with in the 1800s.
Correct.
As bad as
And
we've
it's
had
still,
it
it's
here.
still around, and they have parties up there.
Yeah.
in PA.
As bad as we've had it here, and even though it doesn't seem like all of our school systems were ready, all of the neighborhoods were ready, the Carolinas and down south really had it worse because they are completely unprepared.
They
got
can't.
hammered.
They don't have the infrastructure to handle it.
Yeah. Did you
They
see
just
all the
can't.
accidents? Over 1,000 accidents.
I mean, some
Actually,
of
it might have
them
been
are
more than that.
terrifying.
Might have been more than that in Carolina.
Yeah.
Charlotte was just destroyed.
Yeah.
I saw there was a fire actually in Nags Head in one of those $1 million homes right on the water.
Yep.
And they're saying that's like the worst thing that can happen because it's hard to get water there. Like
Right.
everything freezes.
Yeah.
And the house is just cooked.
Not sure how a blizzard causes a fire, but I guess these things can happen.
I mean,
I'm not sure it
It's
causes
a
it.
weather
The wind
anomaly.
chills in Tampa yesterday were in the high 20s.
Yeah.
Tampa.
Yeah. Yeah, my buddy in Fort Myers
It's just awful.
he was complaining that it was going to be a high of 53 the other day.
Oh, boo-hoo.
In where?
In Fort Myers.
In Fort Myers, yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to one of my buddies who lives in Florida yesterday. He said it was 34.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're definitely like iguanas falling out of the trees when it gets that cold. They just drop out of the
that's
trees.
Like a scene from hell.
Fall on top of your head.
Oh my God, I would be terrified.
That's one of the risks of living in Florida, I guess.
I'd have to stay in my room.
So it's the Tom Cruise movie where something falls out of the sky.
Frogs. Yeah.
Is it Magnolia?
I don't think I saw that. That's one of the few Tom Cruise
Weird
movies
ones.
I haven't seen.
That was a weird one.
They're having like iguana cleanup crews.
Yeah.
Now, are
all
they
over the state.
Frozen and dead, or just
Well, they get frozen and they're paralyzed and they fall out of the tree, and then
Right.
the fall, I think,
Hurts
kills
them?
Kills
Aw,
them.
poor little
really?
fellas.
Yeah.
Poor guys.
Oh, I'm not shedding a tear for one iguana.
Well, you would be if they all died, and you'd have 1 million mosquito bites all over your body.
They're solely responsible for mosquitoes.
I'm not saying they're solely responsible, but they eat a lot of bugs. keep the bug population
I'm
down.
willing to take my chances. We have no iguanas here, and we
No,
survive.
not here.
Right, we
They can't
survive.
live here. It's too freaking cold.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man, the weather just sucks. But at least we got through January. We're closer.
We made it.
We're getting closer.
Yeah, the problem is that means football's over.
Right.
Football's done.
This was our first weekend
That's
without
tragic.
NFL.
Yeah, but we deal with it every year. We find something
I had
else
a good
to pay
weekend.
attention
I watched
to.
a lot of golf.
Yep.
There was tennis we watched.
I was so jealous of everyone on that course because
Oh,
the weather
really?
was just perfect.
I didn't see one golf fan walking around this weekend in shorts and
it
polo
was just
shirts.
perfect.
Didn't see one of them.
Where was the golf tournament? I saw Justin Rose won.
La Jolla.
Nice. La Jolla.
Torrey Pines.
It's a great spot on the map.
Yeah.
Yep.
Love it.
And it's in Scottsdale this weekend.
Mm.
Waste management. So I just even if you don't like watching golf with this kind of weather, just turn it on and just
daydream.
watch the weather.
Yeah, you
We'll just
daydream
have it
about
on in
being
the background.
there.
Yeah, you don't have to pay attention to
just
it.
have this.
Plus, you guys
75 and
you
sunny.
guys went to what? The Whizzer Caps. I can't even remember. You guys went to
We
the
went to the Wiz game Friday
You guys
night.
went to the Whiz Caps. Went to
I went to-
Caps
We saw
game.
a Luka trip dub in the first half.
Yeah, you guys were all out and about.
we predicted that blowout.
That I might have attended the Caps game of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a great game.
Because they were
down
down
3-0.
Yeah.
We had a great time because we were at the Vault Suites, courtesy of Jimmy Vaults. That's a nickname that Mar
Jimmy
gave
Vaults, yeah.
Jim
Yeah.
Van Stone.
Yeah.
But I was sitting and looking at my kids and my wife like, this game, even though the seats are amazing, I was basically sitting in the Hurricanes penalty box, two rows behind the sin bin.
Wow.
Looking at my family like, this game's kind of a dud is the only drawback. But then the Caps claw all the way back, force overtime, and Sorty pots the game winner.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they grabbed the highly unlikely 2 points.
And they needed it.
Oh, they desperately needed
They
it.
needed it.
And that was
Saturday night. It was perfect. 5 p.m. puck drop.
Yeah.
Got
Get
home at a
at
reasonable
8:30 or
time.
something. Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
The game before that,
that was a big one.
Yeah.
the game before that, they won shootout.
Shootout,
Yeah.
yeah.
And before that game, some of the players and coaches were saying it was a must win, and you don't usually hear that.
Willie
we
said
talked about
the
it.
Detroit game was the biggest game of the
We
year.
talked
He
about
said
it.
this is a must win.
Yeah.
If we're not up for this game, then what are we doing with ourselves?
I know
did the
Dowd
boy-
scored the final one. I feel like who else scored in that one? Leno scored in the
Leno,
shootout.
I can't remember the third guy.
In
But
the-
it was
is that the Detroit game?
yes.
Yeah.
It was the first time that all three shooters, I think, scored in the shootout since like 2014 or
Yeah, we're
2015.
usually terrible at that.
Yeah.
How did the boys' night go out on Friday? You guys all have a great time?
Oh, it's amazing.
Amazing. Good.
Amazing.
And
The vault's unbelievable.
It's
and
unbelievable.
then I couldn't believe how close we were to LeBron.
Yeah, right.
Like it's just
crazy.
like I could touch one of the greatest athletes of all time.
Right.
It was
And
ridiculous.
And he had kind of. It's not like he's having a bad year, but I felt like that game he had a little bit of a revival with some dunks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there were a lot of dunks.
I
There's
saw
a
a
lot
couple
of
of them,
Laker
yeah.
highlights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No shortage.
Yeah, but then last night they pull off the dub.
I know.
Now listen, Sacramento's bad. They
They're-
lost every game on a road trip.
Yeah,
but
Sacramento's 3-23 away from home.
but I figured they would blow it. I actually watched the whole first half.
Didn't they play without their best two players?
It was an accident.
Yeah, did they
So-
lockbox
It was a miracle they won the game. They played the bench, the go-go lineup for the last 16 minutes of the game,
Yeah.
and they won.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to tell you
That's
how much.
hilarious.
I want to tell you how much of a mush Mar is.
Oh yeah, we have to get into this.
I know exactly what you're going to
It's
say.
funny.
All right. First of all, we have a boys parlay. We're all putting our bets in before we go to the game, and Mar's doing like first bucket score, and he also does a Luka bet, 40 plus for plus money.
His line was 32.5, so I altered him to 40 or more and parlayed it with the Lakers money line.
They're blowing him out so much. Luka doesn't even play the fourth quarter.
Right.
Ends on 37.
Right, so that dooms that.
But this is the biggest mush of them all.
Yeah. This one hurts.
I told you guys on Friday how we found an ATM. Well, Ben found an ATM
Right.
in the Wizards lines. And I'll just tell you what it is right now because we're never playing.
We're never going to do it again.
It's over.
It's Bub Carrington assists plus rebounds.
Right.
Right.
I mean, this thing was printing money all season because whatever it is, the books think that he doesn't start, but he ends up playing, over 32 minutes a game.
Yeah.
And it constantly hits.
Yep.
He had the score sheet just filled with assists and rebounds for Bub. So Friday we're at the game.
You guys all load up.
Load up on Bub.
I
We
jumped
need
in
some
on it,
action.
too.
Cakes jumped in too.
Yeah.
We told Jason about it.
I forgot to play it, but I looked at it the next day.
All the boys are in on it.
Yeah.
And some of them have been in on it for a while.
Big group effort.
Yeah, huge group effort. And so Bub, I mean, by halftime, the line's 9.5. By halftime, he has 7.
I mean, you're counting your money.
Counting your money.
7.5.
Third quarter comes. He gets to 10, but the statistician takes an assist or rebound down.
What a jerk.
So now he's at 9. And they're getting blown out so badly. Bub doesn't play the entire fourth quarter. Stuck on 9. Needed a half more to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Then last night, in an effort to try and lose, Bub's at 6. The line's at 6 or 7. The line's at 9.5 again. All right. Gets to 7. Gets to 8. We're 2 away.
Right.
2 away from it hitting. Doesn't play the last 16 minutes of the game. Because they're doing everything they can to lose, and they can't have Bub out there dishing and getting rebounds.
Once I saw him not playing it 5 minutes into the fourth quarter on Friday night, I said, "This is dead. It's stuck on 9, and it's not going any higher."
It was Mike's first time on the bed on Friday. All right, the first time we reveal it to him.
Hilarious.
And now the thing is mushed forever.
Right.
So
mushed forever.
2 straight losses.
Not even losses.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking losses where you could have counted your money
at the gun.
Yes.
On Sunday, I didn't take it. On Friday, I took it. But hey, we ride as a team. We die as a team. Right? Mikey Volz can't do it all.
I've never seen anything more dead in my life.
Never play it again.
The tombstone is already engraved.
Well, dude, Mike the Mush it's a big week for him.
Well, maybe since he hasn't hit it in a couple, they'll drop it. Like the oddsmakers will drop it to 8.5.
I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole now. The thing is, it is so tainted. It's got the Marmush stink all over it.
Yeah, it's dead.
It's a big week for him though because it's boots on the ground finale on Friday.
Yeah, I hope he's in the lab cooking it up.
5 days until showtime.
But dude, when you look at this box, and so I watched the first half of that game yesterday, and I was mildly entertained. I was getting a kick out of Will Riley. He was balling a little bit when I was watching. But I actually went upstairs. I took my long bubble bath, and I was looking forward to it all day at halftime. And I just figured they would blow it.
Right.
They look at the box. They played Anthony Gill 27 minutes. They played a guy I've never heard of, Sky Labisserie, 27 minutes.
They just signed him.
Yeah,
he was a G leaguer, right? He's a G
AJ
leaguer.
Johnson, who they had sent to the G League like literally a day before, who hasn't played at all.
He balled out.
He played 27 minutes.
Yeah, it was the ultimate.
John played 19 minutes.
It couldn't have been more obvious that they were trying to lose that game.
They were trying to take it.
Bub played 22 minutes.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, why were Sarr and Trey out?
Well, Trey's got an ankle sprain that he got in the Bucks game. Ryan Rollins landed on his foot. Sarr, they said he had a calf thing. They ruled him out. This was the craziest part. The Wizards ruled him out at 4:45. They said he was a game time decision. Domantas Sabonis, the Kings' arguably best player. I'm watching him warm up. He's running around, shooting jumpers and warm ups. At 5 p.m., they release a new injury report, and he's out. He's not playing anymore.
Right. Yeah, because both teams are trying to tank.
Well, and then in the fourth quarter of this game, I see this guy named Isaiah Stevens on the floor who's getting burned by A.J. Johnson every play. I'm like, who is this guy? And they had some other guy who I'd never heard of as well that played 24 minutes and did not record like any stat. But like
Plowden.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those guys had played a combined like 14 NBA games.
The Kings are really taking losing seriously. 9 straight in the tank. So good for them. They know the assignment.
Oh, so all the bets went south.
What a tank job.
I got Mo from Largo DMing me arm emojis because he's counting money at halftime.
I told so many
He's
people.
gonna have to mount some more TVs.
I told so many people about that prop too.
You did?
Yeah. They were so pissed.
Dude,
I mean, they weren't pissed at me. They just couldn't believe it lost.
Right.
You can't trust fourth quarters.
No, you can't trust the NBA. It's hard to bet on the NBA.
All right, got to take a break. If you want to chime in throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
DC's FM Sports Talk 1067 The Fan.
Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe or buying season tickets so you never miss a game in person, or maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily headlines, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens. But your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get a plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANWealth.com. That's TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Selecting the right real estate agent is crucial. In fact, choosing the wrong agent could cost you thousands. Just ask Grant, who said Debbie and Sarah Reynolds are the best I've ever worked with. They came in with a clear strategy, professional staging advice, and top-notch marketing that made my home stand out immediately. Within days, we had multiple offers, all over asking price. Selling a home can be stressful, but Debbie and Sarah made it feel effortless. This is common when you call the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They sell a home every 5 hours, and they net their sellers $30,000 more on average. That's because of their exclusive database of over 16,300 pre-screened buyers that are ready to buy a home today. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Take it from me. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Save on medium Hass avocados with Prime through February 3rd. Creamy, ripe, and ready for guacamole, savory toast, or topping soup. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Attention home builders. Are you searching for a reliable trim carpentry partner? Look no further than Ace Trim Carpentry. With over 20 years of unparalleled reputation, Ace Trim has been the trusted choice for many of the nation's leading residential production home builders. From start to finish, we offer a full spectrum of supply and install interior trim carpentry services with precision and expertise. At Ace Trim, we pride ourselves on ensuring cost effectiveness without compromising quality. Visit acetrim.com for more information. Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner.
Every moment counts if you're at risk or living with lung cancer. And anyone with lungs can get lung cancer. It causes more cancer deaths than breast, colon, and prostate combined. It can feel like a race against time. And while there may be moments where you question your next step, it's essential to know that you don't have to confront lung cancer alone. Through it all, Go-To for Lung Cancer is here for you. From screening, treatment, and survivorship support to finding the right care close to home, we are your community. As your friends, your guides, your teachers, your advocates, and your support system, Go-To is your go-to. Confronting lung cancer starts here. Visit goto.org today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Clear and cold, temperature around 20.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Celebrating 30 years of the Sports Junkies.
That's got to be a record.
Listen for details on events, exclusive merch.
You'll like this.
And follow or subscribe to the Junkies podcast feed for Throwback 30 segments every Thursday.
Oh, wow.
Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender. It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Time to open up the Junkies sports page, brought to you by Open Road.
Was there on Saturday night. Open Road Distillery in Reston.
What'd you have to eat?
I had the quesadilla.
Nice.
We shared that. And then I had the Roadhouse chicken salad. It's lovely.
Excellent.
It's really good.
Sound
Anyway,
like good choices.
check it out. It's Open Road Distillery over in Reston. They got great vodka, great gin, all the dark liquors, the bourbons, and the whiskeys, and the maple old fashioned, all available in Northern Virginia ABC stores. But of course, go over to the restaurant and have yourself a nice meal and a drink or two, and tell them that the junk sent you in. We kind of talked about the Wiz and the Caps already, but huge win for the Caps on Saturday night.
Big one.
And
big one.
First time they've won back-to-back games, I believe, in 2 months.
Yeah, since early December.
December 2nd and 3rd, I believe. Yeah. But yeah, you were there, and they were down 3-0.
Just a
they come back.
Great atmosphere in the building too, because in the first period and a half is pretty dead because it just looked like it was going to be a bloodbath in the favor of the Hurricanes.
Yep.
And then the Caps slowly chipped their way back. It became a really testy physical game too, with the Wilson hit on Stankoven, however you pronounce his name.
Doesn't he have something with him? He's had other.
There may have been some run-ins in the past, but he had a huge hit behind the net that kind of sparked the Caps, and then he was in the face of Stahl late in the game because Stahl was chirping the ref about like, hey, that should be a penalty on Willie,
right?
And Willie came out and skated by him and was talking smack, and I thought they were going to just drop the gloves at center ice during a stoppage of play. It was great.
Right.
Got the crowd completely into it, and the crowd erupted, obviously, when they won the game and came all the way back and got the 2 points. And by the way, did it with both of their goalies sidelined. Clay Stevenson steps in from Hershey.
I couldn't believe it.
Like, just a massive win.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Huge win for the Caps.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
No, I wasn't surprised they were down. He was down 3-0. Not saying it was all on him.
Yeah, it wasn't all on him.
Yeah.
But
the fact
man, what a comeback.
But remember, we were talking about this on Friday. We said there's just no chance a third string goalie is going to beat the best team in the
You
East.
wouldn't think.
But he did.
But they desperately needed it. Now 3 games left before the Olympic break. They play the Islanders tonight here. So that'd be great if they could stack another 2 points
They're about
in the standings.
6 points out of the last wild card
I'd have
spot.
to pull up.
I see. I see
so.
4, but maybe you're right.
I don't know. I see
1,
on the
2, 3,
NHL.com,
4,
I see him at 61. The Sabres
No,
at
you're
67.
right. No, you're right.
I think their
67.
clearest path is going to be getting third in the Metro by catching the Islanders.
The Islanders. Okay, so that would be 4.
Tonight would be a 4-point swing in that direction if the Caps are able.
So they don't base the wild cards just on total points. If you finish third,
third in your division,
no matter if
that's
you have
good enough. Okay, so that's
if
4
you
then.
if you have less points than a team in the Atlantic, you still beat them for a wild card spot.
Yes,
it's the top 3 in both divisions.
Wow.
So that's
Is that a
6,
new
and then
rule?
2 wild
Then
cards.
2.
It's been over the last couple of years at least.
All right, it's new.
So
new
the
to me.
Islanders have 65 points, and the Caps currently have 61 points.
All right, so
And
that keeps them in the mix.
But the Caps have played one more game than the Isles. So tonight is another massive game
Home
for the
on
Capitals
the road.
here.
Back to Willie.
Yeah.
Big
one.
When Ovi finally retires, he's the leader on the team, and he's already being referred to as leader. I was listening to the pregame show when I was driving around. I can't remember which game it was.
Right.
And Wilson was coming back to the, he'd missed a bunch of time and been coming back, and he's like, we got our leader back.
Right, well,
and I was surprised they called him the leader.
Well, he becomes the captain the second Alex Ovechkin steps away from the team. I mean,
Carly's been with the team forever.
Okay, that's true, but
it seems like
Willie's going to be the captain.
From the players, Wilson is right. He's become the
He's
leader.
playing at a super high level. Crazy. The scoring coming together the last couple of years.
So they've got 61 points. Islanders tonight here.
Massive game.
And with the state of DC sports, we need one team to do well.
We need it so badly.
Because I know a little bit later we'll talk a little college hoops. The local, not doing very well.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not a pretty picture.
It can't end soon enough.
Yeah.
Can't end soon enough.
Brutal season in College Park.
Hey,
Yeah, it's been really
They
bad.
can make a run in the Big Ten tournament and go to the NCAA tournament.
Obviously not going to happen.
I mean, theoretically they could.
I mean, it's
but
the worst
when
thing
they
I've
get
ever
blown
seen.
out by 30 or 35 points.
I mean,
it's probably not going
And
to happen.
Fletch Lawyer, who's been struggling from 3, if you've looked at Fletch Lawyer's numbers from 3 in the last 10 to 12 games, I mean, he's a good shooter, but he's just been ice cold. He comes in here and he looks like freaking Steve Kerr.
I'll be honest. The bloodlettings have completely sapped any interest in watching them. Why am I going to watch?
Zero interest.
Why am I going to watch them when they're getting their limbs ripped off by Michigan State by 35 or 40 points?
I don't
Same
know.
thing
I
with
watched
Purdue.
it. I just like watching it.
I just can't subject myself to that sort of violence against a team that I support.
I'm with you.
I'm trying to watch little college basketball. I saw a little of Peterson. That guy's a stud.
Yeah, but he's got these cramping issues. He's missed a lot of time. He was out of that game for about 17, 18 minutes. I mean, he's got cramping issues. I don't know what's going on with him. It's happened a few times this year.
Gatorade.
But he played 20 minutes in that game.
I have the solution. Has this guy ever heard of Gatorade, Powerade,
He's
Body
been.
Armor?
I'm sure he's been drinking it.
I mean,
Water
what
boy.
are we
You can
doing
use
here?
Water boy, sugar-free Water Boys.
Yeah.
Same
Sugar-free
thing.
what?
Water Boys.
I don't know
Same
what that
thing.
is.
Same
I've never
thing.
heard of that.
It's like Liquid IV.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Ship all of those to him.
But he had 18 points in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I watched early in the game. I was like, okay,
Yeah, he missed
now
the-
I understand why he's potentially the number one pick.
Second half, he missed 16 straight minutes.
Well, I don't think you were gone last week, right? I can't remember.
Yes, I was.
You did grow some facial hair that's distracting.
Yeah,
'cause
what's
you're
up with
normally
that?
not like
Are you
that.
doing that on
Just
purpose?
experimenting. You know what? I've never taken it beyond a week in my life.
Yeah.
Look at JP.
Yeah,
So
it's
you
1
wanna-
week.
You want
It's
to try and get
actually
like that?
distracting
I know.
because JP's usually so clean and he comes in all
I'll
crispy.
probably shave it for.
You might
Cakes and I
wanna-
are doing
you
the
might wanna shave it
Zabecast
today.
on Wednesday, and I think that's just audio, but I might shave it by Wednesday.
I have no idea if the Zabe podcast we're doing is audio and video or just one or the other. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not a thing that I'm
you know,
aware of.
Whatever. Enjoy it. Do you. But it's throwing me for a second. But
It definitely threw me.
We had somebody, I can't remember who we had on. I know we had Will Dawkins on, but we had somebody else, and we talked about how, like, they're saying that this rookie class is, like, maybe
freshman
the best
class,
in, like,
yeah.
15 years. Like 6 guys, 7 guys.
Oh.
I saw something online
At the
yesterday,
top
though,
of the
that I
draft.
thought was
Oh, no.
ridiculous.
It was because it was Matt McCall who said that. And Matt McCall used to be a coach at Florida, assistant coach at Florida, and he said that on his show on Sirius. He said this is the best freshman class he's ever seen.
Yeah, I saw something though that was ridiculous yesterday, and I think it was on Barstool. I don't know if Jamal Mashburn does something for Barstool.
He might.
But he claimed that Cooper Flagg, who scored 49 the other day and then backed up by 30, would go sixth?
They've been
are
saying
you kidding
that for
me?
weeks. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Would go sixth in this draft?
Yeah,
That's what he was claiming.
No chance.
He likes, I don't even know who Caleb Wilson is, but he likes
Oh,
Caleb
he's good.
Wilson.
He's
I
in
mean,
Carolina.
Cooper's actually he's redefining the record book for rookies. What he's doing, he's wiping away all LeBron stuff.
Yeah. No, he wouldn't go six. Zero chance of that.
But that doesn't take away from these kids. These kids, the top kids, are pretty sick.
Hey, speaking
Cooper Flagg and Con Knipple had a little
Con's another
battle the
Yeah.
other day.
Yep.
Yeah.
They had like 80 points between them, maybe 90.
I think it was 49 and 34, so add it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Boozer was really good in Blacksburg on Saturday. Virginia Tech gave him a run. That was the type of game that Tech just needed to win if they were going to get to the tournament. But I mean, Boozer's just unstoppable. He's just so big. He's just so good in the posts. He can shoot the three.
And he has a twin, right? He has a Nubs twin.
Are they twins?
Are they twins or are they like very close in age?
They're very close. I mean, they're both. I didn't
Maybe
think
it's
they
not
were. I didn't
twins.
think they were identical. Caden, is that his name?
He has a fraternal twin brother.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's a twin.
Yeah.
And the other twin's Nubs compared
Yeah,
to
it's
him.
more likely they're both silly if they're identical
right.
than fraternal.
Hey, speaking of the Terps, our boy Turge is going to be coaching next year.
Saw that.
That's great.
Heading back out to the Midwest.
Going back home.
He's wanted to go back for years.
Kansas City is 4-18, I believe. I think they lost yesterday.
UMKC.
Yes.
That's literally the first I've heard of that school.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be one step above like a community college.
I mean, they're
right?
they're in the Summit. I mean, it is what
Hey,
it is.
Division I basketball.
It's Division
Okay,
One
it's
hoops.
D1 basketball. He's
Mid-major stuff.
He's cruising his way out of coaching.
No, he's good. He's going back home.
He's going
That's
back
what it
home.
is. He's going back home.
By the way, how's Gottlieb doing with his
Better than
coaching
last year.
experiment?
Better than last year.
Really?
Yep. Better than last year. At one
Wisconsin
point,
Green Bay? Is that
I
where
think
he
last
is?
year they won like 4 games or something really
Yeah.
putrid. This year I thought they were before the conference play. I thought they were maybe
They're,
1 or 2 games below 500.
They're 12-12.
Look at that. I mean, that's a marked improvement.
They're
Yes.
Georgetown-esque, is what you're telling me.
I mean,
Well, that's what
Like in
happened
there-
when you stop your podcast. You stop doing it. You start winning games.
I guess that's what it is.
I mean, he comes from.
But Turge is
pedigree.
coming back in next year. So I'd like to get him on the show just to kind of talk about it and talk about the world of college hoops because he hadn't been in college hoops since right after COVID. When did he get fired? Like 21 or 22? Maybe he was 22. But the world has changed so much in college sports. I just wanted to get his take on getting back in and what he's going to have to deal with. But I don't know. He's probably not going to answer. I did text him, by the way. I texted our boy Turge.
Well,
Did you
Turge
guys
must
see
come
the
on.
story of the Tuskegee coach?
No.
Yes, he got arrested during the game.
Yeah. All right, here's the deal.
I saw there were some football guys involved
So,
or something.
so Tuskegee University is in Alabama.
Okay.
And it's coached by a guy named Benji Taylor.
All right.
Okay. After they lost to Morehouse, all right, they were playing at Morehouse. They were doing the handshake. Well,
Okay.
the football team from Morehouse came on the court, and they were in the handshake line, and they were talking smack to all the Tuskegee kids. All right, Benji Taylor was like, this is not right. I mean, we got to get these guys off
Right.
the court.
This is ridiculous.
So he went over to security and said, what are you guys doing?
Right.
Get these guys off the court. They're not supposed to be on the court. The football team's not supposed to be on the court
Right.
shaking hands after a game. One of the police officers that was providing security at Morehouse told him to get off the court, told Benji Taylor, go back to your locker room.
Right.
And then eventually handcuffed him. Handcuffed him.
That's crazy.
Benji Taylor didn't do anything. All he was doing was complaining that the football
Well,
team
he's
was
trying
on the
to
court.
protect his team.
Of course.
Right.
And they were talking smack.
Well, that's outrageous.
So this guy put the handcuffs on him. It was all caught on video. But what's funny about this story is Benji Taylor played at Richmond when I was there.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He was a senior when I was a freshman.
That's pretty wild. Small world.
He's from North Carolina, but he's been an assistant coach for many years. And I think this might be his first or second head coaching job. They're actually pretty good, but that was a pretty big story yesterday that he was arrested. Eventually, they took the cuffs off. There was no charges, but
Right.
it's that security guard / cop. He should be suspended. I don't know what's he doing. Benji Taylor posed no threat. The NFL coaches that are being hired, this has got to be the youngest crop maybe ever. Think about how young some of these guys
with
are.
Monken in there.
Well,
McCarthy.
You got Monkey.
Screwing up the
You
numbers.
got Monkey in there. You got McCarthy. But most of these guys are, I don't know, 36, 37, 38. Mike LaFleur was hired. So all the teams now have head coaches. Mike LaFleur was hired by Arizona. I think he's 37 or 38, right?
He is 38.
Okay, he's 38. Obviously, last week, Joe Brady was hired by Buffalo, right? He's young.
He's 36.
He's younger than that. Okay, so he's 36. Vegas just hired Clint Kubiak, although I guess it wasn't official yet because Kubiak's obviously getting ready for the Super Bowl, but I think Kubiak's 37 or 38.
He's 38.
How old's Liam Cohen?
He's pretty young, too. I think he might be tickling 40, but I'm not 100% sure.
40.
All right, so he is 40. All right, but it just seems like, I mean, obviously there's a few. You got the Sean Paytons and the Dan Campbells and guys like that, but it just seems like most of these guys are just mid to upper 30s, maybe touching 40.
Did you guys joan on Monken's gear?
No.
Did you see?
I missed
when
that.
he greeted to be a head coach in the NFL, which was his dream, and he's got this huge jacket.
Oh no.
And just horrible that looked like 20-year-old jeans just washed out.
What are you doing?
And it looked rumpled,
Coach
and like
Monken,
not ironed.
come on, you gotta.
I'm telling you, you got to see the video.
You gotta have.
It's the worst outfit ever. Now maybe this wasn't his press conference gear, and he's just kind of casual. But it just looked horrible.
Yeah, he doesn't have a stylist, clearly. He needs some help in that department.
The Ravens have a new coordinator. Talk about young.
I thought it was Cliff. I wish it was Cliff.
I don't even think this guy's 30. Is Declan Doyle 30 yet?
No, he's 29.
Oh,
Wow,
my
that's
God.
crazy. That's awesome.
He comes over from the Bears. He's going to be running the Ravens offense.
Rossini's really plugged in.
It did make me laugh.
But
I got a text
apparently
from Matt Valdez over the weekend.
Apparently Kingsbury's in the running for the Giants OC job.
Oh, he'd be coordinating against the Commanders twice a year.
Oh, yeah, that'd be interesting, right?
Rossini report that one too.
No, that was not Rossini.
Just in attack mode.
What did I maybe missed this? What's Valdez's beef with Rossini?
It's just I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. I do feel bad for her because she is. She's on Colin Cowherd's show, and he specifically asked about the Ravens OC job, and you can't really say I don't know, but she should have said I don't know. But I guess she's carrying Cliff's water for him and saying she said she was told Lamar wants Cliff to be the OC, and that people in the building want Cliff to be the OC. And I said Lamar's the most tight-lipped player in the NFL, and the Ravens organization is Fort Knox. I don't think she's as plugged in as she says she is. That's all. I'm just taking a cheap shot.
And you were proven correct.
Well, Kingsbury's not going to the Ravens.
He is not.
We'll see where he ends up. Last but not least, we kind of talked about it a little bit. Justin Rose wins the Farmers out in San Diego. I believe he was the leader start to finish, wasn't he?
Yep.
He was unbelievable. Guy's 45 years old. He was playing like he was 25.
He's hitting the ball further than he ever has.
Yep.
His ball speed's up. He's putting great. I mean,
he was just on fire all weekend.
He could win another major.
I mean, that's great that he won that tournament, but you're skipping over Carlos Alcaraz.
Carlos Alcaraz, yeah,
that's a bigger deal. He won the career Grand Slam, and he's 22.
I'm more interested in Justin Rose winning the Farmers.
And Alcaraz against...
especially the Aussie, when you have to be up at like 2 a.m. to watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, believe me, I paid attention. I didn't see any of it.
I was bored.
On Friday, I was at the gym, and they had, I guess it was probably tape delay, but they had the semifinal. I mean, he played for 6 hours.
Yeah.
A 6-hour match.
You're talking about the semifinal.
Yes, the semifinal when he beat Zverev.
Oh, Zverev, that's right.
Alcaraz beat Zverev, and then Djokovic played center, and that was a long one too. But Alcaraz's match, I'm exaggerating a little bit when I say 6 hours, but it was something like 5 hours and 48 minutes.
I think
both of those crazy amount of time.
I think both those matches were about 5.5 hours because Sinner, I believe, Sinner's 0-9 now when his matches go 5.5 hours or longer.
Well, I think I saw that was over like 4 hours. Like there's a threshold when he just loses.
No, but he's 0-9 when it's 5.5 hours or longer.
Well, JP saying it's even earlier than that.
If you take him to deep waters, you're going to win.
Yeah, no, I saw it. It said 0-9 when it's 5 hours, 30 minutes or longer. So
I would be, of course.
Yeah.
Me.
But anyway, yeah, so
If it
Alcaraz
went
wins.
more than about 90 minutes, I would be guaranteed.
And I was bitter
losing.
my girl Sabalenka lost to Rybakina. I was bitter. But what are you going to do? I didn't see any of it because it's on in the middle of the
She's
night.
not that likable. I don't know why you like her so
I
much.
like her. Because I watched that documentary on Netflix.
Yeah.
What was it called?
Whatever it was. It wasn't Full
Court?
Swing, whatever they called it.
Full Court, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
But she was likable in that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, she's feisty on the court. I get it. But I did like her. At least she's got a good personality.
Phone number is 1-800.
And she's got great legs.
636-1067. If you're going to chime in, we'll hit the skins coming up at 7 o'clock. But next, you had the Grammys last night. We'll get into that here on the Junkies.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is... Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right.
We are football. Touchdown! Are we good to go? Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I really messed this one up.
What's wrong?
Valentine's Day. I procrastinated and now I'm stuck.
It's easy. Dominion Jewelers.
I thought they only had custom jewelry.
Oh, they are amazing at custom design, but also have a gorgeous selection of bracelets, earrings, and unique handcrafted jewelry. The best part is the perfect gift is ready to wrap today.
Handcrafted custom design jewelry. Dominion Jewelers. In the heart of Falls Church, we make it beautiful, you make it yours.
By appointment only.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The business of business is relationships. The business of life is human connection. Personal relationships shape who we are. Business relationships shape how we operate. For over 20 years, Main Street Bank has forged strong relationships with the business owners that make up the DC metro area. We have helped shape them, and they have helped shape us. Main Street Bank, put our bank in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Daisy was abandoned by her family and placed in foster care at 15 years old. Her life was full of uncertainty. She thought she'd never have a permanent place to call home.
Before I was adopted, I felt like I wasn't enough. I had this hole in my heart and I never knew what I needed to patch that hole. But when my mom asked to adopt me, that hole was closed. It feels so normal now to say that I'm a part of this family. I am surrounded by love. I feel safe. And that hole inside of me is gone. I am whole. I'm finally enough just as I am.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is changing the lives of teenagers at risk of aging out of foster care. Like Daisy, every child deserves a permanent, loving home. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather. classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirafast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirafast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your destination for coverage of every round, from Wild Card Weekend to Super Bowl Sunday.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we have fun. No fake hot takes, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Wait, Mark, which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar where the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Ah, I like that. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the show. Junks on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, also on Monumental Sports as well.
So last night you had the Grammys, and Jason sometimes watches the red carpet. I don't watch any of it.
I watched a little bit, but
did you?
It was boring.
Did anybody jump out at you?
I didn't. I watched it for like 10 minutes.
The one that made the big news is Chappell Roan's outfit. And it's because it was
nothing
PG-13, R-rated.
I don't know what that is. I mean, it's embarrassing. If that's your daughter, it's embarrassing. But she just had basically her dress attached to her nipple rings.
Correct.
Now she couldn't wear that. I saw her for a second. I did flip it on for a second.
Yeah,
she couldn't wear that when she
she was presenting like best new artist, and she changed. She changed and was covered up.
So so that was just strictly for the red carpet
look.
Yeah.
I guess everyone's trying to top J-Lo from 20 years ago when she got a ton of attention.
Well, Heidi Klum was wearing a weird wackadoo bit too.
Yeah, but that looked like a painted on thing. Was she wearing a painted
It almost looked painted on, or like a plastic mold.
It was a mold. It was almost like she 3D printed a dress.
Yeah. She looked ridiculous. I don't know. They look ridiculous.
They just want to be. They want to be the talk of the night.
Personally, the Grammys are not for me.
They used to be.
I don't connect with any of the music.
Oh, they used to be.
The Grammys, the whole thing is not for this guy.
Yeah, now I agree. Yeah,
it's just
I don't even.
To me, there's
I don't even know.
Draws me into watching
70% of the artists. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Am I going to tune in for a live Sabrina Carpenter performance? No.
I did catch. I did somehow the what the.
Hey,
I do like my girl Lainey Wilson though. Did she perform?
Don't know who that is.
She's
country. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
She's country.
I did see Bieber performing in like his underwear.
I saw that. He was literally wearing boxers on stage.
Yeah. It was kind of weird. I mean, he's a weird dude.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm kind of out on all the award shows. Because the Grammys used to be Grammys and Oscars used to be
I used to love the Grammys.
Used to be must
back
watch.
in the early 90s.
Like I feel like that's an
90s.
awesome award. You win a Grammy, you put that on your freaking piano, or that's a great
mantle.
That's a great award.
Certainly,
but
beats a Yui.
Beats a Yui.
Everything beats a Yui. I mean, come on, it's a joke.
There was an interview with this group, and I had never heard of them. Cat's Eye.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know. No, I don't.
You know what Cat's Eye is?
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I actually do know because. See, I drive around, young girls.
Yeah, and they love Cat's Eye.
Well, these are the
they have a
girls.
song,
6
Gabriella.
There's 6 girls, and they were wearing basically nothing last night, but I've never heard of Cat's Eye.
Nope.
But they were up for a Grammy.
Yeah.
Because it's pop music.
It's pop.
It's pop music that teenagers are into.
Pop music.
That's a good song from way back in the day.
The only award show you'd be into would be a nostalgia show. So that's why, like, for our age, when they bring... Garfunkel back and he plays a song.
They need to
people get fired up.
They need to bring them both back. You need to bring Simon and Garfunkel.
That's what they did for the Grammys where we went to.
I know. That was,
but I believe this one was
ago.
just Garfunkel.
Ah, okay.
Or was it just Paul Simon? It was one or the other.
I didn't watch even 5 seconds of the
I just read the recap.
So I can't tell you anybody
Pretty sure
that
it was
there.
just Garfunkel.
Aside from Heidi Klum and Chapel Road's weird dresses. It's the only thing I can take away from the evening.
Man, this is what a bunch.
Oh, and Cher announced that Luther Vandross won Record of the Year, and I think he's been dead for at least a decade.
At least, maybe 15 years.
She was supposed to announce Kendrick Lamar's record, and she said Luther Vandross. Maybe Valdez can find it.
It's just reached a point now where these celebrities, they're just beyond weird. They're beyond weird. The vast majority of them.
I tend to agree.
I think it's always been that way.
I think it's.
I mean, Michael Jackson was weird.
But again,
he was weird in many ways.
But he was kind of unique.
Prince was weird.
For the most part, their music shouldn't really appeal to us because we're old. We're out of their demographic. Or
That's fine. But they're just weird. They're just all weirdos. And I'm just out on them. I'm out on all the weirdos.
I just think
Most
it's
of the
always been
actors,
that
too.
way.
Maybe, but I just think it's a tipping point. I think they're all weird. Especially, they didn't... Listen,
during the heyday, like when we were in our 20s and 30s, Madonna, Michael Jackson,
yeah, but it's
Prince.
different now. It's different now. Everyone's got face tattoos and neck tattoos, and I'm out on that. If you love that, that's fine.
No,
I'm out on that.
Alex Warren's not weird. He's a normal dude.
I know who he is.
I know, but he's not.
He's fine.
He sings
But I would say-
ordinary.
Yeah, he was up for Best New Artist.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, there's some. I think the country artists, by and large, are the least weird.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, I'm out on all Hollywood and all these guys.
I mean, the best pop solo performance, I just looked this up. The winner was Messy by Lola Young. I don't have any... I have no clue as to what that is.
It's a song about Messi?
Well, it's spelled Messy.
Well, there she is. That's Lola Young.
Okay.
I've never seen her before in my life.
I don't know what that song is.
She looks like she's wearing a Missy Elliott suit. I don't even know what that is.
I've heard of Jelly Roll. He won an award.
But you've heard of Sabrina Carpenter.
I've heard of her, yeah.
She's basically Taylor Swift light is what I would describe her as.
That's fine. Best new
It's the
artist.
same type of music.
Olivia Dean. I don't know who she is.
You know Paula Dean.
Barely. Wasn't she like a racist cook?
Yes.
That's all I got.
Paula Dean.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Forgot about her.
This is...
I've heard this one.
Yes.
It's a cool song I've never heard before.
Because you guys don't really listen to pop music. I only listen to it because of my kid.
This is
I
the
used
best
to when my
pop
kids were
solo
younger.
performance. This won an award? You know what? Again, not for me. I'll listen to the hook if there is one.
Is this a play off an older song? I've heard this song before. Is this a remake?
This is your hook, Cakes.
I mean, the music's okay,
Is this
but
a remake?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like this is a remake. Maybe not. If not, that song's a couple years old because I've heard that.
Oh, really?
That might be a remake. Who knows?
I have not heard that song.
I like that song.
Yeah, it was fine. But you're right. They're all strange. Everyone's weird out there in L.A.
Bieber did.
If you live in L.A., you're probably, besides his daughter, you're probably kind of weird.
Could
I
be the
think
case.
there are plenty of normal people, but the famous ones stand out.
I don't
The
think
famous ones that are weird.
I don't think they're too normal. Who's this?
Sabrina. She performed this live. I didn't understand the plane bit that she was doing.
What is the title of this?
Man-Child.
Man-Child? It's better than that tripe we listened to 30 seconds ago.
An album of the year was Bad Bunny.
Yes.
And that's all. Kendrick Lamar was still winning. I feel like Kendrick Lamar won all the Grammys a year ago.
He won another
Spilled
one?
over
he
this
won a
year.
bunch.
Did he set a record or something?
It was for a different album.
I saw Jelly Roll one, but I feel like it's like spillover from the year before too, but maybe not.
Do you know how many Grammys Beyonce has won?
Like 50,
100.
like a million.
You were saying if you have one trophy, a Grammy on your piano, it would look good. She has 35.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
She needs a whole wing in her house just for the Grammys.
35.
I mean, I do think it's historically been like the best.
That's a pretty good flex. You had 35 Grammys.
The Grammys last night taught us a valuable lesson that not all jugs are created equal.
Is that the lesson we learned?
Were you not?
Because Chapel Roan's.
You were just put off by it. She's just not hot that way. You know what I mean?
The chugs look pretty good in my opinion.
I don't know. Maybe it was just the chain hanging off. Of
Yeah.
them. Also,
you.
Also, it might be over for Chapel Roan.
Oh, she's had her time.
I don't. Well,
15 minutes are up.
Well, this showing your boobs is I think kind of a desperate maneuver.
She should have waited on that.
Yeah, I mean,
years.
Think about it. She put out a banger album, right?
And
then
even that hit song was years old, right?
Phony Club.
Yeah, but it's not just that. It
She
was
has a
full.
few.
It was full of bangers. Then her follow up song about meeting some dude on a subway was a massive flop. Now all of a sudden you're resorting to showing your jugs off on a red carpet. Might be jump the shark time.
I mean,
it's possible.
Her handlers just say, "Yeah, go out. It's fine. Go out and wear that.
Yeah,
or don't wear whatever. Show your entire body."
I guess.
I mean,
she has a team. Clearly,
yeah, they're idiots.
She got attention. That's what they want.
That's what I'm saying. It's all about being the talk of the night.
Well, she was wearing a chain that people have attached to their wallet that they wear on Jinkos.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. When we come back, we'll hit the skins here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Ethos. Learn more and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. The search is over. The Arizona Cardinals have officially named Mike LaFleur as their new head coach, signing the 38-year-old to a 5-year deal. Former Rams offensive coordinator brings a high-powered scheme to the desert, but he didn't call plays for the Rams. Is that an issue? I'm Drake Toll.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system, water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, football fans. Picture this. You bet on your favorite player in the big game to score the first touchdown, but his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scored second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the big game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line with BetMGM's second chance. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. For help in Maryland, can also visit mdgamblinghelp.org. See betmgm.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. D.C., Maryland, and Virginia only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you takes it in, fires, touchdown!
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60.
Let's go dominate, man! Touchdown! Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up! He's got it!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
These guys are learning how to play together. The Wizards defeat the Sacramento Kings 116-112 behind rookie Will Riley, a season-high 18, and A.J. Johnson had 17. Wizards sat their starters the final 16 minutes. Riley on his go-go teammates.
We've all played with each other in the go-go, and I feel like any in-game reps with people that you play with help. And we saw the same faces, and it was a good opportunity for us.
Washington has won 3 of 4. They're now tied for the 4th worst record in the NBA. LeBron James has earned his record-extending 22nd NBA All-Star Game appearance. Former Wizards and now Blazers star Denny Avdia earns an NBA All-Star spot. Top 25 college basketball, number 12 Purdue over Maryland, 93-63. The Terps are now 8-13. Capitals welcome in the New York Islanders, 6:45 pregame, live tonight right here on The Fan. The Raiders expected to hire Seahawks Clint Kubiak as their head coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
Good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. Tell your children not to hear my word.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies all year long. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. I was laughing because I put up a tweet, is this normal, with Chapel Roan, and then if you just look at the suit that Jamie Foxx is wearing, he's next to Chapel Roan.
They're all
weirdos. Right. And then Rom put yes. And he has his picture with his big belly.
I mean, he's the biggest attention-seeking slut on the planet.
You know what? I'm going to have to retweet it. It's well
Worthy.
done. It's well done.
Have you been to his new mansion yet?
I haven't. I don't think he's living there yet. He's still living in his condo.
He's invited me. I assumed he was living there, but
no, I think he has.
He said, I'll go over there for pizza. You can give me a tour.
I think he has almost everything ready, but I don't know. I I was texting him last week at some point. I think he still has to hook up a couple rooms.
Maybe he still has access to it. He's just not living there yet. Obviously, he has access to it.
Did he build it or did he buy it and he's just renovating it?
No, he's having it built.
Oh, he was building it.
Yeah.
I think he has the gym ready and he has his spa ready.
The sauna literally is like this, the size of this room.
I can't
It's
imagine.
the biggest thing
Is
I've
it
ever
in Vienna or McLean? Is it somewhere
Yes,
over there?
yes.
Can you
imagine what the land
Can you
costs?
pay for a house with romps from a casino? Like how is he funding the building of this McMahon?
I think he's a very overcompensated guy. And his whole strategy is he saved up for a few years, dump all his money. He's way overcompensated. Just dump it in the house so he can't gamble it.
Right. It's probably smart.
It's probably in a bizarre world smart.
I mean, just the land alone must have been $500,000.
It's a lot.
So I retweeted the picture. If you're curious, at Junks Radio, give us a follow there. And it's from 2015.
Yeah.
Because it says 2015, year of the Ram. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a
Year of the
2015
Ram,
Ram.
of course.
He's
Dodge
been
Ram.
talking about Rom forming since then. And actually, before then, it's only gotten worse.
It's a running gag. I mean, he's never going to Rom
literally
form.
Well, now he's got like a monster gym. He's
Put
got
it in
no
a gym that
excuse.
Tiger Woods would
He's
be
got a
proud
swim
of.
spa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not gonna. I know. He's not gonna use any of it.
Correct.
It's gonna.
Just
The
cobwebs
good thing is
everywhere.
the resale value, I assume, will be good.
Yeah.
I mean, because it'll be untouched.
Correct.
Like none of the equipment will be. It's just going to be like a dusty room. They're
I
gonna-
will say, I would have lost the bet because 3 of us went to his wedding, and none of us thought it would last this long.
No, I'm stunned
Shit,
by
I
it.
just figured she used it for green card. Like obviously,
yeah,
she
'cause
used
she's
it for
Russian.
citizenship,
right.
and then of course he's going to be toast.
Still married.
Still married
Now,
somehow.
let's see if
surviving.
she survives. If he, God forbid, gets fired. Let's see how long she survives. I'm not saying that she doesn't love
She
him.
works.
I'll feel bad.
Yeah,
I'll
I actually
feel bad.
think she loves him.
I think
somehow.
I think she does love him. I think she does.
She's always loved, but man, he's a tough guy to love.
I don't know how.
I mean, there's a lot of flaws there.
So many flaws.
All right, Rob, just gave you what
Nobody
you wanted.
even knows
Just
who
gave
he
him
is
attention.
anymore. He's dead to the show.
Yeah,
no one knows
he doesn't
who he
pop
is.
up a lot.
He never calls
our
ever.
audience, our current audience, unless you're an old time P1,
He never calls.
You have no idea
anymore.
who he is.
Nope. Correct.
All right, let's hit the skins. We do it every morning at 7 o'clock.
He's a carcass. I mean, nobody knows who he is. All right, just a few things. Kind of interesting. John Keim has a couple nuggets that Commanders Wire picked up, where they're just other coaches are just making fun of this team. We talked about it. I said it's the worst defense, in the universe. It's the worst professional defense ever. Total defense last. Run defense yards allowed 30th. 31st in takeaways. I mean, just one of the worst defenses. Literally, it is currently the worst defense, in the galaxy. And other teams, have just been licking their chops. One coach apparently told John Keim, I'm stealing this from Commanders Wire. Let me see who, Brian Manning wrote the piece. Got it from Keim. Said that one coach who faced Washington in the second half of the season called it the easiest defense they faced all season.
Wow.
They weren't worried about any spots beyond the interior of the D-line with Payne and Kinlaw. Those are the only 2 guys they had to really concern themselves with.
Don't sweat the linebackers. Don't sweat the corners. Don't sweat the safeties.
Nothing matters.
And I know we're going to talk about this for the next couple of months. They absolutely need some sort of game wrecker. I don't care if it's a safety,
Well,
if
I
it's
said
a
last
linebacker.
week, I want
an
Max
end.
Crosby. I'll go all in for him.
Well, you want a free agent. I'm talking
Yeah.
about in the draft.
Yeah.
I want both.
Well, they should do both.
Yeah.
They
I
need
mean,
both.
Yeah.
They got money to spend.
We need-
But Crosby's
we need
going to
100
cost
guys.
you draft picks.
Or whatever. Maybe future draft picks. Maybe some
Yeah.
current. Maybe give him Payne. Give him Payne, Kinlaw. Give him all everybody for the defense. Finish last with them. You finish last without him.
If they're the Raiders and you're going to trade Max Crosby, you're probably going to make a team take Geno Smith with them.
He could be the backup. He could be the backup. Who cares?
Nobody's biting that bullet.
I know.
I wouldn't think.
So I will get it. It's going to be interesting. I'll save it. We'll go to it in a minute. But because somebody did an AI draft, I think USA Today did an AI draft, which I find interesting. But Mark Tyler for Hogs Haven did a nice breakdown. Would you agree with this? I mean, I think we've talked about this obviously for months. They have needs everywhere. Probably the only area that's not a primary need would be the offensive line. They also say for secondary needs, running back and defensive tackle. Those are secondary needs. But if you had to rank their needs, this is according to Mark Tyler, who writes for Hogs Haven. Why don't you rank their needs? Top need,
the Commanders' top need.
Yes, top need.
Defensive end, pass rusher.
Edge.
Yep.
Safety.
Safeties 2.
Corner.
Linebacker. Corners in there. Wide receiver, tight end.
Right.
I mean, literally everything other than quarterback, offensive line, and then if you want to sprinkle in later a running back or D tackle, go ahead.
But I would agree with that.
But I think we all agree, right?
Edge and safety, and then linebacker if that's where they have.
Of course, they project that Lattimore will be cut. There's no way he's coming back.
Right.
They also project that Nick Allegretti will be let go as a cap casualty. And then the targets. I mean, there's so many free agent targets. Give you. I mean, it's funny because a lot of these guys I don't know. Like I'm not familiar with Odafe Owe from the Chargers.
Former Raven, right?
Yeah.
Arnold Ubiquity from the Falcons. Of course, we know Jalen Phillips from the Eagles. I just don't know a lot of these guys. Quiddy Pay from Indy. Now, most of these guys are all
a high draft pick,
27 or younger. So those
I want to say
like
Pay was he was a first rounder a couple years ago.
Safety Brian Cook from Kansas City, Kobe Bryant from Seattle, Jalen Thompson from Arizona. Those are guys. Nick Cross, former Terp from Indy, somebody you could look at. I think we've talked about Quay Walker before, right? The linebacker from Green Bay.
Yeah.
Devin Lloyd from Jacksonville. And then the one that gets the most attention is obviously receiver. And Mark's got George Pickens, who obviously I think, you'd be crazy not to. If you could get him, you'd have to get him, even if he might be an attitude issue. Alec Pierce, who we talked about last week from Indy. Romeo, how do you say his last name, Kev? Romeo Doubs? Dobbs. It's D-O-U-B-S.
Dobbs.
Wears a big guardian cap on his helmet.
And then Wan'Dale Robinson. So anyway, that's a great piece if you want to check it out. 2026 potential free agent targets for the Commanders. Again, their needs are plenty. This was interesting to me.
When does that start? Free agency is about
it's in March. I can't remember.
Early March.
It's around March. It's around St. Patty's Day, somewhere in there,
something like that. You can look it up. I looked it up last week and I've already forgotten.
Maybe it was before that.
So here's the AI draft that USA Today did using Microsoft Copilot AI chatbot.
March 11th, 4 p.m.
Okay.
They have the AI chatbot has the Raiders obviously selecting Fernando Mendoza.
Yep.
The Jets taking linebacker from Ohio State, Arvell Reese. By the way, Ohio State has a bunch of guys here in the top 15 or so.
Mm-hmm. Shocker.
The Cardinals taking a tackle, Francis.
That's them from Miami.
Yeah, Magoa from Miami. The Titans taking edge rusher David Bailey from Texas Tech. The Giants taking another guy from Ohio State, Carnell Tate.
Yep.
The Browns taking a tackle, Spencer Fano. Is that how you say his name? From Utah. The Commanders at 7, staying at 7 and taking
Bain.
No, Sonny Styles from Ohio State.
Yeah.
That's a third guy from Ohio State that the AI has going in the top 7.
Mm-hmm.
Then the one that I'm intrigued by, but I wouldn't recommend getting him because we have bigger needs. Jeremiah Love going to the Saints with the 8th pick. I think Jeremiah Love is going to be a star.
Yeah, he's a stud.
He's a stud, but I don't know if the Commanders can afford to pick him at 7.
They're not going to take him at 7.
They have 4, the chat bot, the whatever, AI has 4 Ohio State guys going in the top 10. Has that ever happened before? Where schools had 4 guys that go in the top 10? Caleb Downs.
I'd have to go
going
look.
10th to the Bengals. I'm trying to see. Who'd you say? You said Bain?
Ruben Bain.
Ruben Bain. Pass rusher from Miami.
I don't see him.
He's got to be up there in the top 15.
I mean, the mock I'm looking at has him going 3 to the Cardinals.
Yeah. The AI, for whatever reason, is down on him. Doesn't have him in there.
The AI is not feeling him.
I don't. I've read some. Is he the one with the short arms that they complain about?
I have been seeing him slip in mocks. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's probably because of those short arms.
They do have Ty Simpson going 16 to the Jets.
That's a reach. You're desperate. But a desperate team will reach
but that's
for a quarterback.
Those are the only quarterbacks in the first round projected. So anyway, check that out. That's at USA Today. They did their artificial
I'd be
intelligence.
nice if they went out and got Nick Cross, the Matha boy.
That's right.
In
It's been in the
free
league for
agency.
a bunch of years now.
Yep. So again, it'll be fascinating to see what they do. I personally think if they could, they'll trade down out of that 7th pick if they could find a suitor. But there may not be suitors if there's no quarterbacks to jump up and go get. Dude, they don't have Bain in the first round.
Well,
Really?
that's crazy.
Well, that you know what that AI's broke.
Unless he gets hurt, that's impossible.
That's a broke AI that you found.
Yeah, I don't know. You have to take it up with
AI.
Take it up
with AI.
Yeah.
I try to
I'm
to
gonna ask
interact
AI why their AI is
little
broken.
with AI as I can at this point. I know AI is a little pervasive. It's working its way into everything.
Mm-hmm.
Try to avoid it.
Sure. Go to Copilot. Maybe I'll do that during a break, and I'll ask why did Ruben Bain go?
I mean,
not
to
go
me,
in the first round.
most of AI is showing fat guys pole vaulting or like cats deep frying fries
No, actually,
at a McDonald's.
They address it in the article. They say the most notable aspect of Copilot's mock draft, it didn't include Miami edge rusher Ruben Bain. Wasn't immediately clear whether the chatbot had simply overlooked Bain or had been scared off by his lack of arm length.
I mean, how could it overlook him? He's like a top 5 overall pick.
Yep.
You know what? AI's hard.
I mean, he might.
AI's overrated.
CBS Sports has him at 4 here.
He might slip out of the top 5, but he's not slipping out of the first round.
No.
No.
Okay. Interesting.
But it's AI's opinion.
Yep. You take it up with Copilot.
You know what? Human brains are sillier.
You think?
Much sillier. Now, certain human brains. Not all. Certain ones.
Yeah, a guy like Marr with the Radford.
Ruining the parlays.
Yeah, ruining the
Or
parlay
he's a
and
big
everything.
mush. So glad that target is off me temporarily. Sorry, Mar. Somebody had to inherit the crown from me.
Friday,
Unfortunately, it was you.
7:45.
Yeah, Black Diamond Mike is making a comeback.
Yeah,
it was
we'll
more
see.
like- it was
He's
more
not
like
done.
Blue Circle Mike.
I wonder if
It
it's
didn't
going
look
to
like a
be.
Black
I
Diamond
wonder if it's
debate.
going to be one play or if it's going to be a parlay.
I don't know. Have to get weasel your way into his
I think
brain.
he's going to go. If he's smart, he should go for one.
Yeah.
You just hit one.
Got to hit something on the plus side though.
He's probably. I wonder. He's
gotta
probably
be plus
he's gonna
105.
Go into that touchdown well again, and that is hard.
It
to
is
hit.
a tough one.
Yeah.
That is hard to hit.
He could double down on Cooper Kupp.
Sure, why not?
That would be insanity.
I just need a plus
He was the
108.
Super Bowl MVP just 4 years ago.
4 years in an NFL is an eternity. Yeah, it's forever.
Eternity.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. We're the Junkies. Keep it here.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. It's the last call for football. FanDuel's giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. Today's 30% profit boost is on passing yards over under and alternate passing yards. Maybe you like Drake May to throw under 225.5 passing yards, or you think Sam Arnold's going to go over 227.5. All you have to do is opt in each day and place an eligible bet to use that day's profit boost. So whether you're locking in early lines, riding your favorite props, or taking one last swing before the final whistle, FanDuel's giving everyone something extra to cheer for during football's final week. All you have to do, go to FanDuel.com/EB. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
You know how it feels when a same-game parlay actually hits? Yeah, me neither. But my guys at BMW Fairfax, they're on a heater. They pulled off a deal with all 15 of their stores nationwide, and now they're loaded with new BMW X3s and X5s. We're talking rates as low as 0.9% APR on the X3 or 2.99% on the X5, all priced to move. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, hit up my girl Miriam at BMW Fairfax and tell her EB sent you. Check them out at BMWFairfax.com.
Home builders across the DMV have trusted Ace Trim Carpentry to keep their production schedules on track, specializing in high volume and multifamily residential projects, delivering reliable manpower without ever sacrificing quality or safety. Our experienced team understands the demands of production building. We provide consistent quality that elevates your finished product and adds real value to your home building process. For craftsmanship you can depend on and a partner who understands builders' needs, choose Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton. I support Feeding America because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America. 200 food banks strong.
Imagine never having to worry about your home again. No surprise breakdowns, no stressful who do I call moments. Just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Service Experts membership gives you. Our expert technicians handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs so your home runs exactly the way it should. No DIY disasters, no taking your chances on some guy with a 2-star review. Just year-round peace of mind. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again with membership starting at just $15 a month. Learn more at serviceexperts.com.
Celebrating 30 years of the Sports Junkies.
That's got to be a record.
Listen for details on events, exclusive merch,
you'll like this,
and follow or subscribe to the Junkies podcast feed for Throwback 30 segments every Thursday.
Oh, wow.
Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Do you guys know what looks maxing is?
Looks maxing?
Yes, it's a term that's
No.
I'd have to Google that one.
Become in vogue in the last year, I would say.
I have heard the term aura farming. Is it it's probably pretty close, right?
I think that's totally different.
I don't think it's that different.
I think it is. What is aura farming?
I really don't know.
You just said you've heard the term. How would you describe aura farming?
I've heard it. It doesn't mean I know exactly what it means.
Give me your definition of aura farming.
You're just trying to amplify your swag, like your coolness
your
factor.
Aura.
Yeah.
I guess this is.
Mike Marr, you're a millennial or a Gen Alpha, whatever you are. You can chime in. Looks maxing, aura farming, whatever.
So looks maxing is kind of what it sounds like. It's maximizing your looks. And there's a study out that men are now becoming more into having a beauty routine, the beauty culture, they call it.
Like what?
Okay.
Like what kinds of things?
What, like Botox or something?
Well,
I had
number
a buddy
one,
that did it. He looked like a clown.
we talked about this. I feel like we talked about this a year ago.
Tom
that
Brady
men who want a
maxing.
better jawline do something called mewing.
No, I mean,
What is that?
You just start it's
like
like
I'm putting
building your muscle.
Yeah.
I think you do something with your tongue to the roof of your mouth.
Listen, if you
to
told me
supposedly
there
build
was
your
something I
jawline.
could do that would slow down the turkey neck, I would be down.
Well, I'm sure there
Well,
is.
that's it.
Yeah.
That's probably it.
I would be down. I would try and exercise.
The more extreme is something they call bone smashing, which clearly is some sort of surgical procedure so that you have a better jawline. I have a trifling jawline.
Not going to do that.
I don't think any of us has a great jawline.
What about? I was reading this morning. I don't know. Just sitting there on the toilet or something, and they actually say, when they those viral videos, especially that one guy Valdez. Remember 6 months ago or so, he was doing his face in the ice bowl, and everybody was goofing on him.
Yes,
but they were.
I know who you're
I
talking
forget
about.
the guy's name, but he's all jacked. And,
Ashton Hall.
Yeah, and he runs 1,000,000 miles an hour or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You should be ashamed that you know that. But anyway.
I was reading that it actually is good for your face.
Sure.
Like if you do that in the morning, it does reduce inflammation. It does make your. They say if you do that for like 2 months or so, you start to look younger. It tightens up your skin.
Yeah.
Skin looks healthier. You reduce inflammation, and you might get a little bit more of a silly square jawline.
That's great, but I'm not going to wake up early to put a bunch of ice in a bowl and stick my dumb head in it before.
No, but
What
you know,
if it wakes you up,
I don't
makes
know
you a
what you
little more
call
alert
these
for the day.
But what you see a lot of cakes and for look, I have bags under my eyes too. You have bags. We all have bags, right? We wake up too early, but you see those little things that people put underneath their eyes. You know what I'm talking about? They're like little patches.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen
they're
those.
curved.
Right.
I don't know what you call it. I'll call it an eye patch. But it's not an eye patch.
It's like for a skincare routine. I've seen
right.
those.
Yeah.
And so I do think
Keeps the
this is-
inflammation down under your eye.
Right. I've seen more of it online, and it's probably because of our age, where I see a lot more face skin being sold.
Yeah.
It's going to wipe out your eye bags and make your skin better.
You see all that, but I don't think any of us are buying any of that material.
But I know Jason's always
Correct.
talked about doing some sort of skincare routine, right?
Well, just lotion. Just put lotion on your face.
You see, I never did.
That's all you do.
Does that stuff actually can lotion tighten up your skin?
Can it tighten it? Oh, I don't know.
like so you don't
Yes,
look
there's definitely skincare
no idea.
that claims to do that.
really.
Or give you a glow, and then that's why women do it.
I'm definitely in some sort of algorithm.
I have no idea what
I'm definitely in some sort of algorithm where I get something from the company's called Caldera Lab.
I think I've heard of that.
And it's like you put this skincare and supposedly
you
it's
know what
supposed to make you look younger.
I have a Caldera hot tub
Okay.
from Offenbacher's.
Very
Caldera.
nice.
Different.
Well,
Yeah.
think of it. That's almost like a self-care routine you had, Eric.
Oh,
is
100%.
doing hot tubbing and saunaing and all
100%.
red light therapy.
100%.
I would say it's almost just like a guy's beauty routine.
I mean, I'm not necessarily doing it for beauty. I'm trying to do it for health. But yeah, 100%.
Longevity.
They say
100%.
right now, I had never done it, but 50% of men use skincare.
Seems like
I
a
never
high
use
number.
skincare. Now, the last month, I have this dove that
considered skincare?
Isabella gave it to me for Christmas.
Lotion.
Okay. She
I don't
had
really do
a,
that.
whatever they call a bazaar at school, and she got $5 basically for each. We gave her like $50. And she had to buy for mom, dad, Kelsey, and Dylan. And she bought me skincare to get rid of my wrinkles. It was just like a little thing of Dove.
My girls are so into all of that. I think maybe it's a trendy thing. Maybe I'm sure social media.
Well, yeah,
is blowing it
Sephora's
up.
gotten bigger. And
Oh my god!
Oh, my girls
I was-
go there all the time.
All the time. I was in the bathroom this morning. I didn't want to go in our master bath because I didn't want to turn the light on, maybe wake Dee up. So I went into the other bath that my daughter uses, right? It's like the kids' bathroom.
Hallway bathroom.
Yeah, hallway bathroom. And I went in there, I turned on the light, and there's this makeup kit. There must be $1,000 worth of stuff in there. Like, they're running a scam on me. I have no idea all the stuff they're buying.
Yeah.
They have everything. They have a million things.
It's sure. For girls,
it's part of their regimen.
For girls, I think it started
I'm not saying
earlier.
it's different than any other girl.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine how much all those creams and moisturizers and everything you can possibly
there's
think
a
of.
reason that so many celebrities are billionaires now because they have beauty care lines.
Yep.
Right.
Like the Kardashians, Rihanna. I mean, there's.
But that's for women. The point is that according to this study, more and more men are getting into it.
Yeah, Cakes, if there was a cream that made you look silly, wouldn't you apply it every day?
I mean, it would depend on how much are we talking? How much does it cost?
It's probably pretty expensive.
I don't know.
I think you get one of those things for I'm telling you because I've been
10,
intrigued.
$12, $15.
The Caldera Lab, it's like $200 you have to do it, but it's like you put some sort of eye cream, then you do something else. It just seems very complicated.
I'm just resigned to the bags.
It's everlasting.
It is what it is.
Everlasting bags.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. It's
a
part
little-
of what makes me me.
Yeah, it's a little easier as a guy. Like, it just is.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't care anymore.
There's other creams. I mean, I've never bought it because I don't necessarily believe it. Because I've tried Instagram stuff for my toenails and it didn't work. Okay. But there's some where you'll see a guy who has bags like Cakes. I mean, I have bags, dark circles, whatever, where they'll put it on one eye and 30 seconds later, it's like, looks normal.
Well, that sounds like makeup. I mean, he's basically putting makeup on his face.
No, it's like a cream that.
Okay, you keep calling it whatever you want to call it, but if you apply it and 30 seconds later it's gone, that's some sort of cover-up / makeup.
No, it's not makeup. It's
not a concealer.
It's doing something. Again, I don't know the science. It's doing something to the collagen or whatever that's in your eyes.
Okay,
the
you
buildup.
keep buying whatever they're
I
selling
haven't
you.
bought it yet. I'm just telling you.
Makeup boy.
Yeah.
I would like a cream that gets rid of, like, as I'm getting older, you get dark spots. Like, I get spots on my face, and it's just annoying. Like age spots. I don't like it.
Is that the one cream that you would get? If
I
you
would
get
get
one,
that.
if you get one magic cream, what would it be?
Yeah, I would like to have my silly 18-year-old skin.
Yeah, Cakes would be bag cream.
Bag cream,
clearly. Bag cream.
Yeah.
My daughter spent $150 on nails. I can't.
Did you pay for the nails?
No, but it stresses me out that she's spending that much money. I get it; it's her money; she can do what she wants with it. But that's awful to spend $150 on nails. That's stupid.
My kids don't. My daughter, my youngest, doesn't even tell me. My wife, she keeps it from me.
Oh, she
so,
does.
Like, they'll go someplace, and I have no idea what they're spending, but it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They'll go and get. Oh, we're gonna get mani-pedis or whatever we're gonna do. We haven't done our nails in a few weeks.
Right.
They're gone for hours.
Yes,
and they come back with It only lasts a few weeks.
It only takes. They gotta
my
go back.
daughter plays volleyball and it flies off 2 days later. I mean, it's not smart.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer here, and the answer would be no. But has anybody here ever had a manicure or pedicure?
No,
Never.
negatory.
I'm not against it, but I've never. I mean, I bite my nails. What's the point?
Mm-hmm.
I one time went to a podiatrist, so it's not like a pedicure, but I had to put my feet in the tub thingy,
Right.
And then they pulled my dirty ass feet out, and he's working on my toenails.
I would never put somebody through the torture of cutting my toenails.
Actually, I've done a pedicure before
Yeah.
when I was training for a half marathon.
That's probably smart.
Feet were toes all banged up.
Yeah,
That's probably smart.
and it's disgusting.
It's gross. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
the skin that they get off of your heels.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like Parmesan. It's a cheese grater.
I know. Oh, they did that
So
too.
gross.
Oh yeah, they clip
when I went-
they clip the nails, make sure everything's all good to
I
go.
can't believe there's anybody on the planet that would want to do that for their job.
Actually,
It's good money though. I mean,
It's better than being a
It's what?
urologist.
it's good money.
I know. I'm just saying. I can't believe that people want to, even though the money's good.
Yeah.
I can't believe people would do that.
It actually feels silly.
to get your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How great did your feet look when it was done? They probably looked
They look better than normal.
Mine
Not covered in toe cheese.
Yeah.
But I was stunned when I went to the podiatrist, and I've only been like one time. And it's like, you know how when you go to a barbershop and they cut and then all the hair goes on the floor and then they sweep the hair away?
Mm-hmm.
With my toenails, they're flying all over the room. They're clipping the toenails. And I don't think I'm unusual. I think this is part of the bit. They're completely unfazed by it.
Yeah.
Nails just flying all over the hardwood floors.
They don't care.
And then you leave, and I assume at some point they sweep up the nails.
I would think.
Hey, are they wearing like safety glasses so they don't fly in your
You
eye?
could take an
Let's
eye
hope,
out.
yeah. Sharp edges.
I got to
Look
tell
out.
you, we've done a lot of things for clients over the years.
Mm-hmm.
The most painful one I ever had was, and I had to say in the ad that it wasn't painful,
was
but I will
laser.
tell you right now that it was
Laser.
painful, is because I've had toenail fungus since I was probably a teenager, and they applied what was supposed to be like some sort of laser, pain-free laser.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I felt like screaming every time I had it. And
Dude, when I got those soy
and it
shots.
partly got this fungus away, and then it came right back once I quit.
I got those soy shots with Brett because we wanted to get the sculpting that Britney Spears got.
Body
How
sculpting.
painful was that?
20 shots in your stomach.
Yeah.
20 shots. I had to do 3 sessions. 20.
I'd rather
I would have been
I'd
out
rather
after
do 20
3.
fireball shots.
Didn't you have to?
I hate fireball.
Didn't you have to fudge on the weight?
Brett and
You
I
were
got
either too
Brett and I,
skinny
we were
or-
too fat. Brett and I got in the thing, and they said we were because it's such a scam. They say you're only going to lose like a couple pounds. And like,
Right.
Brett and I could probably lose 20 plus. So we got on the scale. They said you weighed too much.
We're too
So
fat.
we
Right.
took all our clothes off. I'm literally butt naked, cupping myself on the scale to try to get to a weight. Like try to lose 5 pounds or something in clothes
Right.
to get to a weight that I
meet
could-
the threshold.
Yes, and they still had to like sign a waiver.
And didn't your skin get all bruised too?
Oh, so
Dude, I took 20 shots to my stomach
I remember
3
seeing
times.
Brett come in the day after it happened. He could barely move.
Yeah. It was like we were
He
pregnant.
should have come in a wheelchair.
It was like we were pregnant. But that wasn't as humiliating. The most humiliating thing I ever did was when I got the
Stirrups.
waves on my Bozak. I went in and dropped my pants 10 times.
Yeah.
To a stranger. I got in stirrups as a male, and they applied gel and acoustic waves to my area.
It was a dude.
Yeah, I told you we talked about New York City hoops.
Oh. You had to get your mind off what was going
Talking about
on.
like Rucker Park.
Yeah, the Rucker.
Yeah.
Skip to
He
my
was
low.
from the New York City area, and I told him how we played Kenny Anderson in high school. You know,
Ugh.
I mean, yeah. That's it. It was the most humiliating.
That
thing.
must
And
have
by
been the
way-
longest
and
day
by
What
the
we'll
way-
do for clients.
By the way, I'm telling you, I had a thumb.
I bet.
We're very client friendly. In case you couldn't tell.
I had like nothing every time. It was disappointing.
It's funny. I'm thinking Brett's done a bunch of looks maxing over the years because what we did also at one of those laser places was, you know how it's annoying. You get your hair cut and then 2 weeks later you get all the cheese on your neck. And so we had that laser treatment on the neck, but they did the old bait and switch. It was 3 or 4 for free. And so you do it for the client, you're doing the ads, and then they wanted you to pay for like another 4 more. For
you?
Yeah, and we're like, that's finished.
Yeah,
It's not happening.
You're the silly, whatever, endorser. You're not paying.
Right, but they would make you do that after like 3 or 4.
Well, you would stop showing up.
Exactly, and that's what happened.
The greatest
That's
looks
probably
maxing
why-
move that Brett taught all of us was the Ben Affleck smile bit. Is to
Yeah,
have
but you gotta
have your
perfect
chin
it.
out a little bit. Don't be like this. Like I used to take pictures all back in the day.
Right.
Gotta have your chin kind of out. Have your chin out, guys. Come on.
Remember the squinch.
Pose like Ben.
I told you
Yeah,
that
you little
photographer.
squint your eyes
You gotta-
a little
you gotta-
bit.
You push your chin out, and
Yep.
you get this
That
little
was his
squinch
greatest
that
move.
You do.
He offered.
But I can't do it. But all the celebs do it, and like
Right.
you look at all the
They all know how
magazine
to do it.
covers. They all know how to do it. The celebrity photographers, they teach you.
We got smile coaches.
Yeah, of course. You can be a cover of like Rolling Stone or something. You can't look trifling. You can't look like Kicks.
My one looks maxing tip. I've gotten past that. I did used to. That used to be my default setting. My one looks maxing tip to all the fellas and even ladies out there: you can't smile showing all your teeth. Because then you look like a serial killer. You can't.
I think you have to show
can't
some
do it.
teeth.
You show some teeth, like
Some
you
teeth.
show your top teeth. You smile more like
me see.
this, like
Show me cakes.
Okay, that's pretty good. You're laughing at that.
That's a good smile.
You're laughing at that.
All right, let me see it again.
Here's the way you should smile. Hold on. Now the pressure's up.
That's good. That's a good smile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's how you don't smile.
Yeah. Of course.
Well, who smiles
Who
like that?
smiles like that?
A lot of
But
people show all their
some
teeth.
people
I
sound
think
more
sometimes they're
gummy.
doing. I think sometimes people are doing a bit.
There's a lot of people that show all their teeth when they smile. They don't know what they're doing.
But some people's gums
People.
and their mouths are different.
Yeah, but you could still. You could. You really.
But it's
only show
controllable.
top
It's a
teeth.
controllable
I don't
thing.
even think I could show my bottom teeth.
Sure you could.
You do. You don't.
You just like this.
It's hard.
No, sometimes you see weirdos do that.
Yeah, you can't. You just can
But
never
I think
smile like
sometimes
that.
I think they're doing a bit.
Yeah, maybe they are. Maybe they are.
Coming up next, we'll fill you in on the latest coaching changes in the NFL and more as we go around the NFL with the Junkies Blitz.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, do you own a home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com, that's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We weren't sure adoption would happen for us, but when it did, it happened threefold.
Mary and her husband first met their 3 children when they became their foster parents. Little did they know that their house would become the siblings' forever home.
We had to help them adjust to the idea that they wouldn't have to leave. Children in foster care have lived and survived so much. We had to help them process their trauma. And now to hear our children say that they know they have a mother and father who take care of us, teach us, and love us means everything.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is committed to finding safe, permanent homes for the longest waiting children in foster care.
I not only love these kids, I am just so proud of them.
You can help. Visit davethomasfoundation.org.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you trying to... Don't you know I'm loco?
Time to get into the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here, and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. Let's start with the Super Bowl. It is Super Bowl week. Who is your Super Bowl MVP favorite, Jason Bishop?
I'm sure it's Darnold.
Plus 120.
Probably Darnold.
Sam Darnold, you are correct.
Yeah.
Starting quarterback on the favored team. The quarterback for the winning team has been the MVP in 34 of the previous 59 Super Bowls. Drake May, of course, is next. Plus 235, followed by Seahawks wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba at plus 550.
Njigba.
Kenneth Walker, plus 550. And Ramondre Stevenson, plus 2,800.
What's the total in the game right now? Let's see. It's about 45 and a half?
The total is
45 and a half.
Yep. I mean,
4.5, 45 and a half.
I think Sam Darnold could win Super Bowl MVP and is the favorite. It's pretty amazing.
I know. It's 15.
He's played well, man.
You know what?
Deserves it.
If you go back to his rookie season, I think he had decent numbers as a rookie. And I saw an ex-Jets GM kind of giving himself a back pat on how Sam Darnold has done that, because he got fired, I think, after year 2 of Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
They brought in Adam Gase.
Was that Tannenbaum that drafted
No,
him?
it was, I forget the guy's name. It's not a name that, like, jumps out at you.
Okay.
And apparently hasn't spoken about it for years, but somebody went to him and was like, hey, you drafted Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. And they ended up, getting rid of him kind of quick.
Right.
And he obviously bounced around a bunch of teams and had a lot of problems. And
I think
people...
You're referencing Mike McCagnon?
Yes, that's the guy's name.
Served as a GM for the Jets from 2015 to 19.
Told you, pretty nondescript name.
I recognize the name.
Yeah.
When you say it.
So I mentioned some coaching vacancies being filled. The Raiders look like they've decided on Clint Kubiak as their new head coach. According to multiple reports, Kubiak met with both the Raiders and Arizona Cardinals on Saturday, but has opted to take the Raiders job.
Okay.
With the Raiders job, you get the number one pick.
You get the number one pick. You're right.
You get Fernando Mendoza. So do you want to work with Mendoza or do you want to work with Kyler Murray or whatever the mess is?
You have no
Arizona?
idea who you're going to work with in Arizona.
And then,
but he's had a good reputation since he's been a coordinator.
Yes, and with the Raiders job being filled by Kubiak, that meant that Mike LaFleur is heading to Arizona. He'll be the Cardinals' next head coach. He's the current Rams offensive coordinator. And that keeps a streak among McVay's offensive coordinators with the Rams getting head coaching gigs. Can you name all four?
All four of McVay's disciples off of his tree?
McVay OCs that have become head coaches.
Well, LaFleur that's in Green Bay.
Yep.
That's one. Why am I spacing
the
on
other
this?
LaFleur. So
Matt.
Mike LaFleur.
Okay, so that's
Mike
two.
and Matt.
Both
and Mike.
LaFleurs. Not Nate Scheelhaas. I mean, he was up for jobs, didn't get one.
Is it this go around or just
No.
So
one was last
Kevin
year.
O'Connell.
Liam Cohen.
Liam Cohen, another one.
Cohen.
And then one's been around for a while.
O'Connell, no?
Kevin O'Connell.
Yep.
That's a pretty damn good.
It's a good tree.
Good tree.
Is that more than Tomlin? Tomlin had 0?
Tomlin has 0.
Which is so crazy.
That's
He
nuts.
doesn't have 1.
That's crazy.
Some Aaron Rodgers news. First of all, this one's kind of goofy, but Jen Hale, who's a reporter for Fox News, has confirmed that he is indeed married and she knows who the wife is, though she's never met her or seen her. There are continued reports about the identity of this said wife.
Has Aaron Rodgers done the greatest job ever of keeping his wife top secret? Like
I
nobody
don't
knows
know.
who she is?
Yeah.
Nobody knows her identity?
Yes.
So he must
That's
never
weird.
go out in public with her.
Jen Hale,
It's kinda weird.
Who said that she is a friend, a close friend. She described herself as a close friend of Aaron Rodgers, said, I've never met her. I don't know her. Aaron has become a friend over the years, so I wish him the very best. I think he's happy, and that's all you want for people. You want them to find their comfort zone and their happiness. But the name is Brittany with an I.
What is the conspiracy? The conspiracy theory is obviously that he's not married.
Yes.
And what is he hiding? Like, I don't understand.
That he's just made up a wife.
If he
Seems
did,
far-fetched.
I would be stunned. I would be stunned.
But it's also
by that.
pretty stunning. You can go an entire NFL season and nobody knows who she is.
Just keep it on.
Guess he doesn't care for her to go to the games.
Definitely not.
It'll happen.
She watches on the big
It'll
screen
happen.
at home.
I mean, does anybody here think it's a lie that he's not married?
I don't know why I would think that.
I'm gonna believe that he's married.
I'm going to believe that he's married.
just obviously
Yeah,
super
but I wouldn't
private.
have believed the Junior Seau story back when that. I mean, not Junior Seau.
When he was
Manti
catfished.
Te'o
When he was
story.
catfished. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Didn't we have Jen Hale on the show recently?
Yes.
I think we did. Yeah.
I think we had her on during the season.
During college football season.
Maybe was it college football season?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I feel like
Well,
she
I
was
mean, it
maybe
was-
to talk Cowboys.
It
or
was
something.
during this. It was during the football season. Yes.
Some coordinator news. First of all, it came out that Brian Flores, who we talked about a lot, maybe he'd come to Washington and be the coordinator, is getting paid $6 million or more this year by the Vikings.
Very nice.
As defensive coordinator.
so sick.
Speaking of defensive coordinators, Raheem Morris has landed a job. He will replace Robert Salah in San
The
Francisco.
Shanties, they love them some Raheem Morris.
Yep.
Certainly do.
They love that guy.
Morris supposedly had been a finalist for the Arizona Cardinals head coaching job, but of course that went to LaFleur. The Eagles might be losing Vic Fangio.
Right.
He's talking about retiring, calling it quits.
Good. See ya.
Bye.
That's all good.
Now that just
How old
means
is he?
they
Is
may
he
bring back Jonathan
late
Gannon.
60s, early
Vic
70s.
Fangio is going to pull it up right now. It's
gotta be
He's
late 60s.
67.
Hey, any FOMO, I don't know if that's the right word, that Jim Schwartz is out there as defensive coordinator?
I mean, not really. I mean, I think he'd be great. I think he's a great
I mean,
defensive
maybe he takes
coordinator.
over for Fangio if Fangio steps down.
They say that he'll be in the running, and then Jonathan Gannon,
Right.
who was previously with Philadelphia
Well,
before
you were
his
gone last
failed
week. I don't think we
stint.
talked about it while you were here before that. That I know Danny was all upset that McDaniel ended up taking an OC job, not a head coaching gig, and they could have maybe gone that route.
Yeah, we talked about that the week before when I was here.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I brought up the fact that McDaniel's first 2 years, he had really highly ranked offenses, but the last 2 years were below average.
Yeah.
Well,
Tua
there's
played
reasons
at a
for
lower
that.
level, and
Of course
and,
there are reasons for that, but-
Tyreek.
That's what Washington had to deal with this
I
year.
mean, he's still, yeah.
Yeah.
And last but not least, do you know who supposedly, according to reports, is the favored guy by the locker room in Pittsburgh to be the next starting quarterback?
The favorite?
Just reports are that the locker room
the kid
backs
from
this
Ohio
guy.
State.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They like Will Howard.
Oh, Will Howard?
Yeah.
Best of
Sixth-round
luck.
pick?
Best
Yeah.
of luck there.
Now, Cakes'
Brock
guy,
Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant.
Mike McCarthy
have proven they can do something in the
said
league.
he's excited about working with Howard, but he's also said he's excited to work with Aaron Rodgers should he come back.
I'm going to guess they're also excited to maybe trade for or acquire Kirk Cousins or somebody like that instead of Will Howard. If you start Will Howard,
they do a little mini
from week 1, you're going to win 2 games.
Or they do a little mini tankathon and they start Howard, and like you said, they win 4 games and they get the number 1 pick.
Maybe that's the plan.
Draft Arch next year.
Yep.
See what kind of year he has.
At some point, you got to press the reset button in Pittsburgh.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime. Coming up next, the Vikings GM was fired, and supposedly taking paternity leave was part of it. We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. It's the week of Super Bowl 60. Come Sunday, the New England Patriots and Seattle Seahawks will meet in San Francisco and prove it's not coaches and players that win Super Bowls. It's the organizations. That's because those organizations rock solid. I'm Greg Toll.
All right, guys, EB here. Selling homes, a big deal, right? You deserve a team that treats it that way. That's why you got to hit up my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, and Power Room team with Keller Williams. They can show you from day one how involved and intentional they are in ensuring that your home gets the time, attention, and strategy it deserves to sell quickly and, for most importantly, the most amount of money possible. See, Debbie and Sarah are proven to get more for the sellers because they have ready buyers looking in this area. They don't just say this. They can actually sit down and show you their list of over 16,300 buyers. Gives you a huge advantage. Sure, you can hire your buddy, your friend, your neighbor who's got their license, sells a home or 2 a year. But isn't it about how much money you put in your pocket? After all, it's not about favors. The Reynolds and Power Room team specializes in making sure you make the most amount of money. And they're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, what are they going to do? Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. You have nothing to lose, people. So call Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Room team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Shop snack favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off select snacks like Kettle, Late July, and more with Prime through February 3rd. Perfect for movie nights and game day watch parties. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Attention home builders. Are you searching for a reliable trim carpentry partner? Look no further than Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim has been the trusted choice for many of the nation's leading residential production home builders for over 20 years. All managers are OSHA certified, guaranteeing safety at every step. They understand the demanding schedules of production home builders and are committed to meeting deadlines without sacrificing quality or safety. Experience excellence at every detail with Ace Trim Carpentry. Visit acetrim.com for more information. Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner. Jiffy Lube's quick quality 15-minute oil change services means your car will be ready before you know it. You'll be saying, already ready? With Jiffy Lube, you'll be in and out in a jiffy.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Carlson, a shot, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Here come the Whiz Kids again, beating the Sacramento Kings 116-112. Rookie Will Riley, season-high 18. Bilal Coulibaly and Marvin Bagley III, each 15. The Wizards sat their starters the final 16 minutes. Riley on swinging the momentum.
Had a big lead there. One of their guys got a little hot, started to fluctuate, but I feel like we stayed level-headed and, nobody got down. Everybody was up. I feel like it showed on the court. Everyone was playing free. Everyone was happy.
Wizards have won now 3 of 4. They're 13-35. Boston beat Milwaukee 107-79. Thunder over the Nuggets 121-111. LeBron James, Denny Avdia, and Jamal Murray, some of the players that make the NBA All-Star game. Top 25 college basketball. Number 12 Purdue over Maryland 93-63. The Terps are now 8-13. Howard at Coppin State tonight at 6. The Lightning defeat the Bruins 6-5 in a shootout at the Stadium Series. The Capitals welcome in the New York Islanders 6:45 pregame. Live tonight right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond, where you can listen to our boy AWOD later today. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies all year long, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Jason Bishop. Any news on the groundhog? Are we getting
when are they doing
more
that?
winter or less winter?
I think it's 8:30. Is it 8:30?
Oh, it's a little bit later
I think
today?
it's more winter.
It's more winter. He saw a shadow?
Unless what I saw online was, it could be false reporting, but I read it the other day or a couple minutes ago that he just saw a shadow or winter.
Perfect. Great news.
I put zero stock into that.
Of course.
Tradition.
Of course you should put zero stock in it.
I am convinced that February is going to be a night.
Do you put stock into the Farmer's Almanac?
More than the dumb beaver or whatever it comes out.
Not a beaver, but that makes me laugh. It's a groundhog.
Groundhog.
Doesn't the Farmer's Almanac make weather predictions for the entire year?
Like 10 years in advance or something.
Right.
Yeah. I put more stock in it.
I put stock into Camera Almanac.
Loves
Well, he was right that this storm missed us.
Yeah.
It went south.
But you're saying there's another one coming up this weekend?
No, it's just going to be cold.
So I'm going up to New York this weekend. Cornell plays Columbia in hoops. We're going to go support Coop and watch him at Columbia because it's easy. It's like a 3.5, 4 hour drive.
They just split over the weekend.
They split over the weekend. That sucked. But Coop was balling out. He did great. But are they looking for snow? Because my wife was saying there might be some snow or something. Are you concerned? And I said, no.
Because she's driving. She's the one that has to be concerned, not you.
When we have conditions, I drive.
Oh, okay.
That's when I man up.
Gotcha.
Take the wheel.
I mean, this is early from AccuWeather. This is
what are they saying for Friday night? That's what I'm heading up.
29 high, low 5, cloudy, cold, a bit of snow in the afternoon, but a bit could be.
You're fine.
I can handle.
Yeah.
I've driven to work in literally blizzard.
And then Saturday, partly sunny, windy, and frigid. High of 12, low of 6.
High of 12.
Yeah, but that's just the temperature. The wind chill will be probably minus.
Vinny sent me.
As long as you don't have snow or ice.
Vinny sent me a pic this weekend of his weather thing, and I think he said in Long Island it felt like -8. I think on Saturday.
Yeah, it's pretty cold out on the island. You'd be
not surprised.
Right near the water.
-8.
I've never wanted a 38-degree day more in my life.
That's today, I think, right?
Let's get there.
Tomorrow, 40.
As long as it's sunny, because it won't feel as
We
bad.
need it to be
and
in
no
the
wind.
40s and rain to wipe out the
Do you
snow.
know
Yes, we do.
that, like,
Probably not getting that for a while.
you guys, I know, Cakes and I talked about it. I drove by your house. You did an okay job on your driveway.
I think it's pretty solid.
Mine is the minimum. I carved out with the pull out and a little path to the front door. We did the minimum. To get to the driver's side of my car, I could wear ice skates. Okay? When I have to take the trash out, it's all caked ice.
Right.
Like it's all, I have my trash on the side of my house, and literally I'm just sliding my feet on ice. My backyard is entirely that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it changing for a month. I think it's going to be
Your backyard doesn't get much sun because of the
much
trees.
sun. We get zero sun.
Zippy.
Zero. I live in the darkest house in the country. We have there's closets that have more natural light than what we get. We get very, very little natural
So
light.
this week, Tuesday, tomorrow, we're supposed to get to the high 30s, maybe 41. Okay? Then it's going to get colder. But next week, I see 41, 45, 42, 47.
But hold on. Next week?
That's next week. Yeah.
That's great.
But let's just see. Let's see.
Hold on. Say it again. 47. I'll be out there.
40. You'll be out where?
Well, if it gets to 47, it should be melted.
That's going to take a while. Especially if it's really cold this
Let
weekend.
me ask you this.
That's next Friday. That's Friday the 13th, Cakes.
I think I know the answer,
spooky.
but I'm not certain. So you're a member at a country club.
Mm-hmm.
You have to pay the same amount in January, February, March.
Yeah, it's an
when you
annual
can't
fee.
even really play
They
golf.
don't give you seasonal rates.
Yeah, it's
what do you think this is?
It's whatever. It's prorated over 12 months. I mean, you could look at it any way you want. They could charge you more, and you know what I mean? It's whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that big a deal. It's not. It's actually not that much.
Feels like you're not getting your money's worth.
Oh, we get
When
our
it
money's
just-
worth.
he's there
We
every
get our
day.
money's worth.
I know, but when it's snowing all the time,
We get our money's worth.
Yeah, but I mean, not many people play golf in January and February.
It's not
Play
that
indoor
much.
tennis, pickle,
Yeah.
the gym. I haven't been to the gym in a while, but I see it when I walk to the tennis
He'll be
complex.
taking advantage of that. I mean, he takes advantage of it in the summer and the fall. He's out there every day.
We go there for dinner. Was there for dinner over the weekend? I don't use a sauna
But you have
anymore
to
because I
spend
got
on the
my
dinner.
own sauna. What?
but you have to spend on the dinner.
Of
Yeah,
course.
they have like discounts built in and stuff.
Right.
It's a whole thing, but whatever.
So there's a story about Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who was the general manager of the Minnesota Vikings. And to some, it was a surprise that he was let go this past week. I think he was even at the Senior Bowl. So he wasn't fired like immediately after the season.
But it sounded like in inner NFL circles, a lot of people weren't that surprised that he was let go.
There was tension, yeah.
Now, he's had, if you look at his record, he's had success as a general manager. I believe he's been the GM for 4 seasons, and they obviously had some really good seasons.
There were also
before
reports
this last
there
year.
were also reports that
43 and 25 over 4 seasons.
That he was basically using like PFF lists to draft his players. Like you could subscribe to PFF and get their breakdowns of players and basically do the same drafts that he was,
so he doesn't
that he
use
was pulling off in
he doesn't
Minnesota.
use his scouting department.
All right, but this
It's very McLuhan-esque.
43 and 25 is the record as a general manager. It's pretty
Right.
good. Even this year,
But his track record for
with
picking
injuries.
players has not been great.
I think he's had mixed success. But the story that is kind of interesting and want to get your take on this is they say that him taking paternity leave 2 weeks in 2023 left some NFL executives and coaches in disbelief
That he took that
he
much
missed
time
2
off?
weeks of training camp meetings and practices. Now, he was working remotely at the time.
Mm-hmm.
The Athletic reports
That's kind of
word of his time away from the team,
That's not
traveled quickly around the league among some rival executives and
They were
coaches.
joning.
It was met
Were
with
they?
disbelief.
They were joning on his
They
ass.
bring up the fact that Brady, who just took the job
Joe
as
Brady.
the head coach of the Buffalo Bills, had been the offensive coordinator. He wasn't even there for the birth of his child because it was during a game.
Mhm.
Right. Which I think I understand.
When was the birth of Ome's kid?
Training camp.
Oh, it was training camp.
2023 training camp.
Yeah, you can't take 2 weeks off of
I
training
think the
camp
max,
as a GM.
the max paternity leave you could take for like a job, like a high pressure job like that, is 1 week.
Yeah.
The very max. And you probably should work remotely as much as you can because it's just not a great look. I'm sorry.
But that's not why he was fired.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But it
Might have been a
they,
factor.
They goofed on him.
Yeah.
I'm sure they goofed on him.
I'm sure they did.
Like the max you should take is 1 week.
I don't have a problem with it because he was working remotely. And as a GM, all right, I don't know enough about what the GM does during training camp. Let me preface it by saying that. But when I watch Hard Knocks, the coach is the one deciding who's getting cut, right? So the GM has done their job. I know that they work every day. I get that.
Yeah.
But the thing that I see the GM doing is figuring out the draft, and maybe he was doing the PFF bit that you're talking about, free agency and all that stuff, and then bringing in all the players, and then the coach has to decide in training camp which players are going to let go. Now, the GM has to converse with them because there's probably salary discussions.
Yeah, I mean,
all of that.
There's tons of stuff for that.
But if he's working
And
remotely,
other teams. What about other teams
It's
who
not
are
as convenient.
releasing their players?
I'll put this up as our Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com.
pressure
Do you have a
situation-
problem with 2 weeks of paternity leave for a GM? I do not.
Here's the way I look at it.
I do. Yes, I do. And I love time off.
Oh, I love time off too. But
I think a week, especially
the
during
mach-
training camp.
the machine
Now,
will
if it
keep-
happened in
like,
June,
if he has
that's a little different.
If he's put together a good system and a good support staff, the machine churns on without you, even if you miss a week or 2 weeks. Plus, you look at he's going to work 40 or 45 years in his life. If he takes 2 weeks for each of his kids that are born, say he has 3 kids, that's 6 weeks in 45 years of working.
I just think it's bad.
I just still think during training camp, I think
it's
that's
a huge
too much.
deal, especially if he's checking in remotely, which he
The
probably
remotely
doesn't
does
have
help
to do.
him. The remotely does help him.
Helps him some.
If
But
I was the owner, I would want my guy in charge to be there. All right, I understand giving him 4 or 5 days off, but I'd want him to be there on the field, talking to coaches, talking to other GMs during training camp.
I'm sure that expectation is there from a lot of owners.
I think so too.
Right.
I think even for our job, like 1 week max, your ass should be back at work. And I think that's
I
kinda
think
what
that's all
did.
we took.
Yeah,
That's basically
one
what we
week
did.
max.
I mean, unless there's some health concerns with.
yeah. If you got a health concern or
But-
something, your baby's gonna die.
Yeah, but I think we were gone for about a week.
A week max.
Max, yeah.
All right, I put this up as our poll of the day, and we'd love to hear from you. 1-800-636-1067. So it sounds like me and Cakes are in agreement.
I don't think it's that huge of a deal.
I think it's too much.
Jason and EB think
I think it's here's what I
2
think.
weeks
I
for
think
an
it's
NFL
embarrassing.
GM is too much.
I think it's embarrassing. Get to work.
But you know what?
But I think he was working. If he's here's the thing: you know that the staffs of NFL teams are massive. Like the coaching staffs themselves are in the 20s, and then the front office, they got 1 million scouts. They got I mean, the current GM of the Commanders, all right, is Adam Peters. He's got Lance Newmark. He's got other assistant GMs never heard of.
Those are all under him. He's the big dog. He needs to be there.
Okay, but you could delegate for a couple weeks.
Listen, they'll survive.
And then and like Cake says, you do
They'll
some
survive,
remote meetings.
But he should be there. He's the big dog. He should be there. They'll survive, of course. Just like his, just like his wife will
if
survive.
you told me it was 2 weeks in March or April, I would have more of a problem than during training camp. March,
Right,
April is
before
the
the
draft,
Yeah.
and like the
Yeah, that's your
combine
crunch time.
and all that stuff. Like to me, that is the most critical time for
you're
general
saying
manager.
The time is an issue for you.
I feel like during training camp, it's not as big a deal. Again, a little ignorant to what the general manager is doing day to day.
Yeah, you have no idea.
All of us. All of us are. None of us have been in that job.
Well, I know it's more than a little. He has to be there on the field
They're
or in the
evaluating
office.
Everything.
Yes.
Everybody.
But the coach is
gotta
the
be
one
there.
who should be making the cuts. and making the decisions on the roster.
Yeah, but there's a lot more to goes into it.
That's right.
besides
My
just
assistant
making
GM,
cuts.
he's going to send me a nice, tidy report right to my
you got to
inbox.
see for yourself too. You got to be there.
I'm sorry. I've got a
But the reason he was fired is because there was tension all season long. Apparently, there was bitterness that they didn't go out and keep Sam Darnold.
He got fired because he drafted J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah,
so far that's been it's blown
It blew
up in his face.
correct.
And they let Darnold walk, and he's in the Super Bowl.
Right.
So of course that has a huge impact on it.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067.
He lost
Do you
the
think
power-
it's a big deal that an NFL GM takes 2 weeks off during training
I
camp?
bet you Adam Peters didn't do it with his kids.
Well, he just got named the GM.
I think
I'm just saying he probably didn't do it when he was
Might not have
assistant
done it
GM.
earlier.
We've talked about this before. Like, if your wife's giving birth during a game, you missed it. You got to be at the game.
I've said this before. I don't think it's that big a deal. When our parents were growing up, they weren't allowed in the delivery room.
My dad waited.
They sit
waited
outside.
for 18 hours.
Right.
And they said your son's born.
Right.
Right. No big deal.
It's kind of a newer generation
Yeah, it's a
thing that
newer
you got to be
generation
in
thing.
there.
Yeah.
I think 2 weeks is too long.
Now, hold on. If you work at like Macy's in their corporate office or something, take 6 weeks off. Who cares? That's a stupid job. Not pressure. It's a big deal. That's but sports, high professional sports, or I just think it's high pressure. You got to be there. It's
All right.
different.
So Jason and EB say no. You can't take the paternity leave for 2 weeks during training camp.
If you're a plumber and you work for a big plumbing company, take as much time as you want.
You're losing a lot of wages.
Some other
Those
guy
guys
could
make
go
bank.
in there and plunge the toilet.
I'm with
depends
Cakes.
on
I
the
don't think it's
job.
that big a deal. I think you can continue.
Look,
We'll come back.
especially as the older I've gotten, you value your family so much more than work.
Yeah,
you just do.
It's not that. It's not that you don't value your family. It's just that you're not. It's fine. They'll be fine. You get a little help.
The team will be
You know,
fine.
the Vikings.
too.
The Vikings would have been fine with. They were fine
He
without.
did
him.
his work. He did his.
Well, they weren't that fine.
You know what the problem is? He just kind of sucked as a GM. That was his problem. It
Yeah.
wasn't him taking.
Well,
2
and that's
weeks
why he
off
was. That's
for
why he
his
was
kid
fired.
Being born.
That's why he was
I
fired.
He wasn't very good.
But
at
again,
his
I
job.
think the calendar also depicts when you should be more heavily involved in your job as an NFL GM.
Right, I think
if that was
calendar's
in like late May, early June, all right, take the 2 weeks.
Thanks, let me
But
give you an
not in the
example.
middle of training camp.
I could never be a GM or something like that, right? Beyond not having the ability.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's just say, because I'm like you, I don't want to miss anything on my kids' stuff, right? So I'm not going to miss it. But I'm not cut out to be a GM. GMs, they miss all their kids' stuff. They miss everything.
Right.
Barring a unique circumstance where maybe they could duck out and get to a game or something. It's just a different world that we can't relate to.
Mm-hmm.
There's also different
I
styles.
couldn't do it.
Because Signetti, for example, who just won a national championship, has told his coaches, "Get your work done and then get out of here. I don't need you guys, stay in here until 8, 9
Yeah.
o'clock every night."
He sets a great tone.
guess if you got Joe Gibbs in a room, said, "Hey, are you still glad that you spent 20 hours a day at Redskins Park and missing everything in your personal life?" He'd probably say, I wish I had some of that time back.
He might.
I'm going to guess that would be his answer. He's in his 80s
And
now.
some people are even more efficient with their time. Now, this might be blasphemous to some Redskins
I'm very
fans.
inefficient with my time. I can tell you that.
This might be blasphemous to some Redskins fans, but I talked to somebody for the book. I can't remember. It might have been Rick Snyder, who's obviously since passed away, who said that some of that stuff about sleeping at the park was a little bit overrated, that Joe Gibbs used to go out and they would go out to like dinners for like 3 hours smoking and joking. So it's not like necessarily maximizing his time.
We also do know that one of his kids lived in an apartment his senior year in high school.
No, I know that.
It was a lot different back then. It was a lot different back then.
All right, we'll come back, take your calls. Do you think it's okay for an NFL GM to take 2 weeks off for paternity leave during a training camp? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Ready to crush it in real estate? Join the Fine Living Group with my friend John Leahy and get the leads, training, and proven system to scale fast. Dominate your market, guarantee your income, and take charge of your career now. Visit joinfineliving.com today.
Tune in weekdays in the 6 o'clock hour before the puck drops that night for Grant and Danny's Power Play. They'll give a preview and analysis of that night's Washington hockey game. Presented by American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
The biggest game of the year is here. Can the Seahawks' suffocating defense lead them to ultimate glory?
It's in! Touchdown, Seahawks!
Or will Drake May and the New England Patriots shock the world?
Touchdown, New England!
Keep it locked in your home for Super Bowl 60. Expert analysis, the biggest guests, full coverage on Super Sunday, and every moment of Super Bowl 60. We are football. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're taking your calls at 800-636-1067. Is it a big deal that the Vikings GM took 2 weeks of paternity leave during training camp? It's being scrutinized in the wake of his release as the GM of the Minnesota Vikings. 800-636-1067 is the number.
All right, let's bang out some of these calls here. We'll go to our guy Mark in Largo. Mark, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Mark.
Look, that's a BS excuse, and I'm gonna tell you why.
What do you mean?
First, it's a BS excuse to fire him. First of all, you should have did it a month ago. If that's the way you felt.
They didn't fire him for that. They're just kind of kicking him on the way out.
They're kicking him on the way out. Okay, the man has had a good GM record. Okay, and when you have a good GM record, you're trying to validate. If you didn't want to work, if you're going to say he was a pain in the butt to work with, say that. Just say it. Just say he was a pain in the butt to work with. Get on paternity leave, man. You're going to have all these feminist females come up and start saying, so what are you saying? Him doing, come on, man. We don't need that right now.
Who cares?
Just say if you didn't like him or if he was a jerk to work with.
No, Cakes is right. It's because they drafted JJ, it didn't work out, and they got, let Sam walk.
To another point. And that brings me to another point. I think Kevin O'Connell is in more trouble than what people give him credit for. Because this GM is not going to do everything without Kevin O'Connell saying, okay, let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Because if everybody can remember correctly, after Minnesota won that big game last year, I think it was against Green Bay in 24, everybody was parading Sam O'Donnell. Kevin O'Connell was sitting on the side like he didn't want to be a part of it.
Well, I don't know that's true.
I think they wanted him, but they didn't want to give him the big bucks.
No, here's what I heard. We had Scott Turner on last week, and Scott said on his show that Minnesota offered him the same amount of money that Seattle did. They offered him the same amount, but he wasn't stupid. He knew they drafted Darnold, and eventually
drafted McCarthy.
McCarthy. Yeah. And then he knew eventually they were going to have to play him.
So he preferred Seattle.
He preferred Seattle because he said, I could go there. I'm still young enough. I could play 8 or 10 years and be the guy. Here, I'm always going to be looking over my shoulder, waiting for them to shove the first-round pick in.
Right. Anytime he struggles, he knew that.
In Minnesota's defense, they did offer him, according to Scott, the same amount of money.
Here's a couple of people that have tweeted us. From David, if you're making millions of dollars a year doing one of 32 jobs like that in the world, you're expected to work crazy hours and sacrifice some family time. Work a 60 to 80K a year job and no one will care. You take 2 weeks paternity leave.
Exactly. If he's a cog in the machine of a big company where you're a faceless employee, go take your 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. I tend to agree. You work
you're kind of you're getting swallowed up and spit out anyways. But if you have this type of job where you got to be a football guy.
There's
you
one of 32 in the world.
You got to eat, sleep,
it's just different.
Breathe. Football, you got to show up.
Imagine
you actually can't take 1 day of paternity leave.
You can't take one.
No, are you serious? Cakes. This is a high stress.
Here's what I'm going to do.
High paying job.
I'm going to be a silly GM.
You're not a football guy.
No,
you're not a football guy.
I'm going to have lieutenants that can take care of it while I'm gone.
You're not
I shouldn't have.
It's not in his blood. It's not. You weren't born for it.
Maybe
not built for it.
But I shouldn't have to shoulder all of the load.
I'm going to be in there. It's one of
But you're the
32
general
jobs in the
manager.
world.
I know I'm the general manager.
You're the
but
GM.
I'm going to have a capable staff
Cakes,
that
you're
I've
right.
hired.
Tony Soprano didn't
Sorry,
do all the hits.
I'm a delegator.
Tony
you
Soprano
guys
had.
want to do the heavy lifting? Go right ahead. I'm
Tony-
going to delegate.
Tony Soprano-
I might get fired, but I'm going to delegate to my
You
staff.
would get fired.
Yeah, you're just not built
And you know
for
what?
it. I'm
That's
not
fine.
built for it.
Tony Soprano had
Fire
lieutenants.
me and give me a bag of money, and
okay.
I'll walk away.
Exactly.
And I'll
You
get
want
another job.
Exactly. You want your bag of money and go home. These people want glory. They
Okay.
want to win a Super
That's
Bowl.
fine.
They want to build a dynasty.
Okay.
They're wired different.
This from
They're definitely wired
They're
different than I
wired
am.
different.
100%.
This tweet from Jeff: whether it's a big deal or not, according to the Family and Medical Leave Act, you are entitled up to 12 weeks unpaid
Wow, that's
job
just-
protected paternity.
He's not a
maternity
teacher.
Leave.
If he's a
I mean,
teacher, I
imagine
get
if he
it.
took 12 weeks.
Nobody's taking
If you work
12
for a
weeks.
big
If you-
company or you're one of them, 7 million of that job, fine. I mean, one of 32, I don't think.
I'm going to hand the reins over to my assistant GM, Mike Marr, and he's going to run the ship while I'm gone.
Yeah, pick all
And
those
then-
winners.
Then I'll come back and I'll pick from my PFF list, and then I'll be fine.
All right, let's go to Jeff in Leesburg. Jeff, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, just to weigh in quick, I think it's a big deal that he took that much time. I think 4 or 5 days max when the baby's born, and then you're there on the field with your team during those really important weeks. I work for Target Corporation. My daughter was born, and they've had pretty generous paternity leave, 6 weeks. So I took a week when she was born because it was near like Black Friday, the holidays, Christmas, right? Like the most important, crucial times.
Right.
Did the week and then grinded it out with my team. And then I was able to take the rest of that paternity leave in January, right, when things kind of calmed down a little bit. So
Smart.
I do think, I do think he took a little too much there and should have been there on the field.
Now, I will
with
give him the
coaches and
benefit
players
of the
who got
doubt
in.
that he was there virtually, which is you can get
Virtual work, you're kind of mailing it in, let's be honest.
I really don't think highly of virtual work,
Yeah.
but at least you can kind of stay plugged.
But you can run a meeting.
Yeah.
You can
It's
run a meeting.
okay
Look,
to do that for a week.
The counter
2 weeks
is
is just a little too long.
The counter is Joe Brady, who said,
yes,
he missed a childbirth. The quote is, "This job demands sacrifice. I'm calling you on the way to a game while you're going into labor. I find out after a game that you go through birth by yourself. This game takes away time, energy, and presence from you, and you've carried the weight that comes with this job so I can pursue my calling."
Mike McDonald said he sees his 2-year-old kid 30 minutes a week.
Right.
All right.
That's the kind of coach I want.
Okay, you want that coach, but that shouldn't be celebrated. You shouldn't celebrate the fact that a guy's seeing
No,
his
that's
kids
just-
30 minutes.
That's the nature.
The NFL
It's the
isn't
nature
real
of the
life.
job.
But I
Yeah.
don't
It's the
care.
nature
That's
of the
his
job.
life. Not for me to judge. I don't care. I don't think I wouldn't do it. But
that's just the nature of the job.
it's just a different beast.
Yeah.
It's the nature of the job for some
McCarthy
people.
should be his kid.
That's for some people, because not all coaches are like that.
I agree.
Now, some are to the extreme, like
the
Steve
vast
Spurrier.
majority.
Steve Spurrier would bring his golf clubs to work.
Yeah.
He would basically make up weather and say, it's raining.
But that's also college. We've learned is a different animal than the
Right,
pros.
right,
the pros
right.
is a different level.
Yeah.
It's a different level.
Let's just say if I were a GM and I were interviewing a head coach, I would ask them the question, say, what would you do if you have a kid?
Right. How many?
Yeah. How many days are you going to take off?
Right.
How I learn about my coach.
Yep.
But I'm with you,
It's on the
Cakes.
questionnaire.
I'm with you, Cakes. You have lieutenants, the commanders. Adam Peters, the GM. He's got Lance Newmark.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of people on
I'm
the
Adam
staff.
Peters, I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm going to take.
But you didn't
I'll
hire
take 5 or
Lance
6 days.
Newmark to be the guy.
He's not going to be the guy, but he
can be the guy in my stead if I need to miss a week or 6 or 7
Plus,
days.
then you're missing critical pieces of information.
I'm getting that information at home. Send me the.
You got to be in the building. You got to be in the building. You got to know what's going on.
All right, let's go to.
I've got eyes and ears in the building.
I'm with you, Cakes.
Let's go to Gus. I think it depends on the job. Gus, what's up?
Hey guys, I mean, you all bring up good points. I think that his lieutenant should be able to take care of it for just a couple weeks. I mean, if there's a crisis situation, there's the expectation that he comes back. He's going to always want to keep in touch with the team, even though he's at home, right? If the starting QB goes down there in training camp, of course, come back to the team because at that point you need to make negotiations. But you should have trust in your lieutenants to take care of it for just 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
thank
Gus. Thank you. I mean, there's that.
Of course. If it's so centric to you that you miss a week or 2 weeks and everything falls apart and everything goes to S because you haven't been there for 2 weeks, you've built a poor organization. And you should probably be fired anyway.
Why even have these assistants if they can't do anything? So the Commanders right now, they've got Adam Peters, general manager, Lance Newmark, assistant general manager, Brandon Sosna, senior vice president, football operations, Doug Williams, senior advisor to the general manager. That's just 4 guys right there. I'm not even including all the scouts.
They can't make the final call on anything.
You can still make the final call. And by the way, again, during training camp, the coach is the one who's, in most situations, making the decision on who's going to make the team.
Yeah, but coach still has to go hand in hand
There's
with
more
the GM,
going on.
all of the salary
There's more going on than
ramifications.
just, am I going to cut the third string guy?
There's salary ramifications. It's not just as simple as...
Yeah, I mean, you're negotiating contracts.
Yeah.
You're keeping an eye on
You can't
other
just cut the guy
other
because he
teams.
wants to. You might have 20 million
2
in
weeks
dead
is too
money.
long.
Yeah.
What's
One
the point
week.
of having Lance
1
Newmark
week.
then?
Yeah, Lance Newmark, hey, you've got it. You're the captain now.
Maybe
You're at the
Lance
con.
Newmark is to help so that when you're at your training camp, he's at somebody else's training camp, or he's at Ohio State while you're at Alabama recruiting or scouting.
The NFL just had.
That's what.
The only time the
do you know how many
NFL
people
has
on the
off
player
is
personnel
probably
staff
late
of the
May
Commanders?
to maybe mid-June.
Oh, wait.
That's the best time because think about it. Season goes from August to January. Right. February, you've got the combine, start scouting. Well, plus you got coordinators and coaches to hire and fire.
Dude, if you
March, you've got free agency.
If you want an incredible
April, you've got the
family,
draft.
Don't be in the NFL.
May, you've got the mini camps. I mean, it's 12 months a year.
You basically signing up for a Nubs family. If you want to be in the NFL, family's going to be kind of Nubs.
I just think you can delegate. Here's player personnel staff of the Commanders. David Blackburn, director of player personnel. Scott Fittner, personnel executive. Chris White, director of pro scouting. Cody Kedsha, director of process innovation. Sarah Zabo, assistant to the general manager. Then there's a zillion pro scouts too.
Yeah, you know what? They all just have a little more on their plate while I'm gone.
I would be insecure. I would be insecure making a decision that could affect my job based off of other people making that decision for me.
But that's what they do. That's why they have scouts. The general manager job. The general manager job is making the final call, but they're also processing all the information that they get from all the people underneath them.
They're also using their own eyeballs and seeing things for themselves.
Yeah, it's part of it.
They
But a
gotta
lot
talk
of it,
about
they're
it.
relying on their reports from their scouts.
I'm just telling you, it's different. It's 32 jobs. It's not like you're just a random person that works for a corporation. It's just different.
It's a big deal.
Let's go to Kenny.
And there's a lot of pressure.
I'm giving you 1 week. You get 1 week, and even then, it's kind of you're going to get joned on. Kenny,
what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal at all. I mean, we're in the year 2026, and he can work remote. Only time I need my GM is during scouting, during free agency, and during the draft. By the time training camp comes around, it's the nubs. And if any injuries happen, I can call my agent from my house while feeding my baby to grab one of those nub players to add to my training camp roster.
I think you're being a little naive. I think it's more than that, but okay.
Not
okay.
at all.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Kenny.
For what it's worth,
I mean, you're
most
trying
of the
to put a
people
roster
voting,
together.
60% are voting no.
It's not a
They
big
do
deal.
not have a problem with an NFL GM taking 2 weeks off for paternity leave during training camp.
Right. Well, 60% wrong. Go to Ted.
You have a poopy football team.
Yeah. Ted, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, so I got 4 kids, all pretty young. I know you guys got a bunch of kids. Let's be real. The first 2 weeks, you're there to help your wife. Your wife is emotionally, physically banged up. It's a lot for her. So the idea is to be there to help her. But also, like that first 2 weeks, he made $3 million a year. So guess what he can do? He can hire a night nurse if she needs help. He can have family come stay in his giant mansion house. When I had my first kid, I lived in a 1-bedroom apartment making $80K. Like, I couldn't afford to do any of that stuff. And being a good father, again, the first 2 weeks, the baby, you want to be there to bond. But being a good father is like EB grinding up I-95 every day to go see his kids play and all you guys are great dads. And it was about grinding and being there with them and getting that bond. To me, the first 2 weeks, it's like, of course you want to be there for your baby, but it's more to support your wife. And there's ways he could have done that in other ways. I think it's a little ridiculous what he did.
person.
So you want him at training camp?
Thank you, Ted. I think it is well said, though. A lot of the things that you need help around the house with, you can pay for.
Right. Or you could have your in-laws.
Right.
Or your mom.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what.
Yeah, but there's also value of being there.
Yeah, you're there for a week.
You're not going to remember. It's a big blur anyway.
Yeah.
It's a big blur.
Believe me,
You're
I wanted to get
wiped
out of the house after a week.
You're ready to roll.
Yeah.
You're wiped out. Nobody's sleeping. It's a freaking nightmare.
1-800-636-1067 talking about this Minnesota Vikings GM who's since been fired, and he's not fired for the paternity leave, but it came out because a lot of NFL executives and coaches basically made fun of him that he took 2 weeks off paternity leave during training camp in 2023. Are you okay with an NFL GM taking 2 weeks off for paternity leave during training camp? More of your calls next here on the Junks.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
The cool volley slam to
And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up the shot. Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
All right, guys, it's your last call for football. FanDuel's giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. Today's 30% profit boost is on passing yards over under alternate passing yards. Maybe you like Drake May to go under the 225 passing yards. Maybe you like him to go over. Or do you think Sam Darnold going over 227.5? Maybe that's a little too high. All you have to do is opt in each day. Place an eligible bet to use that day's profit boost. So whether you're locking in early lines, riding your favorite props, or taking one last swing before the final whistle, FanDuel's giving everyone something extra to cheer for during football's final week. All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB. Make sure you use EB. That's my promo code. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here from my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's why you need to call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. They already have the buyers. Over 16,300 buyers in waiting. These buyers are screened and looking to buy right now. As a result, they sell their homes 3 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more money on average. It's over $30,000 more dollars right in your pocket. It's the difference between settling and selling smart. They simply get results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. Guaranteed in writing. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Attention home builders. Are you searching for a reliable trim carpentry partner? Look no further than Ace Trim Carpentry. With over 20 years of unparalleled reputation, Ace Trim has been the trusted choice for many of the nation's leading residential production home builders. From start to finish, we offer a full spectrum of supply and install interior trim carpentry services with precision and expertise. At Ace Trim, we pride ourselves on ensuring cost effectiveness without compromising quality. Visit acetrim.com for more information. Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner.
Real sports talk for real sports fans. What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and you can catch You Better You Bet with me weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the new Westwood One Sports. From being live from Radio Row for the big game to being joined by the biggest names in sports and entertainment, it's sports talk for people that love sports. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
All right, I have a hypothetical for you, Cakes.
All right, please.
In this same area.
I
We're
would like to hear
discussing
this, yes.
the Vikings GM, ex-Vikings GM, I can't even pronounce the guy's name.
Kwesi Adolfo Mensah.
I think he was there for 4 years. They had some success there, but
yeah, they did.
You know, unfortunately, they made a change of quarterback, and things suddenly changed, and now he finds himself looking for a job.
But again, that could be a list of things.
There's
that
a
we
list
just
of things,
don't know.
I'm sure. And they're kind of kicking him on the way down and making fun of him for taking 2 weeks of paternity leave.
Yes.
Here's the hypothetical that I have for you. What if it was the head coach? What if it was Kevin O'Connell? He can't
Fine.
During camp?
He can't leave.
During training camp.
Fine.
Hold on.
It's fine.
So he's just saying that.
That's what
that's fine. But what about the regular season?
That's what his staff and assistants are there for.
All right, I'll accept that.
Yeah.
I disagree with it, but I accept that as your
Yeah.
answer. I can tell I'm not going to move you off. What about during the regular season? It's
fine. This is
my
one
God.
game.
I'm telling you, it's a
No.
different
He misses
job.
one game.
He's just sticking to his argument.
Yeah, he's just sticking to his argument.
Yeah.
Because it's just a different
You know how
job.
pissed he would be at Dan Quinn? He would kill Dan Quinn for missing
I would. I would
2
kill
weeks.
Dan Quinn.
No, what if
No,
Carberry?
you would.
What if
If they
Carberry-
lost the game, if they lost the
Do you think Carberry in the middle of the playoff chase right now
I'm not
decided
gonna,
he was going to take 2 weeks off?
I'm not going to waver off the stance. If that's what
He's not going
if
to,
that's
he's
what
right.
he feels is best for him and his family, I have to respect what he's.
Here's what I
his
need
decision.
respectfully. I'm saying this sarcastically, tongue in cheek, kind of. I need my coaches to be bad family men. I need them to be dedicated to the job.
Okay.
And I need the great family men to take different jobs.
You know what? If I'm Spencer Carberry, I'm going to look at my battery of assistants. I'm going to look at Kirk Muller. I can't name all of them off the top of my head. I'm going to say, guys, this is on you for 10 days. You guys are going to have to handle it.
I think I think he's just sticking to his
know that
argument.
that's crazy, right? That no coach in the history of coaching, professional coaching, would take off 2 weeks.
Correct. But if the Caps, in mid-March needed 2 wins to get into the
You think I'm
playoffs,
gonna let the
and he
coach of the
took
year
off,
take
he
2
would
weeks
kill
off?
Carbs.
And I'm also going to guess that a lot of those coaches that ascend to that level, they're probably going to do their best not to have a kid in the heart of the
but
season.
we all know that's
You can't calculate
crazy.
that out.
You can't
I understand.
calculate that.
You can't always plan that.
Right.
But I'm going to guess a lot of these guys probably, if they can, they probably plan to have kids outside of the most important stretches of their season.
To the extent that you can.
Sure.
Right. But I bet also a lot of coaches, God takes over. You can't predict.
True.
You have kids in the middle of the season. They're not missing 2 weeks.
I'm going to guess most would not. And
isn't that the time though for the assistant head coach to take over?
Hold on. You understand it's different, right? You can't.
I think for a head coach for a game during a season would be tough.
You can't.
That is tough.
You just miss it, and you hire some
But
help.
players, by the way, miss games.
Yeah, what about
players miss games?
They shouldn't either.
Hey, you could miss the practices leading up to the game, but you got to be there for the game.
I think you got to be there.
I have more problem with the players missing games because they They matter.
Every
Like
time
coaching
a player
matter,
misses
but
a game,
players
I think it's
matter more.
Farivari missed the game Saturday.
For the birth of his child?
Yes.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But Dylan Strome was distraught that he was on a road trip in Montreal and couldn't get back for the birth of his kid.
Right.
He would have missed the game too if the kid didn't come early.
You'd be bitter if Jaden knocks up his mom and misses a game.
What happened?
That's bizarre. What you
That's
said.
just so weird. But
I'm
hope
doing a Jaden mommy thing.
All right, let's sneak in a couple more phone calls and we'll move on.
All right. Let's go to.
Can't believe we did an hour on Mensa.
Let's go to Josh.
Is that his name?
Not Mensa being super smart. Not that Mensa.
No. Josh, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, we got to get to the root of this Valdez and Jaden's mom thing, but there's some psychological stuff there. But anyway, I love you guys, but I got to point out the irony here. There's 32 of those jobs. There's only 4 of you donks.
Yep.
And Jason Bishop will string together some PTO and a holiday and basically be on sabbatical for 3 weeks.
Yep.
Let Valdez's boys call him for a golf trip, and it will be the Mike Mark show behind the glass.
I'm
listen,
brilliant at that.
Listen. And we all know that this show comes a distant fifth to EB behind volleyball, lacrosse, and Vinny and Joe. If any of those things call, it's about to be a 3-man show. This man had a baby. So, that's one of the top 3 most important times in his life. And if he was still on Zooms, if he had a Comrex, he'd use it. Give the guy a break because you guys are taking time off all the time.
I know. I just think it's different. Different jobs.
No, but
I just think
you
it's
guys
different.
are the primary morning show in the District of Columbia.
But we can handle it 3 ways.
We can handle
it 2 ways.
The machine churns on.
Cakes has handled it 1 way.
But there's a reason it's the 4-man sports junkie. We need you all here, and you will take some time if you need to, especially for your families.
So you have the GM's back for taking
What about
paternity
the head
leave.
coach? What if the head coach is going to miss 2 weeks?
100% I had the GM's back. No, not the head coach is different, but he took 2 weeks and he was still on Zooms, guys.
Yeah.
EB, how many times have you been in a volleyball tournament in Chicago, and we got to listen to these other 3 donks without you? Now, come on.
Right.
Let's be real
I also
here.
do have vacation time that I earned.
Or he's called in on a terrible Comrex.
Yeah. I do think it's different. I think our job is.
I don't think it's that different.
I will say,
have a great day, guys.
All right, thank you.
I will say I don't take vacation during football season.
Yeah, we generally try to avoid that.
Yeah, I think most of us try to avoid that.
I don't care what season it is.
Trust me,
I've gotten older.
I've softened my stance on it.
I saved my days till November.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of it.
I need to start picking some weeks, by the way. This is spurring me to take some time off.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go to Bobby in
See,
Albany.
you're using your head now.
It's not for babies
Bobby!
either.
Bobby, what's up, buddy?
What's happening, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, so NFL is a wonderful acronym, right? It's National Football League, as Jerry Glanville would say, not for long.
Not for long,
In this
right.
case, no family life.
Right.
Get to work.
No family life.
Kind of true. It's kind of true.
But again, we're okay
not
with
politically correct.
Eric, we're okay with a week.
I give you a week.
It was the 2 weeks.
How about 2 weeks in June, though, you'd give it to him?
2 weeks in June, I think is fine. There's nothing going on. There's really nothing going on.
Yeah, I don't know the calendar as well.
I mean, the players
maybe
are off.
You're right.
The players don't even have to be there.
Maybe you're right.
That's like post mini camp before training camp.
Yeah, that's
maybe you're right.
more
So they should all be
acceptable.
like aiming to have babies in June.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's the goal.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you
All
and
right.
if
So then they got to find a way to tax it during the season.
Yeah, I mean, you can always
scheduled
You can always fit it in. Got to get it in,
Do it-
JP.
yeah, do it on a Monday after a win.
Have kids anyway.
Although I will say on the hierarchy of missing time for paternity leave, I would say players number 1, coaching staff number 2, GM would be 3.
Probably.
Even though I don't think it's acceptable in the NFL to do that.
But I think, poor guy. He was doing remote meetings, and it's during training camp.
Training camp's pretty important. You're kind of mocking training camp like it's not
You know what?
important.
Yeah, I mean, they're there for
Here's the major
16
problem.
hours.
The major problem for him is J.J. McCarthy didn't hit early in his career.
That's true.
If he had hit, we wouldn't be having this conversation,
That's
and he
true.
wouldn't be getting Joan on for taking 2 weeks off of paternity leave.
That's
Nobody
true.
would
Nobody
care.
would
Or if
know.
Sam
Nobody
Darnold
would
had
know.
flopped this
Or
year.
if Sam Darnold had been re-signed and stayed in Minnesota and they were a playoff team.
Or if he flopped this year.
He was desperate for him to go to
If
Seattle
he had
and fall
flopped
on
in
his
Seattle,
face.
been like, told you so.
Right, but they went to the freaking Super Bowl. So it doesn't reflect well
Guy's
on
the
him.
Super Bowl MVP. a favorite right now.
Right.
No, he hadn't won it yet. Come on now.
But he's the favorite.
He had a Sam Darnold voodoo doll that he put 1,000,000 pins in, and it didn't work.
Coming up next, we'll switch gears, open up EB's entertainment page here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Ethos. Learn more and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. The Silver and Black have found their man. Reports say the Raiders are set to hire Seahawks OC Clint Kubiak as their next head coach. With the number 1 pick and Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza likely on the way, the Kubiak era in Sin City is officially ready for kickoff. I'm Drake Toll.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Save on medium Hass avocados with Prime through February 3rd. Creamy, ripe, and ready for guacamole, savory toast, or topping soup. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system, water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
JP Finley here, and you've heard me talking about how great the service has been from Better Services. Now's the time to get your handyman list complete before the big game. Appliances on the fritz? Call for a repair or replace them by visiting the Better showroom in Kensington, Maryland. Better offers same-day or next-day delivery. Better can help with all your kitchen, bath, and handyman needs. Better serves Maryland and D.C. Call for service areas and mention me, JP Finley, for a special rate. Contact betterservices.com. That's BETTAR services.com.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
Total Wine is your home field advantage for game day. The only place to go for the lowest prices on your go-to lineup of beers, seltzers, and wines. Tackle game day and every day only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, be 21.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
The Corvallis slam to wins.
WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
Here we go. Washington Wizards beat the Sacramento Kings 116-112. Rookie Will Riley, season high 18. A.J. Johnson, 17. Riley on his go-go experience helping.
We've been in a lot of tight games on the go-go. I think I've played five or six games with the go-go. So we've been in like a few really tight games. So it kind of felt familiar, being out there. Just obviously on a bigger stage, but it felt familiar being with those guys.
Wizards have now won 3 of their last 4. Thunder beat the Nuggets late 121-111. Knicks over the Lakers 112-100. LeBron James earns his record-extending 22nd NBA All-Star Game nod. Denny Avdia and Jamal Murray also make it. Number 12 Purdue over Maryland 93-63. The Terps are now 8-13. The Lightning defeat the Bruins 6-5 in a shootout at the Stadium Series. The Capitals welcome in the New York Islanders 6:45 pregame live tonight right here on The Fan. The Raiders expected to hire Seahawks Clint Kubiak as coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerb on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick. A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies here in 2026. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Time now to open up the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, Ricky. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the top dog over there, general manager. Of course, you check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Especially in this kind of wintry weather, if you need an X-Drive, go hit them up. Promise, get one brand new or you get one used. You'll love it. All right, so sad over the weekend, we saw that Catherine O'Hara, who I don't know by name, but I recognize her from Home Alone,
right?
Passed away. And she had really aged in the last few years. She was just 70, and I guess they say she had brief illness. There were some reports maybe she had cancer. I don't know, awful. But she had a weird anomaly where all of her organs were switched up.
Right.
Her heart was on the right side of her body, like literally, her entire body's all backwards.
You don't remember which wizard had that affliction from back in the day?
Andre Blatch?
Nope.
All right, hold on. So what era are we talking about? Just give me a decade.
This was...
Give me a decade.
Early to mid 2000s? Like mid 2000s?
It was during the Blatch era, I think.
It was during that same era.
Hold on. Okay, now was it somebody that was a contributor and a key player for a while?
Yes, he was part of a pretty big trade that he was acquired.
Mitch Richmond?
No, not Mitch Richmond.
That's a big trade.
Smaller guard.
Like a Haywood Workman?
No, bigger name than that.
What college?
I think he went to Villanova, but I'm not 100% sure. I think that's right.
The guy Randy Foy.
Randy Foy.
He had that?
Oh.
He had.
So apparently
he had that.
1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 have that affliction. Dude, and I don't know if that shortens your life or anything. I have no idea.
Double check that, make sure I'm right. I think I am.
That's a wild affliction.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Everything's on the wrong side.
Let's see,
And you
Randy
still
Foy.
can be
Randy
money?
Foy.
Yeah,
Still
it
be
says
normal? Does it shorten your life?
Situs inversus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
organs were reversed. Yeah,
Yeah.
Can you
good call.
can you ask it if it shortens your life? Just type it into Google.
Sure.
Does situs inversus, whatever it's called, inversus, is that
Situs inversus.
does that
Yes,
shorten your lifespan?
can't be great.
Our guy Kevin McCarthy did an interview with her, and she did the.
I mean,
Kevin
she seemed
bit.
like a charming lady. Feel terrible.
According to medical institutions such as
Yeah.
the Cleveland Clinic,
Yeah.
situs inversus itself does not necessarily shorten lifespan, but complications may arise if it occurs alongside other congenital heart defects or genetic disorders like heterotaxy syndrome, whatever that is. I don't know what that
All right,
is.
so she was in Home Alone. She was in Beetlejuice.
She was in The Last of Us. Did you guys watch The Last of Us?
No.
I watched the first season.
Watch the first season,
Yeah,
then
she
didn't
was
watch
in
the
the.
second.
She was in the most recent.
Okay.
Best in Show, Home Alone 2, obviously.
S's Creek. You can't say the name of the
Yeah.
show, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah, I never watched 1 second
She had a
of that.
really good career.
Yeah.
Amazing career.
So terrible.
It's an awful story.
Terrible story, but anyway, and then you saw some nice tributes online. Even Macaulay Culkin, like, really nice kind of like tribute that he
Yeah.
wrote.
During my week off, I watched a lot of Netflix. I definitely have a recommendation. Very fast.
Okay.
Free Bert. Bert Kreischer's show. It's stupid, but funny.
I like stupid
My
fun.
wife and I watched it.
It is worth watching?
In maybe 2 days. It's only 6 episodes. I think each episode is roughly 35 to 40 minutes.
You know what
I don't know.
saw?
I found it hilarious.
So I watched two things. We didn't do much at all this weekend. Like I hit golf balls and worked out a little bit, but I mean basically didn't do much. I mean, did you guys do more? I did like almost nothing.
I watched a lot of
to
Netflix.
dinner.
I mean, I had a week off.
Went to the
I was
Caps
out in the
game.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
did
yeah,
that.
I was
Saturday.
outside way too much.
I was outside, not at all. I watched some the first episode of American Idol. No, you guys don't care, but I'm telling you, that show and The Voice makes me cry more than anything on television.
Really?
I probably cried 3 times. I can't help it. Just start
Man.
crying. When you see some,
You've talked about that for
it
years.
just makes that show makes me cry. You just see like some 15-year-old girl and she writes a song about a girl that committed suicide at 13 and you start crying. Whatever, or some broke woman.
I'll
who's
take
a
your word for it.
Single mother and
Yep.
she's 29 years old and she's got the voice of an angel and it could change her life.
I cried when the
Makes you cry.
bub bet didn't hit.
So I
almost
watched that.
cried.
I watched
Crying when
that.
he was on the bench for the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah, I
2
was
games
crying.
straight.
I
You
hear
needed
you.
3 more points out of Luca too.
Oh man,
you knew
I
he wasn't going to play the fourth
rebound
quarter.
or assist, one more.
The NBA is impossible.
But
it really is.
the other thing that I watched, and I saw
That's why
it
I
on
stay
Net-
away
I
from
was
it.
going through Netflix trying to find something. I saw Free Bert. I don't know. I like Bert, but I didn't know if I want to watch
It's pretty funny.
it. By the way, I watched the Eddie Murphy thing. Put me to sleep. Eddie Murphy was just so uninteresting in that thing. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it's just boring.
Right.
And Eddie Murphy's like a genius.
I never finished the Diddy doc.
I finished the Diddy
I
one.
watched like an
But
episode.
that wasn't incredible. But
Right.
I liked it.
Can
Okay.
Eddie Murphy just do Coming to America again?
I
Like
don't know.
Yes.
the
Can he
original?
just be funny
They
again?
made a sequel that nobody cared about or watched.
Just be funny.
Just go back to being funny.
Yeah.
Somehow.
But I watched this show, and apparently it came out in 2024. And I like docs, right? So I'm looking kind of at the docs, all the different docs. And it was about
The
these,
Secret
like,
Mall? Is that the one?
Secret Mall.
Oh, I've
It
heard
came
about
out in
that.
2024. So I'm intrigued by it. Now, these guys are like, I have nothing in common with them. They're like artists.
And they're just
like,
living in the mall.
Secret
and
Mall apartment.
They lived
Yeah.
in Providence, Rhode Island.
Yeah.
They lived like a mile away from where the mall was.
Right.
Okay, and they lived in this artsy district, and all these developers are coming in and knocking away all the old hurting places, and they're putting in developing, and they're bitter.
Yeah.
They're bitter about it.
Silly packs on.
And these guys are like, vagabonds, but whatever. They were resented. And this one guy, I don't know how, he's like a genius. He said when they were building the mall, he noticed like a dead space.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, really?
It's like
Yeah.
the most bizarre thing. He's like, yeah, I always noticed. I was like, with those angles and everything, like, what are they going to put in that space? So long story short, they build the mall.
With the dead space.
With the dead space.
Yep.
He somehow is kind of investigating. He wants to just kind of, I don't know, just infiltrate. They have a bet, maybe. Let's see the four of us.
So they weren't homeless.
No, they had homes, but they were getting kind of kicked out of their homes, and they were angry. They
Yeah.
were resentful. They were to be like, go to town halls and complain.
Yeah, they're getting displaced.
They're getting displaced, and they're bitter about, all this, right? Rich guys coming in, not caring about them. So they made a bet with like these 3 of them, and a girl who actually happened to be his wife at the time. They were young. They kind of snuck their way into the mall, and then they had a bet to see if they could last a week.
Okay.
And somehow the guy's like, yeah, remember that space? He somehow like felt around. He felt like a crevice or whatever. He ends up finding this crawl space and up in like the 3rd floor or whatever.
Right.
And long story short, and then they found different routes they could get there through various elevators.
Okay.
They would set off alarms and then just run up in there. They built a freaking apartment with electricity, TV, couches for 4 years.
Rent free.
They were living there for 4 years.
Where'd they shower?
I don't think they showered there, but they were in the process of building a bathroom. I think by the time they got busted,
Right.
But they had they had electricity. They
Who found them?
I kind of was falling asleep because they were very artsy and they started getting political and it was annoying. Their political views were abhorrent to me.
Right.
And so I completely
Shocker.
antithetical to my
They were
beliefs.
mainstream?
No, they weren't mainstream. As far as I'm concerned, they're not mainstream. But yeah, they were like hippies.
They looked like they're homeless.
I was out on them.
I was intrigued. So what's your rating?
Well, until they got to the
Even though you didn't
political
finish.
part, I was like, I started fast forwarding.
You said you wanted me to keep track of shows that I finished.
But I was fascinated.
So week off. Now I've kind of changed one of my routines. I used to be on the treadmill listening to music guy. Now I watch TV shows while I'm on the treadmill.
Of course.
Video
I've always been
trounces.
a music guy, listening to tunes. So I finished His and Hers, which is John Bernthal.
It's my guy.
Don't
4
know
out
much
of
about
5. It's kind of a murder mystery.
Is he one of those
Now you
celebs?
think of John Hamm.
Oh, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, right.
No, Bernthal is the guy that
Bernthal, the guy's
Jason
local.
loves.
Yeah,
He's local. He's DC guy.
I wish I
He
hadn't
has
responded
normal.
so quickly.
He
to
and
that.
Frank Hanrahan are
Yeah, but
boys.
you didn't know,
I just
Tate.
knew. I knew where you were tracking.
So I'll give that one a 4 out of 5.
I think he and Frank Hanrahan grew up together.
believe so.
Oh, did
yeah.
they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He probably Hanrahan probably busted jumpers in his face growing up. That dude's got range.
You know what? Freebird. I was completely entertained. 5 out of 5.
wow, you get 5 Lucas out
It's
of
just
5.
funny. It's funny. It's
Hey, what did I
stupid but
give to
funny.
Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. What did I give that one?
3.5.
I think you gave it like 3.5 root canals.
3 and 3/4.
3.75.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah.
And then I watched.
That's about what I gave it. I might take half of a cake batter off of it.
Mm-hmm.
The further I get away from it, it was kind of nubs.
I was entertained.
I watched a show called Runaway, which is Harlan Cohen. He's got a bunch of shows on Netflix. They're all mysteries. British, so that might throw you off.
For the most part, I'm out.
But that's a 4
Unless
out of
it's
5
Monty
too.
Python,
Mystery.
I'm pretty much out on the Brits.
You know what?
That was 6 episodes for Runaway.
So you're saying free Bert though? If I'm just going to sit around like snowbound?
feel like
If you don't
laughing,
mind
yeah.
stupid stuff like ball sack humor, then you're in.
I love that kind of game.
Hey, well,
Yeah, then you're in.
Dude, I
what do you think?
love
Freebird, Bert,
Jackass.
he takes his shirt off all the time.
I know his shtick.
The premise is he kind of wants to be taken seriously for his kid's school, so he starts wearing like collared shirts, and then a lot of crazy stuff happens. If you just accept the crazy stuff
They're
happening
just
that would
watching
never
a
happen in real life,
stupid, like,
yeah, it's funny
rom-com or something.
Yeah, not really a rom-com.
It's just a comedy.
Yeah, like more dark comedy.
I don't laugh enough to be enthused about comedy. I can't do it. Sorry.
Would you do it if
I
it was
wouldn't
peak
laugh.
Eddie Murphy?
I probably wouldn't laugh one time
All right,
watching
what
it.
if it was peak Eddie Murphy or whoever, like some comic you liked? The peak.
Maybe 25 years ago.
No, but today. But
No.
like if it was in their peak,
No.
prime of his career.
No. Richard Pryor? No.
Yeah.
Nothing makes you laugh.
Not really. Well, when Valdez tells stories about Marr and botching the Bub Carrington prop, that makes me laugh.
Gambling
kind of
humor.
funny.
So if you had
humor.
tickets, like I think the next big show that I'd like to go to see at Capital One is Nate Bargatze. You're telling me you wouldn't laugh once at one of the best in the game?
No, probably not.
It's pretty funny.
That's hard. Like I don't know. You maybe you've done that before, but like a huge auditorium like that. Like
I went to see Chappelle. It was awesome.
Yeah,
that
I
was
like
just a
Chappelle.
couple months ago. They
And I
actually
know he
turned. They
does
actually turned his
huge
DC
arenas.
show into the special, which was #1 on Netflix for
Was
a while.
it at the whatever
Capital One.
Cap One Arena?
Hmm.
Such a big place. But I know
It's a
those
big
guys
room.
do it. All right, Sydney Sweeney. I got a lot of stuff. We can maybe even make this a two-parter if you want. Sydney Sweeney's in the news again. Of course, she's doing a ton of promotion for her new lingerie line, Siren. She did an interview with Cosmopolitan, Cakes. Let's see where you are on this. Does this check the box?
All right.
Maybe for a young guy like Mar.
There's no way Cosmopolitan still prints out magazines, right? That's got to just be online.
I bet you get one at an airport.
Probably airport, yeah. Like Hudson News probably has Cosmopolitan.
Some.
I personally didn't see the physical copy, but I've seen like pictures of a physical copy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I still get like Bethesda magazine. Like that's a hard copy.
But you are a magazine aficionado.
I do kind of like magazines.
They got to survive just by doctors paying to be on the top 25 list, right?
Oh, all that. Yeah, all the ads. Yeah, for sure. You just got to consider anything like that an ad. Yeah. We talked about it, I think, maybe while you were away. You know, it's a shame what's happening with the Post, and it looks like they're maybe going to cut it, the sports, or at least dramatically reduce it, right? It's kind of a shame. We all grew up on it. But somebody pointed out that what they're charging now, dude, it's like, what do we say the final...
To deliver?
Dude.
I was walking
How
the
much
dog.
is it on a Tuesday at a 7-Eleven? Just good to buy.
It used to be 25 cents, 50 cents. I don't know what it is now.
It's $4 a day.
For a regular paper.
Yeah, you walk into
What is a
7-Eleven to
Sunday?
buy it.
What is a Sunday
it's probably
paper?
double.
Like $8?
Yeah, but
probably
nobody
Dude,
does
that's
anymore.
Nutty.
I was walking the dog at like 6 a.m. the other day. So I'm off last week. And there was a paper in one driveway, and I was flabbergasted. That's how it used to. I mean, at least probably half of the houses that we grew up in had papers in the driveways. Of
course.
Now you see one, and it's
One!
jarring. You're like, whoa.
One out of like
It's shocking.
dozens and dozens of
I
houses.
know, it's a shame.
My
I mean, the
old
model's
neighbor,
changed. We understand. We consume news in a different way now. We consume media in a different way. I get it. It's
So
just-
no wonder they're charging more for it. Have to.
Well, no one's going to pay for that. Old news.
That's right. That's why they're
or a
cutting
column?
departments.
It's just, you're not going to pay for that.
Yep.
They got
You're
to
right.
figure out a better model. They have to sell more online ads.
I like Barry, but I'm not going to pay $4 to read his column.
Nope.
I mean,
Well, you
$4
might just
every
online.
day, $4 every day. Yeah,
Yeah,
but online,
really.
you're not paying that.
Yeah,
for
the
content
online is
places.
it's much cheaper.
I mean, the
Online's-
Athletic charges what, $1 a month or something
It's gone up, but something like that.
something like that. Anyway,
Online, it's like $50 cents a month. I think I saw that.
how much am I paying? By the way, because this is a story I want to do too. I want to do the Sydney Sweeney thing.
Or maybe
but
it's a week.
I want to talk about the NFL thing. How much am I paying for my ESPN Plus? Does anybody know what that is?
Oh, that's
No idea.
that's
that
the big.
expensive?
That's the biggest scam in the world.
Oh no, I love it. It's great. It's actually great. But I'm into college sports.
No, you can
get
we,
all the college.
We have all of the college.
Oh, with the thing. Yeah, I'm not even sure if my thing works.
It's like $170 for the entire year, and you can't even watch regular ESPN on it.
I want to say that to answer your question,
So
I got the
so it's like
bundle.
$12 a month. Or
I think it's
something?
about 12 or 13 a month.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it's not like
But
$30.
At least
'Cause
mine
they're
included
pushing
Disney
something-
and Hulu.
They're pushing something for $30 a month. I think ESPN is, but it's not that. So okay, so that's good. But here you go. Where's Mar? Mar, get in here. Sydney Sweeney on what she's looking for in a man. All right. So I was reading this, and obviously we're all married. We're happily married. And
See the
beautiful.
boxes that check for bar.
We're all happily married and everything. But I'm just looking at this, just wondering, for a young person. All right, athletic. Okay, fine, athletic enough.
Yeah, I showed on
Outgoing.
the ice rink I'm athletic.
Outgoing. I'm outgoing when I need to be, for sure. Funny. You might not like it, but yeah, we're all funny. Sorry. This is where she loses me, though. Climb mountains, out.
Yeah, no Alex Honnold's in here.
And go skydiving with her.
No, well, JP. JP's our guy.
So
Did you see a couple of guys in the NFL shooting their shot? Like Puka Nacua
After this article?
retweeted something like, I'll skydive. And there was another
Not
player,
me. Dude,
nondescript, who
you
shot
could
his shot
say,
too.
Honestly, you could say, let's say I'm single, I'm 25, I'm Mike Marr.
Yeah.
And you could say,
Scott.
there's Sydney Sweeney, she's waiting right over there. She's in her she's wearing her brand new lingerie.
Siren gear.
She's getting a brand new siren gear, and you get a free smash.
But
Yeah.
But you got to jump out of an airplane. and
Zippy.
take down some-
Yeah.
There's no chance.
No chance.
She's good. She's guaranteed to hook you after you skydive
She
with
could
her.
have $100 million inside her, and I'm not jumping out of it.
I think most guys would do it.
You could throw me out of outer space.
Yeah.
Not me, buddy.
Mike Marr would jump no parachute.
Of course he would.
Not me.
Yeah.
I would not.
Who's the dude that jumped from
I'm not
space?
even going to go climb Sugarloaf.
Baumgartner.
Bumgarner.
Yeah.
Baumgartner.
Mar Bumgarner.
Yeah, so Puka quote tweeted, he wrote, "Love skydiving."
Of course he does.
Good for Puka.
Yeah, the first three criteria, fine. Athletic, outgoing, funny. Most guys can fill that out possibly. But climb mountains?
Oh, my buddy.
So out on that.
I'll tell you the name during the break. You know him. He's been online dating for years.
Okay.
Just trying to hit the grand slam.
Okay, right.
He just wants to be with one girl.
Right.
He just wants one.
Okay.
All right, he had a
Is
couple.
he just striking out left and right, or
He had this one.
He's done a lot of test driving.
He was
though.
one with for about a year, but he kind of got scared because she wanted to get a little too close.
Okay.
A little too
It wasn't
early.
the right one.
He didn't feel. Now believe me, he wants to be with her again, but she's out.
Oh,
But he met this girl online and he was digging her. He says, "Dude, this is the one."
Okay.
I said, "Are you sure?"
He's just pouring his heart out to you?
Yeah, he tells me all the time.
Look at this.
He goes, "This is the one," and she's awesome. She loves sports. She's great. She's got a great family. Blah blah blah. So he's seen her for I don't know, a few months.
When every guy wants chick and loves sports.
And she texted him and said, "We need to talk."
Oh, no, we need to talk text.
And he said, "Oh my gosh."
He knew
it.
He knew. He goes. He wanted to have a face-to-face conversation. She said, "Nope, FaceTime. We're doing FaceTime."
Oh,
she's a FaceTime breakup.
How long have they been dating?
A few months, but he was digging her. He thought this was the one.
He thought
but he probably was.
He thought he landed the
too
big
into
fish.
her.
Oh, he was. Yeah,
too into
but
her.
what she was saying to him, he thought the same from her end. He
How
thought
did
she
was leading him on.
What exactly did she say to
Now,
him?
here's the thing. She
love
was
bombing. I think that's what kids call it.
she was a little bit younger.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so he's
Yes,
our
he's our
age.
age.
She's
I think I
probably
know who you're talking about.
early 40s.
Yeah.
All right, so a little bit younger. But he said that was fine. She was fine with it. She nixed it.
Hey,
That's
For what
brutal.
reason?
And now she felt like they're better friends
Is he
than
crestfallen?
long term.
He's crestfallen.
Is it the
lovers.
Goo Goo?
Is it what?
The Goo Goo.
I think I know who you're referencing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That person?
Yeah,
Let me see.
Yeah.
He told me
I
you're
know
the
exactly
doesn't
who it
matter.
is.
All right, well don't say anything.
I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
could say something that would really
No.
highlight who that person is.
Why is he Goo? I
It's
missed
just a funny
that.
joke we used to say.
Yeah.
There's something he did
he-
back in the day where I could put it out there. Everybody's gonna be like, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
But
totally.
I won't.
No,
I
don't.
won't.
Yeah, don't say it.
Not everybody.
I feel so bad for this dude.
Insiders.
Yeah, a lot of
I know what you would say.
I just
No,
feel
wait,
so bad for him
here's the
because
thing. I feel bad. He wants to settle down.
All he just wants a girlfriend.
I know, but he smashed about 9 million chicks on there. Like in the.
I know
years
because he's
been-
trying to find the one.
Yeah,
but
you
all
plow
these
through 9 million chicks.
because they don't work out. They're not working out.
I know because he's plowing
He does-
so many.
He doesn't want to plow 9 million. He wants to plow one and live with her the rest of his life.
I know, but
And
He
he
just
can't.
wants to settle down.
He
but
just
he
can't.
can't. He just plowed through so
And
many.
now he's going to go through it all
You know
again.
Has he really?
He's gonna find
No,
the one.
yeah.
He's gonna find the one.
He's had over, I don't know, 200 dates minimum.
Yeah.
He's gonna find
Dude, I'm
the
not
one.
kidding.
That's a lot of plowing.
I'm not kidding.
It's now
dude.
2026.
I've talked to
Before-
him about it.
He's gonna find the one before 2028. He's gonna find it.
Well, he hopes
You
you're
also
right.
said we were going to hit a parlay this year.
I did say that, and that definitely didn't happen.
All right,
We
gotta
have
take
more
a
I
break.
can get to. We have more. I've got to talk about this NFL ESPN merger. ESPN kind of owns part of the NFL,
All right.
vice versa.
Gotta tell
it's
me about
weird.
it.
I think the NFL owns part of ESPN. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The whole thing. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Don't go anywhere.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
JP from the Junkies here for my guy, Dr. Sean Kumra and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Look, I know a lot of people get nervous about going to the dentist. I was nervous myself, hadn't been in years. But Dr. Coomer's a local guy, went to JMU, University of Maryland Dental School, former quarterback in high school. He's been helping patients since 2005. Follow my lead. I had a great experience. You can do that too. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099.
Hey guys, EB here. If you're planning to sell your home, I've got many great reasons why you should call my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Room team with Keller Williams today. Debbie and Sarah net their sellers over $30,000 more on average. Plus, Debbie and Sarah sell their homes 3 times faster than the average agent. How do they do it? Well, Debbie and Sarah already have the buyers, people. Over 16,300 ready buyers in their exclusive database looking to buy right now. This is why many of Debbie and Sarah's homes are sold even before they hit the market, and how their sellers are more likely to receive multiple offers. Anyone can list a home, but not everyone can sell it right. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their abilities to get the job done that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. So take it from me. Call right now, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
We all know someone who would do anything to avoid home repairs. They say, I can probably do that, and you know they probably shouldn't. Or they hire a handyman who isn't so handy after all. That's where Service Experts comes in. With certified experts and proactive memberships, they make it easy to keep your home happy and healthy with regular maintenance and worry-free repairs. So do every overconfident DIYer or avoidant homeowner you know the favor this year. Tell them to leave it to the experts. Book today at ServiceExperts.com and save $90 on an HVAC precision tune-up.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
I'm Ben Affleck, and I want to thank you for joining me and supporting Paralyzed Veterans of America.
I joined the Navy to serve my country. While parachuting with my platoon, my parachute didn't open, and I broke my neck.
Thanks to PVA, paralyzed veterans are getting specialized medical care and treatments, the jobs they want, and the accessible vehicles and homes they need.
I just don't think my family would be as happy as they are without the support that I received from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Learn more at PVA.org.
The biggest game of the year is here. Can the Seahawks' suffocating defense lead them to ultimate glory?
It's in! Touchdown, Seahawks!
Or will Drake May and the New England Patriots shock the world?
Touchdown, New England!
Keep it locked in your home for Super Bowl 60. Expert analysis, the biggest guests, full coverage on Super Sunday, and every moment of Super Bowl 60. Touchdown! We are football. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Swicey menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Coming up at 9:50, we'll give you a chance to win 2 tickets to go see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Ragers tour with special guests MIA, Big Boy, and A-Track. Earlier we were talking about the Grammys.
Yeah.
And I don't know the artist.
Cutie?
It's Cudi.
Kid Cudi. Sorry.
It's news to me. It didn't face me
CDI.
one bit the way he said it. I was completely fine with it.
I saw Valdez laughing. By the way, I told the boys.
Have you watched the guy? This is a total viral thing.
Yeah.
It makes me crack up. The guy that makes fun of he kind of makes fun of the English language. Now, he did one about Bill Belichick. But he's like,
makes me slap my knee.
He goes, he'll spell a word like bear. And he goes, bear. B-E-A-R, bear. And then he shows the guy going, okay, bear. He goes, when you put a D, how do you pronounce it? He's like, beard. No, it's beard. And then he goes through it. Then he'll change like a letter and over.
It just points out how wacky the English language actually is. And difficult. Like difficult to master.
But
as you can tell by listening to this show sometimes.
I was telling the boys during the break, I don't know if Valdez heard this, but so Meg was up in Ithaca this weekend because Cornell played Princeton and Penn. Went 1-1, played great, it was awesome.
Yep.
But she had to leave this morning.
Which sport?
Hoops. Okay. So Meg's boyfriend plays for plays for Cornell. And she flew in from New York City, just quick. She didn't want to take the bus, just quick, 1 hour.
Yeah, with all this weather.
Probably, what do you think that is? It's probably 20-minute flight. I mean, I have no idea, right? From New York City to Ithaca.
Jason would have been scrutinizing the cost.
Yeah, what was that cost?
Oh, it's got to be a small plane, too.
It's a very small plane.
I don't like that.
She was bitter this morning that her carry-on wouldn't fit in the damn thing. So
right.
she had to put it, but again, small plane, whatever. But here was the problem. She got up at 4:30 or whatever because it was an early, like 6 a.m. flight or whatever from the Ithaca airport. So she didn't go from Syracuse. She went Ithaca. It was a very small airport.
On what was this on Sunday?
Today, this morning.
Oh, today.
She's
She's got to be at work.
We work at 9 a.m. today in the city.
Right.
At 4:30, she figured she got there via Uber. She would just Uber again. No Ubers. Like when you're
Ubers in Ithaca.
No Ubers
on a Monday
for like
morning.
20 minutes. No Ubers.
Right.
Like so now she's panicking. What am I going to do? So she took Coop's car and she just drove it to the airport, left the keys in it, and Coop's car's in the parking lot with the keys in it for 8 hours today.
Right. And he's going to get a buddy to take him over to the airport.
Yes. Now, the question is, do you think it's fine? I think it'll be fine. Because
it'll be fine.
Who's going to know?
I mean, it's Ithaca.
No one's going to know.
Yeah, it's Ithaca.
It's not like it's New York City.
Right.
Right? But if you want to...
She couldn't do that in New York City.
Probably go there. I'm not going to tell you which car it is. But
no, it'll be fine in Ithaca.
I think it'll be fine.
Ubers are scarce now because of the weather and the snow. Everyone's Ubering. So
probably. But I've had that even happen in Buffalo. Like it's some of the podunker towns.
Yeah.
Like I've been in Buffalo and there's no Ubers. They don't answer. I'm at the hotel. They don't know Ubers. I had to actually use a cab. I had to call a cab. Like I felt like
imagine?
It was 1982.
So the airport, how far is the airport from where Coop lives?
It can't be about like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're going to have to go drive over there.
Just left the car there.
Just left the car there. Keys in. I was going to say, but it's too late. She was already at the airport. Maybe you put it by the wheel. You know how like valets will put it on top of the wheel? You ever seen that? Like,
no. Nah. Yeah,
like
they
if
do.
You leave it at like the United, like
in the wheel well.
Yes.
Yeah, in the wheel well. You put it on top of the wheel, so it's not like in the car.
Right.
I think it'd be fine in most places because not. I mean, you're making a presumption that people are checking for cars that are open and keys. It happens.
Yeah.
But
I mean, odds are it would be fine.
Yeah.
Right. Be big.
But you just never know. Happened in my neighborhood early fall. In my neighborhood.
Car theft.
Yeah, a guy was going door to door, door to door, door to door, checking each door of every car in the driveways. I guarantee he came to my driveway.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, my buddy left his keys in his minivan.
Yeah.
Took that thing all the way to D.C.
By
pummeled
mistake,
it.
or it always does it?
I mean, he doesn't always do it. He certainly doesn't do it now. But he just
he learned a tough lesson.
He just did, because our neighborhood is freaking safe. That never has happened.
Yeah.
People stealing cars from our neighborhood.
Well,
but it did that night.
This is different and it makes sense. But where my mom grew up, my mom grew up on a farm.
Yeah.
Like literally, 500-acre farm, and the neighbors are down the road. But they left all their keys in their car. They never would take their keys. Like they'd have 3 trucks.
Right.
It just.
Yeah, if you have 500 acres, like
30
nobody's on your
years, they just-
property.
They just leave keys in the car.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So in the country, you can just go hop in some dude's truck.
You can do it. Happens all the time.
Yeah. All right, so NFL and ESPN, they officially close this deal where the league now technically owns 10% of ESPN. It's kind
pretty
of
big
weird. You
chunk.
want to talk about being in bed with each other?
Yeah.
And I guess now they're
Big
gonna,
investment.
They're gonna maybe you could understand this better, but so they're gonna use the Red Zone name. So like Red Zone, that means a lot to people, right? But they're kind of gonna bastardize it because they're gonna use it across different sports, maybe even across multiple channels. I'm not sure. And then they say this also means the end of Monday Night Football doubleheaders, as 4 of ESPN's games will now shift to the NFL Network. So overall, ESPN will broadcast 28 games total, while the NFL Network now will have just 7.
ESPN's Joe Buck and Aikman right now.
Yeah.
And who's NFL Network?
Couldn't tell you.
Who's Prime is the old guy.
Al Michaels and Herb Street.
and Herb Street. But
right.
Who's NFL Network?
Doesn't
feel like they have Rich Eisen.
Doesn't Rich Eisen do it?
It is Rich Eisen. You're
Doesn't
right.
he do it with Kurt Warner?
Yes,
I think
Rich
that's the
Eisen and
team.
Kurt Warner.
Okay, you got it. Yeah.
I like those
Yeah.
guys. I like both those guys.
They definitely called the Dolphins Commanders game.
So they're not going to do any more double headers on ESPN on Monday
guess.
nights. So it's going to be one on.
But somehow they still have
on
28
ESPN and one
games.
on
I don't know
NFL
how that
Network?
I don't know how that figures out. They're going to have 28 games overall.
Yeah, they'll probably have one on ESPN, the other on NFL Network, whereas one used to be on ESPN, the other on ABC.
Yeah, but the NFL Network's still going to only have 7. So there's only going to be 7 doubleheaders.
I guess.
What would have been doubleheader.
I thought ESPN was in financial troubles.
Well, that's why. That's why the league now owns 10%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? The league
So they didn't have-
swooping
they didn't
in
have
to
any-
save
okay,
ESPN.
okay.
Which is what like the Washington Post needs. The Washington Post needs somebody coming. You would think the guy that owns Amazon would be the guy, but apparently it's not.
Yes, he doesn't care.
So they say a major
What are they gonna do?
motivation at play here he appears to be the new. This is what I was asking about ESPN Plus, because I actually love ESPN Plus. You get all the college games, anything you could ever possibly want to watch. But the new ESPN Unlimited streaming service, which comes in at $29.99 a month.
That's going up,
So
right?
they say unless you have certain cable subscriptions, it will soon be featuring NFL Network. ESPN swung another massive deal last fall to take over MLB streaming. Did you know that, Jason?
No. Had no idea.
Unlimited.
You know what I don't need?
What are they doing with
ESPN Unlimited.
What are they doing with fantasy football?
Unlimited.
I don't know.
I think that they're doing something. ESPN acquired NFL Network, NFL Fantasy, and the rights to distribute the NFL Red Zone channel. But what are they doing with the fantasy? I've never played ESPN. Have you ever played ESPN Fantasy?
I do a Dynasty League on ESPN.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to jack up the prices.
My team needs quarterback help. Got
You have
some
to
old
pay
guys.
to use the service? Like, can't you just go to like
Yeah, I don't think you
CBS.com
need
or
to-
something and
Hey, to use that.
maybe to get their
Maybe-
like expert picks and stuff? Maybe you get like ESPN Insider type
Maybe
benefits,
they get
fantasy benefits,
where they get the list of everyone's emails and information.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
Yeah.
NFL Fantasy Football will merge with ESPN Fantasy Football, giving ESPN the official fantasy football game of the league.
All right, this is a weird story, but I actually saw the video of it. I mean, it's beyond weird. It's a terrible thing. At the end of the day, nobody was really harmed, but it was awful. There's a guy who is been arrested for some sort of sexual assault, sex crime, or something, and he's got a bunch of detectives around him. He's got all these security around him, and he's like leaving a courtroom or something, and he's handcuffed. And I watched. Did you see the video? You watch the video. He's handcuffed.
Okay.
He walks by one of the detectives. This guy accused of sex assault. He grabs the detective's ass as he's walking by, and then of course he gets pummeled.
He gets pummeled, right?
But he doesn't care.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Can you imagine?
Good, gave him the beat down. He's dumb.
Maybe
you're gonna sexually assault somebody while you're in handcuffs. Like, what are you doing?
By the way,
deserve it.
You think we might get the verdict today in the au
Well,
pair
you tell
trial?
me if they had the closing argument. They
was
already
all
had
on-
closing arguments.
All on Friday.
How did you evaluate it? Like, did you watch the closing arguments?
Yeah, I watched it.
Do you have reasonable doubt?
No,
You have zero doubt.
that's me.
Yeah. Did the
That's just my
defense
opinion.
make any points that were salient to you that you said, you know what? I have to give them that.
Yeah,
That-
a lot of the defense.
Yes.
Not really. I
Nothing.
think they're just grasping.
All right. So you had nothing.
No, I mean the timing. Well, it's a long story, but the timing of when he got up to the bedroom to when he said he shot Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
And she was stabbed 7 times. It just doesn't add up.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because that just didn't happen.
So you're
in
saying-
my opinion.
So they had closing arguments. So it's already gone to the jury.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
you're just waiting for a verdict.
Went to the jury on Friday at 4:00.
Oh, and are they sequestered or they're going home?
Oh, I missed that.
They're probably going home.
I don't know that for a fact.
Probably going home. And last
But
but
we
not
might get
least,
something today.
This is a terrible story. Savannah Guthrie's mother, you know her from the Today Show,
Yep.
is missing. She's 84 years old. Last seen Saturday night, approximately 9:30 near her residence, and I think there's some thought that it may be like a homicide or something. I'm not sure. They're saying she doesn't have any cognitive issues, so it's not like a woman that's lost her way. Terrible story. So stay tuned on that.
Remember, coming up at 9:50, you'll have a chance to win tickets to go see Kid Cudi.
There you
I think you got
What'd
it.
you call it
I think you
before?
nailed it.
I said Kid Cudi.
Oh, Kid Cudi.
Not
Cudi.
cooties.
Kid Cudi.
Kid Cudi.
It's
Is that what it is,
CUDI.
Cudi? Yeah.
I don't know any of his songs.
There you have it.
But it's probably very popular. So we'll give you a chance coming up at 9:50 here on the Junkies.
106.7 The Fan.
Brian Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. If you believe Seattle wins the Lombardi, take an E. Sam Darnold is running more. He's called his own number 3+ times in 6 of his last 7 games. 8 quarterbacks have done the same against the Pats this season. Give me Darnold over 2.5 rush attempts at +110. And kneel downs count. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus showcase the value of your MBA. To operate in Virginia by Chev.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Home builders across the DMV have trusted Ace Trim Carpentry to keep their production schedules on track, specializing in high volume and multifamily residential projects, delivering reliable manpower without ever sacrificing quality or safety. Our experienced team understands the demands of production building. We provide consistent quality that elevates your finished product and adds real value to your home building process. For craftsmanship you can depend on and a partner who understands builders' needs, choose Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I really messed this one up.
What's wrong?
Valentine's Day. I procrastinated and now I'm stuck.
It's easy. Dominion Jewelers.
I thought they only had custom jewelry.
Oh, they are amazing at custom design, but also have a gorgeous selection of bracelets, earrings, and unique handcrafted jewelry. The best part is the perfect gift is ready to wrap today.
Handcrafted custom design jewelry. Dominion Jewelers. In the heart of Falls Church, we make it beautiful, you make it yours.
By appointment only.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9834.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
You guys know Michael Porter Jr., right?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
He was with the Denver Nuggets. Now he's with the Brooklyn Nets.
I saw Jason Williams talking about him. You know, he works at Barstool now, does a pod with him.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get Jason Williams on the show. He's the most entertaining podcast guest.
White chocolate Jason
White
Williams,
chocolate.
not the Jason Williams
not the
that
one
was
homicide related. No. White chocolate.
Oh. Yes.
White chocolate is hysterical.
He sounds like a hillbilly.
He's
from West Virginia.
He's here's what he is: a butt funny hillbilly.
Yeah, I like him.
Incredible.
So Michael Porter Jr. was on the Ball in the Family podcast.
All right.
With the Lonzo Ball and LiAngelo Ball.
Okay.
And they were talking about tipping, which we talk about a lot.
Sure.
Here.
Yeah.
And I don't think we can relate to this, but Michael Porter Jr. said, if you're spending $3,000 on a meal, you shouldn't have to tip $600, 20% to me.
Ooh. So what does he feel is a good amount to tip there?
And he goes, and then Uber Eats is another thing. If the Uber Eats order is $250, why are you still tipping 20% when they're doing the same amount of work as if you ordered a $20 meal.
See, you know what you're getting
It's
into?
still just bringing the meal to you.
This is exactly what the golfers said about paying your caddy 10% when they were getting millions of dollars
Right.
for these tournaments, and now your caddy's getting like $500,000.
Right.
And you're like, pay guys
I
$80.
actually kind of think. I mean, again, can't relate to a $3,000
But
meal.
he's on to something.
But I do think he is on to something because the waiter's not really doing anything else. It's just
but it
a
also
more
tells
expensive
me
piece of
that
steak.
he's never been a waiter. He's obviously never had a job
Yeah, but
like that.
I've been a waiter.
Because he's been a coddled baller since the time he's
But
probably
Case,
13 years old.
You and I have been waiters.
Sure.
JP's been. We've all been waiters.
Yeah.
I think
I've
he's
been
making
a food runner.
Okay, I think he's making a valid point. I don't necessarily think I'm worth like $1,000 to do your one table just because you had a $10,000.
Yeah, but it's a pretty standard thing. Like if you go out to eat at a nice establishment, the food is going to cost more.
It's a standard
the
percentage.
tipping is going to be more.
I understand, but a waiter's not worth it. It's actually not worth it.
Okay, you know what? You know what I would argue? Michael Porter Jr. is not worth whatever money he's making in the NBA,
No, he
but he's getting
generates
paid it.
No, he generates it. He is worth it. He generates it.
Nah,
He generates it.
I would argue that
Well,
the
Michael
vast
Porter-
majority of NBAers are overpaid, but
No, they
Yeah.
generate the money. They earned it. They generate the TV contracts.
okay,
Whatever.
no, there's not one person that's tuning in to see Michael Porter Jr. play basketball, in my opinion.
Well, it doesn't matter.
There's a very small level of players that people pay or should pay to see in the NBA, and then there's a huge list that includes Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, but-
that is not adding to that value.
I understand what you're saying, but he's part of an elite group that benefits from an ability that they can charge an amount that people pay, and they get paid extraordinary amounts.
Yeah.
And it's a shame that teachers and radio guys don't make what they make. But that's what, it's what it is.
I got to think that a $3,000 meal, the waiter is doing a little bit more than a standard $100 meal. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's
Because you're bringing. I know the food costs more, but there's more food.
Okay.
There's a lot more food.
Okay.
I think
But
you're
it's still not
they're-
worth $1,000. It's like
You're 650? You mean
let's say if I
650?
let's say if I did a $5,000 meal,
Yeah.
and it was 20%, so right, that'd be $1,000, right? There's no way the waiter's worth $1,000. He's just not. I don't care.
But it's just the cost of doing business, I think.
It is, yeah. Then don't
In other
order
words, give me that.
$5,000 worth of
Then just
food.
go to a cheaper restaurant and stop
Yeah.
bitching about it. Guy's made $153 million. He's not even 29 years
Well,
old.
listen, I'm sure he does it.
Shut up.
I'm sure he
Yeah.
pays it.
Yeah. He's just
But
saying
I think he's right.
Oh, I don't know if he pays it. I'll give you a couple more
I think he
details.
might be right.
All right.
Right now, caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with the 2 tickets to see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Ragers tour with special guests MIA, Big Boy, and A-Track. That's Friday, May 29th at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com, courtesy of Live Nation. 1-800-636-1067, caller number 10. So LiAngelo Ball, who is the Nubs Ball in terms of NBA skills, but he had a hit called Tweaker.
Oh, terrible. I remember it so bad.
He shared Michael's sentiment. This sounds terrible. Said he's willing to tip a few bucks to servers when he orders $400 meals.
Yeah.
The highest tip the workers can expect from him
$20.
is either $10 or $20.
Yeah.
Oh. He says it gets higher under certain conditions.
So this is the
that's
waiter?
below 10%.
Yeah.
It's way below.
That's way below.
Yeah, that's just disrespectful.
And that guy shouldn't be ordering $400 worth of
He said, that's how I rock for real. Unless I really like you, I'm going to try and flatter some S. I'll leave a little hundo out there. I ain't doing 20%. I'm not going to lie. You was great. You get a $20 for me. You was cool. I'll shoot you a 10 for being there type S.
Well, he's just a bad person.
He's not into tipping.
Bad tipper, bad person.
That makes me laugh.
I would think that, well,
makes me
this is one thing that Porter could do. He could pay for the meal, but everyone else that's there with him,
Right.
they cover the tip.
Could do that.
Now,
That could be
Lonzo
the
Ball.
arrangement.
Lonzo Ball says 20% of that is cool for a good night. Feel like the waiter makes the night better sometimes.
That's true.
That's
I mean,
certainly
definitely
true.
it can make or break your night.
I was going to
but-
say, because just look at the waiter's face when you give him $650 or her.
Oh, it makes their evening. It's
Exactly.
huge.
That should make you feel good, Michael
Right.
Porter.
Does it make you feel good when you do it every time you go out to eat, though?
Well, you
Well,
should.
how about you don't spend
Yeah.
$3,000 a
He's-
meal?
I'm
Yeah.
with you there. I'm with you there.
How about you get
But I
a
also
work
don't
a
think-
value meal in here
But
and
I
there?
also don't think,
Although
honestly,
he can afford it.
He can definitely
He
afford
can.
it.
I just
But
don't
how
know
much
that-
food are you
I
getting
just
if you're
can't-
ordering
I just
$3,000
can't believe
worth?
it.
No, but it's $3,000. He's probably buying like some bottle of champagne that's $1,500.
Yeah, well,
I know
that's
he's-
stupid.
based it on like some sort of weird like morality
what's
or something.
What's
you
he
say
made?
they're worth nothing.
250
He's
million.
made 153 million so far in his NBA career.
We're not basing it on
How many
what
wins did the Nets have this year? Aren't they?
Oh, they're horrible.
13 wins.
They're like
the Wizards.
I think they're equal with the Wiz.
We're not basing it on their value to society. It's just they're in a business that generates a ton of dough, so they get the windfall.
Yeah. Well,
but to his point, had he taken his crew instead of to the steakhouse, let's say his $3,000 meal was with 6 people.
Right.
Let's say he took them to Outback.
Yeah.
What he's saying is I should give him the same tip because I'm getting the same service with food at Outback versus here.
No disrespect to
Maybe
Outback.
a little bit.
They're better. The elite waiters are good. But they shouldn't be. I mean, they're not worth like $500,000 a year.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not that good.
Yeah.
But maybe
All
they
right.
are.
We got to get out of here. For Bish Bucks, Cake, CB, I'm JP. We will see you tomorrow. Coming up next, it's B. Mitch and Finley right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free at TaxSlayer.com. The Las Vegas Raiders are expected to hire Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak as their next head coach after the Super Bowl. If the Raiders draft Fernando Mendoza, I think the Kubiak-Mendoza combination will elevate the program. I mean, it can't get any worse, right? I'm Addie Bitts.
Hey guys, EB here. Are you thinking about selling your home? Then call the only team I would trust to sell my home. That's Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Room Team with Keller Williams. You will absolutely love working with Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. Their results are incredible. They sold over 790 homes this past year, and they're once again ranked #1 for families served in the D.C. area by the Wall Street Journal. Call Debbie and Sarah now. They'll sit down and show you exactly how they get homes sold for top dollar using their exclusive database of over 16,300 buyers who are ready to buy right now. They'll walk you through the process step by step from start to sold. And get this, if your home doesn't sell, Sarah and Debbie will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. You got nothing to lose. That's how confident Sarah and Debbie Reynolds are in getting their clients top dollar and a faster sale. So call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
Shop snack favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off select snacks like Kettle, Late July, and more with Prime through February 3rd. Perfect for movie nights and game day watch parties. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. We're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. And let me tell you, I love numbers. 1040s, 1099s, W-2s, all of them. With TaxSlayer, anyone can file a federal return for just $22.99. You'll get 100% accuracy and your biggest possible refund guaranteed. Now those are great numbers. Need help along the way? We've got US-based real human support. File by February 8th for just $22.99 and get the refund you deserve. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. If you believe Seattle wins the Lombardi, take an E. Sam Darnold is running more. He's called his own number 3+ times in 6 of his last 7 games. 8 quarterbacks have done the same against the Pats this season. Give me Darnold over 2.5 rush attempts at +110. And kneel downs count. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
These guys are learning how to play together. The Wizards defeat the Sacramento Kings 116-112 behind rookie Will Riley, a season-high 18, and A.J. Johnson had 17. Wizards sat their starters the final 16 minutes. Riley on his go-go teammates.
We've all played with each other in the go-go, and I feel like any in-game reps with people that you play with help. And we saw the same faces, and it was a good opportunity for us.
Washington has won 3 of 4. They're now tied for the 4th worst record in the NBA. LeBron James has earned his record-extending 22nd NBA All-Star Game appearance. Former Wizards and now Blazers star Denny Avdia earns an NBA All-Star spot. Top 25 college basketball, number 12 Purdue over Maryland 93-63. The Terps are now 8-13. Capitals welcome in the New York Islanders 6:45 pregame live tonight right here on The Fan. The Raiders expected to hire Seahawks Clint Kubiak as their head coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's B-Mitch and Finley.
I've got a lot to say in a short time to say it, so sit down, shut up, and listen.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. It's Super Bowl week, and me and Brian are right here in the Navy Yard. Good morning, B.
Hey, at least I got it.
Yeah, you need the mic, dude.
I got it on, Jay. You know what? It's that week, brother. Got to sport it.
All right. If Bees is listening, our dear friend Mike Beasley from MGM National Harbor, I have it as a non-zero chance that between now and like Wednesday afternoon, you get some phone call for some offer. I got you still ending up in San Francisco before the week is out, but at like a 15% chance.
Nah, I'm not going to make it.
There's a number, and there's a party, and there's an appearance that will get you on a plane.
Yeah, but I already turned down the one that I was supposed to go to two of them, but I was like, it makes no sense to fly way out there and fly
one
back.
that could come.
It's possible.
It's not zero.
Yeah.
It's not zero.
5 figures can make me jump on an airplane in a quick matter. Oh yeah.
I went to the Maryland game yesterday, and we should maybe talk about Maryland at some point. That's a tough watch out there in College Park right now, dog. They are getting shellacked. Now, luckily, the kids didn't matter, but you know how I've told you this before. Ainsley likes to stay till the end, no matter what, right? Mm-hmm. So I got my 2 little girls. They were down 30 with like 7.5 minutes to play, and the girls realized. I explained to them, college hoops is 20-minute halves. 16, the first timeout after 16, first whistle after 12, 8 and 4. There's big TV timeouts. So they thought that was cool figuring that out. Mm-hmm. So when they got under the 8-minute and then there's a TV timeout and they're down 30, the girls were like, Daddy, we could leave if we need to. And I was like, now my daughters are starting to take after their father. It was a great time though, whatever. But, I ran into somebody at halftime of the game that that was heading out to San Fran, I think, today. And he was like, "You're not going?" I was like, "No." He's like, "I'm so jealous." And I was like, "I know, man. The logistics of San Francisco for the Super Bowl are an absolute train wreck."
Yeah, the logistics is crazy. But I just tell you, though, I'd much rather be there than not be there. It's just like, you ever noticed it's a different feel when you're there? I was just in the
next year in LA.
I was in the kitchen.
I want to be there.
I was in the kitchen
Plan on being there.
I was in the kitchen talking with Ivy.
Yeah,
and she's like, "Yeah, it doesn't really feel like the Super Bowl. It's not really hyped up." I'm like, "It's about to start today."
Yeah,
and as I said, I look up on TV and you can see the planes are landing in San Fran.
Right.
When you start to get them there and the media starts hitting the ground, and you got tomorrow night is the media night. Tonight's media night.
Yeah.
That is when it starts to pick up. But if we were there, we'd already be at 15. You know what I mean by 15, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Dude, I just saw this tweet from Jeff Darlington, who's out there for ESPN. He said, "Was that a little baby earthquake here in Santa Clara?" Now, I don't know if that's...
Now, that would have not want me there.
Nah.
But if we had been there, Jay,
you ever been in an earthquake?
No.
What about the one here?
Here.
That's the only one I've ever been in.
I remember
that joint. I was like, whoa. I was not prepared for that.
I was walking off the 6th green at Westfield. And soon as I felt something, I'm like, anybody feel that? And then my phone just started going bzz, bzz, bzz. So I started looking at it. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? It was like, man, everybody feel that? It was an earthquake. Bruh. It shook me because I don't think I could hit the ball straight after that, dog.
I had this god-awful job. The job was okay. I was not suited for this job. I was reporting on electrical transmission at the time. I had to get a job. I had to move back to D.C. to get engaged and carry on with my life and whatever. I got a job, and it was terrible. But the office was in Roslyn. You know that it's probably now the oldest office building over there in the building where the Metro is. Like, it's probably a 20, 25-story building. You know those buildings in Roslyn are pretty tall. Mm-hmm. We were up on, like, the 16th, 17th floor.
When it hit?
When it hit. Ooh. And I remember, dog, it
swayed a little bit.
Like, have you ever been, like, you ever been, like, on the ground and somebody's dribbling a basketball kind of close to you and you can, like, feel the reverberation? Like,
I can imagine what you're saying, but
playing hoops, like, you'd be stretching and somebody else would be
I know
dribbling.
What you're saying.
It felt like the building was on a yo-yo for a hot second. Yeah. It was crazy. And then I remember, because I took the Metro then, I was living in Woodley Park, and the tunnel under the river to get you to Roslyn for the Metro, like, it got shaken up, I guess. Mm-hmm. So I walked home, and it was just such a surreal feeling. So I can only imagine what that's like out in California where they deal with that consistently. But
those buildings are built differently than the ones over here.
Right. What I do know,
they're made to slide and rotate a little bit, whatever it is. But we don't get that here.
If we were out there, Radio Row's in downtown San Francisco, the two teams are practicing at best an hour south.
Yeah.
And with Super Bowl traffic, that's going to be 2 hours easy.
Yeah.
And we'd be on the air at 7 a.m. out there at Radio Row. Then I would have to go cover the teams. It would be, of all the Super Bowls, I'm not too upset to miss this one. But I had my first bit of FOMO yesterday. Two things happened yesterday, because I'm sure you're getting them. I'm starting to get all these PR people, promoters, like texting me, emailing me, all this stuff, right? And yesterday, a good friend of the program, Jimmy Shapiro, Jimmy that runs Radio Row at Army Navy, all that stuff, emailed me, hey, what are your dates? What are your availabilities? I've got some great guests. And I emailed him back. I was like, let me know if you got people that'll call in. We're not going. He's like, wow, you're not going? I was like, yeah, man, this one just didn't make sense. And I was like, I'm honestly pretty cool with it. This is a dude I've known a long time.
Yeah.
And he's like, damn, man, I got the one guest everybody wants. And I was like, who? Bo Jackson. That was my first bit of FOMO, is we could have had Bo Jackson sit down with us.
Yeah.
I've never met Bo. I assume you have. But that would be a cool one.
Yeah, that would be. That would definitely be one. Bo's a bike rider.
Yeah.
You know? And Bo was shit. Excuse me. Bo, you talking about 232 pounds running a 4.09, dog.
mean,
that dude was amazing, man. So that would have been cool. But let's be real, though, Jay. If we were there, the plan was not to be on Radio Row. The plan was going to be in Radio House. Okay?
These West Coast ones might be Radio
if
House.
you're traveling out there the way we had to do it, you can't dictate where we at.
Right.
So we were going to be at that house on that damn golf course.
Next year,
Soon as we
Los
got
Angeles.
Over. Hell yeah,
It's a
Pelican
different
Hill,
plan.
baby. It's all.
Hey, AD, if you're listening, we're in.
Hey, we are at Pelican. We're at Radio. What was the little thing we had? It's like a little patio, radio patio. That's what we're gonna be doing.
Well, the difference also is the Bay Area weather is not. This isn't Scottsdale or Miami or LA. Like,
but if we were on Pebble, we would not care.
Sure, but like I'm just saying, it's 50 and 35. Like, you're not. There are destination Super Bowls that are a destination because of the destination.
Yeah.
And this one isn't one to me. It'll be awesome, and I can't wait for the
being
game.
at Monterey and knowing how you and I can mix it up a little bit, we probably would have been not cold. We would have had enough antifreeze in us.
No disagreement there, sir. I'm just the actual Super Bowl where you're talking about us being is 2 hours away from where this thing's all going.
Exactly. Because like the whole thing of it is being able to just talk about it. And because my buddy hit me, I turned down this one. Hey man, you gonna be out at in San Fran? You know we got the tournament at Monterey. That's 2 days on Pebble. One at one at Spyglass
for not going.
And I was like, nah, I'm not gonna be down there, man. He said, what? You?
That I believe. So I'm starting to get lots and lots of pitches from PR people, all this stuff for Super Bowl, including this one. I'm gonna leave names out of this. And you know it's a personal one when they address it. Hey, James P. Like, that's what people call me. Thought this would be a good time to connect. My name is Bleep, and I'm reaching out from Bleep. We'd love to explore having our co-founder and sexual wellness expert, Bleep, join you as a guest on your show.
we already got enough sexual wellness experts on this show. We don't need no extra ones.
We got Jeff
They
doing
got me
sex
and you
aerobics
did,
all the
Jeff.
time. I got 2 kids. I proved something. The other part of the email with Jimmy that was funny is he's setting us up with a couple betting experts to talk through all the props because there's a zillion props you can bet on this
I don't
weekend.
mind that.
Especially this week. This is the week all of America's getting down with prop bets. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And we're going back and forth, and we figure out a time. And so I add Professor Landini. I add Andrew James Mullins the 8th to the email, and I reply to Jimmy like, oh, that sounds great. I've added our producer, I think I said Jim Mullins, to the email. And he replied back, oh, that's so weird. Does he know Andrew Mullins that used to work there?
Same guy.
I said, same dude, lot of names. Mullins, landfill. In your life, in your professional life, what name do people call you most?
Yeah, sure.
No, sir.
Oh.
What name do people call you most?
Oh, whatever.
Even inside this building. Because if
some people call him Jim.
I think like all the salespeople
Philly.
and stuff call him Jim.
We try to call him Philly.
Professor Landini.
Because he was an Eagle fan for a while.
He was. That was his
call him Philly.
hometown team. Yeah. What name do you prefer, Mr. Mullins?
Whatever's good.
So we're off and running. I texted the boys. All right. My daughter had a basketball game Saturday morning. And eventually I want to have a real conversation about Ryan Kerrigan. But I have to ask you this, Brian, as like a competitor. I mean, you competed at the highest levels. You have a natural, inherent competitive gene in you in all aspects of life. You also were a dad. Now you're a grandfather.
Well, I still am a dad.
Right. But like, you're a family man. You watch your kids grow up in sports and like various levels of competition. I am not knocking anybody involved in this process, okay? Because I think we all want our kids, when they're kids, we're talking 9 and 10-year-old girls in this situation. We don't want anybody feeling bad. We want everybody leaving like they had some level of accomplishment. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose, but you try to keep it fair, right? Shelby had a basketball game Saturday morning, and it was a pretty one-sided affair, okay? I had just never seen this rule implemented. Now, her team played really well. I mean, they were shooting like the Warriors. Like shout out to my boy Danny Harbison's daughter was just making it rain, like really making jump shots. It was wild. But so our girls get up by 10 points, which in fourth grade girls basketball is about 100. And they implemented a rule that I had never seen. Now, apparently this has happened before, and I must have missed it. Tell me if you ever heard of this. Jeff, you play, whoever's heard of this. Our team was not allowed, our girls had to play defense with their hands behind their backs. So, like, if you're watching a Monumental, they're playing defense like this.
I've never heard of that, but I know that they would make you take out those stars.
I felt like nobody's getting better with people playing defense behind their backs. Like, maybe we can run the clock. Maybe we can mandate that, like, our offense has to pass 5 times
a way
or something.
They're trying to they're trying their best to make it more fair than they, and I think they go out. They go out of bounds on this sometimes, because let's be real, man. The one thing I think that has hurt us as a society is that we want everybody to think that they are all winning. We just give you competition. I mean, these little participation trophies, that doesn't work, because people get to the point where they just expect to be given stuff just because they showed up. That's not how you play. And I think by doing that, you make people grow up with a certain level of expectation instead of the mindset of I have to earn it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if
I was blown away.
Yeah, that right there. My thing would be, if I have arms, I'm going to use them.
But, dude, it also, like, it's kind of, you got little kids running around that fall all the time, and now their hands are behind their back, and if they'll, like, brace their fall. I understand the spirit of trying to make things. Jeff, please, you don't seem thrilled by this rule.
No, it just sounds stupid to me. it sounds stupid.
Yeah.
Play basketball with your hands behind your back. One. Now, I've heard of a press rule where if you
was in place. They could only play D, I think, until the 3-point line.
But hands behind your back?
Yeah, how am I supposed to get
them?
The coach has been teaching me get hands in passing lanes. How the hell am I gonna get my hands in the passing lane if they're behind my back?
Well, dude, what was interesting too is I will give them a little bit of credit, because when you play hoops, the best way to play defense, especially on the ball, is with your feet, right? You got to be sliding with your feet. So it did kind of reinforce to them, play with your feet and be in front of the person.
Yeah, but those hands,
like, you got to be able to.
So in other words,
the spirit is in the right direction.
If the person throw the ball and hit you in the shoulder, you got to leave your hands behind your back.
That was happening. Like there would be a pass, Like that you could easily intercept, and the girls were just kind of watching it.
The thing of it is, like, as I played sports coming up, I was always taught you learn more when you did something wrong, or when you're in, when you're not like when you're winning all the time, you don't necessarily learn everything. Sometimes when you have a little struggle, you learn a little bit more, in a sense. So if I played in the game and we lost and certain things happened, the next time we play the same people, I can see the growth. You get what I'm saying? If you make it to like a point where every time I'm down, you gonna make it easy for me, I never see the growth.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I understand what people are trying to do. But in the long run, you hurt the kids instead of helping them.
Speaking of the kids, let's run through. So Loudon is open 2-hour delay?
Yeah.
What do we know what's up with Fairfax?
I think Fairfax is out today.
Montgomery is out.
Yeah, I think Fairfax is out too.
PG is out. DC open. Yo, the basketball game was at a DC public school. And
See that?
It's this big staircase to get up there. Two of the parents on our team's wiped out going up there. So I don't know what the answer is, but at some point, like, Doug and Amelia keep coming on with us and saying the snow's not going anywhere till March. Mm-hmm. Like, at some point, we got to be like, all right, this is our new reality. We got to alter some stuff. And kids don't go outside for recess, whatever it is. Like, if the snow's not going anywhere till March.
Yeah, like, when this stuff start creeping up a little bit, you'll find it'll go away quicker than you think. All you need is some days over that 35, 40.
I don't know that we're getting one.
Well,
I don't know that we're getting
based
over 40.
on old groundhog and Landfill just introduced Jeff to. He said
Jeff,
6
you
more
never
weeks.
heard of Groundhog Day?
He never heard of the name.
The name of the actual name.
What is it?
I don't even remember. What'd you say again? Something with a P.
Try to give me. It's on the show sheet. Give me your best pronunciation of that.
Hold on.
Jeff, of course, doesn't have a show sheet.
I do have a show sheet.
We don't get to 40 all week.
Oh. Punxsutawney Phil?
Nailed it.
There you go.
Also, Punxsutawney Phil had the easiest job ever this year. It's historic cold across the country. It's 32 degrees in Miami. Yeah, 6 more weeks of winter, dog.
I think the dude talking had more fun than the damn groundhog ever does.
They always seem to. The dude in the top hat, dressed like Abe Lincoln. B, it's not getting over 40 all week, and there's 3 more chances of possible snow, sleet, whatever.
Yeah, snow is tomorrow night. I heard.
Oh, check, please, man. I'm so done with this, dude. Feels like 23 outside. Terrific. All right. Over the weekend, listen, if you listen to our program, we hinted at this pretty strongly. Over the weekend, the Commanders made some coaching staff changes on the defensive side of the ball. This should not be a surprise. You got a new defensive coordinator coming in. He's going to want to change things up, get his own guys in. Not to mention the results were bad. And when the results are bad in the NFL, typically things change. We're going to run through all of the defensive staff changes so far when we return. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JON.
job with the Steelers. But I think it was Saturday morning. The team said Ryan Kerrigan, Sharif Floyd, and Pete Ohanian are out. These are all dudes I know to some degree. I've known Ryan a long time.
Yep.
I think Kerrigan is the headline of this class. But I think you got to separate how you feel about the player that, I mean, listen, he's the all-time sack leader for the organization. Ryan Kerrigan is a huge part of the burgundy and gold. Like, you can't tell the story of Ryan Kerrigan. You can't tell the story of Washington football without Ryan Kerrigan. But once you get into the coaching capacity, it's a different beast.
Yeah, you could be moving every other year or sometimes every year. And the thing of it is when you look at, and listen, everyone that wants to be up in arms, we've heard a lot of people call in. We've seen a lot of comments on social media. The defense wasn't very good. And how you going to make it to where you can let go of everybody else and not one person can't? I just think in this profession, like pro football is bad enough. Pro football coaching, you move way more often than you do as a player. And I think Ryan understood that when he got into it.
Well, and I wonder, too, with Ryan, if it was like, I want to be a coach. I mean, because real coaches, like Scott Turner, right, was on with the Junks last week, but that's a dude you and I both know well.
Yeah.
I texted with him. I think
known him since I taped him up and threw him in the, in the hamper.
Like, I think he was shocked to be let go by the Jets, especially when it happened. And now he's looking for a new gig. And that means for Turner, since he was fired here in 22, right?
By that?
So I think he was here 20, 21, 22. Got fired. Then it was Bieniemy for 23. Then it was DQ and Cliff in 24, right? Rough math there. Since he was here for 3 years, he has then gone to Vegas, then to New York, and presumably now will end up, I don't know,
wherever.
Indianapolis, Tennessee. He's going to end up somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And you're uprooting your family every time. When you think about what some of these assistant coaches, think about Durante Jones, the Commanders' new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, he's been had a world
He's been
tour.
from Hawaii to Montreal and everywhere in between.
I think when you moving from one aspect of this professional, just from one aspect to the other, you have to make a very, very conscious decision. Because the football thing, hell, for some people, football, they go somewhere different every year, to be honest with you. You know, when you get into the coaching ranks, you have no control when they start moving you around. Even in the media, same thing can happen.
Totally, dude.
You know? So I just think that a lot of times people, they want to make things bigger than what they are. This is nothing new.
Now, it feels different because Kerrigan has such a significant football history here, right? But if you just look at it, so I don't know anything, but Kerrigan played his whole career here.
Mm-hmm.
Then after the 2020 season, Ron wouldn't re-sign him. He signs with the Eagles. He retires after that, comes back, gets the assistant D-line coach. He coached here for 4 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of assistant coach contracts are 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So he might have gotten a contract, gotten another contract, and this could be more of a contract expiration. Maybe he had a 3-year deal. Maybe he had a lifetime deal because he's Ryan freaking Kerrigan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't think this should be an up-in-arms situation. Now, that's not to say it won't be. So I thought Landfill did a decent job in classic Landfill fashion. The B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll question of the day. Are you upset the Commanders fired Ryan Kerrigan? The options, Brian. Yes, no, or he worked for the team? Question mark.
Yeah.
I think most fans were well aware that he worked for the team. But I don't think folks should be upset. Of course, the AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. I don't think fans should be upset. I think this is about football and not, for me, I don't think this changes Ryan's legacy or role with the organization.
It doesn't. I mean, and the thing you got to understand, too, you can have 2 different legacies with an organization. As a football player, he's outstanding. As a coach, it's something he's trying to figure out. You know what I mean? When I first left from playing ball, I had been doing what I was doing even while I played.
Media stuff.
Then I got to a point with the NFLPA where we came up with this thing called the externship, where while guys are playing in the offseason, we connected them with different businesses to know if that's something you want to do.
We had guys come through at CSN. I remember that.
Ryan stopped playing, and then he decided to go coach. Listen, to be honest with you, I can understand. Ryan Kerrigan is probably like most athletes. When he gets involved with something, he's going to be into it. Probably got involved and realized it's a lot more time-consuming than what the plan was. But at this point now, we'll see if he wants to continue on. I'm sure he can get an opportunity somewhere. But
I don't know.
You can't force people on guys that come in. If Durante is going to be your D coordinator, he needs to be able to get guys that he teaches stuff how he wants it seen.
I think especially considering if you look at the guys that were booted here, it was guys up front.
Yeah.
Right? Durante is by trade a corner, a safety, a DB's coach. So he knows hands-on what he's going to do in the back. He needs somebody he knows and trusts to run things in the front. You know what I mean?
How he wants it done, yeah.
So I think that is not necessarily a surprise, but if you look at the guys that were booted here, it's Kerrigan, Sharif Floyd is your assistant D-line coach.
And
I'm very curious what this means for Daryl Tapp. I think that's a name to keep an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they bring somebody else in, and then Tapp is, I don't know. Do you get demoted? Do you take a demotion? I don't know. But like
this is a profession, bro, where you you never know. And I think you look at some coaches have been offensive coach one year and a defensive coach the next.
Right.
You know, but
Raheem Morris has coached on a lot of
you
sides
are
of the ball.
trying to get as much experience as you can, just in case you ever pop up and you can become the main guy.
And especially when you're on this assistant coach level, not to say they don't make a nice living, but they're not touching the numbers. Nobody's touching the numbers players are making, but they're not touching the numbers coordinators are making, head coaches. If you're an assistant position coach, I'm not suggesting you're not making six figures, but it probably starts with a 1. Like and then some of the assistant position coaches, it might not even be that much.
Some teams, it starts hiding in 1.
Sure, but like if you're the assistant player development guy, like there's some people in that building where you drive a Honda Accord. You know what I'm saying?
But see,
like,
everybody thinks that everybody involved with sports makes $1 million, which is not necessarily true.
But my point is, when you are in some of these roles, it's say it's a self-preservation league. First off, nobody ever wants to be out of the league because there's no cooler gig in the world than being in the league.
Yeah.
But some of these dudes are also just trying to keep a job because they got 3 kids and a mortgage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, okay, we got to rent this house, and now we got to find a new rental in Cleveland or Chicago or wherever I can get my next gig. So I don't think these should be surprises. I'd keep an eye on what's going to happen with Daryl Tapp because they're making these adjustments on the front line here. I feel like Ken Norton's not a dude you really mess with. Ken Norton's the linebackers coach. We'll see what happens there. The other side of the ball, the offensive side of the ball, is where now that Anthony Lynn, who interviewed for the Bills head coaching job and the Browns head coaching job, did not get either of those head coaching jobs, I believe Lynn will be back. I've heard from sources that David Rye should be back. That was there's some question there, and if Cliff gets an OC job, could that look different? But I think he's sticking around. Brian Johnson is the real question mark here because if you're Brian Johnson and you were passing game coordinator and you've called plays before in Philly, albeit that landed poorly, but like I think that finished poorly because Sirianni needed a scapegoat and he made it Brian Johnson rather than Brian Johnson was the problem. Like in Philly, you see the volatility every year. It's Super Bowl or people are getting fired. Vic Fangio, have you seen this? Fangio's mulling retirement. It's not because he doesn't like the player he's coaching.
It got to be he don't like that dude.
So that
dude's weird, man.
I have a really hard time thinking Brian Johnson was the problem in Philly when you see like just the crazy roller coaster.
Nah, Brian wasn't the problem.
That said, Brian Johnson may be wanting to leave after, okay, man, like you're getting rid of Cliff. I am here. I could be your OC. All right, you're going with the young guy. Where the hell am I going for?
Yeah, but I don't think that's the mindset for most guys because we just, in this profession, you can say, I don't want to be here because I'm upset, and you won't end up somewhere.
Well, it's just worth pointing out the Broncos requested to interview Brian Johnson over the weekend.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
You leave when you know you got something there. If you don't have anything there, you stay right where you're at.
So what's interesting about the Denver job is he can leave. He can take the interview because it's a promotion. Because right now he's pass game coordinator. That would be OC.
Yeah.
But he's still not the play caller. Sean Payton calls the plays.
Yeah.
So it's like it's moving up nominally, but maybe it's a better opportunity. You go.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, Sean Payton seems like a world-class jerk.
Yeah.
But he's a hell of a coach, and
Yeah.
maybe that gets you your next opportunity.
Sean Payton needs to go lay down and talk to somebody. Because Sean Payton, why would you even start messing with this dude, bro?
Your own
Bo
guy.
Nix. Come on, man. What the hell is wrong with you?
One other piece of coaching news we need to discuss before Joe Theismann joins us at 11 a.m. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living.
The roof. Let's hope everybody out in the Bay Area is okay after they got a little earthquake out there. So we're talking about all the coaching news going on with the Washington Commanders. Shout out to everybody hanging out with us on the YouTube stream, 106.7 The Fan on YouTube. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Everybody listening in their car. Cars are back on the road, B.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if there's a water main or something going down out my way because traffic was jacked. And I'll give some credit, right? We give credit when it's due. I took GW Parkway this morning, which I probably haven't done in years.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty functional.
Yeah.
Like, from where I live, I'm as close to Virginia as you can be to live in Maryland, at least on the American Legion side of the bridge, right? And so I jumped Claire Barton, went over the bridge, GW. It's pretty smooth, dude.
I think people just got to pack a little patience because right now, with the snow being ice,
right,
a lot of lanes that were 4 or 2, maybe 3, a lot of them that were 2 or 1.5. So just like when they have these damn big events and they have all these cars and then now people are going to bring in more cars, what do? They shut down half the streets and wonder why the traffic is so bad.
Right.
Okay? Right now, the same amount of cars are hitting back onto the roads, and I think we have less roads.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And that's the main thing. So if it's moving, kudos to the people that have cleaned it up. If it's not, pack a little patience.
But the one thing we haven't discussed yet, obviously there was a lot of coaching news. There's still coaching news to come. The Commanders aren't going to do a press conference with the new coordinators. One, the NFL doesn't want any other news during Super Bowl week, so they're not going to do it this week. But they also aren't going to do it until the staffs get finalized. So I'd expect like middle of next week is when we get to hear from Blau and Durante. But I'd say one of the biggest pieces of news that was circulating over the weekend was about a new coach that Washington was going to hire. And Jeff, I don't know if you saw this. Commanders Nation erupts. Brian Mitchell makes his comeback to Washington, taking on a surprise assistant coaching role, and his first message to Jaden Daniels has NFC rivals shaking in their boots. Congrats, B.
Look,
congrats.
B,
yeah, B.
Hey, listen.
Give me an air horn, Landfill. B-Mitch is a coach.
I forgot where the hell I was. All my boys are in town from. Listen. We had the crew of Pyro's Mardi Gras ball and stuff this weekend. And my phone started lighting up. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? So you look
I saw the picture of you and Monica. You guys look great.
I look at the post. So I say, okay, I want to know what the message is. Then I get a call from Jeff. I started getting calls from so many damn people. And so I went straight to the little post because my boy Mark is a clever dude. Mark sent it out in our writing text. And we thought Mark had done it because he'll do something like that. And then I said, Mark, what the hell is he? He said, man, I just saw this on Facebook. So it's like that whatever that little site is, that person and a few other people on Facebook.
There's legit fake news.
They
on
do
Facebook
it. They do it so much, and this is the same one that had stuff about Art Muggs, had stuff about John Riggins.
Yeah.
So I went on thinking. I just posted. I said, "This is straight BS." 100%.
I'm looking at the post. I like this one from L Bay. He said, "Y'all really think B-Mitch going to give up working from 10 to 2?"
What was hilarious, JP? My mom called me. Oh my gosh, B-Mitch is with the team. I'm like, no, he not. She's like, it's out already. I'm like, Mom, send me that. I said, Mom, this is not no reliable source.
Yeah, man.
Dude,
I don't understand.
It was people I hadn't talked to in years congratulating me. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I started to think a little bit like, hey, Rob, what is in this
What was the
bourbon?
first one that got sent to you that you were like, what is going on here?
What,
did Mark send it first so you knew it was fake?
Well, no.
Or did you have random, like, congrats text messages?
When Mark sent it, I was thinking, okay, Mark would do something like. Then I say, okay, I see the little posting, so I go in, I look on, I say, it's fake. And then Mark was like, hey, hold on, y'all. I didn't make this up. This is really out there. But when you see it and you like, okay, well, I hadn't talked to nobody about none of this crap, so we know it's fake. And then when your phone start blowing up, you're like, what the hell is going on? It just shows you how quick BS can get pushed around and people will believe in it.
Like, they obviously won't. And the problem is, if you shut down that account, a new fake account will pop up.
Oh, it's more than one already.
Right. But, like, these junk, whether it's a bot, like, to me, at some point, there's a human that keeps programming this stuff that they know will get a reaction.
Well,
because they're probably doing this. I bet there's Giants fan versions of this, Eagles fans version of this.
Kyle Long, is it?
Kyle Long, podcast Eagles.
They had,
the Eagles.
I think it was Kyle Long or Chris Long.
Yeah.
One of those dudes, they had an exact same story, word for word, but sent on whatever team he played for. It's the exact same thing. So it was hilarious.
I mean, just so bizarre. So
I had the principal from Monica School. She was like, "Oh, congratulations, Brian, to be great at this." She's like, "That's fake."
Congrats, man. I know this. You've been waiting for this opportunity. It means a lot. Beware of fake news out there, people. A lot of dumb stuff.
Yeah.
When we come back, we're doing the opposite. Joe Theismann will join the program. Maybe do a little Super Bowl preview. I wonder if Joe T has been caught in these things before. Like, you tell me there's not a fake Joe Theismann coming back as assistant quarterbacks coach out there. I bet it exists. Don't go anywhere. to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And talk to a man that knows all about Super Bowl week, Mr. Joe Theismann. Joe T, what's up, dude?
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're fantastic, Joe. How you doing, man?
Good, Mitch.
Joe, is it so cold where you're at that you can't get on the links?
See, I don't know where Joe is.
That's why I'm
the
asking.
question, Yeah.
That's why I asked, is it?
Memphis, it's just as cold. I'm back and forth between D.C. and Memphis. I managed to escape one and jump into another one. I mean, it's like, yeah, the difference is it's just changing refrigerators. I didn't change the temperatures.
Joe, did you guys get the crazy ice storm? I know Nashville is really having a lot of people are still without power and stuff. Did you guys get that?
Same thing in the Memphis area. That whole storm
that's
came
terrible.
right through there. It's just that they haven't been able to get to the side roads much at all. So Robin, God bless her, my wife. While I was out in California for a little bit, she was cooped up for like 7 straight days in the house. So I came home. It was like okay, calm down.
She just handed you a shovel and said, "Get to work."
That's exactly right. It's not hi, how, honey, how are you? Like, here, do this. And I don't blame her one bit.
Joe, we wanted to talk to you this week just as, it is Super Bowl week and kind of talking about some of your memories from the Super Bowls. And I'm not sure like how or why this came across my timeline, but it was the Super Bowl against the Dolphins. Obviously, you guys won, and Riggo makes that iconic play towards the end of that game. But I think it was the first half, and you got to forgive me because I didn't watch that Super Bowl live, right? But you had a batted pass in the air and then had the wherewithal to make sure it didn't get picked off at what would have been the goal line. Can you talk us through that play? Because that seems like one of these really, really smart, important plays that happens in a Super Bowl that people maybe don't remember how important it was.
Yeah, I think it was like, I think it might have been in the third quarter. What it was is I ran, we ran a quick hitch. We were about our 11-yard line, and we were just going to run a quick hitch, little 5-yard hitches outside. And I turned to the right to throw, I believe it was to Alvin, and they rolled the coverage that way. And so I came back and I turned and I started to throw it out to the left, and Kim Bokamper knocked the ball up in the air. And I still remember that play like it was yesterday because everything went into slow motion. It's like you could you could see each lace on the football, and it just sort of spun in the air. And Kim had his arms outstretched, ready to catch it right around the goal line. And it's like you're going, I've got to get to the ball. I mean, it's like that's your mind going, okay, so. And I couldn't run to it, so at the last minute I just dove and got my hand in between his arms and managed to knock the ball out of the way. And I remember sitting in the end zone looking at him going, boy, that was close. And so that we'd have been behind. We were down at that time, and we'd have probably gone down 10, and we weren't a football team that was going to go out and throw it around. So that particular play, I think, really allowed us to continue to go with the plan we wanted, and that was run John and play great defense. David Woodley was 0 for 17 in the second half in that game.
Damn, that's crazy.
That whole week started with us going to Pasadena and the guys. Our defensive backs getting off the plane in battle fatigue. the Smurfs going to Disneyland. John in top hat and tails going to Mr. Cook's party with boots on. I mean, we were not a normal group. It was just a little bit different, but it was really who we were. Yeah, I've always defined those particular two teams as characters with character.
Yeah,
like if everybody was lined up on the side of the street and coach said, "I want you on the other side," no one would wait for traffic to stop. Guys would try and go take on high tension wires. They try and swing across, or they try to run through traffic. I mean, that's what we were as a football team, a bunch of characters with character. But that particular play, I think, would have really, if that hadn't happened, it would have been significantly different for us because we just weren't built against that defense to drop back and just throw the football.
Yeah, Joe, people always talk about, what are you going to do different? And I've always felt you be who you are. And when you get to the Super Bowl, people that try to change and become. I understand you may try to change a little thing or come out with something that may be something a little nuanced that they don't understand. But you have to be who you are once you get to the big game, right?
Yeah, you have to be what got you there. You can't all of a sudden throw out a game. You have different game plans for different teams anyway. And now you have 2 full weeks to prepare. And see, back then we didn't have the bye. So now
really?
Teams are very used to having a bye. That first one, it was a strike season. We played right through. We had 1 week to get ready. It was just business as usual. We got ready for Super Bowl 18. Then we had a bye, and I was ready to go on Thursday. And Friday, I just lost my edge a little bit. And of course, I played a bad football game. What can I tell you? I didn't throw the ball well. We were unable to complete passes, and we had some things happen against us: a blocked punt, interception for a touchdown. Marcus breaks a big play, and all of a sudden you lose the ball game. But having the 2 weeks is interesting. Now that's a chance for the teams to be able to do the ticketing, get your family squared away.
Right.
Coaches explain what you need to do. But you're absolutely right, Mitch. You can't all of a sudden say we're going to throw out what got us here. Basically, I see Seattle getting the ball out of Sam's hands into JSN. And Cooper Kupp, and I see that what they did to get here. As far as Drake goes, Drake was a big part running the football of how New England got there. I don't see that happening in this Super Bowl. I don't see Drake May rushing for 60 yards in this game. I think their secondary, they're a very complete football team, Seattle is, at every level. Defensive line, linebackers, secondary. And then when you look at New England's wide receivers, who's the threat?
Yeah.
Where is the threat? And I thought about this the other day, and nobody really talks about it. What happens if you're down? Which team, if you look at these teams just on paper right now, which team do you think has the capability to come back if they're down with the personnel they have and the experience they have? And you got to put Sam Darnold in a heck of an experience situation, things that he's been through. But then Drake hasn't, and the game against Denver really wasn't a true opportunity for Drake to be able to get a feel for being able to drop back, being able to throw the ball in timing. Made some good throws early in that game, but then all of a sudden the second half went to crap. And he had to run the ball to try. And basically the last 3 drives by New England, all they were doing was protecting the lead.
Yeah. The AFC title game was pretty remarkable because I wondered, New England got super conservative down the stretch there.
Yep.
And with that weather and everything, it paid off. But Denver did have a kick to tie it, and the kid misses it. I think Seattle's a favorite for a reason. But, Joe, I'm curious. And B, I'm curious for you, too. Mm-hmm. Mike Macdonald is in his second year as a head coach. He seems like a true whiz kid, right? And that Seattle team is loaded. But Mike Vrabel, he's never been there as a coach, but he's been there numerous times as a player.
Yeah.
What does that experience difference for the Patriots on the head coaching side? What does that give New England this week?
Well, Joe Gibbs had never been to one. Don Shula had been to many. It's almost a little bit, you talk about 82, the Super Bowl 17. That was our first time to be there, and Coach Shula had been there. So it really, you talk to the guys and say, look, this is the most important thing is how do you plan that week of preparation or these 2 weeks of preparation? You tell your players the same thing. Take care of yourselves. Get your rest. Be smart. Don't do something stupid. Because we've had Super Bowl experiences where guys have done stupid stuff. Broken curfew, done different things. Different, as you look around the league and look at the Super Bowls, there's guys that have done that.
Yeah.
In this case, you just want to be able to give them the opportunity to understand what's at stake. Not going to put any pressure on you. Let's play the way we play. Let's play loose. Let's play like we've always played. We've got a great game plan. We know what we want to do. Now it's a question of execution. These games become just like playing somebody in your division more than once. You basically know what to expect. You know what you're going to see. Then it becomes player execution that makes a difference.
Totally. Talking with our friend Joe Theismann here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Joe a follow at Theismann7, 2 N's in Theismann, of course. Joe, you were a quarterback that I like. Dan Quinn always uses this phrase. He says, I like guys that have some journey to them, where not everything came easily and right away, right? And your quarterback journey had some of that. When you see Sam Darnold and where he's been over the years and where he is now, what do you appreciate about him?
I appreciate his mental toughness and his resiliency. You know, the thing is you have to, as people continue to criticize you and write you off, you just can't buy into it. You have to have a belief that you can get it done. You have to have a belief in what can be done. And you've heard me say this ad nauseum. The quarterback position is the single most dependent position on the field. Now, I was looking at some highlights of Sam with the Jets, and I looked at some of the decisions that he made as a young quarterback, throwing the ball back across the field, throwing the ball up, hoping somebody's going to catch it. You don't see that anymore. Mm-hmm. You see a much more disciplined quarterback who gets the ball out of his hands. He's not going to hold the ball a long time. Now, you know, maybe a ball gets batted up in the air, but I do not expect Sam to be, you know, scrambling to the right and try and throw it back to the left. First of all, because he's older. And, you know, he doesn't have, when you're young, you think you have an arm that can throw through everywhere, through anything. But I think the discipline within the system is going to allow him to play well, as he has played well. I mean, guys, the guy was 14-2 in Minnesota last year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Which, you know, if you look at some of the headlines now is, why did Minnesota get rid of Sam? How did that possibly happen? And we've seen this happen on different occasions. And now all of a sudden Seattle's the benefactor with a lot of people around him. You know, a terrific defense. And Rashid Shaheed, you can't discount the special teams aspect of this Super Bowl. Both teams have excellent returners, but so do you kick to? Do you kick to him? I mean, that's basically the bottom line. Do you kick to Rashid? Or how do you kick? Because now, if you try and short kick it, the ball's on the 40-yard line. Yeah. So you've got different places where you have to really, as a special teams coach and an execution guy, when it comes to kicking it, where are you going to put it? If you try and kick it to a corner, does it go out of bounds?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. But that is where I think most of the thought has to be when you look at dealing with Seattle's kickoff returns. That one specific area. How do we handle it? What do we do in this particular situation? Where do we want to put it? I mean, it's going to require precision by the kicker to be able to contain him because he's explosive. I mean, think back to Desmond Howard in the Super Bowl, returning the kick for a touchdown. So, and like, Fulton Walker against Super Bowl 17. We start the second half. We kick the ball to Fulton Walker. He goes for a touchdown.
It is crazy. It seems like in the Super Bowl, there's always a big special teams play.
And that's why you need the whole team at that time.
Hell, the NFC title game this year had it.
Yeah.
Right.
Joe, what is it that, like, you get to that, you have a whole week off. Then you leave, you go early, your families come a few days later. What is the one thing that was concerning you the most? Because, like, for me, I was a quarterback in college, so now my second year, there was a lot of older guys on the team, but I also knew the guys that didn't need a lot of time. So I was I was just concerned that was all of us going to make it to Sunday?
Yeah. Lack of focus.
Yeah.
Do you lose that little bit? Like I said, for the 2 weeks for me, I just, your body, we're creatures of habit. I mean, meetings, practice, study, meetings, go home, get up, go to meetings, and and that goes on for all. But that, like I say, now you've got the bye, which gives you a little bit of a flavor what coaches want to do. But when it comes to this game, it sounds. But you want to try and just think about the things that you did, not what might happen. Mm-hmm. Just focus on this, and you don't really take the week off, Mitch. You'll practice and you'll go through the routines that keep you sharp as an individual. This really becomes focusing as an individual. Coaches can talk and preach all they want, but the guys have to be able to figure it out. And I think in Mike's case, that's exactly what it is. He's laid out for them. Okay, look, this is the week. This is the way it works, and these are the things that we need to do. Both, Mike Vrabel and Mike McDaniel. McDonald, excuse me.
So, Joe, as we get closer here, it seems like you like the Seahawks in this one.
I do.
What do you think for Drake May, who had a really fantastic regular season, but really in the playoffs, he's that football's gotten leaky on him. You know what I mean? He's taking a bunch of sacks. He seems a little shaky all of a sudden. Do you think the week off helps him, hurts him?
I don't think it hurts him. I don't. And how much does it help him? Like I said, they're used to it now. They have a bye. So what did you do during the bye?
Mm-hmm.
What happens basically in this game is the 2 weeks gives you a chance it's the families, ticketing, media obligations, sort of the stuff you don't have to cram into 1 week. So everything sort of has a nice pace to it. I think Drake, number one, has to protect the ball in the pocket. At times he's still hanging in that pocket to try and get rid of the football, which has created fumble issues and pressure issues. I think he's got to be very decisive with the football. I think Hunter Henry is going to be important. The tight ends are going to be important, Hooper and Henry, for New England to be able to get the ball out of his hands. Because, when you look at the wide receiving core of New England, Stephon is certainly, been there, but, how many people is he going to run by? Booty is probably the one that can do it. Holland's another one. Williams another one. Douglas another one. I mean, these are guys that are going to have to, if you get the chance to make plays, you got to make plays.
Yeah.
And then you go on the other side with, JSN and Bobo and Cup. And I mean, you've got to me, a receiving core that can threaten, and Rashid in a different way for Seattle. I think offensively they can threaten. New England has got to play a pretty clean game.
Yeah.
Like I said, the one thing that jumped in my mind as I was sitting around the other day thinking about this thing, this time of year I always wind up thinking about it, is who has the ability to come back if necessary. A lot of what happened for New England has been Drake's ability to run the football.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see Seattle allowing that to happen. They're just not going to let him be able to pick up a 3rd and 12.
Yeah,
they have I think Seattle has a lot of team speed on defense, which helps them out in that situation. Yeah,
well, they got a lot of speed everywhere.
And I think of obviously Seattle possibly more famously lost the Super Bowl to New England with the pass call from the 1 yard line, but the Super Bowl Seattle won with the Legion of Boom. Denver was
dominated.
They jumped on the lead in that game against Denver and just never relinquished, right? I mean, the finals 43-8. It was a straight up ass kicking. I think it got to like 27-0 before Denver got on the board. I won't be shocked if we see the Seattle defense get out to a fast early lead, but New England plays some good D too. Like the Pats defense is legit.
Yeah, and you want to force Sam into mistakes. That's what that's what I think they have to do. To run the football, Kenneth Walker's a heck of a running back. I know Charbonnet is gone, but they're going to rely on him to be able to control a little bit of that stuff up front. You run some play action, and then don't be surprised in the first the first 2 series, you see him just let Rashid run down the field.
Yeah,
just drop back like he did against them. Just drop back and fire it down the field. I mean, you want to push those safeties back a bit. You want to push the corners back. You want to force them to worry about speed on the outside, and then JSN runs those little drag routes underneath, one from the left, one from the right.
Yeah,
and so the throwing lanes become easier to be able to get the ball to people. Do you have that in New England? What can Josh come up with conceptually to be able to attack Seattle's defense, which has been one of the best in the league? And you're going to study all 17 games. You're going to take pieces of what you have and maybe insert it the way you design it. Maybe I just don't see a lot of what I call them bubble screens, which is what they tried to do with Drake, get the ball out of his hands to Stephon in a short manner. I just don't see a lot of those things having success against Seattle's defense.
Yeah.
Shaheed, you mentioned him a few times, Joe, so I just looked this up. The next gen stats now, clock speeds that guys hit on the football field.
He flies.
Shaheed this year has hit 22.7 miles per hour.
Gonzalez better get ready.
Oh, man.
Because the last week, the guy ran right past Gonzalez. They're going to send Shaheed.
But to try and put Christian on him alone, would be asking for trouble. I think you just would be asking for trouble. And also remember, let a little bit of credit, and I think a guy who doesn't get enough credit is Josh McDaniels, the offensive coordinator from New England. He was a part of all those Super Bowls before.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody understands Super Bowl, Mike's been there as a head coach, but Josh has been there as a coordinator too. And now then it boils down to execution. We talked about that. How do you, how is Drake going to execute the plays? I think he's a young guy. This is all new, but it was new for me. It was new for us as a team. Sometimes if you don't know something, you don't need to worry. You can't really be worried about it because you don't know what it's going to be like.
True.
Right.
So you just experience it.
Well, it's kind of similar to the coordinators, right? Dan Quinn has now hired 2 first-time coordinators on both sides of the ball, but you never know what you can't do until you get a chance to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you got to have obviously you have to have the pieces to be able to execute the things you need. But I'm thrilled for both these young quarterbacks. And I still consider Sam a young guy. And I'm really, what Drake has been able to do, he really has taken the team in different instances and made big plays so that they can be where they are. But I think also if Seattle's going to be able to stay in this game and win this football game, they're going to have to run the football semi-effectively.
Yeah,
they're going to have to control that front somehow, some way by running the football.
Joe, thank you for the
Appreciate
time, man.
you, Joe.
Good luck with the weather down there in Tennessee. I hope it warms up and you guys thaw out.
Thanks, guys. Be safe. I'll talk to you. Bye.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
The great Joe Theismann joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Thanks to Joe T. A lot of news going down about the international games for the NFL this upcoming season, how Washington could fit into that. We're going to get into it next on B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley. 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out on the Monumental show, on the YouTube stream, on the radio, on the app, wherever you are. That's where we're at. I have a lot of breaking news for us to run through here. Brian, are you ready?
Yes, let's go.
One, White Brian has chicken parm and didn't bring it in for everybody. Kind of messed up.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything different.
I gave White Brian some of my meatballs last week. Meatball sub. Said, I don't need a whole foot long of meatballs.
Yeah.
Two, and this is the bigger deal. Apparently, White Brian is hosting a Super Bowl party at his home.
And didn't he invite us?
He invited Jeff.
It ain't my fault I'm the cool one of the show. My bad.
I didn't think either of you would want to come.
I don't.
Well, there you go.
Did you invite Landfill?
I'm going to another event.
I did.
Sorry, Brian. I would have come if you had invited me.
So you invited Landfill and Jeff and just not me and B.
Yeah.
Damn.
He kind of figured I was going to be busy and he knew you wouldn't come.
He lives close to me.
But you wouldn't come.
Probably not.
I was about to say Super Bowl night. JP's not leaving the house.
I think I'm going to the same place B is.
I'll meet y'all there.
Yeah, see,
you're going to be at Brian's house.
I also think Jeff will drop White Brian's party for a better offer.
Nope. I will not.
Yep.
Landfill, what are the chances Jeff actually goes to White Brian's Super Bowl party?
He'll go. 100%.
I'll take under 100.
Hey, well, first, WB was going to come to the club one night, and then my phone died, so he just went home. So I was like, you know what? He was going to come out with me. He invited me to his house. I'm going to go.
So you stood him up?
No, my phone really died in the club.
Why, Brian, you were going to the club with Jeff?
Yeah, it was pretty close to XM.
Yeah, this was
Were
like
you
the
going
first
with
week
Rose
he
or
worked here,
solo?
too.
I mean, yeah, I was going to stop by after work.
That would have been a scene. If White Brian ends up at the club with Jeff,
please,
I need photographic
pic.
evidence.
Say no more.
I don't think Jeff's going to end up there, but we'll see.
You want to bet?
No, because that'll actually incentivize you to do it. All right,
he still won't show up.
A lot of news coming out about international games for the entire NFL. Going to be 7 games internationally this season. They're going to Rio de Janeiro for the first time.
All right.
Munich again, London again, Madrid again.
London.
Melbourne, Australia. That's a long flight. And Paris. So the league just officially announced the Paris game. And we've heard about this for some time, but now it's official. The league has announced it. And in the Paris game, the New Orleans Saints are going to be the home team. So what does that mean for us? It means officially the Commanders aren't playing in Paris because they don't play at New Orleans this year.
Mm-hmm.
So we know Washington's not going to Paris. Now, B, I'm curious if you've heard this because I've had multiple people send me this, and I don't know the veracity of this whatsoever. But you and I had kind of heard we think it'll either be Brazil or London for Washington.
Yeah. Leaning towards London.
I've heard the same thing, that it's leaning towards London. Well, I heard something pretty interesting over the weekend. And again, I don't know if this is real or not. But the thought is, because Washington was the road team last year, they're going to be the home team this year for the London game.
Mm-hmm.
I had multiple people text me, DM me over the weekend that not only will Washington host a game in London, but they're going to stay the week and then play the Jags in London the following week.
So they're going to stay for 2 weeks?
How early they go? Yeah, they're going to play 2 games, back-to-back games. Minnesota, I think, just did that this past season. They played in Dublin.
Well, that would be better to do that than just fly back and then fly right back over there.
Right.
Yeah.
And they do play at Jacksonville this year. So the thought of a Washington-Jacksonville game that's technically a Jacksonville home game in London is entirely feasible. What do you think of the Commanders doing 2 games in London? 1, do you think it's realistic? 2, does it help, hurt? Like, that's a long time away from home.
I think it's very realistic. They were basically in Madrid for a week. If you got 2 games, I can see a week and a half. And I think Josh's aspiration of doing things internationally is as aggressive as Amir Khan. That's his name. Khan. What's his name?
The owner?
Yeah, of the Jaguars.
Khan is the owner, yeah.
Yeah, so I think both of those guys have that interest in that international stuff. So I don't see it as a problem.
What, if any, impact do you think it makes on the team? Because if I had to guess, if you're playing back-to-back weeks in London, we know DQ loves that week away, right? So you're obviously going to stay there Sunday to Sunday.
Uh-huh.
How early do you go on the front end? Do you still go Tuesday like they did for Madrid?
At the latest Wednesday. But like this is about the same trip right here, maybe just a little shorter.
It's a little shorter.
So I listen, man. You go out there on a Wednesday, you play that game Sunday. They'll be relaxing on Monday. Go back to work Tuesday. I can see that.
I think it'd be interesting. So you host one,
and if you're there for 2 weeks, if you're the team that's there for 2 weeks, you're probably more adjusted than the team that comes over there that 1 week.
Certainly by the second game.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been there all week. I know. I've heard players don't necessarily love the international games, and I think there's just going to have to be some acceptance of this is how it's going to be.
Players don't like anything that, like Joe just stated, we are creatures of habit. And
Right.
if you throw us off of our traditional things, we don't like it. But you know what? When the game comes, people forget about all that stuff. I was just listening to something with Michael Jordan, and what was it? Tarico was asking him a question about when he played in certain areas, and the fans. He said, "Bro, when the game starts, I don't hear the fans." He said, "I focus on what I had to do." And I think the players are the same way. Maybe that week, but they'll find something that they can do together that'll get them over that. And once the game starts, if you're worried about, I'm in London, I wasn't at home on that football field, you're going to probably be on the sideline rather quickly.
So that's 8 international games. 3 in London, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Munich, Madrid, Rio, Melbourne is how they pronounce it. I feel like a fool when I say it without the Australian accent, but here we are.
Mm-hmm.
So there must be one other game. I think the travel to Europe.
Didn't they say
maybe there's in Paris.
Paris, yeah.
Sorry. I believe the Australia game. Does this sound right to you that the Rams have like the international rights to Australia? I believe the
Rams, I don't know about it's like other teams with rights to certain places. Like United Emirates, is that Doha area and all that?
Yeah, UAE and Qatar and all that.
Supposedly the Commanders have that.
Right. Now, I don't know that once you have the rights, you get any sort of exclusivity with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, like if you do have the rights, you got to play somebody else. So at least that team's coming, and they're going to have their own. Like when we were in Madrid, they had billboards for the Commanders and for Miami. Like both teams are going to be represented.
Yeah.
The 2 weeks in London, one thing that's going to be really interesting to see, Brian, is what the media, the beat core that covers Washington is going to look like if this Washington Post thing really happens. Because the Post is generally sending 2 reporters and a columnist over the years, everywhere the Redskins Commanders football team have gone. If that dries up, like you're getting to a place where the media, I just wonder for the NFL in general. I'm curious what you think about this. And maybe we have to take this to the break. But for the NFL in general, as media is changing so significantly and budgets are shrinking, what the NFL has thrived on forever is the free media marketing machine they get all week. Because you got people there every day hyping up the game on the weekend. I have a theory where the NFL might have to go similar to other leagues, and I'll explain that next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JON.
the big newspaper in major U.S. cities all over the country, where they're cutting back everything, and sports is part of that. Now, you're always going to have your massive media markets, New York, L.A., Chicago. Yeah. Boston is such a sports-driven city. Philadelphia is such a sports-driven city.
Totally.
Like those major market, top 10 market areas, Dallas, like there will always be like insatiable media coverage of those NFL teams. Washington is in a very interesting kind of intersection, especially if you're talking about back-to-back international games for the football team. Yep. That's serious expenses to send a reporter, or maybe it's a photographer, whatever it is. Like, I mean, you're talking about 10 days in Europe, flights, all that stuff, right? So, thinking locally and thinking specifically about written content, because more and more everything is YouTube videos, right? The NHL, I think, was the first to do this, and I understand why. The league has, I believe this is right, and Landfill or White Brian, maybe you can confirm this. The NHL has NHL.com writers for every team in the league. And that's because, understandably, they want to make sure there is coverage of their teams across the league, right? Because, like, I don't know how much money in St. Louis gets invested to covering the Blues night after night after night when they go on a 7-game road trip. You know what I mean? And I'm just picking the Blues out of a hat, right? But, like, the Anaheim Ducks, whoever it is. So the NHL kind of saw that coming and was like, all right, we're going to assign a writer to every team around the league. I know MLB does that as well. I don't know that the NBA does or doesn't, but I wonder for straight written content, if the NFL at some point, now NFL Network, for a select number of teams, has certain reporters that cover that team. That's kind of changed over the years, too, as NFL Network has now merged with ESPN. We'll see how that eventually all shakes out. ESPN has reporters in every NFL locker room. But, like, I wonder if at some point the league will have to hire a reporter in every city because they notice the coverage is dwindling, at least from a written aspect.
From a written aspect, yes, it may be, but I think what's happening now, the video thing is bigger than all of it now. And I think it's so many people that are going to be getting involved with that and trying to where they're going to have to come down on it a little bit because you got so many people that are doing it. And the ones that are very legitimate are going to stay on. And let's be real. The NFL is bigger than all other 3 leagues
combined
by themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, all combined. And they have a bigger following and people want to hear about everything that's going on. They won't have to deal with the problems that the rest of the people are dealing with at this moment. It may come eventually, but the biggest entities out there are going to make sure this cash cow keeps getting this its notoriety and things like that, and all of the coverage they need.
That's why I just wonder if the NFL's hiring real reporters, real writers. Now, let's be honest, you probably, if you're writing for the league, probably will be some stories you stay away from. But whatever, like day-to-day football coverage, injury report, stuff like that. If you're the NFL, there's 32 teams, right?
Yeah.
You got to pay these people, say that's a $100,000 job. I don't know. That's what, 3.2 mil? Then you got travel. Say that's another mil. But you could probably put your own reporter in every locker room, every media room for under $5 million.
And the thing about the NFL, bro,
I just wonder if they'll have to do it.
They have so many connects and hookups, Jay.
Right.
They're not spending the money that you even pouring out there.
Well, dude, if you
only thing they may have to spend the salaries, most of the other stuff gonna be connects.
What if they mandate that their reporter travels with the team? Like there are some teams that will push back on that.
That
but,
will go until somebody write the wrong story.
Well, that dude will probably get fired. That person will probably.
Yeah, and then they're going to start saying, well, now you can fly them yourself.
Now, every team, I don't want to say every, I would assume every, I believe every, but I haven't checked the Jaguars. World with less written content, maybe that stuff just becomes that much more important.
32 teams with their own in-house stuff is going to grow more. I think the teams their crew will get bigger and more in depth, and you have to understand what you're going to get. You know what I mean? But I think there are still enough people outside of it that they want to write about this. It hits differently than the other sports.
Totally. There's nothing like it. White Brian, I'm curious, in the college football world, as media has shifted, like in the SEC, where there's more interest than anything around, how has the changing media landscape impacted that coverage? Because college football's like almost more about the message boards, right?
Yeah, the message boards, and you're seeing a lot more of the Locked On podcasts and like the smaller brands just covering.
But like for Auburn, like the paper of the SEC is probably the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, I imagine. Like, did they have an Auburn reporter?
I mean, they have like different outlets, but no one directly. Like, I don't think they have a certain paper that they send a person to each game.
What is the biggest paper in Alabama? Birmingham, maybe?
Yeah, Birmingham. Montgomery is a pretty big one.
Like, how many people are in? Who the hell's the coach now?
Alex Golsh.
How many people are in Alex Golsh's press conference every week from a newspaper?
Probably 4. 5 if you count the student paper.
Which should count, I would say. But like that, Auburn football to 4 million people on this planet, I don't know, is the biggest thing in the world. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's remarkable to watch how this is all transpiring.
But see, the thing is, like, back in the day, you had to send a newspaper. Now you hit a button, and it pops up on everybody's computer.
Right, but somebody's got to be there to ask the questions.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you ask the questions. You're not asking 500 questions. It's not that difficult for these things. Like, you look at the strum over there. Y'all get about 10 questions, and it's over. And then you go back and you write. You get a student who's trying to get into this, they're going to write their butts off.
Right.
And then hit
That's
the button.
what you see. I mean, the aggregators have kind of taken over everything.
That's it.
It's an interesting shift right now. Nobody go anywhere. Ben Standig's going to join us at 1 o'clock. He just dropped his new mock draft. We've got to run through. Commander's got a boatload of free agents. Who's coming back and who needs to come back? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Right there, landfill. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, high noon in the District of Columbia. And man, Washington's going to have a lot of decisions to make this offseason. I think we've talked significantly about Adam Peters said it. Got to get younger, faster, stronger, right?
Yeah.
But you also are going to need a roster. like it's easy to say get rid of everybody, but it's 30 people. Like there's only, even now in the expanded roster era of 70, somebody's coming back. So I have this list of all the pending free agents. Now, a couple of them are restricted. You get to find out what happens with the restricted guys sooner. That happens before true free agency opens. But kind of the big ticket, the top salary guys at the top of the list, B. I'm curious where you land on this. Let's start with the top of the list, because I got asked this a bunch. I don't know where I was. I was somewhere, and a bunch of random people were asking me, what are they going to do with Debo? What do you think? Let's do should and will. What do you think should happen with Debo? What do you think will happen with Debo?
I think if the should and the will, that's going to be the same thing. They're going to have a conversation with him to see what the price is and try to sign him at a feasible price. If it gets too high, I think they're going to move on.
I can't stress this enough. The salary cap is $300 million. I think a dude like Debo, last year they converted some bonuses to cash to make it easier to get out of this year. I think Debo's going to get damn near
one. In what year is he in?
Debo is going to be 31, I believe.
Yeah.
Let me look it up.
So if you're trying to get younger and faster, as they stated, that don't seem to fit.
He just turned 30.
Okay.
He just turned 30 in January. Had a good season. Also, a knock on Debo over the years has been health.
Yeah.
I mean, he played 16 games, started 12 of them. He was dealing with that foot thing for a little while, but like Debo said it himself 2 years ago in San Fran. He was overweight. He dealt with pneumonia and just got out of shape a little bit. I don't think there were any of those questions. I think Debo pushed it hard, was in shape all year.
Hey, I think him, the way he was last year, he was a big plus for them.
And I think in games where they had Terry, Debo was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
For me, for Washington's perspective, though, you got to get younger and faster at the receiver position.
Yeah.
Because you got a couple other pending free agents, right? Noah Brown.
That's out.
That's got to be done.
I think that's done.
That's got to be done.
But I think I think what we get caught up in, Jay, we automatically look at the people on the squad right now and say who should come back, who shouldn't. You might want to look and see who's becoming free agents out there.
Sure.
Because those guys, you may look at them and say that person is younger and faster and maybe less. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think what's been becoming free agents and guys that are looking for opportunities on other teams may be the answer to the question that we're thinking about.
But I think of the receiving group, Noah Brown and Chris Moore is a pending free agent. He's 33 years old.
No.
You're not making much there, but like, I think the approach at receiver was proven incorrect. It was proven that you couldn't sustain one injury to Terry, and then the whole operation kind of fell apart. And you got to build the operation up better. So the Debo question, I don't know. The next highest ticket item is Bobby Wagner. Bobby's 35. I think it'll be 36 by week 1. And I recognize there were problems in coverage, but there's linebackers all over the NFL that struggle in coverage.
As I've said, I said many a times, bro, people can sit up there and say about the age thing. It didn't make a difference what the age is. Legitimate running back, pass route running back is going to beat most linebackers all the time. When I was playing, I didn't care if they were 21 or 31. I cooked them. And if you don't cook him as a running back, you don't hang around very long.
Right. Now, he's 36, so it's not 31. But
what I'm saying,
my point is he's productive. And ideally, you can get him in better situations.
Yeah. First and second down is his key.
Right.
You start getting third down, you need to have somebody else on the field. And let's just remember this, too. If you can get more pass rush, he won't get put in those situations very often.
I agree, man. I think... I don't know I don't know that you definitively bring Bobby back. Landville, open these phones because people are going to yell at me about this. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We'll open the phones maybe this whole hour because we got Standing coming at 1. But I think any sort of rash decision that's like Bobby's got to go, he's the problem, you're missing the boat. He was not the problem. Like, there were problematic situations with Bobby Wagner, but he was good. Like, highly, highly productive. And if you want to just say, like, oh, there was who else was going to make the tackles, you still got to make them.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you bring Wagner back, but I
when
just...
it comes down to it, does Bobby want to play anymore?
That's a fair question, too. I don't know that answer. He strikes me as a dude that wants to keep playing, but I don't know. But Wagner last year went for 162 tackles, 4.5 sacks, 2 interceptions. It's not. It's not all bad there.
I
know how I feel on this one. Marcus Mariota, again, a free agent.
Yeah.
They went through this last year.
I think you've seen what he's capable of, and I think it's worth it to keep him on your roster.
Now, that is unless he gets an offer, right? Like, I mean, if you look...
that always is a standard there.
Well, and that happened last year. He's like, I owe it to myself to at least see what else is out there. I mean, if you look around the NFL, the Jets quarterback situation is a mess. Could Marcus start there? If Miami releases Tua, and I don't know that they will, could he start there? I don't know what the Browns are doing, but they do have a Pro Bowl quarterback. The Raiders, you're going to draft Mendoza? You want him going right away?
Probably so.
I mean, there are spots where if Penix injured that knee in like November, right?
Yeah. But they were going to release Kirk, but they said they're planning to bring him back.
Well, now Kirk's contract's going to expire, so Kirk gets to call his shot again now. Mm-hmm. But what's funny is some of these teams we mentioned, Marcus has already been there, Atlanta and Vegas.
Yeah.
And then the Cardinals, what are the Cardinals doing? I think Marcus will have more options than people necessarily understand. I think he should be a priority, though.
Yeah. But you got to wait and see what happens.
Right. That's not going to happen fast.
Yeah.
Let's let Aaron in Suitland weigh in on Bobby Wagner. Aaron, where you at on Bobby Wagner's pending free agency?
Man, hell yeah, I'm bringing him back. Listen, let me ask you a question. You have to look at the pros and cons, right? What does he do the most of? I mean, what is he least efficient in? Covering, right? I mean, he had more tackles than probably almost as much as the next two tacklers that we had combined. Last year, he increased his tackles from the year before. I think he only had 4 or 5 years where he had as many tackles as he has now. He played, 16, 17 games? I mean, is he a liability in coverage? Yeah, we'll blitz him or get him off the field. You got to bring him back. You got to bring him back just based off of his stats alone. Don't look at the age. Look at his production. That's what you have to look at, right? And just like B-Mitch just said, if we get pass rush, then guess what? He won't be that much of a liability, in coverage. Listen, McGee is not ready. I mean, he didn't show me anything, and that's supposed to be, his replacement. And I just don't think that he's ready at this point.
I think McGee showed more than nothing, but
no, I didn't say nothing. Right.
I also think you can look at. I think the draft could impact this when there are some stud linebackers, presumably. And, like, if you're going to go high with a linebacker, or even if you're able to trade back, but you take a first-round linebacker, I think that impacts things too. But on principle, I think you're singing the right tune with Bobby Wagner. I do not agree with you with Jordan McGee, but like Wagner was way better than he got credit for last year. Thank you for the time, bro.
Without a doubt.
Phone lines going to be open all hour. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Trucker Dan in Maryland. What's up, Dan?
What's happening?
What's up, man?
Thank you so much. What I was going to say, if we can get Devin Lloyd somehow, some way, I really like that.
From Jacksonville?
He's a young gunner. Yeah, he's a young gunner. Or we can get that guy out of Texas Tech.
Rodriguez?
Yeah, those are two. But I'm not opposed to bringing Wagner back, but I don't want him playing 100% snaps. I think ideal for him would be like 20% of snaps, and him being around teaching the young guys, you know, the kind of knowledge he got, and then we bring him back on a little light deal, like, you know. And what's that good guy back there? Quan Martin. They got worse this year. Quan Martin, he was wrapping that man up last season. Oh, he got a broken arm. Look what he did. So I don't think Quan Martin should be put on a back burner. I think we need a better defensive back coach.
Well, dog, that's what they did.
They already got that, dog.
Durante Jones
that's what they did.
Is a DB's guy. And Joe Witt and Jason Simmons are gone. So I think
what's that defense? I thought he's still on the staff. I was reading it on one of these Commanders posts that the last skill coach, I don't know how you say that, the defensive back coach, not the defensive coordinator we just hired, but the defensive back coach himself.
So they have a bunch of guys. Tommy Donatel might be who you're talking about, and as of now, he's still on the staff. But so
yeah, that was his name right there.
They've started
I'm not a big fan of him at all.
Hold on, they've started to layer these things. When you have a passing game coordinator for the defense, which is what Jason Simmons was, he was basically like the top dog. Then Donatel was below him. So, like, Simmons is now with the Steelers. There could still be more changes coming on the defensive staff. Yeah. But Joe Witt was DC, but also a DB's guy. So, like, I think they recognize. Listen, if you watch the 4-game stretch where they lost 4 straight games by 3 or more touchdowns, we all saw the problems in the defensive backfield.
Yeah.
So I think they've recognized that. It's a good call. Thank you, dude. Let's go to Andrew in Annapolis. What's up, Drew?
What's going on, guys? First time caller. Big fan of the show.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling.
No problem. I just want to know, are we going to be switching to a 3-4 defense, running that majority? Because isn't that what they ran in Minnesota? I think that's a big question for him to figure it out.
I don't know that, and we'll find that out eventually, right? But I think it's really important to understand that, like, teams play so little base defense anyway that, like, 3-4, 4-3, like, yes. Did the Vikings technically run a 3-4 under? Yes. But, dude, they were moving people around so constantly that I'm not sure that is necessarily directly applicable to what Washington might do with Durante Jones, if that makes sense. It's also about, like, do you have the horses?
Do you have the right people to play it?
That's what I'm going to say. Is Payne going to be back? Because Payne, it keeps some of the offense linemen off of him, which always will help him. You know? So you got to figure out who the defensive tackles are. Are you going to keep them or add to it? I think that's more importantly, too, before you make that decision, too.
Sure. No, that's a great point.
I think those people will have that decision made. They know what they want to do, and they will know how to go after the players because 3-4, 4-3, if you look at teams most times, they look the same.
So in Durante Jones' most recent stop, working under Flores, that's technically a 3-4, but they do so much other complexities. Now, Durante Jones also worked for Marvin Lewis, who runs a 4-3. He also worked for Mike Zimmer, who runs a 4-man front. But he also worked for Vance Joseph, who typically has a 3-man front. So I don't know that answer. It's a fair part of the question. And I do think Payne's role in all this is a fair part of the question. What do you do with Duran? Frankly, I think they bring him back. You still need guys to play. You know what Dan Quinn needs to do next year? Win games.
Yeah, you need extra guys.
I'm going to take one more here. Mike is in Maryland. Mike, where you at on the defense, man?
Mike, you up, bro?
All right, Mike. I'm going to put you on hold. We'll see if we can connect with you. Landville, maybe double check on my man, Mike. When we return, we're taking your calls. A lot of free agents coming for the Washington Commanders. Who needs to be a priority to keep in the building? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John
Mm-hmm.
I just saw this from the Financial Times. If you're in France right now and you're retired and they get pensions from the government over there, if you're a French retired person on your government pension, you're making more money than working age adults. That math don't math, dog.
If you're on your pension?
Yeah.
Wow.
That something doesn't add up. All right.
Well, it could. It's probably they probably keeping most of your money so you can use it when you're later.
We'll find out. Right now, the phone lines are lit up because we just asked. I mean, all we really did was go through the Commanders' free agent list, and at the top of the pending free agents, you got some heavy hitters. You got Deebo Samuel, Bobby Wagner, Marcus Mariota. Zach Ertz, Von Miller. I think those are different questions, especially Ertz coming off the injury.
Yes.
But a lot of folks wanted to weigh in on the future of Bobby Wagner. Let's go to Toothpick. What's up, Toothpick?
Hey, what's good, JP? Thanks for taking my call. What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Hey, listen, I got to credit
Pick, we got to put you on hold, amigo. Toothpick sound like he's in like a electrical substation. Like he's practicing. He's at the Niners practice field. We'll come back to Pick. Let's go to Trey in South Boston. What's up, Trey?
Hey, what's going on, JP? What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Man, I just wanted to say, as far as Bobby Wagner goes, I mean, I love him. Dude's a vet, and I definitely think he can still be productive. But there is a kid out of Pitt, man, Kyle Lewis, probably going to be a late second round, early third round. But after the combine, I imagine he'll move up the draft boards. But there is one train that I want to start early, pause, and that's that we do not need to go after Brandon Ayuk. I really think, if people remember, the Jags actually opened up conversations about Brian Thomas Jr. before the trade deadline. So if the Commanders can somehow, finagle their way into that, I think that would definitely be better than going after Ayuk. Appreciate it.
Good call, Trey. I don't want to speak on your behalf. I'm out on Ayuk.
I just think, like, if a person has caused that many issues about just not wanting to play for that amount of money, something wrong. Y'all figure something out with that, And I understand guys can be in one place and be one person, go to another place and change up, but I need to know what's going on there. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Do sign a deal and basically say, I don't care.
Now, I'll also, specific to Brian Thomas Jr., I think we get way too caught up on, like, because Jaden went to college with these people, they've got to become instant targets. Like, there's good players all over the country. Yeah. And if they went to college with Jaden, that's terrific, but it doesn't necessarily...
They don't have to be.
They
don't have to.
Brian Thomas Jr., however, would be very, very intriguing. He had a down year this year. The rookie year was fantastic. Washington not swimming in a lot of draft capital to try to make that trade. Mm-hmm. If you could do a player-for-player thing, I'd be quite interested. If Jacksonville, just for whatever reason, wants out of the Brian Thomas Jr. business, that might be greater cause for pause. But, like, if you're telling me 71 got that done or something, I'd be the third.
Yeah.
And he kind of came on later in the year. I don't really see it happening, but hey, man, never say never in this crazy league.
League is crazy.
Yeah, he's a first rounder, so they have another 3 years of hypothetical control. We'll try Toothpick again. Pick, what's up, dude?
Pick?
All right. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, dude. Gotcha.
Okay, so I got to credit Candy Wall. I had this conversation with her like Saturday night. Your top three tacklers were Bobby Wagner, Revo was number 3, and I think Quan Martin was number 2 at 99. You had no activity in your front seven, and Bobby Wagner still getting it done at 35 with over 100 tackles again. Man, you cannot absolutely part ways with him because the gap between him and Quan was like, I believe, 40-something tackles, where Quan had 99. Man, it's ridiculous. You let Bobby make that choice on whether he wants to come back. And the good news is with our new DC is your other linebackers will be more active. If you look at Minnesota's numbers and their outside linebackers numbers, and off linebackers numbers like Jordan McGee and Luvu should absolutely kick in more tackles this year coming up. Thanks for taking my call, man. I just had to let y'all know that.
All right, thanks, Pick. Appreciate you, bud. Yeah, I think we had a caller earlier that said, I want Wagner back, but I don't want him playing 100% of the snaps. I think that is a reasonable stance.
Yeah, but I don't want to go down to 20% like he stated.
No.
That's too low.
But, dude, I think if it's 2/3, 60%, that starts to make a lot of sense for me. And you work McGee in over time. But a lot could change here, dude. Devin Lloyd is this free agent linebacker, possible free agent linebacker from the Jaguars. Like, what if they sign somebody? What if they know they're going to draft somebody? A lot of moving parts, but I got to say, I'm more encouraged than I expected to be by the phones. Because there were weeks when there were all these coverage busts consistently where people were calling in screaming about Wagner, and you saw it on social media. The people on the phones today seem far more realistic.
If you listen to the guys on the phone right now, those are not those typical people that were calling before. Those people are still out there. They just quiet right now. They will be talking soon.
You know who's always positive? Our guy Mark in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Top of the day to you, JP. Top of the day to you, B.
What's up, bro?
Hey, man, I got to say it again, B. I mean, for anybody to think that they should be getting rid of Bobby, they're not watching enough football and they don't know enough about it, B. There's no way they should be offering him a coaching job. Who knows more about tackling and modern defense in the front part of the defensive field than Bobby? I mean, and he's a class guy, B. You know this, and man, he's a tackling machine. He has so much knowledge about more than that, and. Man, we're gonna have a DC change. Man, that guy could use him doing so much stuff, and the other guys, like the previous caller said, man, you could leave it up to Bobby, but I hope Bobby wants to keep playing. I hope he wants to keep playing as a Redskin commander. I mean, he's what Redskins are made out of. What we stand for. Definitely keep him. No way they should be letting him go.
Thanks for the call. All right, bro. Appreciate you, Mark. One thing I'll say about making him a coach. Bobby is over $100 million in career on-field earnings. Just got his MBA. Bought into the Seattle WNBA team. I don't think Bobby's becoming a coach. I don't think his next gig is assistant linebackers coach.
Nah.
I think it's like private equity fund to build out sports. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Doug, if you told me 15 years from now Bobby Wagner's the senator for the state of Washington, wouldn't shock me.
I like to see somebody talk trash to him.
Jeff,
outside?
What does Deep State Commander's Twitter say about Wagner as our representative?
It's a split on Twitter. Most people are saying they want him to stay. He's making tackles and all this. But on the other hand, a lot of people are like, he's getting burnt on pass plays. We need to get rid of him. Me personally, I keep Bobby. If I could find another linebacker in this draft that I see with high upside, I keep Bobby so we can, help bring the next people in.
Or Jordan McGee.
Yeah, or Jordan McGee. But we just got to see.
I think McGee deserves more run. I think McGee deserves to be on the field more. That does not mean if I'm running the show, I don't have a space for Bobby Wagner at what he's been able to do because he's been damn good. Let's see what Mike in Gaithersburg says. Mike, what's up, dude?
What's up, guys? Hey, they should keep Wagner. He's the only one that actually knows how to win and actually play. He's still their best defensive player, and they don't have an identity on defense right now, and he's the only one that can get the attitudes and the atmosphere, the environment right for it to be productive. If you bring in a new kid who doesn't have the attitude and the experience, is going to be a failed. You need Wagner in some capacity. He's playing this year and even afterwards because the Redskins, the Commanders, still don't have an identity on defense and they're completely lost. So that's why they should keep Wagner.
All right, bro. That's a fair stance. Appreciate you, Mike. Thanks, dude.
Nope.
We got Big G, who may or may not also be Big T and may or may not have other people in the car. We'll all find out together. Big G, what do you think with Wagner?
Yeah, I'm still that same person. How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Hey, I just think they talking about Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner is more than just he even helps our offense with our developing quarterback. I mean, he's more than just a tackling machine. Bobby Wagner deserves to be on our team, and if they don't want him, I know somebody that do. I mean, he's. I hope he stay there, and I hope we keep him. You know what I'm saying? Hey, and another thing, I stayed home today for the first time, and I got to see y'all on TV. Y'all look real good, man. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. All right, let's get one more in here. Marvin is in Landover. What's up, Marv?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, gentlemen.
All right, man.
I'm of the frame of mind that just because he's a great football player doesn't mean it's not time to move on. I love Bobby Wagner, and when we signed him, I thought it was a coup. But all things must come to an end. I actually think I'm big game hunting this free agency. I'm really big game hunting. I'm going after Quay Walker. I'm going after Devin Lloyd. I'm trying to upgrade every position. I don't want to be like some crazy person, but that might have been the worst defense I've ever seen in my lifetime as a Washington fan. I don't know. I mean, that might be hyperbolic, but it really was that bad. I just didn't think we had a chance to win so many times. Like, we ain't winning this game. We can't stop anybody. We ain't winning this game. We can't stop anybody. And Bobby Wagner was part of that defense. So everybody's under scrutiny. I mean, my man, Deron Payne, I can get that from about 30 other defensive tackles in the league and not pay him $20 million. I mean, every cornerback, every safety, everybody should be under scrutiny. Nobody should be held to a standard like I should keep you if I can't upgrade. I'm thinking Tariq Woolen. I'm thinking anybody that can help this defense get faster, younger, more aggressive, and every draft pick that I can get to that, that's what I'm trying to do. That defense was an abomination this year, fellas. An abomination. It was the worst thing I have ever seen as a football fan. They didn't stop anybody, I swear, the whole year. So, hey, look, I love Bobby Wagner as a football player. As a human being, he's even better. But that's not me. I'm a football guy, and I'm saying I need to upgrade. I need to upgrade everywhere. Okay, I need pass rushers. I need defense tackles. I need linebackers who can run sideline to sideline. I need safeties that can come down and fill that last eighth gap and not miss a tackle. I need corners who can hug.
You think you can do all that in 1 year, though? I mean, you need a lot, but you can't do it all in 1 year. So you gotta go with something that may. If you got guys on your team that are legitimate and you can move it and you can work on another position that makes them even better, you do that type of stuff. And I think that's the only thing I'm saying about Bobby. I think you have to improve some things to make him better at what he does. But if you don't have pass rush, I don't care who you put behind that line, they're not gonna be very good.
Well, that's the truth. I mean, always pass rush, stop the run, pass rush. They're the highest priorities.
Thank you for the call, Marvin. We got a boogie here.
All right.
Appreciate you, bud.
All right.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Ben Standing will join the show.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John.
Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I did want to take a quick look around the coaching carousel in the NFL because all the jobs are now full, either reported or officially. And it leaves Washington's former offensive coordinator, Cliff Kingsbury, in kind of an interesting spot here, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills hired Joe Brady. The Steelers hired Mike McCarthy. The Ravens hired Jesse Minter. The Giants hired John Harbaugh. The Falcons, Kevin Stefanski. Dolphins, Jeff Hafley. Titans, Robert Salah. Browns, Todd Monken. Cardinals, Mike LaFleur. Raiders, Clint Kubiak. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Of these hires, where had Cliff been connected? We had heard the Giants.
Baltimore.
We had heard Baltimore.
Giants. I didn't think the Cardinals, and then also Raiders at one point.
True. Now, the Ravens over the weekend, credit to Matt Valdez, Ravens insider, Dundalk Times.
Dundalk.
He had told me it's not going to be Cliff. Don't believe that. And over the weekend, White Brian, look up. I think they hired the Bears offensive coordinator, Declan Joseph? Declan something.
Yeah, I saw it was Declan something.
Shout out to Greg Height's son.
Declan Doyle.
Declan Doyle, thank you. And how can he move if it's a lateral move, OC to OC? Because he's not the play caller in Chicago. He'll be the play caller in Baltimore.
Yeah.
That's how you get to move laterally.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to look at these jobs that could make sense for Cliff that are still available. The Giants could make sense, right? Because he gets to be the play caller. I don't think Cliff wants to go somewhere where he is an offensive coordinator, but nominally, in title only, where the head coach is going to be the play caller.
Yeah.
Have the Giants, I know the Giants thought they were getting Todd Monken. Have they settled on an OC, White Brian?
I would love Cliff on the Giants.
The Giants have not hired anybody yet, right?
No.
Okay. And they thought they were going to get Monken, then Monken gets the Browns job. So the only spots that are kind of still left.
You know who likes to run the football?
The Titans made a hire, I believe.
You know who liked to run the football a lot?
John
Harbaugh.
Yeah. Now, when Cliff's offenses have been good, they have run the ball well.
Okay.
Last year, they ran the ball well. Go back to the playoff year in Arizona, they ran the ball well. The Titans have made a hire. So Robert Salah is obviously a defensive coach. They hired Brian Daboll to run that offense with Cam Ward. See how that goes.
Yeah.
But, we're kind of at a point. Have the Dolphins named an offensive coordinator yet? Because Hafley's obviously going to run the defense. But I don't think the Dolphins have named their offensive coordinator. So if you're Cliff and you want to go somewhere, I would assume he wants to go somewhere where he actually gets autonomy to call the plays and run the offense.
If that's your choice, I mean, if you had that choice to do it, but sometimes you got to get in where you fit in.
I totally. The Giants are still available. I believe the Dolphins are still available. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. Official.
Yeah, he got promoted.
Okay, so that's another job off the books. I'm kind of surprised Slowick is still doing that, but good for him.
Dude, once you just got to get into this thing, man.
Totally.
This is all these guys know each other, and then eventually you work with some people you didn't know before.
What is the scuttlebutt out of New Jersey about Kingsbury getting the Giants job? W.
I think everyone's still trying to recover from missing out on Monken. I really want Kingsbury. It's kind of split.
Why do you really want Cliff?
He's shown he can take a young quarterback to a game away from the Super Bowl.
Did he take him or did the quarterback take him?
Well, he helped.
If you could get Jim Bob Cooter or Cliff Kingsbury in New York, who do you want?
Jim Bob Cooter's a great name, but I'd rather have Cliff.
You imagine the tabloids if the offensive coordinator's last name is Cooter? Don't pass on Cooter. I mean, just think about the headlines that the New York Daily News and the New York Post will run on that back page sports section if the Giants offense coordinator is Jim Bob Cooter. That alone might tip the scales to him. B, what, if any, do you think the buyer's remorse is with Cliff? The Saints' job last year was his, and he turned down the interview, said, I want to coach another year with Jaden. What, if any, buyer's remorse do you think he has now? At least he's not getting a head coaching job.
I don't know, man. Listen, you sometimes, when you say no to something, it's just what, it ain't just about having a job. That job could have been a little bit more stressful than you think.
Sure.
And he decided to stay here when he was still getting paid from Arizona, was he not?
Yeah.
So, I mean, after the fact, he probably saying something. But he made the right decision.
You had to run that back. After an NFC title game and the rookie year Jaden had.
You got to try that again.
Unless, I mean, this cycle's been kind of interesting, but you see less and less coaches that have been fired get jobs. So maybe there should have been a conversation like, dude, this might be the shot here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I just say, just like we were talking about Brandon Ayuk, he walked away from something. Yeah, when you hear mutually agreed, some people think that's walking away from something, right? So just like Brandon Ayuk gets the knock because of that, somebody might be looking at him the same way. But I think this New York thing still is a possibility.
Ben Standig will join us next. respect. All right, time to go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to our friend, Mr. Ben Standig. What's up, Benny?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good, man. What's happening?
Just trying to deal with this weather like everybody else. It's freaking terrible. But other than that, starting to get into mock draft season, waiting for some more coaching moves to be made. So, good times over here.
All right, I know where you live and how much you love dealing with weather.
Mm-hmm.
How long was it until you dug out your car? The snow came down last Sunday.
That infers it's out now.
You said what?
That infers it's out now.
Oh, it's still it's still locked up?
So I dug it out like 75% in the first like 4 or 5 inches, and then the ice came and all that, and then I didn't go outside for, I don't know, another day and a half, and then when I went back out, it was like all hard, the ice. I was like, this sucks. So I haven't had this weekend melt some stuff.
How'd you get? So you took Uber to the mall?
Yeah.
Like, because I know you well, that just makes me laugh so much. All right, there's a lot to talk about, but on the Last Man Standing Substack, which you can subscribe to at lastmanstanding.substack.com. One thing, and I always give you credit for this, there's a zillion people out there that crank out mock drafts, and they talk to nobody, know nothing, and it's just like an exercise in content, right? Content futility, I would say. I know how seriously you take the mock draft stuff, and I know how many people you reach out to for this kind of stuff. And, we're February, March, April? We're 2 months out, or 2.5, whatever it is, from the actual draft. So I'm sure there'll be some risers and some fallers, and we'll learn more when we get to the combine, etc. But you released your first mock draft this morning, and I'd say you got a couple of surprises in there. No surprise at one. Fernando Mendoza's going to the Raiders, period. Unless there's some crazy trade, but that seems pretty damn done. Mm-hmm. Let's start at 2. How certain do you feel about Arvell Reese going to the Jets?
Yeah, so not particularly. And here's where, when you look at this draft, every draft is defined essentially by what happens at the top, good or bad, more or less. And the problem this year is, again, there'll be good players. Nobody's arguing that. But it doesn't feel like there's as many overt blue-chip guys that you would take at the top compared to other years. I'm not even just talking about quarterback. So it feels like Arvell Reese right now is sort of the default number 2. Now, he may be ultimately the right guy, because I was talking to a team's college scouting director who said that he sees some Micah Parsons in him, in Reese, if it all goes right. But others are like, well, it's a little bit of a tweener. We don't quite know what he is. So I don't know if I feel great about it at 2, but right now I'm sort of like, all right, you lean into the athletic traits and figure it out, and that's why I have him at 2. But I don't necessarily know that I feel great about it. Of course, the Jets are at 2. They would love a quarterback. There is no quarterback. So unless something dramatically changes there, they're going to have to go an alternate path, and Reese right now looks like a pretty good one.
All right, so then we scroll down. A lot of excitement about the big tackle Fano out of Utah. I've seen him consistently as a top 5 guy, the first tackle off the board. But then I would say this may surprise people. You have the Titans taking David Bailey, the pass rusher out of Texas Tech, who I'm wild about, and I think a lot of people are. You have David Bailey going 4th to Nashville to play for Robert Salah. Talk me through what you're hearing surrounding Bailey, specifically as him going ahead of Reuben Bain and maybe even creeping into the top 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case, it's just sort of what do you prefer? Bailey is more of that sleek edge rusher type. Maybe doesn't help you as much in rundowns, but he's going to get after the quarterback and be a speed guy on the outside. Bain, if you watched college football playoffs at all, you saw him just his power is very impressive. He can be a 3-down lineman, get after the quarterback, but also be a run stopper to a degree as well. So I think it's just sort of what do you want out of that position. I don't, you could easily tell me Bain could be the guy for Saleh. I don't know exactly, but it just felt to me like Bailey has more of that explosive upside. And right now at the point where, the evaluations are still happening or still learning more, I went for that for them. The Titans could justifiably take a receiver here. Obviously, they need more help for Cam Ward, but, all things being equal, I'm going to take defensive line over receiver. So that's what I did.
Also, the run down team can't stop the run. Why is a guy who could do both of them? He would be less apt to be to be the guy that would go first.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of, I guess, ceiling and floor, and what is more important to you. I think in the case of Ruben Bain, the constant mention he's got shorter arms, and sometimes maybe that does matter for certain players. Other times it doesn't mean anything if the guy is talented. In which this case, it feels like that could be the case. He's a bigger guy, stockier build than Bailey. So I guess it's just, again, it probably just comes down to what do you see as the greater impact when it's all said and done. I think sometimes sacks can be an overrated stat, but obviously it reflects an ability to be a disruptor in the pocket. So if you think that Bailey gives you more of that, even if there's some questions, at least initially, about his run defense or somebody like that, that may still be more appealing, where Bain maybe has a higher floor because of the 3-down potential, but lacks the same amount of athletic upside. So I think it's probably, a lot of things like that. I think generally speaking, teams get fooled when they make their biggest mistake is when they draft for athleticism over, just the ability to play football. Mm-hmm. But I think we all understand why that is so tantalizing. We see it all the time. Basketball, the guy who can jump out of the gym is going to get more attention than the guy who's just fundamentally sound, right? So it's a little bit of that, I would think.
So then later in your mock, 2 slots later, you have the Commanders taking Bain. How realistic do you think that is? Because I don't think it'd be crazy at all. I think that'd be embraced by the fan base. Like, what do you specifically think of the Bain pick?
Yeah, well, look, I think if we're going to rank all their needs, and there are a lot of them, I think, some sort of defensive line, edge rusher, pass rusher has got to be very high on the list. Certainly almost anything defense works, but, it all starts up front. Look, if you told me that these two, that Bailey and Bain are both gone in the first 6 picks, I'm not going to be surprised. It's a premium position, and those guys look to be 2 of the better players in this draft class. I think the key for Washington, you got to root for offensive linemen going early, and I have a tackle going at 3 and another one at 5. That's the one position I think we're pretty confident that Washington is not going to draft that high, so that's ideal. If that happens, there's a decent chance I think one of the defensive linemen gets pushed back. If that doesn't happen, it's probably because the 2 defensive linemen are off the board, and now Washington has to move to, possibly like a plan B or C. So I think it's conceivable for sure that one or both of those guys is there. If you see look up mock drafts in general right now, kind of all over the place. I've seen them as high as 2. I've seen them as low as 10. So right now it's a bit kind of all over the place, but I think it's definitely conceivable that at least one of them is there, which right now I think would be ideal. Of course, free agency happens before the draft, right? So that's going to reshape a lot. If they go out and say, I'm making this up, go sign Trey Hendrickson for a ton of money, then maybe they don't feel as compelled to have to take an offensive end at 7. Or, if they go out and get a receiver, maybe they don't feel like they have to get a receiver at that pick either. So that's going to obviously shape a lot of this.
It's funny that AP came out and said, man, I wish the draft was before free agency. I imagine personnel people across the league feel the same way. The other big thing with Washington picking 7 is undoubtedly they want to trade down. But to trade down, you need a partner in crime. How seriously, or what kind of odds would you put at a trade down option?
Yeah, I didn't do trades at this point. I'm probably going to wait for that until we get to free agency because then we'll have a better feel for what teams need what. Look, this is the bummer that there's only the one quarterback looking to go fairly high in the draft, because otherwise that's always a position where teams are willing to trade up for. Other than that, it's going to depend. Like, does somebody think, hey, if one of those defensive ends are there, they think so highly of them that Washington says, hey, the haul we're getting here is worth it, and you move down. Perhaps the offensive tackles. There's going to be 3 receivers who go somewhere, I would guess, probably in the top 15 or so. If you just think, Tate or Tyson from Arizona State is just all that, maybe you jump up. I think the most interesting one, as we're intending, it doesn't make any sense like what the Raiders just did, taking Ashton Jeanty on a terrible team, because we all know running backs don't have a long shelf life typically in this league. So if the Chiefs at 9 think, boy, we could take Jeremiah Love, and this is the one thing on our offense has been lacking, is a running back who's a real difference maker. But the Saints at 8, I think, also could be looking for the same thing. Alvin Kamara is getting to the end of his sort of an RB1 time. Do the Chiefs and the Saints have some sort of battle to see who gets Love, and if that happens, does one of them jump up to Washington with an offer? So I think that could be interesting as we're standing here at the beginning of February. Something to watch.
That'll truly help out the Chiefs.
Yes.
You get him on that team with that speed at receiver, and when Pat's finally healthy, bro, that's scary.
Oh, 100%. That's why I think the Chiefs could be pretty aggressive. Like, they're not. Yeah, I could see that happening where they're like, hey, it's a little early to take a running back in general, but this guy, with where we are right now, that could easily put them right back to the top of the mountain, at least offensively.
Talking with our friend Ben Standig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can give Standig a follow at Ben Standig, or subscribe to his Last Man Standing Substack. Check out the Last Man Standing podcast as well. Who is your top? So if I'm reading this right, I think your top skill position player is Carnell Tate going to the Browns. Like, how do you view Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Love, and then the USC wide receiver Makai Lemon? Like, those are probably your projected top 10 non-quarterback offensive skill position guys.
Yeah, and then I think Jordan Tyson is there as well. Like, the 3 receivers, it can kind of feel like it's, what are you looking for? Lemon's more of the slot guy. The other 2 have, Tyson's got good size. So I think it sort of depends on what you're looking at. Like, hypothetically, if we said Washington was taking a receiver, I think Tyson would make probably more sense for them than Lemon. They need size. They need another outside threat. So, but yeah, I think those are the guys. Those 4 guys are probably the best bets for skill players to go high. There's a tight end out of Oregon, Sadiq. I remember talking to Josh Connerly a little bit about him this year. Obviously, Connerly is not surprisingly, he's a big fan. But again, this is a draft where tight ends do not seem to be very deep at the top. And, if you watch the Bears this season and how, Colston Loveland, as he developed over the course of the year, became such a difference maker for them. If you have one of the better tight ends, I think it really does give you a leg up. So perhaps some team looks at him and says, hey, this is an opportunity to give us a unique player at a position. But again, tight ends aren't often going that high. So maybe he could squeak into the top 10, but probably the other 4. And like I said, to me, it's just hard to take running back super high unless it is that final piece, like it would be, say, for the Chiefs. But for the other teams, going receiver would make much more sense typically.
It's going to be a really interesting, call it 3 months to the draft, and the amount of BS that will get thrown around, and then kind of where things land. I did want to make some time, though, Benny, that Washington's made some significant changes. The most recent is Durante Jones' hire as the D coordinator. What do you think of that move? What have you heard from around the league? And then what do you think of the subsequent?
They all seem to be pretty impressed by him and are not surprised that he's landing a defensive coordinator role. I think the one thing, though, that I do wonder when you have, at least on the NFL level, first-time coordinators on offense, on defense, and the offensive line, which is, arguably the most important position coach, at least on offense, that is either Dan Quinn being going out on a big-time limb because he sees the upside, or it's a sign that people around the league are looking at Washington going, I don't know if I want to hitch my wagon to them right now, and therefore Washington took these flyers that, I think you look at some of the teams around the league, the ones who are like the legit contenders, not always. The Eagles also took a guy similar to Blau in Sean Mannion from Green Bay as their new OC, but, it just didn't feel like Washington had a ton of options this time, or anybody who had options was putting Washington further down on their individual list. That doesn't mean this isn't going to be good. I mean, Blau is obviously very interested. A lot of people think he's got the goods to be that next young hotshot OC. And again, Jones coming out of that Brian Flores system. If he brings any of that, Washington's defense will certainly be a lot more fun to watch. And we'll see about the personnel. So I reserve judgment. Anybody who says that they know when you promote some position coach up that this is a good or a bad move. I mean, God bless you. I don't have that kind of vision.
They don't either.
I don't know how you could tell. So who knows? But I'm mostly sort of curious as to how they ended up there. Was it because they lacked options, or did Dan Quinn? We'll never get the real answer. But did Dan Quinn just see something like, what? I think this is the way to go.
I think the thing with Blau, I think they knew where they were going when they let Cliff go, when they did this mutual agreement. I think the kid Durante, they were impressed with him more than they thought, and probably went that way. Like for me, nobody can tell you that how good they're gonna be, and they damn sure can't tell you that they're gonna be bad. Nobody knows.
Agreed. I think Blau, that thing was probably decided after Christmas, like long before everything went sideways there, or the mutual agreed departure. I think the defensive side, to your point of, was nobody really interested in this job? I think if that OC job went to market, there'd be a lot of people interested in coaching Jaden Daniels. I think that would have real interest. I think with the DC job, and they interviewed a couple of, established guys that went elsewhere, and then they kind of bumped it down a level and decided Durante is our guy of the people we've talked to. I think there's a reason probably the more established guys that kind of had their pick of a job went elsewhere. It's hard to look at this defense and be terrifically excited about much, but that doesn't mean they can't flip it in a year.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, the upside with this defense right now is because they're so limited in personnel and talent, but they do have a lot of cap space. They have the number 7 pick, is that you can come in and help reshape this thing in your image. You're not sort of stuck with a bunch of players that maybe don't fit what you do. So that's a positive for this. But yes, I do think that any defensive coordinator who had some options was not going to be really excited here. I believe that they had real interest in Jonathan Gannon, who ended up going to Green Bay instead. They have Micah Parsons. That probably helps.
Yeah.
Gannon's also from Green Bay, so he can't really do much about that. So there's that. I think the thing with the offensive side, certainly Jaden Daniels is very attractive. Everybody would love to be part of that. But the question is, what's Dan Quinn's future here? I mean, it seems nuts to even consider that this could be the last year if things go sideways again after what we had in 2024. But in the NFL, as we know, these things don't, not a lot of time is given for coaches. Josh Harris, I think, is generally pretty patient based on what we have seen in his other sports. But I think that's for some people who are like, hey, fact they hired Blau so quickly.
I agree with that. B and I talked about this last week. I'm curious if you land in the same spot. Like, what is the floor for wins for DQ to not have to be stressed next offseason? I think they got to get to at least 7. I think if it's 6 or fewer, there's real questions.
Yeah, I think that's probably about right. And I think to me, it's going to be more of that Jaden Daniels once again looks like a guy that we saw the first year where he's, a top quarterback in this league. And then they have to be competitive. You can't lose 4 games in a row by 20-plus points.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, even the Giants this year were far more competitive in games than Washington. They were like the Wizards. They would have leads and then blow it. So they've got to be much more competitive. And if you're that, if Jaden looks the part and you're more competitive, even if you're stuck at 6-7 wins, you could probably be like, hey, we still have to add pieces on defense or whatever it was that let you down. But if you're getting blown out and you don't have a lot of wins, I think that spells doom.
All right, buddy, we got to run. Thanks for the time, dude. Good luck digging that car
Take care,
out.
brother.
Thanks, guys.
He's not digging it out.
He ain't digging nothing out. That's our guy, Ben Stadig. Give him a follow at Ben Stadig. When we get back, something important and sad happened this weekend. We'll discuss.
you're in charge. Coming up in the world, don't trust nobody. Gotta look over your shoulder constantly. I remember the days
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Last night, first weekend without football, man, since what is week 0? Like the weekend before Labor Day. Since like late August. And hell, if you want to count preseason football.
You got preseason and you had the college games start earlier.
Week 0 is the week before Labor Day. So that's August 25th, call it.
Week 0 going to start being a game, I'm telling you. Watch. When they go to the 18.
You think week 0 is going to be week 1 for college?
Yeah. for the NFL. They're going to move it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think they can, if they smush up the bye week, it depends if they're doing 2 byes. If they're doing 2 byes, they'll have to go to week 0. Yeah.
I would think they would have to go with 2 byes, man, because you can't add another game and then act like, oh, we care about the health of the players.
You know what's pretty interesting now? Now you've got 8 international games, which they've typically done that Brazil game the Friday night of opening weekend. Okay. So Thursday night is the Super Bowl winner. Friday night, the last 2 years anyway, has been the Brazil game. And then Sunday, you got a boatload of games. But you could get to a spot where you're talking, if they keep the Brazil game Friday night, that's 7 weeks with a 9:30 window game, 9:30 a.m. East Coast. How do you think that game rates, though, on the West Coast? That's a 6:30 kick.
Probably horrible. But they get everybody else, and they get some level of the international interest over there, too. So let's be real. When a game is at 1 o'clock here on the East Coast, it's at 10 on the West Coast, they're not really up for that game either. So they just got in.
I've been, in my younger days as a young man, I've been in L.A. waking up at 9 to go to the bar to watch games, and those bars are popping. But 6 is a different beast.
6:30?
Yeah. But it hit me last night. So we got the girls to bed. I was watching the Wiz game. The Wiz have won 3 of their last 4.
Yeah.
And last night was like a real battle of the tankers, I would say. Because you had the Wiz pulled everybody. And the Kings still lost. The Kings now have only 12 wins on the season. The Wiz are at 13. The Kings, Chris was saying this on the broadcast. The Wiz was the last game of a 6-game road trip for Sacramento. You know what their record was on the road trip?
1-5. 0-6. Wow. They were Wiz 1-3 of 4, and they lost 6 of 6.
Yeah.
And they're like, hell, we trying to get better than y'all. We're trying to drop down on that thing.
Now, if you're the Wiz, they've won 3 of the last 4, which I'd say is cause for some excitement, right? But the one they lost was the Lakers on Friday night. Luka had a triple-double at halftime. That was a name-your-score game for L.A. For most of that game. I mean, they were down big. I think it was 77-47 at halftime.
Wow.
It was a one-sided affair. But they have won 3 or 4, and the John Wall game was a ton of fun. I think they play the Knicks tomorrow night. Did you watch any of Knicks-Lakers last night? So what happened? I get the girls to bed. I paused the end of the Wizards game because, of course, bedtime came right as that game was ending. So I watched the end of that on delay, I guess. And then, I'm like looking for something to watch. This is how you can still tell. I don't know if I'm a millennial or Gen X or whatever I am, but like, I don't.
You try to act like you're an old ass man all the time. I don't think you're either one of those.
I still don't immediately think to go to streaming. I check the awesome football. And it just wasn't there last night. Nobody home. I tried to put the Grammys on for a minute. Did you watch any of the Grammys?
I watched a good bit of it. I watched almost the whole thing.
Did you?
Yeah.
What was the highlights? Because the 20 seconds I watched, it wasn't.
Well, I liked the thing they did with Lauryn Hill and all them. I think Bruno Mars came out, did his thing as he normally does.
He was with the girl Rosie.
No, he went up and did a thing. All they had on their little red outfits. Olivia Dean.
Jeff, who was playing guitar with the girl Rosie? Because I thought that was Bruno Mars. Does he play guitar?
I don't know who.
Bruno Mars plays a lot of instruments, but I don't think he played no guitar last night. But it was a good thing. I mean, Bad Bunny won a lot of stuff. I think Trevor Noah was damn good. At this, he's good, dog.
Noah.
Noah.
The host.
Trevor Noah. I call him Noah. Whatever. He was damn
Kevin
good.
Na's the golfer. Trevor, I don't know who
Trevor Noah, whatever his name is.
All right, it was Bruno, the 20 seconds I saw.
I didn't see that part where you posted you lasted 20 seconds.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything until after that.
So that song they performed, my girls sing, and that song drives me nuts. And when I realized that's what it was, I just bailed out and ended up watching Below Deck.
It was a good one, though. I liked it.
All right, good for you for watching. Jeff didn't watch any. I wonder what the audiences are like for those big standalone, the Grammys, the Oscars, the Emmys, all that stuff.
Don't get me wrong. I would have watched the Grammys. I just wasn't in the house last night.
What did you do on the first football-less weekend of the year?
I had to DJ a baby shower.
At night?
Yes.
Yeah,
in the evening.
for grown folks.
But look, this the thing. I was doing an African baby shower. Now, mind you, they told me the baby shower started at 5. People did not start showing up in the baby shower, did not kick off until 7.
Well,
how late did the baby
you
shower
said it started at
go?
5. When I get there, that's when I start charging.
Trust me. Trust me. But the baby shower went to 9 o'clock. They was trying to get me to stay an extra hour. I'm like, yo, it's Sunday. I'm in Laurel. I live like 40 minutes away. I need to go home. But they was just partying, food going. And then once I packed up.
Sound like a Louisiana baby shower right there,
Once
baby.
I packed up, they brought out a big speaker and continued to party on. They probably still partying right now.
Hey.
I've never been to a nighttime baby shower. I feel like they're usually brunches.
The Louisiana ones.
How many baby showers have you been to?
I've been to a good bit because they it's just like an adult damn party. You got the women over here with their little stuff and doing everything. The dudes over here with all kinds of drink, a whole damn bar.
The only person that was not drinking last night was the mom.
Interesting. The only baby showers I think I've been to are my 2 kids. I had to go pick up the presents. Like basically for Lauren's 2 baby showers, I went for like the last half hour to like make an appearance, and then you like pick up all the presents.
Yeah.
I know that co-ed baby showers have become more of a thing. The few I was invited to, I was busy. I had to wash my hair or
On
whatever.
purpose.
I was busy, Brian.
Didn't wash your hair.
I have very little interest, although these sound far more
Well,
entertaining.
I'm just saying, like what has happened. I'm gonna definitely tell you what has happened in the African American community. They made it very, very comfortable for the dude, because I've been to some different nationalities as well, and I'm gonna tell you, bro, it's a bar like you go to a club.
Oh yeah, they were from Sierra Leone. They get down.
I know that with the stuff at Sammy's house. Look, it could be the little kid's birthday party or baby shower. You're like, well, you gotta have a cigar roller here, but I'm not complaining. You know what I mean? But it's good. But you got to entertain the dude. Like most times, guys just sitting around while the women doing everything. Nah, give me some entertainment.
I have never been to one of those baby showers, but I've also never been to any. So maybe I'm missing out. I've been to plenty of little kid birthday parties that end up very rowdy affairs.
When I have mine, you gonna see.
Jeff,
have your what?
When I have a kid, I'm gonna invite you to the baby shower.
Man,
we gonna show you how to get down.
Come on,
Jeff.
Blankster.
When that time and invitation comes, I will attend your baby shower, buddy.
You might be 65 then, Jay.
Relax.
Jeff, it's hard to get a read on Jeff's pending domestication. You can't tell what he's doing.
One day when he's interested, he'll tell you something like this, and then the next day it never comes. It's not coming.
Y'all had to grow up too at some point. It's coming.
No, when
Trust
I
me.
was 31, I was grown, dog.
Nah, see, I can't.
How old are you? 32.
I'm 32. I
When
don't
I
want
was
a
32, I was grown.
I don't want a kid right now. I'm sorry.
No, you probably shouldn't, because you still one yourself.
I think I got married at
I'm just
32.
saying. How you gonna flip me off on TV, dog? FCC, yep, FCC. Joey, get him.
Somebody was asking me over the weekend. I was leaving the Maryland game, and some dude was like, "How's it going with the show on TV now?" I was like, "We got to button it up a little bit more. There's no more red cups in studio." But
who said that?
We haven't had them since we've been on.
Blue cup, green. We'll figure it out.
Water cup.
Coffee. That's coffee.
This morning B started talking about Bo Jackson.
I don't know how that came out. Dog.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Friday night.
Friday night?
Yeah.
All right.
I like Winter Olympics, man. You end up watching stuff that's crazy.
I like it. Listen.
Like the luge. These people are going.
The luge and then the ski jump is what I love.
Oh, the dudes at the far one? Yeah.
Jumping and they leaning like that. I've always liked that. I ain't gonna ever do it, but I like it. And then also I like what's the
curling?
Curling, yeah. And I found out if you ever go to a curling place, all they do is drink beer.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I think curling is like very cold weather bowling.
I would love to be there.
You know how fast luge goes?
They roll, bro.
Dude.
And that's the one.
The speed record is 96.
Is that the one when that's the one on your back part, on your back, or you one when you're leaning? It's two different ones.
Luge, you're on your back. I think it might be skeleton, you're on your front.
Yeah. And they're flying.
Yo,
dog.
and there's no
because
pads.
you turn with your feet on the little blades and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skeleton goes just as fast and you're going head first.
Then the bobsled, the 4-man bobsled, they be getting it, dog.
Yeah, but at least in the bobsled, you got like a vehicle.
Still.
Like the luge and the skeleton, you're just on like a sled.
Yeah,
like
but when you start, what you
rickety-ass
got to
sled.
realize, when you start going downhill on that ice and it's heavier, it flies a little fast. We roll it.
So the fastest recorded, it's weird. All the speeds are about the same. Fastest recorded bobsled speed is 97.59 miles per hour, achieved by the German 4-man team during the World Championships in Whistler.
You gotta be rolling on that takeoff, dog.
Cool Runnings, all-time great movie.
Yeah.
Shout out to Feel the Rhythm, Feel the Ride. I like the skiing a lot.
Yeah, I like the
slalom.
That's what I always say to Lindsey Vonn, the downhill.
You know she got hurt.
Yeah. Well, she went to this thing. She got a knee replacement.
But I think she's not in the Olympics.
Yeah. I was thinking, okay, she's going to go out here with a knee replacement.
So
one time she go down, she's going to be messed up.
In general, I like Olympic sports where there is a winner rather than judges. Like in the Summer Olympics.
You mean the speeds going downhill.
Like I enjoy them all, right? But like Summer Olympics, I like track better than gymnastics because in track, somebody runs faster or jumps farther or whatever it is, and it's like a objective measurement to winning versus the gymnastics, like the judges and everything and
But
degree of
it's like
difficulty
when they
and-
talking, when you hear all that, then you figure it out, When you see a performance, you know it's better than the other one.
You like of the performances, do you like gymnastics or the ice skating better?
I'd rather the gymnastics. And then
But I think they're kind of the equivalent, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but I
for
just,
summer to
I like
winter.
the gymnastics better because it's like multiple things they do. They do the floor, they do the bars, they do the balance beam, and the pommel horse, and they do all not pommel horse, the vault.
I think it's called pommel horse.
The vault. The guys, I see guys doing it. I never seen
Oh,
girls
you're right.
doing
The
it.
pommel horse is this joint.
Doing it. But I like the gymnastics more. But for me, I'll be honest with you, bro. I love speed skating.
Really?
Bro.
There's a speed skater from here.
Everybody that's speed skating look like they've been squatting since day one.
Yeah, they got those Obi legs.
They got some legs, man.
Do we know, is there TGL this week? I think I need TGL.
That would be tomorrow night, wouldn't it? Or it's tonight.
But do you think, so TGL is an ESPN product, and tomorrow night is the Pro Bowl games. I hope TGL is not taking a Super Bowl break, because I
hope they come on tonight. Because last Monday you called me and it was on Monday, right?
Yo, it's all, today at 5 o'clock, bang.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Atlanta versus Jupiter.
Okay.
Isn't Tiger on Jupiter?
Yeah, he's not playing, though.
Maybe he'll be there, though.
He's always there. Akshay Bhatia.
Did you watch the golf this weekend?
I watched some of it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but
Justin Rose is a bad man.
Justin could play.
Oldest winner ever, I think.
Yep.
All right, so the matchup tonight, Goddard, Glover, and Billy Horschel against
Horschel can play, man.
Akshay, Homa, and Kisner.
Yeah. Kisner's the one I was talking about last week, always messing up.
Can we bet? What are the... I mean, I know you can bet on this. Damn. I think Atlanta.
Horschel has won it twice.
Atlanta's a heavy favorite tonight.
Yeah.
Minus 175.
I'm gonna tell you. Listen, Batia and Homer, they get it. The weak link is Kisner.
All right, let's make some bets, Landy.
Heard it here first. I got to say what's heard here first. All right, everybody gather around.
Heard it here first on B. Mitch and Finley.
Gather around.
What they got to say was heard here first.
I'm taking TGL action tonight. I'm taking Atlanta to beat up on Jupiter.
Give me Sunderland versus Burnley. I'm taking Sunderland. They play at 3 o'clock today. Soccer. I know y'all didn't know that. My bad.
We sure the hell didn't.
Did know it.
Give me the Clippers. Minus 1.5. And then
the Caps play tonight too.
And I'll take the Rockets minus 6.5.
Caps play tonight at 7, hosting the Islanders. Caps got a much-needed win Saturday night against Carolina. Caps have now won 2 in a row, trying to climb their way back into things. We'll have to catch up with the Caps maybe later in the week. Caps play at 7 o'clock. Landy and Dub B, what do you like?
I'm taking the Caps.
Okay.
Hornets.
Charlotte Hornets. There you go. Picks are in. Thank you to everybody that listened to the call to the show today. Thank you to Joe Theismann for joining us. Thank you to Ben Standick for joining us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Peace.
Yeah, Monday. What's up? Welcome in February 2nd, 2026. We are Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. We're in the Navy Yard in our Half Street studios, and it is finally Super Bowl week. Sunday, the gigantic championship game to crown a winner in the National Football League in the 2025 campaign. We will keep you covered all week long. We will not be in San Francisco, but that will not stop us from having great guests on the program. Today, we're talking to Nate Tice at 3 o'clock of Yahoo, and Kevin Harlan, who's calling the game for Westwood One, stops by with us at 5 o'clock. Danny, happy Super Bowl week.
Happy Super Bowl week day. We have a couple things to celebrate. One of the darkest days in football franchise history here in this town. It's the anniversary of that today, which we'll go through and remember that everything is terrible. And thanks to all those twerps and idiots who left us with the turd in the punch bowl. I'd also like to add a quick editorial that the children are not in school today. The children are not in school today. That is all. I have more on this later, but just keep in mind, adults are working, the children not in school. Open the school and put the kids in there, please. Thank you.
Is this a good time or a bad time to let you know that my daughter was back in school on Thursday last week?
Perfectly reasonable time. Many kids are in school. A lot of kids are.
We had a 2-hour delay. She made her triumphant return. Friday, she was in school.
Yeah, just strutting in there like Vince McMahon coming to the ring.
No delay today.
Isn't that nice?
Just normal time. Both the kids back in school.
Regular time? Isn't that fun?
Regular.
Yeah.
8 a.m. arrival. Just the way Dad did it.
Well, I got to tell you, what's nice is to get a really self-congratulatory email about all the wonderful things that the school system has been up to. That's really fun on a day like today when there's no school. Open the building up, put the children in there, get a little recess, get a little human interaction. Let's get some reading, writing, and some math. Anything else is gravy. Open the school up and put the kids in, please. School. Thank you.
I'm not going to complain about this. I'm going to let you complain about schools instead.
Okay.
Because I don't get to go to a place where I'm not really invited, nor is it about me or am I supposed to be, and then complain about it not being for me. But I chose last night, Danny, to watch the Grammys.
I
made the choice. Now, you know me. I am award show Paulson.
You love him. I've been out on him for a long time.
Beyond that, I am red carpet Paulson. That's even more impressive, I would say, and interesting. Like, my mother-in-law was on the phone with my wife, who's sitting next to me last night, and she said, what channel is E on DirecTV? What are the chances? We don't have DirecTV. How would we possibly know that? Do you know what I said to her?
What?
Channel 236. My wife looked over at me like, what? And I said, channel 236. And she's like, no chance. And her mom starts clickety-clacking her way up, and she's like, oh, my God, it really is. And my wife's like, how the heck do you know that? And it's because Oscars Paulson, Grammys Paulson, Emmys Paulson. I watch red carpet events so that I can see all of the very, very talented singers and actresses and actors walking the red carpet. I enjoy that. But I bring this up, Danny, to say that I don't know anything about music. I don't really listen to music. I don't keep up with new music. And for some reason, I wandered into the Grammys last night, and I found myself going, I don't know any of these people. Well, no kidding, you don't know any of these people. You don't keep up with music or pay attention to anything. You know, Taylor Swift and, Kendrick Lamar and like 3 other folks. I recognize Bad Bunny from his work in Happy Gilmore 2. He was the big winner last night, but I didn't know who anybody was. So I'm now officially Danny Rouillet. Also, here's my big takeaway, and I'll make this short and sweet because I don't want to be the old guy who just shakes his fist at the sea. Why can't anyone dress normally anymore? Why does everyone have to wear the weirdest outfit? What happens when you become very famous and very talented as a singer that you have to, this is now art where I just have to like wear a lampshade or like something crazy? Can't you just put on a dress shirt or a tux and walk the red carpet? We don't do that anymore.
No, it's
not a thing anymore.
Yeah, it just out of touch, bubble wrapped rich people doing weird stuff, man. Just it's what you do when you're isolated. I mean, you look at the Met Gala every year. It is a reminder they're different, or like we're different than you. Like, you know what I mean? Hey, regular guy that's going to work every day and you're just coming home and doing your best. Look at us and how carefree our lives are. It is so uninteresting to me.
I have no animus about the fame or the wealth because these are talented people and someone's paying them to be talented. It's just I don't get the obsession with dressing so oddly. And like everyone's trying to one up the next person. It's wild, man.
Yeah. So, I don't have I don't begrudge success. I like talented people to get stuff. I'm all in favor of that. Whatever this is, though, like, you made your music, that's cool. Whether I like it or don't, I have a choice to consume it. I'm not like trying to stop you from consuming it or making it, whatever. If I like a song, I don't like a song, I don't need anything to go away or whatever. Whatever that is. The opulence and then the subsequent lectures about how I'm supposed to be living and breathing, it's just too much for me. I can't. You're wearing a dress made of candle wax and I'm supposed to listen to you about any subject other than the music that you made. I can't, lady or dude, whatever. I'm out.
Team No Award Show.
Yeah.
I'm Team Award Show. Sports stretch that starts this week, Danny, could be an all-timer. I saw somebody opining about this. So, the Friday night kicks off the Olympics, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have the Winter Olympics on Friday. We have the Super Bowl on Sunday. What better starting line than that to kick off this stretch? Then you have college baseball, which unofficially has begun. I saw a couple games were being played in the snow around the country this week. But really, February 13th is like the benchmark, the starting point for college baseball. Yep. You have the World Baseball Classic on March 4th. Not going to be as entertaining as it should because have you seen what these insurance companies are doing now?
No.
They are not granting, basically insuring players coverage for anybody over 36 years old, anyone who's had even the most minor cleanup procedure or anything. So like Francisco Lindor did this tiny little procedure on his elbow where he 2 days later was perfectly fine. He's not playing in this thing because he can't get insured. And the rules correctly for Major League Baseball are, if you're going to play in the WBC, you have to be insured. Well, like teams Puerto Rico, Venezuela, they're getting just pillaged. Those rosters right now are getting crushed because a lot of these guys are not being insured. So it's going to be watered down a little bit. It'll still be amazing. But March 4th, World Baseball Classic. March Madness, March 17th. You've got opening day, March 26th. This is just boom, boom. This is
right
dominoes.
after the other, yeah.
The Masters, April 9th. NBA and NHL Finals, month after that. World Cup, June 11th. College football, August 26th. Then we're back to the NFL, September 10th. But you've got like Olympics, WBC, World Cup in the States, things that typically we don't have mixed in with all the other stuff. It's going to be as good a run of sport as we've had in a long, long time.
And I like that. Just in time for football to go away, and that's the gift that always gives. It's always there because you're either talking about a game that just happened or looking forward to the next one, which is only days away. And then all of a sudden, it's whittled down. There are 4 games in a weekend, then 2 weeks, and you get 1, and that's it. So you kind of go through the abyss. The offseason calendar carries you. It's draft talk. It's free agency. There's a couple great days on the calendar. There's a lot of prognosticating around, but that can only go so far. Watching actual meaningful live sport, especially when it kind of lines up where it's the every 4 years or every 3 years or however it is. I mean, last year, remember, one of the voids was filled by that Four Nations tournament. I didn't quite understand what it was before, and I don't care what it was supposed to be. I know that it was wildly entertaining, and it gave me that adrenaline and that juice again. But you got some of that, right? Where it's Team USA going about their business. I don't care if it's a stupid thing that I would never do, never try, I don't care about. But you put that little flag on there, and they're going down a mountain, I hope they go the fastest.
Olympic hockey is just a couple weeks away. Tom Wilson was at Caps practice in their morning skate today, breaking in some of his Team Canada gear. We're here. The Caps have 3 games left, by the way, before their break. They play tonight at home against the Isles. Then they're at the Flyers tomorrow. And then they have one more game against the Preds before the hiatus for the Olympics and everyone goes their separate ways. And they've been leaking oil. But I will say, Thursday and Saturday, last 2 games, 2 gigantic wins for them. 1 in a shootout, first of the year. 1 in overtime. When they were down 3-0 at home on Saturday night, looking terrible against the Canes on a day where they put 3 guys on IR. By the way, both of their goalies are both out right now. They've called up the 2 goalies from Hershey to be the starter and the backup, and they were down 3-0 and came back to win in overtime 4-3.
Pretty cool.
A win of the year candidate. But it's not going to get any easier with backup goaltending and these huge games tonight. But this Isles game,
yeah, they need that break.
Feels massive. I mean, you got to get 2 points tonight against the team ahead of you in the standings. John Walton's going to be on the Beltway Blitz. We could talk to him about all that. Here's a item from the weekend that we should hit. This one's going to be one of those things where, like, months from now, I think a lot of people notice it and go, oh, when did that happen? Because it just happened kind of in the middle of the night, like the Mayflower trucks. Ryan Kerrigan's gone. He's going to be one of a bevy of coaches that Washington's moving on from as they tweak their staff and go in a different direction defensively, especially to try to run the Brian Flores defense under Durante Jones. But Kerrigan, who was here 10 years as a player with a all-time best 95.5 sacks, coached 4 years, 2 under Rivera, 2 under Dan Quinn, is one of the names that has come out as, here are the guys that probably aren't coming back. And I'll bet you fans feel some type of way about that. The problem is, this is like doing business with a brother or something.
Yeah.
You know, when you're like, oh, my brother-in-law and I are going to go into business. And you're like, is that the best thing to do?
Sounds great on paper, but what if something goes south? Yeah.
What's supposed to happen? You're never allowed to get rid of Ryan Kerrigan. You're never allowed to move on. So I'm not one of these people that's going to be up in arms. I hope Kerrigan is going to land on his feet. If he wants to coach, he gets another job quickly. He was the pass rushing specialist for them this year. But I'll be curious to see. Maybe he's got 4 kids and a wife, and they've lived here, other than his quick respite in Philadelphia for a year, for the better part of 16 years now. Does he just stay here and be around the organization in some way, or does he want to keep coaching? I don't know. Was he interested in coaching the Commanders, or was he interested in being an NFL
and coaching? Because that's a grind. That's, you're every 2 or 3 years you're going city to city. You're trying to work your way up, and it's almost like start climbing that player ladder all over again, where you went from high school to recruit to am I a draft pick going to the combine, and now it's free agency and everything in between. So yeah, it is. It's a name obviously that matters an awful lot here, more than your average defensive line coach, pass rushing specialist, someone that's almost anonymous to you, unless you study that the coaching page on the team website religiously, right? It's another name, but it's a significant one. This is the reality, though. When it goes as bad as it did, and you're in the coaching profession, you're subject to this.
Yes.
It's unfair. It's cruel. It stinks. I have no idea if they were bad because Ryan Kerrigan couldn't coach him up. I bet you he was pretty good, but the results were pretty atrocious for a defensive front where there was actually some money spent on those positions.
Pass rushing wise, I would say not enough money spent, if we're being honest.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I would push back on that a little bit, honestly. I don't think he had good players to work with in terms of the result that you're looking for. Like Von Miller at the end of the offseason, long in the tooth, maybe with a year or 2 left, being your premium pass rusher is a good indicator to me that this is not going to end very well. You could say Dorrance Armstrong's a good talent. Well, guess what? He was on his way to a career year. He was about to have 13 sacks or something like that. At the midway point of the season, he was leading the league in some categories when he got hurt, pressures and win rate and some other stuff. So the little bit of clay you got to work with seemed like it was going pretty well. But Jacob Martin's a good example. He had a career year.
He did.
He did really, really well. So I don't look at them as going, here's some really good pass rushers that didn't do anything. I didn't think they had enough pass rush help. So if you're Ryan Kerrigan, here's what you should do. The next job you choose, you might want to work with better talent.
That'd be a good part of the selection
Because if you're
process.
just there trying to get guys to the quarterback and it's me and Danny, it might not work very well.
Yeah, and I'm not blaming Ryan Kerrigan because Frankie Louvu had 3 sacks, or that Deron Payne was a non-factor for the most part, or that Javon Kinlaw, I don't think had any tackles behind the line of scrimmage, numbers approximate.
I don't know how
over
much
the course
you
of
work
the year.
with D-tackles.
I don't know either. Again, I don't know what I don't know. I imagine if you're a lineman and you on the field during a pass rushing down, he may have had some moment of impact, but again, I have no idea. I just know that the results weren't very good for anybody, so no one's above reproach there.
Which brings us, Danny, to an anniversary today.
Yay!
February 2nd, here in 2026. Anybody remember what happened 4 years ago today?
We all should.
2/2/22. One of the great days in organizational history, a rebrand. Isn't that how it's supposed to go? You're supposed to look back very fondly at the wonderful memories of 2/2/22, a Dan Snyder-led operation when inexplicably, and still one of my biggest gripes with the entire thing, on national television, for some guy sitting in Wyoming to watch, I don't really know why, on a NBC morning show with Craig Melvin sitting next to John Allen, who's gone, in a folding chair, we found out that the team name was the Commanders.
Let's not make folks wait. Let's not drag it out, Jason. What is the new team name?
Doug, what is it? We are the Commanders. We are the Commanders.
The Commanders. The Washington Commanders.
That's right.
That's worse than I remember. It's so I haven't heard that clip in a while. I think it's just because it's the Commanders. Like if they said a better name, like if they said we are the Redskins or something else, maybe it would feel less bad. But also Jason Wright, who's gone, because they're all gone.
Yeah, except for Doug.
Said, "Go ahead, Doug. Big moment here. We haven't really thought about how we're going to unveil this, so just say it into the microphone on NBC's national morning show."
And poor Craig Melvin. No, go ahead. Sorry, I screwed that up. I was just thinking about poor Craig Melvin trying to make it seem interesting in some way with that forced laugh. Nice guy. Seems like he's really talented. I never met him, but I nothing against him personally. But my God, What a gross moment.
Doug, what is it? We are the Commanders.
I said this today on social, and this is kind of how I've always felt. I don't have the same venom for the name that a lot of people, including yourself, do.
Yep.
I don't like the name. I've always been very clear about that. It's not my favorite. I think there are probably a lot of names I wouldn't have really liked, as it turns out, looking back, because I've learned a lot about myself in the process, whereas I didn't think it would affect me when you changed the name, and it ended up affecting me more than I thought it would. But I do not have the same animosity for the name that when I hear it, I do the sixth grader at the dance covering his ears saying la 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 when the Backstreet Boys comes on, or refusing to say Commanders or something, like, you know, some middle school bit with a band you don't like. I'm not doing that. Their name's Commanders. I call them the Commanders. Some people don't like that. That's fine. What will always infuriate me, though, and what to this day, when I think about it, I feel, you ever feel your blood rise a little bit, like your blood pressure?
Yeah, like when they cancel school.
Is that the problem I had at the time came to fruition in such a big way. The passerbys that had no skin in the game, that did not really care about this thing in a long-term way at all, showed up, they came, they picked a name, and then they left. Every single one of them left. Dozens and dozens of very high-ranking people, many of whom were very nice and very likable, and I had relationships with, some of whom I still keep in touch with and have relationships with. This is not about them being bad people. But almost every single person involved in the rebrand was this hired gun, most of them from outside of football or outside of the NFL, who had this really good track record in whatever company they'd come from, and they were here to make it all better. And they chose this thing that meant nothing to me. They chose this thing that meant nothing to anyone in this fan base. They chose this thing that was easy and safe. And now they're all gone. And I'm still here with Commanders today, and I will be here with Commanders for the rest of my life. That is my annoyance, is that my kids will have Commanders forever. But we've always been here. We had no say in any of this. We just had to sit and watch as they posted the helmet accidentally in the window for us to see, as they didn't cover up with curtains, you know, when the helicopter's flying overhead. So we found out the night before that it was Commanders. Like one embarrassment after another in the making the brand videos. We just sat and monitored. But anyway, happy anniversary.
Yeah, I hate it as much now, if not more, than when it first happened. If you guys know me at all, I care about how things happen. I care about a process. So in other words, when I turned in a math assignment once, and I guessed -1 because I couldn't figure out the problem, I didn't get credit for the right answer. My math teacher said, I know you don't know anything, and you just guessed -1, and you need to actually learn what's going on here. Process matters. That process sucked. It stunk. It was Dan Snyder, and it was, as you mentioned, a bunch of slick consultants doing slick consultant behavior. That name is an insult. If you remember, throughout the process, the thing that was leading in all the polls, right? Whether you like that name or not, I don't care. Don't miss the forest for the trees. They said, hey, we're going to stop making the brand or making the stupid name and let you guys know specifically we won't be doing anything with Wolves, even though you guys like it, because the Minnesota Timberwolves or something. All it read was, or it sounded like was, we're not willing to spend any money or any time or any extra effort on it. We're already doing this stupid thing, this back-padding self-promotional nonsense. And again, the name is Snyder. Snyder is the name. We know via the Don Van Natta report and other sources that he was trying still to wrestle control even at the 11th hour when it was all gone and ripped away from him, etc. This was him. He hadn't checked out. He was very much in. Dan Snyder, Snyder, Snyder. I hear that name. I see Snyder cackling away on his boat. Again, I hope he has athlete's foot right now. So I despise it. I hate it more now than I did before. It's probably because also that stupid song that you guys put over, which thank God has gone away. And everyone, I think, realized that it was awful, and everyone now has the appropriate amount of shame.
Left hand up.
That's the one. How
No
embarrassing.
shame at all.
Everyone should still continue to be so embarrassed that was a thing.
A song befitting of the name.
It really does fit. Yeah.
I
guess I'd put my stupid hand up. Would you shut up, idiot? I'm trying to talk. Anyway, I hate it now, and I hate it so much.
Yeah, we can open up the phones on this. 4 years ago to the day, we basically got to go to college over these last 4 years.
Yeah, right.
We fulfilled our military obligation.
Would you major in failure? Major in sadness?
The question for you guys is, compare how you feel about the brand and the name today to 4 years ago. The way it was sold at the time was, this won't go over great, we know that, but every day it'll get a little easier. Every month it'll get a little easier, and you'll wake up one day and you'll be glad to be a commander. Are you? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
First off, welcome to not the best kept secret in D.C. Okay, but good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. Today's a big day for our team, our fans, a day in which we embark on a new chapter as the Washington Commanders. It's been a long journey to get to this point. We've been grateful to everyone who's been part of this process along the way. I want to thank our great alumni. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being part of the process. Many of you have been on the committee calls, and it's just been great, and we really appreciate you helping us to connect.
Always eloquent with his words. Dan Snyder.
What a wordsmith.
22. Great joke to get everything started.
The charisma of a block of ice that I moved off the driveway.
The charisma of a piano.
God, that guy.
I saw Peter King in a clip over the weekend saying, I covered the NFL for 40 years. Dan Snyder was easily the worst owner. And it's not even close that I ever covered or was around at any point. I don't think that'll surprise anybody. But his last gift to Washington football fans
keeps on giving.
The last thing that happened under his watch, whether he chose the name or he didn't, Commanders, was that press conference shortly before he ended up selling the team. And here we are 4 years to the day, 2/2/22, an anniversary of the rebrand. And we want to know, has the name grown on you? Has your passion against the name dissipated? 800-636-1067. I know where you're at. You just said
I'll
not
do it
even a
quickly.
little bit.
Yeah, no, and you know, I'm actually kind of surprised that my anger hasn't subsided at all. But it had. I mean, it's the same level, and I try really, really hard not to say it or use it, but it's unavoidable.
So for me, it's a breakup, and it does get a little bit easier with time.
Yeah, which I get. I know I'm weird.
I always talk about the movie Swingers. My brother got me to watch it once as a teenager when a relationship had ended, and there's this great line in Swingers where Jon Favreau is talking to one of the other characters, and the line is, every day you wake up, moving on from this breakup, which feels like it's the worst thing in the world right now, gets a little bit easier. Every single day, the pain goes away 1%. And then the next day, another percent. And then the next day, 0.5%. And he goes, until one day you're going to wake up and you're not going to feel the pain anymore. He said, and then you're going to miss the pain because it just became such a big part of you, right? So for me, I would be lying if I said that 4 years later, when I see the block W, or when I hear the name Commanders, time hasn't beaten me down and chiseled away at the ice block of my frustration a little bit. Do I still miss Redskins? Absolutely. Do I still miss the old uniform colors and uniforms? Yes, but this ownership group's taking care of me there because they got the 91 Joe Gibbs alts back in the mix, and they're going to be the permanent jerseys whenever the league gets around to allowing this team to do what it wants to do, whether that's this season or next. So we got that going for us in town. But I guess what I would say is, if anything, my vitriol toward the process has grown a bit because what I, at the time, was annoyed by has now become hardened reality. My point was, you guys are all going to be gone. Not one of you. Why is Ron Rivera
so obvious.
involved
It was so
in this
obvious, Grant.
at all? Why is Ron Rivera in on these meetings? He is here for 3 hours in the lifetime of an organization. Even Jason Wright, I thought he might be the commissioner or a senator the way things started. You know, at this point, I think he's doing something in sports out in Denver or whatever. But why are these the people? Like, where are the institutional knowledge folks? Where is anybody who, when you cut them open, burgundy and gold blood comes out? They didn't exist. They weren't involved. That was my frustration then. It's more my frustration now. But I just deal with what is, not with what I wish. You know, there's a lot of people probably that would get a lot more done in the past and in the future than me. I kind of go, oh, this is how it is? Okay, well, I'll just drive to work now. There's a lot of other people that deal with it a different way. So I call them the Commanders, and I keep it moving. Let's go to Tim, who's in La Plata on the Fan. Tim, how are you?
Where are the institutional knowledge?
I'm going to throw you on hold. You got to turn your radio off.
Turn that radio down, brother.
Let's go to Bobby in Alexandria. Bobby, what's up?
Yeah, I hate the name. Always have hated the name. Been a fan. I'm an older man. The whole time Snyder was here, they should have been calling this thing the Washington Sewage, dumping 40 million gallons in the Potomac. It's ridiculous. And after last year, I'm going to let that one go. But That's all I have to say.
Appreciate you, dude.
Last year is the 2024 season. Is the reason, by the way, why I don't think there's ever going to be a change off Commanders.
It's too late.
You moved too much merch. Too many people started to be okay with the name. Jaden Daniels basically saved your bacon, and you had the best year in 3 decades. And so that's here now.
I had this kind of dream, right? Now, if they'd been bad in 24, I'm not trading that, by the way. That was fun. I actually had fun watching football for the first time in some time. But had they been regular bad and taken their lumps, I had this kind of pipe dream where when they moved back to RFK, there'd be another name. They'd be sort of have a groundswell. There would be no extra hoops to jump through with the league and no fines to pay or whatever. They would just muddle through with this stupid gift from Snyder, and then eventually it would be something more along the lines of what more fans wanted. You'll never make everyone happy. I understand that ship has sailed. But I had that dream. That NFC Championship appearance, I mean, that was the price to me. I really believe that. I don't know if the door was open, but at least it hadn't been slammed shut in our face just yet.
Probably was not in reality.
Right.
But we could tell ourselves it was.
Yeah.
The mirage was over. The dream died.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they would have changed the name. If they wanted to change the name, they might have made it more clear. But I think they at least hadn't closed the book completely yet. And then they said, well, where's the book? Slam it shut. Let's move some merch. Let's go sell some jerseys. Jaden Daniels is the man. Tim's in La Plata. What's up, Tim?
Hey, buddy. I'm 64, okay? I grew up watching... I remember watching the first Super Bowl in '72 on a black and white TV, okay? And they're always going to be the Redskins to me. I'm sorry, I cannot get behind these new names. I grew up in a time when people didn't have tissue paper feelings. You know what I mean? It's everybody gets their feelings hurt so easy, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful that, people think, that name was disrespectful. I can't get behind that.
So, Tim, I understand that. And respectfully, I appreciate your opinion. What we're wondering is, has the name Commanders as a name grown on you at all? It sounds like the answer is no.
No, sir. No, sir. No, not one bit.
Gotcha. As you can imagine, we spent many an hour on this program and on a lot like it talking about whether they should be called the Redskins. Today's probably not a day that I want to go back through all the jokes about putting a potato on the helmet. But
we have heard that before.
I respect the opinion, and I appreciate you, sir. I do. I'm just wondering, we were sold the idea, with time, you'll like this thing. Part of the reason they chose this, supposedly, part of the reason they went with the W that they went, the taco holder look thing, was our research says this will grow on you. This will age well. Well, we got a sample now. It's been 4 years, believe it or not. Is that happening? Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
Commander, Lieutenant, how you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, absolutely hells to the nose. The worst name ever. It's horrible with the black jersey. It's just horrible. No, it's not growing on me, and I don't think it's growing on the city. It's a horrible name. And like you hit it on the head, these people put their impact on this name, and they're not even here no more. That's how bad this organization was. And we're at a point now where hopefully we can get this fixed. And get the right name, but yes, I'm a Redskins fan, and that's just where it's going to be, and that's like.
I disagree with Shane on this. Thanks for the call, buddy. He says it's not growing on the city. I go to games, man. There's Commanders gear all over the stadium. I go out and about, and I see people rocking the W. You see more of that now than Redskins stuff for the most part. Now, maybe you just don't have a choice. I don't know. I have made the case that the tent is way smaller. I will argue this till the day I die. I do think that the people that are at games now and traveling to Madrid and that are buying the products, I think it's a younger audience for sure. It's a younger collection of fans that maybe don't have the same affinity for Redskins. But even the older folks that are doing it, they're buying the gear. They're traveling to Madrid. I just think that whatever the group, like the fan base used to be, the big circle, it's smaller.
Yeah, it's a smaller circle.
But those people are buying in on Commanders. I do believe that.
Well, the way it starts is my 12-year-old, for example. That's all he's ever known, really. He was sort of too young to understand before, and he didn't really identify with the WFT or WTF, whatever the stupid thing was. And so this is all he's known. He grows up. If he plays another couple seasons of flag football, maybe he's got one of those dumb jerseys on. Next thing you know, he's used to that. That's what it is. So those guys that were 12 then, who are 16 now, next thing you know, they're not that far away from being able to buy the occasional ticket and go into games. That's how it wins, is just time. I don't think it grows on anybody. It's not like they're just selling Redskin stuff everywhere. You know what I mean? Like,
that's a good point.
You just win the war of time.
Well, there's probably some of both, though. I absolutely see people all the time that like the idea of Commanders.
Fair,
That
which
is a
I agree with you.
reality.
That's true. That's
like
yeah.
the dudes that are in the airport in line to get on the plane with us when we're taking our Condori and Murad trips to Minneapolis that are wearing their Jaden Daniels 5s and Commanders hats and the Block W chains and have their faces painted. They're not mad that it's not Redskins.
Right.
They like the name just fine. There's plenty of those people. Again, is the tent smaller? Absolutely. But 4 years ago, those people might not. Maybe some of and maybe it is. Maybe it is the group that was in line that day to buy the merch. It's probably a good carryover of the two. You know, your tailgate Ted types that are going, you know what? Today's the day. They changed the name. I'm going and dropping $900 at the Commanders team store. I guess there is a good bit of the Venn diagram that's a crossover. So the question is growth. Let's go to David in Fredericksburg. How are you?
Hey, guys. I listen to you every day, and I'm kind of surprised that you people are picking on the Commanders. I wish they would have stayed the Redskins. I'm an 80-year-old man, and I was a Redskin fan all my life. But if you look at my history, my 7th grade history book, you'll see why they changed the name. Yeah, it was a very few wanted to change, but every Indian in that book was settlers. They were Redskins.
So again, though, we're not really having the debate.
Yeah, we're not doing that debate. I appreciate you.
Yeah, should they be named Redskins is not what I'm asking. I'm wondering, there was a lot of things they could... Hold on, David. There's a lot of things they could have changed the name to.
I never can finish.
Okay. Well, you don't need to finish. I'm trying to get you onto the topic that we're doing, respectfully. So what we're talking about is they had a lot of things they could have changed the name to. They chose Commanders. Has the name Commanders grown on you?
How many Red Wolves you see in D.C.?
I haven't seen that many Red Wolves in D.C.
Okay, but listen, I'm a veteran, Vietnam veteran.
I appreciate your service.
You know how important a commander was in the military. I mean, I don't. I think it's just animosity y'all have against the last administration, which I don't like them either. I'm glad they're all gone. But you know how important a commander is in the military? I was in the Vietnam. I can tell you what important they are.
Well, I'm sure they were. I appreciate your service. How many Giants do you see in New York? That's not a standard. How many 49ers out there in San Francisco? Are they still doing the gold rush? That's not a standard for anything, respectfully. And again, if it's growing on you, that's totally fine, and you're allowed to have that opinion. But that doesn't apply to me. I throw that out on its face.
Yeah. What is the highest ranking official in the military?
Should we be the president, commander-in-chief?
Admiral? Is it my uncle was a lieutenant colonel in the military, but I would assume there's something higher than that. I don't think he ran.
You don't want the generals because they lost to the Globetrotters every day.
Defense secretaries? I mean,
we're doing that.
I have no problem with paying respect to the military. I think that's the best part about the name, probably, respectfully. But it doesn't change the fact that when I hear it, I go, eh. And that's kind of the point. Has that grown on you? It sounds like for you it has. That's great. I want feedback from both sides of this thing. 800-636-1067. This is also our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day on Grant and Danny. It's 4 years ago now, to the day, that Washington's football team rebranded to Commanders. Has the brand grown on you? Metropolitan Moving and Storage will do your heavy lifting. Take it to the house. More at dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
We are the Commanders. We are the Commanders.
The Commanders. The Washington Commanders.
That's
right. That's Jason Wright, Doug Williams, Greg Melvin on NBC4's Good Morning America. Was it? No, that's not right. Which show is that?
Today Show?
Today Show.
Today Show.
The Today Show.
America Today.
78% of respondents so far on our poll of the day, 106.7 The Fan Social, saying that the name has not grown on them over the last 4 years. 22% are saying that it has. I think that is a real thing. There is a group of people, there are fans, where that has been the case. And we're gauging your thoughts, your interest on that now. I also think all you can do, if you're this ownership group, is try to bridge the gap a little bit. You're not going to change the name anytime soon. That's not happening. So what can you do? Let's have the real colors again. They're doing that. Let's bring back the old uniforms. They're doing that. Let's try to actually appease the older fans that feel disenfranchised by bringing back as many stars from that era and having them around as we can. They're doing that. Like, they're checking as many boxes as they can.
Yeah.
Give them credit for that.
The closest analogy we have is the Bullets to the Wizards, right? It's time. It defeats you. My children have never been to a Bullets game. They never will. When they go, and God willing, one day they go to some more Wizards games, it's all they've ever known. And so now nobody even thinks about it. So time won the war there.
Let's go to Daniel in California on the Odyssey app. Daniel, got a lot of people. We're going to go rapid fire here. Is the name growing on you?
No, it's not. To this day, I've never bought anything Commanders, football team, nothing, just pure Redskins.
Wow. Will you ever?
Nope.
Interesting. I think there are a lot of people that said that and who have, by the way, after last year. Like, I'll give you an example. My wife was ride or die, like, I'm just not going to get Commanders stuff. We're not going to get the kids anything Commanders. We'll get them Redskin stuff or, generic burgundy and gold stuff. And then one day I come home during the run last year, and my son's wearing a Jaden Daniels jersey. And my daughter's got one. I'm like, oh, we didn't talk about this. Is this what we're doing now? And she's like, he wanted it. We were at Target, and he saw it.
Yeah.
Jaden went ham sandwich on Sunday. It's like, that sounds great until you've got the superstar quarterback and you're headed to the NFC title game. Let's go to Dennis and Reston on the Fan. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thank you very much for taking my phone call.
Got it.
Good show. Like it very much. No, the name has not grown on me. I wanted to stay the Redskins. I've been with the Redskins since the mid-'60s. So anyway, that's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, dude.
Tommy's in Brookville. Tommy, 4 years ago to the day the Commanders became the Commanders, do you like the name more than you did then?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm a 22-year-old fan, first-time caller. Really appreciate you taking the call. I think it was slowly growing on me, but I really think bringing back the old uniforms just with the W on the helmet, I think that's going to help a lot of people. I remember being at the Seattle game, and I just seeing the team in those uniforms, it made me feel like I was watching the team I grew up watching. So,
I like that energy.
Yeah, me too. Atta boy.
Shot out of a cannon. That's what we're looking for on the phones. Let's go to Mike in Fredericksburg. What's up, Mike? That is not what we're looking for.
That's the opposite.
On the phones.
So there's a dichotomy there.
Energy.
You saw one.
Opinions.
Other one.
Effort.
What was the other one?
Answering when we talk to you. And then there was the other thing.
Yeah.
I was like really about to go, man, we got the best callers today. Let's go to Jerry in Bristow. What's up, Jerry?
Yeah, it's definitely growing on me. I think it all depends on what era you grew up in. I'm in my mid-40s. When it came out, I was hesitant. I still refer to them as the Redskins or the Skins. My son, who's 15, he's really getting into football now. He only knows them as the Commanders.
Yep.
But I think the only issue I really have is there's too many syllables. I can't quickly say, the Skins or the Niners.
You're on to something. I thought this was like kind of a bit when we said it at first. Like, what are they? Are they the Coms? Are they the Cs? Nothing has separated itself. Even typing it all the time.
Yeah.
There's nothing, like comms look so weird, it's not a real thing. So yeah, there's nothing. Skins still, or I might just, I say this, I haven't, so I probably won't, but like hogs to me or something, I don't know. But there is no shorthand for Commanders that really makes sense.
It's another negative, yeah.
Quickly, out of curiosity, just because the three producers we have, at least two of them are very young, my point would be that if you're young, then you don't care as much, and the name has grown on you. So round the horn, Darius, you're my age. Are you cool with Commanders now, and do you like it more than you did 4 years ago?
Yes, I'm fine with it. Is it preferred? No, I would. Redskins would be great, but I'm fine with the name. Yes.
And whatever you liked it 4 years ago to now, it's up?
It's up
Or
a
same?
tick or two.
Okay.
Up a tick or two. Nothing magic.
It's like acceptance, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Larry, when you're not being a corporate guy and you think about this, what are your thoughts?
I hate the name. I still hate it. I think my hatred's kind of grown as the years have gone on, weirdly. I cannot stand it. Cannot
Really?
stand it. I hate it.
Wow. Topes?
I'm more used to it because I say it all the time, but I still don't like it.
I thought you were in on it. I had that way
No.
wrong. I thought you were a Commander's name guy.
I say it all the time because of what we do, but
Yes.
no, not a big fan of it.
I had no idea. All right. And by the way, two in their
Young
mid-20s.
people. Yeah, I generally think your theory is correct. If you don't have the decades of nostalgia of the old thing, it's easier to let go. I would feel like.
Nate Tice does a great job writing about covering the NFL. Always wanted to get him on the show this football season. We've struggled to. He's going to join us next, though, to talk about the Super Bowl. So I'm fired up about this. Make sure you're listening. He's a sharp guy. This is The Fan. It is Super Bowl week on Grant and Danny. The NFL's descending upon San Francisco in the Bay Area for Super Bowl 60. Patriots, Seahawks will be previewing the game, talking ball all week long on The Fan.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
One of my favorite NFL minds right now and a guy to read is Nate Tice, Yahoo Sports. You can hear more of him on Football 301 streaming on the Yahoo Sports Network, Fast Channel, yahoosports.tv, YouTube, and everywhere you get your podcast. He joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Nate, you're on in D.C. It's Grant and Danny, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing? You said you're saying favorite NFL minds. I don't know if you want to step into this. It's like the guy. It's like Charlie Day and Always Sunny trying to find Pepe Sylvia. I don't know if you exactly want that, but no. Thanks for having me, guys.
Let's see what's going on up there for a few minutes, and then like a Magic School Bus episode of Miss Frizzle or whatever, riding around in your brain.
And then you hit eject immediately, and then you just say, yeah, no, never mind, too much.
Hey, I actually want to, this week, one of the things I'm going to do before we get into the matchup is just, I want to get a national, 10,000-foot view of Washington, because it's amazing, right? A year ago at this time, we're on Radio Row, and they had just lost in the NFC Championship game, and it felt like they had arrived.
Bell of the ball.
And now they're blowing out coordinators. Daniels couldn't stay on the field. And it feels like Dan Quinn's going to go into this season coaching for his job. Man, life came at them fast, huh?
Hey, NFL, it stands for one thing, not for long. And sometimes that's players, sometimes it's the teams, sometimes it's the coaches. It does come fast. And when you they double down on what they had last year, obviously making the Tunsil trade, the Deebo Samuel trade. Tunsil trade worked out great. Deebo had some nice moments as well. But that's what they kind of just shifted towards. And when you kind of just have what feels like high expectations, and then the year from, like, a bad year can be a bad year, or an off year, or a year from hell, or however you want to put it, can feel that way. But when you have high expectations, it feels even worse. I think anybody in life kind of knows that, setting a bar and being like, oh, this is it. It's like tourists going to see the Eiffel Tower. And they go like, I have to call a hotline now because it's not as big as I thought it was going to be. That's kind of just one of these. When I watch the Commanders right now, I think they doubled down on what their identity was last year. Look at the free agent signings that they made, as far as the free agents that they had coming off the team that they brought back. Whether it's Bobby Wagner, whether it's the guys up front, guys did work out. Like, I thought Dorrance Armstrong had a really nice year before he got hurt. There were some nice moments for some of these players, but they bet on a lot, and it showed that while they got hot last year, and that can happen in the NFL, that when you have weaknesses and the strengths aren't the strengths, and there's not a quarterback in an offense kind of covering up those strengths in a high turnover defense, and you can really feel the warts. And that's not just, Commanders aren't the only team that are in that field. Like, there's some teams that made the playoffs this year that are going to get cold water dumped on them this offseason and next season. But the Commanders were kind of this year's version. So they got aggressive. They tried to do some things, but it kind of showed, hey, they were picking number 2 for a reason. Like, it's hard to turn around and really build up a team, even if you had the aspects that allowed you to get hot.
Nate, one more Washington question, if I may. There's a lot of us around here that are like almost afraid to bring this negative energy into the air about Jaden Daniels. The rookie year was so incredible. Took the city by storm, took the league by storm. He was everybody's best friend, and it was like people were going to want to come play with him. It was going to be like Chris Paul and LeBron doing like a super team together all the time. People just wanted to come play with Daniels. This year, every 5 seconds he was hurt again. They shut him down because they just couldn't get it right. And we're all, not all of us, but some of us are terrified that this is kind of the new normal. Where are you at on Daniels?
Well, that was one of my concerns when he was coming out. Was size is going to be something that I'll keep my eye on because of his play style. It's one of the, it's a double-edged sword with Jaden's play style and anyone that wants to scramble a lot. I'm including in his draft class Drake May as well as another guy that had a high scramble rate coming out of college. And guys all have to learn how much they can get away with, how they can avoid hits, when they should just throw the ball away, when they should scramble to throw. And there are some concerns that I had with Jaden, which were the concerns. How many hits he's took, when he left the pocket, how many of those opportunities turned into running the ball as opposed to throwing. And everybody has to find their balance. Every quarterback wins in a different way, in a specific way. Jaden has to learn just like what his balance is. It might be more how Lamar plays, which is Lamar will scramble to throw a little bit more than he used to. Lamar is a guy also I've compared over the years to Wayne Gretzky of all people because of how he can avoid hits. And how he can just kind of slip through hits and get out of bounds and just without just sliding either, just to avoid those hits. Luckily, he has the athleticism to do that. Jaden, though, has that athleticism. So I think some tweaks of play style will help him. But this is going to be a concern because if you look at the history of the league, especially in the last, what I consider the modern NFL, so since the 90s, since free agency started, that it really got quarterbacks under 205 pounds that can sustain that weight. There's not a long history of guys that had long-term success. But and all the guys that did adapted their play styles to be more from the pocket. So you're hoping that maybe the new offensive coordinator that didn't kind of lean into so much with Cliff, letting him be all spread out, maybe one and done reads, maybe making him do harder things from the pocket will kind of guide him to that. But he does have to change a little bit of that play style. But the thing is, though, I still think Jaden is so accurate and so good throwing outside. And when he wants to, throwing over the middle, he does have real moments with that. It's just developing that comfort and maybe just learning, hey, you can't always get it with my legs. It's the NFL. I just have to take what the defense gives me and get rid of the ball. And I think that's just a new balance he has to find, especially post-injury. But I'm not all the way out on him. I think that's funny when you're out of sight, you're out of mind with a lot of analysts. But the thing is just that for long-term success, not just game to game or a month of success or 6 weeks, to be the guy that gets the second contract and plays in Washington for a dozen plus years, just has to have some tweaks and being more of a throw-first guy when he leans into creation mode.
Yeah, beautifully said by Nate Tice, Yahoo Sports NFL analyst, Football 301 show as well, joining us on Grant and Daniel. We'll get his thoughts on the Super Bowl in just a moment. To double-click on that, how should I feel about going from Kingsbury to Blau? And I mean this as a two-parter, right? One, Cliff right now looks like he could get shut out if he doesn't get the Giants OC job. I think I saw there's going to be 21 new offensive coordinators this year, and he may not have wanted all 21 of those jobs. But if he gets shut out, should that make me feel some type of way? I mean, I had frustrations at times last year with some of how he operated in terms of how much hurry up there was, kind of in a league of his own in terms of no huddle and shotgun versus under center, not throwing to the middle of the field, those types of things. And then also the Blau choice that they made seems to be in line. You look at Sean Mannion, some of the other decisions. This is the new thing in the league. The recent former QB2 who's got a good, sharp insight on running offense.
Well, it's because we now reached this kind of the whole QB2 thing. It's kind of, NFL cycles. I know all of us that watch it, it's amazing sometimes, but this reminds me of when Doug Peterson was getting his first jobs. Clint Kubiak was getting his first jobs. Clint. But it's but when Kubiak was getting his job, Gary Kubiak, I'm sorry. But when these guys were getting those jobs, they were the backup quarterbacks as well. Bill Musgrave, Harbaugh started and backed up, but it kind of feels like the cycles of it. And then we got away from it, and now they come back. All these backup quarterbacks, Kevin O'Connell, and now all these guys as well. I have no idea what type of offense he's going to run. That's what's so hard for me because his only coaching experience is with this commander staff as an assistant quarterback coach. But he played in several variations of offense. Some had some of that, maybe Stefanski version of the Shanahan kind of Kubiak offense. Maybe it's his own variations of it, which I think is just, I wouldn't say I'm as have as many question marks as you guys. I do, but it's more just I have to see it. I can't make any predictions on this because it's just so hard for a guy that has so little experience until I see exactly what he's going to go about. How that's going to mold with how Jaden plays is very interesting to me. The best parts of why Daniels was able to have that tremendous rookie season and have flashes this year was because of what Cliff did. Cliff's offense was really aligned with what Jaden was good at in college, which was, again, throwing outside, using one-on-one matchups to Terry. That's what he did a lot to Neighbors and Brian Thomas at LSU, working from the gun. I do think Jaden can work under center. He did it sometimes in short yard stuff, Washington, obviously, but also when he was at Arizona State, he actually did a little bit of it. So I think some of that game can be maybe tapped into more. And so it's kind of like a double-edged sword as well with Cliff. He helped build up some nice floor for Jaden's play style and how his game was, but maybe didn't push his ceiling higher. Maybe that's what this hire wants to do, what they want to do, higher in a different way. Most spellings are higher there. In a different way that they wanted with Blau is that this offense is more what you maybe think of as NFL-y or maybe traditional NFL. And Jaden has some throwing style that can work with that. And when he's comfortable, how many times did he hit Ertz sometimes over the middle? That can work with this offense. I'm not saying to Ertz, but just maybe to a tight end or something over the middle. where he has some of those nice moments on third down, then maybe you can build more of that as opposed to just leaning into, okay, this is easy for both of us. Let's just lean into this and maybe push him a little more to try some more traditional NFL stuff. So I don't hate it. I understand some of the ideas with it, but there's no proof of concept, good or bad, that I can look at what Blau can and cannot do. So I have as many questions as you guys do, but I can maybe understand some of the thinking of maybe that's how you evolve Jaden from the crutch of maybe scrambling so much and being in the gun so much, and the no-huddle simplification of some of this stuff too.
Nate Tice with us here on Grant and Danny. Nate, let's turn to the Super Bowl. How are you viewing this big picture? Like some years it feels like two juggernauts going at it, or some years it's a great offense versus a even better defense, maybe, et cetera. Give me kind of your 30,000-foot narrative here, just because all what's going on with New England, I think they're underrated because of their schedule. A lot of teams with the 31st schedule don't go 14-3 or now 17-3 and make it to the Super Bowl. Seattle seems like a buzzsaw from the best division. Just kind of give me your general feel.
Yeah, I think if you watch both of these offenses, it's that they're explosive. And I think if any offense wants to, or any team or any fan of a team, including Washington fans, if they want to go, what should we build towards? What are we trying to get? It's watching how the Patriots and the Seahawks both generate explosive plays. Obviously, the Seahawks do it with the Kubiak Shanahan offense that pushes the ball in play action, but they build the whole plane of launching the ball downfield, 10 to 20-yard gains, putting Sam Darnold on the move to throw the ball. Sam Darnold also, and this is a great example, was that he was more of a scrambler, took more sacks early in his career, and this is something Jane Daniels can learn from, is to be more of a guy that gets rid of the ball, not just working from the pocket, but even on bootlegs. Hey, just sometimes I want to take the underneath safer throw, quote unquote, than rather just try something or run something or something of that sort. But also Drake May is that there's no down and distance that he's not going to try and push the ball. If it's 3rd and 9, he's still launching it 15 yards down the field. This is what defenses are trying to dare offenses to do this, and this is what offense should try to do. If all these defenses want to play top down, including the Seahawks defense and including the Patriots defense a little bit, they want to play top down, have these safeties flying down, and aggressive slot players, you have to beat them over the top. It's kind of leaning into the punch of boxing. If you're just going to let defenses do that, they're going to tee off on you. So you need quarterbacks and or offenses that can push the ball. Darnold has a willingness to do this and an offense that keeps him on the guardrails. And then Drake May is just like a walking, talking, explosive play with his legs as well. So that is just the name of the game of how offensive football is. You have to be fine enough to run the ball. I actually think the Commanders' run game was one of the better ones the last couple of years, and one of the most creative under Bobby Johnson and Cliff, which is funny now that they're moving on from that. But pushing the ball through the air and finding explosives is huge. And defensively, it's how you generate a pass rush. It doesn't just have to be edge rushers now. Both of these teams have, the Seahawks, they go deep. They're like 7 deep. How many defensive linemen they can throw at you. But then the Patriots defensive line is being underrated, I've noticed, when I've kind of now talked to other national people, Milton Williams and Christian Barmore and Tonga. Those guys can take over a game. What's the shortest path to the quarterback? A straight line. What's the shortest path to the straightest line along the defensive front? Someone lined over the center and the guards. So
to your point, by the way, I saw this stat this week, Nate. The tackle pairings, so the 2 tackles for each team, ranked 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Final Four last weekend in terms of pressures, all in the championship games, which is pretty stunning, but also speaks to the import. We're sitting here talking about, can Washington afford to pay Daron Payne $28 million? It's something we've got to consider. What about May? You were talking about Drake May, and Nate Tice of Yahoo, one of my favorite guys to hear talk footballs with us on Grant and Danny. What do you make of his regular season as opposed to his postseason, and your confidence going into the Super Bowl against this defense that he can flip the switch?
He might not be a mutter. It might be one of my takeaways. Maybe some weather can maybe get him a little bit. But I was talking about, too, is how these offenses may generate so much of this, is just his willingness to push the ball and find the answers. A lot of offensive concepts that aren't quick game will have one of the routes be called an alert, which is, hey, alert this if you have an opportunity to push the ball. There's different versions of it, post, goes, it depends on the concept. But you can see that May always has his eyes downfield. He'll move in the pocket to find those throws, sometimes in structure, sometimes slightly ad-libbed out of structure, and he can be aggressive as a runner. He has a play style that I think is the ideal way to play in the modern NFL, which is that with that aggression and having the scramble ability to create a little bit. I do think he can be smart with some of the sacks he takes. The offensive line is solid. Actually, it's been a little bit better, but the receiver room is still But there's times that he can be looking when maybe he actually should look to scramble a little bit quicker. You saw in the Broncos game as he picked that up. But I think the weather did get him a little bit. I think the defenses were also that he faced in the playoffs were really, really good. Chargers, Texans, and the Broncos all had top 5 pass defenses and decent pressure stuff as well. So I think those were really tough battles in weather for 2 games. So I don't think it's been as bad as those look. The film is really funny. It's never as bad as it looks. And it's never as good as it looks when you watch it on TV copy. So I do think we'll see more of what his abilities are in a playoff game that should have decent weather here in Santa Clara. But I do think that his aggression, his accuracy down the field, willingness to push the ball in all situations, that's exactly how quarterbacks should play. Very high on him, very bullish on him. It's very fun quarterback class and staying high on May. And obviously he's had some success this year, but I think this is the floor for him.
Nate, we'll let you out on this. Want to get your thoughts just on the game, the side you'd be on. I saw a stat today. The underdogs of 4 or more points in the Super Bowl. I don't think we've had one in like 4 years. But of the last 5, 4 of those underdogs have won the game outright. What side are you on right now?
I am definitely on the Patriots cover, so that's actually kind of fun. I saw similar stats or something of that sort. I think it was underdogs of 5 or more points are 12-2, I believe it was, in a certain amount of time span. But no, I've been actually, because I think the Patriots have some stuff that can disrupt what the Seahawks want to do on offense. They have a couple corners that can line up against JSN and man coverage, and Gonzalez and Carlton Davis. They have defensive tackles, I mentioned before, Milton Williams and Barmore and Tonga, that can disrupt the weakest part of the Seahawks offense, which is right guard and center. And I've seen Sam Darnold spiral in games where he's getting pressured consistently. The Patriots also blitz a ton on late downs, which can discombobulate Seahawks, or can discombobulate Darnold. And Kenneth Walker's not great in protection at running back. And also, I just think, the Seahawks our defense has an advantage over basically anyone they play. But the Patriots offense, they can kind of muck up the run game enough. And their run style, they run a lot of duo, which is an at-you type of run. That's the one run that actually has some decent efficiency against the Seahawks defense. And also, again, I talk about his aggression. The way to beat the Seahawks defense that wants to play top down is you beat them over the top. So it might be hit and miss. It might not be 50-50 balls. It might be 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4, like the Texas game was. But I think May's going to try some shots, and maybe 1 or 2 of those connect. That's what keeps him in the game. So by way of my hedge here is that I'm saying Patriots cover, but I've actually been leaning more Patriots. It's a little hipstery. I get it. But it also is just kind of what I see the matchup is that the Patriots have some aspects that can kind of, again, discombobulate what the Seahawks want to do.
Nate, great with us, man. Enjoy the week and have a great time watching the game, buddy. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me ramble a little bit.
Oh, we love it.
Man.
Always good. Nate Tice, Yahoo, with us on Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll be having great football guests on all week long. Mike Sando's on next hour, in fact, about an hour from now, right around 4:25, Athletic, covering the NFL for over 2 decades. And then one of our guys, those beautiful pipes, are going to be on the Rude Guest Hotline. Kevin Harlan.
Let's go.
Who's calling the game for Westwood One right at 5 o'clock today, stopping by on G&D. Have you heard some of the things coming out about Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the general manager of the Vikings that got fired on Friday?
Yes, strange criticisms, if I may say.
One of which was that apparently him taking a couple weeks off after the birth of his child for paternity leave was an issue. Want to get into that next on The Fan. in Harlan, who's calling the Super Bowl for Westwood One. On this show today in 90 minutes at 5 o'clock, right here on The Fan. Got a great week of guests already lined up. Super Bowl week on G&D from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard. I just learned this about our producer, Darius. He eats sides first, then goes to his main.
Yeah. So I was asking.
You think you know a guy.
I know, right? So
I asked him, I said, if you have chicken and rice, he goes, I eat all the rice before I start on the chicken.
Crazy. So I was asking Anthony, who produces on The Deuce, and because he had some food, and I noticed that there was a whole green side. And I hate when people, like, someone has food no one else does, and everyone starts judging it and be like, what's that? What's that smell?
You were asking a lot of questions.
No, but it was a general philosophy thing. I noticed there was a whole side of green, less delicious things, and he was eating the main delicious thing first, and he was devouring that and leaving the bad part last. So I go, philosophically, this is what my children do in hopes I don't have to eat as much of the thing that tastes worse, right? And I still, I can't do that. It's like, do you eat the most delicious thing first and then get to the green stuff that, like, is healthy for you? And he had a whole answer about that. And then Darius volunteered, I always eat my sides first no matter what.
Wild work.
That's wild.
So what I do is I am a combination eater. I want every bite of steak to be accompanied by mashed potato.
That's right.
I want last night, great example. The wife made steak and she said, do you want baked potatoes? I never want baked potatoes. She always asks, she always wants to do baked potatoes. I don't want them. I want mashed potatoes. Mm-hmm. But I said, I'll meet you in the middle. Let's do Hasselbeck potatoes. So we did Hasselbeck potatoes. We did Matt.
Yeah.
We'll get the ball and we're going to score.
We're going to score.
You sleep. With every single bite of steak, I would saw off one chip of the potato from the Hasselbeck and eat it with the steak. Mm-hmm. To a man, every single piece. I'm a combination eater. If I'm doing chicken and rice, every piece of chicken is going to be shoved into the rice to pick up some of the rice pieces.
Yeah, it's a delivery mechanism, sure.
To go with it. I don't do it where it's one and not the other. Like if I'm doing, here's a better example, McDonald's. If I'm doing double cheeseburger, fries, and chicken nuggets or something, mm-hmm. We're going to do a couple of nuggets. We're going to do a couple bites of the burger.
You just go down the line.
We're going to do a couple of fries. Then we'll go back down the line. So I am very much everybody gets a say. Less than you are, which is Danny has 6 things on a tray. He needs one in every single bite on his fork. He will meticulously and religiously put one of every single thing. But the reason I brought this up was you were joning on Anthony. If there's a green item, like a vegetable, mm-hmm. It will always be left for last, and most of the time not consumed for me. So unless it's an asparagus, which I really, really like, mm-hmm. or a Brussels sprout, if it's anything else,
an asparagus,
if it's spinach or something, it will always be the last thing, and there's a 57% chance it doesn't get touched.
Yeah, because that's what the children do.
Yes,
right, and that's something that you still do. So for me, it is like I have to eat the terrible thing that tastes awful that's good for me so I can enjoy my dinner. I can't have that thing looking at me. So, like, if you go to a steak joint and let's say they mess up, like, we're so sorry, sir, we didn't bring you your salad on time. It's here now with the rest of your meal. I will set the delicious stuff aside and I'll power through that stupid rabbit food to then get back to the deliciousness. You have to earn your deliciousness. That's what it is to me.
Speaking of children,
mm-hmm.
This story about Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah is pretty amazing to me. General manager of the Vikings over the last few years, who had plenty of success if you're just looking at the result. Now, I will tell you that his draft classes have been pretty abysmal, and the handling of the quarterback situation over the last couple of years has not been good. So I'm not sitting here telling you that unequivocally he should still have a job. But one of the pretty amazing developments that has come out in the reporting about his dismissal, and this was via Diana Rossini initially, and a lot of other people have weighed in on this, was that one of the big turning points for him in terms of whether he's viewed as a leader in the building and, getting on the same page as his scouts and all the football lifers. Because what people have to understand is Kwesi is not a football guy. He is a analytics dude. He is a nerdy numbers guy through and through. And whenever that type of person is running your front office, still, you think it's like crazy in baseball where they basically run the sport now. Imagine football, man, where it's the alphas and the scouts that have been traveling the country and eating the cheeseburgers and looking at the players, and you're trying to be the leader of all of those men in this locker room setting, so to speak. Well, the story was that he took 2 weeks off during training camp after the birth of his son. and that many around the league were in disbelief that he did that, and that it didn't go over well, I guess, in his own building either. Here's a quote from the piece in The Athletic. In an NFL culture where many players, coaches, and executives proudly acknowledge missing the births of children, taking time away to care for a newborn and support a partner remains uncommon. Among some rival executives and coaches, it was met with disbelief. And having been around it, I actually totally believe that this is true because it is so uncommon. Think about Joe Brady just got hired by the Bills as their head coach. He's been the OC. He basically was joking in the press conference about not being there for his kid's birth. I'm not trying to shame him for that. It's just that is the culture. That is the world there. You can tell these people they're terrible dads and terrible parents, but in that football culture from September to January, I remember when Kirk Cousins, his wife Julie, when he had finally become the starter, I think it was like around 2015, she was supposed to have a baby early in that football season. Do you remember this at all?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And he was talking to us about it on the show, and it got to a point where they were like, we have to schedule an induction around the season because if there's a game that day, Kirk is going to the stadium to play. And I think it was like her wish as well. Like, I don't want you here with me.
Mm-hmm.
You need to go play football. You finally got your opportunity to start or whatever. That's just the culture. So this is a guy who's not from that football macho background, I guess, who viewed it differently. And because of that, here after he's fired, it comes out that was one of the things that may have rubbed people the wrong way about him.
It is fascinating.
That is wild.
I think it all, honestly, like if you just read it on its surface, I think people will come down very hard on one side or the other. But to me, there has to be some nuance to the discussion. And here's what I mean. Are you totally unavailable for 2 weeks? See what I'm saying? Like, certain jobs demand more. Like, we know those jobs intuitively. Sometimes you can have probably a fun debate about what job might qualify for that or otherwise.
If you're the president of the United States, you can't just say, I'll talk to you guys in a fortnight.
Right. Now, if you're the general of an army, if you're you could pick your pretty high-profile role. But if you are shut off from the world for 2 full weeks, I can understand people being a bit miffed about that. But
the way it was reported, did you read the story?
I did, yeah.
The way it was reported was that he worked from home. Took the time, was with the baby, was with the wife, very normal, and was, answering calls and basically some emails from home. But again, it was not off season. This was like training camp,
preseason
one
stuff.
of the busier times of the year.
And that's kind of my point. Whereas if he truly was doing the work and just wasn't, sitting down there with his arms folded at training camp while guys are going through 2-a-days, he doesn't have as much of a role, then, if he actually was doing the work, I have a little bit less of a problem. Problem's the wrong word, but I think people should be a little bit cooled off in their bile with regards to it, if that makes sense, right? Just working slightly differently. He could be working in his office upstairs, way away from you, but if he's not a scout, so him watching a practice, he can learn like anyone else, but still that's not where he cut his teeth. He's there with a pocket protector, calculator, and spreadsheets. He's not going, oh, look at the way that linebacker strafes on the block shedding.
Right.
He can now maybe start for us. He has no earthly idea. He's here to hire people that do. So to me, it's like I understand the adamant folks that are going to come down on either side, but to me, there's a little bit more of a softer middle there potentially than people maybe want to acknowledge.
I think that's probably true. I also know that the majority of the blowback on this and the comments have been something along the lines of, this is way more negative toward NFL culture than it is anything else. That basically shaming someone for spending time with a wife who just gave birth or a newborn is terrible, and that the Vikings or anyone around the league who has a problem with this is wrong. That's kind of been the takeaway. But this is one of those where like I always talk about, we have cameras in the locker room, and then we don't like what we see or hear. We went into the locker room with our access, and then we got mad that Ben Johnson cursed about the Packers, in a sense. Like, there's a lot of different jobs. Like, our workplace is not a normal workplace, I wouldn't say. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Where we're throwing footballs in this little area out here and breaking a light every now and then or doing whatever. And if you just were in here for 2 hours recording everything out of context, you might come out of here and go, that's ridiculous. But
right.
you got the little look into our lives. And there are different versions of this, right? And I think this is like the NFL, for better or worse, and I think a lot of people would say worse, it's just that is the culture.
And so just another angle to it as well. I guess I always find myself in these sorts of situations arguing against people on both sides.
Yeah, well, generally the extremes on both sides are loud but wrong.
Yeah, so I find myself, I'm sure in the mentions will blow up at Funny Danny at Grand Age Paulson, and I'll be arguing against everybody. But here's the other thing I can see as well. There's a difference also between being there for the birth, right, which is something everyone goes, yeah, I get that, totally understand that, and then versus the full 2 weeks as well, right? Like that's a stark difference, I would say.
I just want you to know, I know you know this already, the transcript of what you just said would get killed.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Because you can't have that opinion anymore. Like the idea, I've never taken 2 weeks off, by the way. I have 4 kids. Not one time. I don't even know if I've taken a consecutive full week of radio off. Not looking for cookies or a back pat or anything like that. Our job is a little bit different, in my opinion. It's not like I couldn't. Our boss would allow me to. I have buddies who work at another place that I've worked at that have taken like 3 full months in a row off. That's what we're given to be with the wife and the kid. Mm-hmm. And I think it's an amazing thing. I would not want to do that. I enjoy my job, working and
sure.
just gives me my sanity. But also, like, do I care about my wife? Of course. Do I care about my kid? Every situation's different. My wife would say, get the hell away from here. Like, her mom's there and this and that, and I'm helping a little bit when I can. Everybody's a little bit different, and everyone wants to put their vision and their view on how it should be done and how the world should work on every single couple.
And so my last addendum to that, again, and you're 100% right. If you just read the transcript, I'm the worst person ever. I'm offering what I can understand somebody going down this road. I would also say that there are certain roles where, whether you like it or not, you are either officially or de facto part of a public trust. If millions of people care about the outcomes of your decisions, there's more expected of you. I'm sorry about that. If you don't like that, by all means, forego the millions and go be a regular schlub like the rest of us. Go, shovel your driveway. You don't pay someone to do it. Go to your office job and come home at the appropriate time and fight traffic. When you have a high responsibility, high reward job, I don't know what the cutoff is exactly, right? I don't have the exact number in front of me. Well, if you make $950K, it doesn't matter if you make 1.2. Yes, I have no idea about that. I just know that there are millions of fans who care about the outcome of every single thing that happens with what the Minnesota Vikings at that time and then beyond do every week, do every day. They are consuming it. We have data to prove that, right? If you have one of those jobs where you're responsible for that, I'm sorry, but the expectations are probably different than office worker Oliver, than Sam the drone. This counts differently. And again, not arguing one way or the other, simply saying I get somebody feeling some kind of way about it.
Here's one more point I would make too. Kwesi was not fired because he took 2 weeks of paternity leave. Like, this is going to come up now, and it is. If it was actually a sticking point, if it was one of the reasons that he fell out of favor, I would say that's pretty ridiculous. How he operates when he's in the office, how he goes about his business, how he drafts, how he signs, all those things should matter so much more, and I would imagine they do. I think this is one of those things. It comes out because someone in the building had their ass chapped over it, obviously. It wouldn't come out otherwise. So that is what it is. But he was fired because Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl, and they chose not to bring Sam Darnold back. He was fired because J.J. McCarthy has stunk so far, and they didn't have a backup plan because they let Daniel Jones walk, and they said, we can figure this out. We'll trade for Sam Howell. And then right away said, this isn't going to work. Well, we'll bring in Carson Wentz. This isn't going to work. That's why he was fired, because he's had, I believe, like 4 starters in 4 draft years, I think I saw, that they've drafted out of, 25 to 30 players, whatever it is, at this point. That's why he was fired, not because of the paternity leave thing. But it is one of those, I think, very relatable things we've all been a part of in our lives. Like, what's the right amount of time to take off, and how does this work? And the NFL is just different in this regard. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. I figured this will be fun because we've got a couple different generations on the show. Danny's extremely old. I am getting older all the time. And then we have young people as well. What's your old guy count at? I'll explain next on the Fan. our double play on Grant and Danny, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
It's time for the double play.
Sure, I'll do this super quick. GP, I know you got something planned. Just putting this on your calendar. There's a new season of Unreal, WWE's Unreal, on Netflix. I saw the first episode today. It's just as good as you remember. I love this show, and it's really, really well done. And it is unfettered access behind the scenes of everything. They're in the writers' meetings. Yes, the writers' meetings for WWE. The world has changed, but it's still so good.
Scalding hot take for you that'll burn your skin right off.
Oh, no.
Just singe you into another ether. Better than Hard Knocks, because they give them all of the access.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Hard Knocks and these other shows that I love and that are my favorite things have gone away from letting you sit in on all the meetings and do some of that stuff, and they also want to edit a lot of the things out. Basically, Triple H, who runs the WWE, said, go wherever you want, record whatever you want, talk to whoever you want, no problem. And the show looks like it.
There's a moment in the first episode, it's not my favorite guy, but Pat McAfee's heavily featured, and it's talking about one of his journeys where he has to, is in the ring, and there's this feud that happens, and no spoilers, this is months ago when the video was taken, but they go behind the scenes backstage where Triple H is literally going, somebody tell him he has to keep going, we're live, he can't stop once we get to a certain place. He maybe he thinks, is anyone telling him that? Oh my God, is anyone telling him that? Somebody tell him! Because they're worried if Pat McAfee goes, okay, I'm fine, and trots off, they go, oh my God, he just broke it, and now we're all screwed.
Right.
So there's 50 feet where there's panic because they don't know if he's going to keep going or not and do what he's supposed to do.
Such a good show.
Phenomenal.
All right, here's your double play for today, boys. I figured we could all keep score for ourselves.
All right, let me get a...
But these are, I'm going to call this your old guy number, okay? What's your number? All right, what's your old guy number here? So these are things that you've done in your life or you haven't. You get a point for every one of these that you've done. Danny is the favorite to win this by a wide margin.
What's the spread on me?
I think you're minus 450, to be honest with you. Okay?
Okay.
You are the oldest. I think Darius and I should be comparable in second place, and then Clary and Toby, just based on age, it should go in that order.
I think you sleep on Toby outperforming you two guys, you and Darius.
You think?
Yeah.
He's old school Tobes.
Tobe's a sneaky old.
I got some old soul in me, too.
Here we go.
All right. Number one, have you ever used a rotary phone? I have when I was very, very young. Was a rotary phone just the one you turn?
Sure is.
I've done that at an aunt's house once.
Yep.
So that's 1 point for me.
Yes, we used to have one when I was a younger child, and we had one in the house.
I have used it at my grandma's house.
Let's
it was
go.
like an antique item. It was great.
I have as well.
Oh, wow. All
Look at
right.
this.
Very good. Used a floppy disk. This is actually using it, bringing it home.
Oh, yeah.
Having to work on it, so you have to take it to your laptop.
Then tell the professor it wouldn't load, or the disk got formatted, my paper's gone.
One time, this is a terrible thing to admit, but I think the statute of limitations is passed.
Okay.
I bent the little metal part just so it wouldn't go in the computer, as if I had done my assignment when I had not done my assignment.
That's a sick move.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a sick move.
So I have.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Have not.
Have not, no.
All right.
Ryan just asked us what a floppy disk is, by the way.
That's very, very good. 3.5, brother.
Remember, he thought burning a CD was just you play the CD a lot?
Have you ever, old guy point, used a typewriter? I've touched one. I've looked at one. Actually used one for a functional purpose? Absolutely not.
Oh, yeah.
You have?
Of course.
God, you're old.
Hundreds of times. That's all we had.
Hundreds?
Hundreds.
Why?
That was the best we had before the word processor was ubiquitous.
You used a typewriter.
Yeah.
That's wacky.
Ding! Slide it back across. Ding!
Did you go to school on horseback, or did you guys have cars? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I have used one. My grandma had one, but I just fooled around. I didn't use it with actual purpose. I was just kind of messing around with it.
Then we'll say no.
Of course I have not. Come on.
No chance.
All right, Danny pulls ahead.
That's tough.
This could be the last time we're even with Danny.
Landslide here.
Taking photos with a film camera.
Yep. Point.
Does that count as a Polaroid?
No. I don't think so, because Polaroid's a novelty or whatever.
What about the one you 24 and you kind of roll to the right and then it clicks?
Yes,
and you have
a
to take it to be
disposable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes for me. Definitely. So many camps as a kid or something doing that. Yes.
Yes. Yes, I have used it.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I've used one of those disposable ones.
All right. We're doing all right. I'm at 3. Danny, you're at 4?
Yep.
Okay. How about Old guy point. Listen to music on a CD. Yes.
Come on, yes.
Yep.
I have.
Yes, of course.
Round the horn. Listen to a cassette tape.
Yep.
I definitely have. It wouldn't have been my cassette tape, but like in a car with somebody. So I'll say yes.
Yep. I've made cassette tapes and everything.
What you all sleep on is having your Discman in a secure place next to you with that wire that plugged into the blank tape so you could play the CD on the cassette player that was in the car.
We do sleep on that.
Well, my grandma had one that she would play music for myself and like my brother.
Then you listen to a cassette tape.
I listened to a cassette tape then.
Same for me. Yep.
All right. Listen to a vinyl record. No for me.
Yep.
I mean, as my brother has one now as a bit.
Yeah, like a retro
But I'm
bit.
saying based on age, like actually that is how you listen
Dancing
to
to
music.
Thriller in my socks in the living room on the vinyl record player. Yeah.
That's our thing.
No, that'd be a no for me, dog.
No.
Nope.
All right, let's go listen to a Walkman.
Yep.
Was Walkman the one that was like cassette
Yes.
on your side with
Yeah.
headphones? I had one of those
revolutionary.
hand-me-downs from my brother like in middle school.
The Walkman was awesome.
Yes to Walkman.
I had an orange and gray one from
Silly.
Sony.
I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Nope. Did not.
No.
Listen to music on a boombox outside.
Yep.
I have. Garage, cleaning the garage with my dad or something. We always use an actual radio, tuning it. They'll dial down.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You're looking for like 106.7. Yes, absolutely.
Backyard parties all the time. Absolutely.
No.
I don't believe I have, no.
All right. Watched a video from a VHS tape. Absolutely.
Come on.
Yes.
Yes.
Where I got indoctrinated into being a Redskins fan, watching all those VHS tapes.
Sent or received the fax? No.
Yep.
Yes, I've had to do so for work.
I've actually had to use one, yes.
Never used a fax machine.
Recorded music from radio to cassette. Darius, you said you have.
I have, yes.
I've not.
Oh, yeah.
Darius is ahead of me, by the way, pretty considerably.
Yeah, Darius is whooping your ass,
Yeah.
so to speak. Yes,
I'm
of course
at
I did
9
that.
right now.
Yeah.
Tobes?
No.
Have not.
Old guy point. Have you ever rented a video from Blockbuster? Clearly.
Yeah.
Every weekend.
Guy, every Friday night, we'd go get 4 Royal Rumbles. It was the best.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Access the internet via dial-up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
No.
No?
Wow.
That one's tough.
Oh,
To
man.
hear that from
Oh,
that
God.
wing of the room. Used a phone book.
Yeah.
No, we had phone books, but I certainly never looked up.
Remember
a
when
number.
they got delivered? You're like,
Because
I don't
here's
want
why.
this.
You know what I did? I went 411, and then I would say, "Can I have the number for whatever?" And they would tell me what it was, or they'd connect me.
My dad heard me do that once. One time he heard me do that.
It cost
that was
like
the,
$1.
That was the last time that happened.
My dad got pissed too, but I was not about to open up a phone book.
We've definitely had phone books, but I've never had to actually use one.
I definitely used a phone book.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've used a phone book.
Not as like a booster seat or anything, like when you were a kid, like to actually open up and
You
use.
guys knew about 411, right? You just call the operator and they connect you.
I had no idea about 411.
Yeah, I had no idea about that. No
that
idea.
must be
That's
before
fun.
their time. Send a postcard. I have when I'm at the All-Star game every year to the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever sent a postcard. No.
I have.
I have as well.
Used a paper map to get somewhere. Lock, neither of you have used a paper map anywhere.
Does MapQuest count?
No, it does not count,
Okay, then no.
Ryan.
Not really, no.
I don't believe so, no.
I haven't either. We did MapQuest, internet.
Yeah.
Print off the direction.
You always had that?
Never once held a paper map in my hand.
That's insane.
I wouldn't even know how to use it. I'm not even joking. I mean, I'd have to locate where we are and then look for roads. Like, I would not be good at it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Owned a dictionary.
Yep.
I owned a dictionary.
Yes, owned a dictionary.
Danny's going for a clean sweep.
Yeah. Well, how many questions there been? Because I got yeses on every
there's
one of them.
No, we're at 18.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, for school.
And then 2 more. Owned an encyclopedia.
Uh-huh.
We had so many of those. We had like a bookshelf of them.
Yep.
Of course.
No.
Paid with a paper check.
Yep.
From my own? No. Never for myself. I've given checks from like my
doesn't
grandma or
count.
mom.
Yeah.
No. Never for myself, no.
Same boat as Toby.
I have paid with a paper check.
I still do.
Yeah.
Not often, but like there's certain things I'll write checks for. So I think what am I at, like 16? Darius, you might have beat me there.
I think I was one ahead of you at 17.
Look at you.
I'm Hugh Downs and Barbara Walters with 2020.
I knew you would be the winner of the old guy game.
Yeah, I rolled in that one.
G&D on the Fan. Our
Those
Beltway
are easy.
Blitz comes your way next. Mike Sando at 425 on the Fan. It is time for our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. The show today and every day comes your way via the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Excited about the stretch run of the show. We're taking you up to 6:30, getting you ready for Caps hockey. Mike Sando of The Athletic at 4:30 today previews the Super Bowl, and we will talk about the big game with Kevin Harlan, who's on the call for Westwood One. He'll be on the program in an hour at 5 o'clock. But let's kick off our Beltway Blitz, Commanders and Caps, on Decking in the Hole.
The NFL.
Sam Brookhouse covered the Senior Bowl and did a very good job for Sumer Sports, breaking down all the prospects. Wanted to ask him about Mobile, Alabama, and what stood out to him at one of the marquee pre-draft events. Sam, you're on in D.C. Thanks for the time. How was the Senior Bowl?
Yeah, the Senior Bowl was great. I think it's always interesting to get a look and crystallize this draft class, and you can kind of get a sense, not necessarily of who the top players in this draft will be, because I think in the Senior Bowl this year, not a lot of those players actually participated, but I think you get a sense of what the difference between the top-tier players and the second-tier players are, while also crystallizing which players will end up going high, late first round, early second round, moving forward.
Who are some guys that you didn't have an opinion on yet, maybe, were curious to learn about, and then you came away feeling one way or the other, where you go, okay, you know what, I'm either in or I'm out?
Yeah, so I didn't necessarily have strong opinions about any of the individual Texas Tech defensive linemen. This was a defensive line that absolutely ripped teams apart all year, but you wondered, given you knew that they were an expensive college player, that they had a lot of talent. I came away with the kind of a new view. I knew David Bailey was going to be a guy at the edge rushing position who would be really highly touted. He did not participate. However, Lee Hunter, the defensive tackle, was a guy who really stood out to me. Here's a guy who's 6'4", 305. There was a question about, is he just going to be a nose guard at the next level? Can he do other stuff? And I thought he was really able to win with both speed and power, both in the pass and run game. He really stood out to me as a guy who you go back through and you watch the tape, and sure, Romello Height, the defensive end who also did participate, and David Bailey are getting a lot of those sacks, but a lot of the stuff shown at the Senior Bowl from Lee Hunter indicated to me that he was a bigger part of that defensive line than we expected, and I would expect him to rise in the draft as a result.
The Commanders have the 7th pick. They don't pick again until 71. No second-round pick, and then no fourth-round pick. So they have 2 picks in the top 140 in this draft, unfortunately. You'd love to see them move back and add more. What do you make overall of the depth at edge? Because that's going to be one of their primary needs. Might they still be able to get somebody who could go out and have 7, 8, 9 sacks as a rookie or a sophomore at 71 this year, do you think?
I think this is a unique spot for the Commanders to be in. I think there's 3 positions in which the talent is clustered at the top. I think you look at the tackle position with Spencer Fano and Francis Maui go out of Miami, and that's one of the positions. I actually don't think that one is going to have a super crazy run, because I do think that players like Jennings Dunker, who was at the Senior Bowl out of Iowa, I think there's going to be a limited gap between that one. However, the edge rushing position is one where I would expect there to be a run at the top. You're looking at 4 guys. David Bailey, who we mentioned. You're looking at Ruben Bain out of Miami and Mesidor out of Miami. You're also looking at Falk out of Auburn. I think those guys may get pushed up into the top 10, top 15. There may be teams trading up for them, because I did not see a particular level of edge talent either at the Shrine or the Senior Bowl that really stood out to me as quality day 2 guys that could potentially become a day 1 guy or make a huge impact despite some glaring fault. I do think there's a big gap between the edge rushing position. I do think that the Commanders, if interested, will have to get it early.
Sam, where is, and this is still so early, we haven't done combines, individual workouts and things yet, so obviously information is subject to change, but where do you think the value is in this draft as you maybe start to look at, say, the tackle position, for example? Yeah, if you don't end up with tackle 1, tackle 2, tackle 3, tackle 4 ain't too bad if you're in the mid-teens or 20s, etc. Give me a position or two like that where you think there may be good value and depth.
Yeah, so I got to go back to the interior defensive line. I think this may be the flattest curve, but the highest curve that we've seen in a long time at the interior defensive line. all guys at the Senior Bowl that stood out, Grayson Holden, aren't even especially highly touted. I was really surprised by how he could impact the game. I think there's a potential that there could be 15 to 20 guys who could get quality time at the interior defensive line position across this draft. As a result, I think there may not necessarily be a run at the top of the draft on the interior defensive linemen, but despite there being impact guys, just because the level of talent is so high and there's so many of them. So while I do think the edge position, the wide receiver position, to a certain degree the offensive tackle position, if you want one of those top 2 guys, will be highly drafted. You got to get them in the top 15. I think the interior defensive line position is a deeper class, and you can probably get an impact guy in round 2 or round 3.
Sam, good information as always, buddy. Thanks so much for hopping on.
Thank y'all so much.
Check out his work, Sooner Sports, Sam Brookhouse, on the Senior Bowl. Let's keep it moving.
The Washington Commanders.
And let's localize the NFL convo in D.C. with Tashawn Reed of the Washington Post. Tashawn, let's start with Brian Johnson. He was interviewing for the Broncos OC job. Seemed to me like all along they were rolling with Davis Webb, and that's why they pushed Lombardi out the building. Webb's gotten the gig. Does that mean Brian Johnson's definitely staying in D.C., or does he have other options?
Well, I say definitely at this point. The coaching staff, really on both sides of the ball, is still in flux, with David Blau getting promoted to offensive coordinator, but also Duarte Jones getting hired at D.C. We just saw Jason Simmons today, for example, get hired by the Steelers. And so, I think there's still going to be a lot of movement on this coaching staff the next week or so. Blau and Jones haven't spoken to the media yet. I believe that's going to happen sometime next week. And so by then we should have more clarity about who's going to be back, from that 2025 coaching staff. But, I think with Brian Johnson, it depends. If he has another OC opportunity out there, I'm sure he would, take interviews to do that. But if it's a lateral move, I'd be a little bit surprised if we see him bolt from D.C.
How should we feel that it seems like Cliff Kingsbury may be all but shut out in terms of his next gig?
Well, I think in terms of head coaching jobs, obviously with those being filled, missed out there. There was some, buzz about him maybe getting a head coaching job, but I still wait and see on OC. There's obviously a lot of coaching changes that have been made this offseason, 10 jobs, and a lot of those OC spots are filled, but it seems like he's still in the mix for a few of those jobs. So we'll see how it plays out. Maybe he's a guy that goes back to the college ranks. Always got to keep that in mind as well. That's kind of where he made his bread and butter before making that jump to the NFL. So, it's interesting because, there was a lot of head coach buzz on him when they parted ways, but now it looks like it's going to be more of a lateral move for him going to another OC job.
Tashawn Reed of the Post. As you know, Ryan Kerrigan was one of the more popular players for this organization in the 2000s. He ends up getting a quick coaching job after leaving after a 10-year run in D.C., 1 year with the Eagles, 2 years with Rivera, 2 years with Dan Quinn. Sounds like he's one of the guys that's out on the defensive side of the ball. Do we know if he wanted to just coach here or if he wants to continue coaching elsewhere, and if there's a role for him in some way? What can you tell us?
He's on the way out here. I can't speak for him. I haven't spoken to him personally, but you would assume that he would continue to explore coaching opportunities elsewhere. Not particularly surprised. I know he has that history with the franchise, of course, but Jones, doesn't have any ties to the Commanders, and he's an outside hire. It's not a guy that Dan Quinn had already worked with in the past or anything of that nature. Spent the last few years with the Vikings, and Brian Flores, who's still the DC there, was one of their top candidates and somebody they hoped to interview, but they pivoted to Jones once that didn't work out, and I think it's smart to let your coordinators pick their own guys on the side, on whatever side of the ball they're coaching on. Like obviously, there's going to be a mix of guys who are already here and maybe you coached with, but I don't think there's anything wrong with mixing it up and bringing in some new blood as well. So, I think that kind of comes with it anytime you have one of these coordinator changes, but especially I think for the Commanders, when you have it on both sides of the ball like they did this offseason, there's going to be a lot of moving parts.
How is Jaden Daniels feeling about all the changes on offense? I remember we saw a report that, I forget the exact word, Tashawn, so apologies if I get it wrong, but it was blindsided, maybe taken aback or not thrilled, whatever, with the departure of Kingsbury and company. How does he feel about the changes? Do we know?
Yeah, he was pretty candid about wanting Cliff Kingsbury back when, the team had locker room clear out day He spoke about how much he's enjoyed working with Cliff the last couple of years, and even his mom got on Twitter and said she wanted to see them running back for a third year together. But he also had a good relationship with David Blau, who's been working with him more hands-on this season. Like, he was already around in 2024 as a assistant quarterbacks coach, but he got promoted to quarterback coach during the season once Tavita Pritchard left for that Stanford job. And they have a strong relationship, and they're in a good place. And so, while Jaden wanted to see Cliff stick around, I don't think it's a situation where you have to worry about him not seeing eye to eye with David Blau as a result. It's a guy that he's familiar with, and I'm sure that was part of the reasoning. If you're the Commanders, maybe you want to make some changes on offense and didn't see eye to eye with Cliff Kingsbury philosophically any longer. But, in promoting Blau, you keep around a guy that, Jaden has a good rapport with and is going to be familiar with moving forward.
Tashawn Reed of the Post, great job as always covering the Commanders for us on the Beltway Blitz. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you got it. Be good. Let's talk hockey.
The Washington Capitals.
And to talk about the Capitals, we're joined by the voice of the Caps, John Walton. John, back-to-back wins Thursday, Saturday. Pretty dramatic. One in a shootout, first of the year. One in overtime for the Capitals. And that was after they were down 3-0 against the Hurricanes. They needed those 4 huge points.
Yeah, when you add it up, it's how they did it, too, because you've got Nick Dowd, who hadn't scored a goal since December, and he gets that first period goal in Detroit, and then he finishes it with a Matt Hendricks-like paralyzer move at the end, which we had asked Scotty Murray after the game, because Spencer Carberry had talked about it a little bit and said it had been something he'd been working on. And he said every day after practice for a month, he was trying to do that, and he wanted to be able to take part in the shootout, and none of us even knew it was really happening. And then he comes out, I was like, whoa, Nick Dowd's going. And then he goes out and ends up winning the game. And now he's still working on it. I saw him this morning doing it too. So great on him. Great on Clay Stevenson. Great on Hendricks Lapierre to be able to come up with a goal. Sonny Milano hadn't had a point since before Christmas. He contributed in the game against Carolina. And the fact that both went to overtime, don't care. They need 2 points. Any way they can get them at this point. They got them twice. They've won 2 in a row now. And they've got to finish strong. And this is a huge game tonight against the Islanders, because this is the team. You're not going to get the wild card the way things are looking. The Atlantic looks too strong. You got 5 teams over there that are probably going to be able to nail those down. You got to get to third place. But if you win tonight, that's a huge 4-point game to try and get to third. So a big one here tonight at 7.5.
So it does feel like a turning point in this season. They'll obviously have the break for the Olympics and then have a chance to get hot after. Deck is still stacked against them a little bit. They put 3 on IR over the weekend, and they don't have either goaltender, which doesn't even speak to that situation. But they have not had Logan Thompson or Charlie Lindgren here, so they've got 2 new goalies. What's the situation between the pipes for tonight and moving forward?
Yeah, and there is the tonight and the moving forward, to be sure. So tonight it's going to be Clay Stevenson, who's going to make his second straight start, got his first NHL win in that game over Carolina, and look good doing it. One bad goal that he talked about after the game, the third one he just didn't see. But the first 2, nothing he could do, made big saves, beat Freddie Anderson, big veteran goaltender on the other end, so he was really happy. Certainly a big jolt of confidence for him. And then tomorrow, with a game in Philadelphia, Garen Bjorklund looks like he's set to make his debut, because Spencer Carberry told us this morning Logan Thompson is going on the trip. Logan Thompson is not playing, and the idea is they want to get him the Thursday game at home against Nashville, that he's really close. He's not in that bad of shape, but, and that's true, because we saw him this morning. He skated this morning. We thought when he left the ice that he might even be the starter tonight, only to find out when the coach came to the podium that that's not the case. So I think the hope is that you could have 3 different goaltenders here in the next 3 games. And I say hope because you would get LT back for the last game before the break, Nashville coming in, and we'll see how it goes. But you're probably, to get 2 wins, get one today, get one tomorrow, you are going to go with Hershey Bears goaltending. So we'll see. It certainly is a little bit daunting, but I love the way the guys came together for Clay in the game on Saturday. Hopefully there's more where that came from.
It also feels like, hopefully and maybe, and this could just be the fandom speaking in me, the way they came back from down 3-0 could be a springboard and propel you in some way moving forward here.
Well, I mean, you've got the game here as far as with New York. You've got this is a big possibility. They're going to play David Riddick tonight. He's their backup. Ilya Sorokin's been pretty hot. So for Riddick, I mean, as they come into this one, I mean, it's a guy you hope that if he gets shots on, he's not a guy that gets a lot of work usually. So, I mean, I think that's the big hope. And then for the rest of it, you just got to keep putting wins together. I mean, that's the biggest thing. And I think for a team that the last time that they won back-to-back, they won 6 in a row, they are going to need a stretch like that. Not just now, but when we reconvene on Feb 25, and you got all these games left with Philly, you got all these games left inside the Metropolitan Division, all good news. I mean, you've got a lot of the head-to-heads and a lot of these kind of 4-point games that you need, but you got to be able to take advantage of them. And I get the sense that Charlie Lindgren is going to be okay on the other side of the break. He's not going to be off IR before then. But if you've got him, you've got LT. And keep in mind, I mean, Charlie's probably going to have to play a little more, too, because LT is going to have a heavy workload during the Olympics. I really think he's going to get a chance to play. And if he does, then he's, may need a little, you may have to manage that a little bit. But all in all, just try and find your way to get 2 points every night. As Spencer Carberry will say coming up in the pregame show, I mean, it's just the game that's in front of you. But tonight, that means the New York Islanders, and, go get them and find a way.
John Walton, Caps Hockey. Call some goals, call a win. We need them.
Oh, that sounds good, Grant. Thank you.
John Walton, voice of the Capitals here on The Fan. That is your Beltway Blitz. Mike Sando, a renowned national NFL writer from The Athletic, joins us next. It's Super Bowl week on Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll take you up to 6:30 and Caps hockey tonight. Pre-game right around 6:45 and puck drop just after 7 o'clock. You just heard John Walton talking about it in the Blitz, but my goodness, are these huge games. You wish you could have Thompson or Lindgren in net. It's not going to work out that way. It's org goalies 3 and 4 in the days ahead for the Capitals, but they've got to get points here if they're going to stay in the hunt into this Olympic break.
There's just so many teams with more points than them, and then others that are really close by. They're tied with Columbus, only a couple points ahead of Philadelphia. I think there's 3 teams with 59 points right behind them, including the defending champs. It's very jumbled in the Eastern Conference. But as Mike Rizzo once said years ago, when talking about injuries and stuff, and nobody feels sorry for you. You still got to play. So there you go, right? The games count all the same. There's no asterisk by it. Hey, we're on org goalie number 3. We don't have any healthy bodies. Can we not count this one?
Speaking of Rizzo, he was on MLB Network last week ranking his top 10 left fielders in baseball. James Wood showed up, I think, back into the top 5. But Rizzo making the media tour.
He could do that.
I like that.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be curious to see what lies ahead in terms of a role as an advisor or something. But yeah, that was pretty cool to see. We're getting ready for the Super Bowl, and we will be talking in just a couple of moments to Mike Sando of The Athletic. I think he's going through security right now in San Francisco. He's pretty much anybody who covers the NFL is in the Bay Area getting ready for Super Bowl week, and everyone, we've been there, we've done it. You descend upon Radio Row and you hang out, and it's kind of a big football convention, so we'll talk to him coming up in just a second. One thing I haven't seen talked about a lot, there is a sizable difference on special teams in this game between Seattle and New England. Do you realize the Seahawks were number 2 in special teams EPA per play this year, and the Patriots were outside of the top 20?
I did not realize that the disparity was that big.
Potential pretty big gap. Field goal percentage, Seattle was 14th, New England was 24th. Field goals 50+, the Seahawks were top 10, so were the Patriots. Net yards per punt, Seattle was 11, New England was 25. But if you look at just the overall special teams metrics, the Seahawks, number 2 in the league, and the Patriots basically bottom 10 or so. So if you're looking for margins in this game that maybe don't get talked about a whole lot, that could be something to keep in mind. Let's welcome onto the show Mike Sando, though. Told you we wanted to chat with him. Always love having him on. Grant and Danny here in D.C. Mike, greetings and happy Super Bowl week. How are you?
Good, thank you. Doing great. Appreciate it.
Yeah, our pleasure. A lot to get into. First thing, though, I wanted to hit on with you was we were talking last hour about the story on Kwesi getting fired. And it sounds like you and I have a pretty similar take on this, which is he didn't get fired because of this paternity leave thing, but I saw you were discussing it on social media. What do you make of that even becoming a storyline after the fact? And also, what does this just say about analytics versus football guys and kind of where we are as a culture at this point?
Oh, I don't know if it's quite that broad. The stuff about the paternity is just, paternity leave, that's been known a long time. I mean, no one's really writing it for a long time because it's not relevant until it kind of is. I think it's just probably a more emblematic of a little bit of a different mindset. And I don't think it's why he lost his job, but I think that when you come in as a general manager, you've got to be able to relate to and lead everybody. And most of the people in a personnel department are coming from a world where you've been a grinder and working probably too much and on the road all the time. And so, when your leader's not that, he's got to be great in other ways, I think, and really connect. And they didn't pick good enough players, and the quarterback decision ended up being probably pinned on him. And I think some of the stuff, I don't think the paternity leave is a huge deal, but I do think that, to the extent that it reflects a different mindset, it could make it harder. It could reduce the margin for error. Does that make sense when you stay? And there's always just kind of been smoke coming out of there anyway about the fit and how everything's going. And then everybody's super big smiles in the press conferences. So you don't really see it on the outside, but there's always been a lot of speculation around that place. And so is it surprising that it happened right now? Probably, but is it surprising that they're not going to live happily ever for after? To me, no.
Mike, I want to talk just for the Super Bowl here for a moment. The Seahawks pass defense is unbelievably good. So nobody over 250 yards passing since the start of November, except for the Rams twice. How much can that inform what McDaniels and company are going to do for Drake May in New England? Is there anything they could sort of copy out of there to maybe have some success through the air?
Probably some. I think that McVay did a good job of, staying kind of a step ahead of the adjustments. I think he did a really good job of that. So you got to do what you do, though. I don't know that you're going to, with Drake May, a second-year quarterback, going to go in there and have the same volume of stuff that Matthew Stafford can do, with the same coach for years and years and years. So there's obviously ways that you can get to Seattle because the Rams did it, but the odds are that New England's probably not the Rams in the same way.
Mike Sando of The Athletic. You can check out his Pick Six column. Joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You talked about a strategy the Patriots had employed to put the Broncos on ice at the end of the AFC Championship game that didn't get a whole lot of run on the telecast. What did you see from them in terms of their strategy and their coaching at the end of that game? And just overall, it just seems like every single week in these playoffs, they haven't really been worried about style points. It's just kind of like getting across the finish line first.
Yeah, they're kind of a team that after you play them, you realize they're better than you thought they were. Because you don't really look at any one player or matchup, and you're not just amazingly wowed, but they do a great job of not beating themselves, so they're low mistakes, and then they maximize the rules within the margins. So the end of the Denver game, the big interception that Stidham threw, if you go back and watch that from about 15 seconds on the play clock, after the Broncos substituted, the Patriots basically took a super long time, longest time possible, that you could substitute to adjust, because the umpire will stand over the ball, not let you snap it while the defense gets to adjust. Well, they could do the adjustment in 5 seconds, but they drag it out so that by the time the referee clears gets out of there and lets them snap the ball, the play clock's under 5. And so now Jarrett Stidham has no time to look at anything, probably doesn't notice that the corner's dropped off, and he tries to throw and gets intercepted. And that's orchestrated by the Patriots. That's strategy. And so their ability to do that is better than most teams because Mike Vrabel prioritizes it and isn't a play caller, so he's got time and bandwidth, during the game. And he's been with the same guy John Stryker, who helps orchestrate this stuff for 7 seasons. So other teams try to do a lot of these things, but they're just really good at them.
Mike, what did Sam Darnold do so well in that NFC Championship game? To me, game of his life. He got rid of that. It used to be that the verb was almost like he Munsoned, like you Darnolded, everyone knew. Yeah. And not anymore. He was transcendent in that ball game. Did they find something now to make him that much more comfortable, and how do you expect him to perform?
Yeah, I think there's always a chance for turnovers with Darnold. I think that's going to be his weak spot, probably always has been. So if you can make him super uncomfortable, you got a better chance. I think he did a great job of really just standing in there and had against the Rams before, he was either taking too many sacks or throwing too many picks. I think he found the sweet spot of hang in there and make a throw, but make it be a little bit, make it be a smarter throw. And so he threw touchdown passes with the guys in his lap. And I think in the previous games, he was really either focused on no picks, take 9 sacks, or no sacks, take 4 picks, right? There's a happy medium in there, and he played really well. It doesn't mean he's going to do it every time, but I think he's a good player who has a good team around him, and I do think there's something to his mental makeup, the support he has in the locker room there, that he's not feeling as nervous as everyone else is for him in those situations.
You can follow Mike Sando on social at Sando NFL. Another of the items in the Pick Six piece was your reaction to the Bill Belichick news of last week. He's not going to get into the Hall first time around. Do you think there's going to be any changes at all, whether that's who votes or how they vote, or what comes from this?
Well, I would think at the very least they would separate senior candidate players from coaches and contributors, because that's how this happened. That in conjunction with voters who prioritize how long you've been waiting and want these seniors to go in and are willing to vote for them disproportionately. And if you look at the setup of picking between a coach, a contributor, and 3 seniors, and each voter gets 3 votes, that means that every voter is going to vote for 1 senior. You have to, if you have to pick 3. But then you start getting it divided by people picking other seniors, some people picking Kraft and not Belichick, and everything else gets chopped up. So I think what they're going to have is surprises like this that seem inexplicable, but are a product of voters prioritizing one thing. Yeah.
Do you feel like there was more than just football related things? There was some sort of gatekeeping or pettiness involved with that Belichick saga at all?
There could be a tiny amount of that gatekeeping thing with, hey, why does he get to go in right away and not have the weight? I don't think that would sway somebody. The Spygate stuff and the integrity of the game, I do believe that it's possible that some voters were like, hey, I'm going to prioritize some of these other guys. I don't know that. That's
right.
Just what I would feel, I think the Spygate thing did not help him with some.
Mike, we'll let you out on this. What's your early prediction or feel for the matchup? Yeah. Patriots are catching 4 points against the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think that the Seahawks are the better team and will probably win the game. I do think that, the Darnold turnover component is a potential part of this, but I think Seattle is probably the better team throughout its roster with the ability to make plays really in all three phases. So I do think that they'll win the game, but I think a lot of teams thought they were going to win the game against New England, and the Patriots are a tough out.
Mike, real pleasure to catch up with you, buddy. Appreciate it. Enjoy San Francisco.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Check him out in The Athletic, Mike Sando on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We will talk to Kevin Harlan coming up in about 20 minutes. Westwood One's lead voice, who's going to be on the call of the Super Bowl nationally. Pretty amazing. We'll chat with him in a few. That is the number one analysis point that I've heard, by the way, is the Seahawks will win this game as long as Darnold doesn't have one of those 3 turnover games.
Because they're so complete. They're so good.
It just seems to me like people feel like there's no path for the Patriots to beat the Seahawks if they protect the football, which makes sense because Seattle is a much better team, but we'll see if New England can get them to turn it over. I think that defense is so well coached. They've called plays really, really well.
Yep.
They blitz a lot. They show zero a bunch. There's actually been like this Brian Flores element, interestingly, with Washington going that route during the playoffs where they mug the line of scrimmage in the A-gap. They get a lot of guys standing at the line. You don't know who's coming or going, like the way I like defense. And it's really worked for them on passing downs. They've made quarterbacks look bad. The weather helped, and the fact that you played a backup.
Yeah, Jarrett Stidham helped.
With Jarrett Stidham. But you look at Justin Herbert, who they destroyed, C.J. Stroud, who's like his name is all of a sudden a quarterbacking pejorative.
I mean, he melted down, and that's Patriots had a lot of hand in that.
Crushed him, man. Yeah. And they've played really, really well. Mm-hmm. So if they could rattle Darnold in a similar way, it's not going to look like that, I don't think. Seattle's too good. But if they could just get him thinking an extra beat, holding onto the ball an extra beat, hit him a couple times, I do think the game could change very, very quickly in that regard. Is Cliff Kingsbury going to completely get shut out this offseason? Remember when he had mutually left Washington, and the idea was he could get a head coaching job? He was interviewing with the Ravens and some other places. There was some stuff leaked about how he was lucky to be out, and Washington was lucky that he was ever here. Well, there might be 20-plus new OCs named this offseason, and he wouldn't be one of them. Let's talk about that next on The Fan. I find this number amazing. We are up to 21 new offensive coordinators in the NFL for 2026. Think about that. 21 new OCs. So I'll just rattle them off really, really fast, really quickly. Tommy Rees in Atlanta, Declan Doyle in Baltimore, Pete Carmichael in Buffalo, Travis Switzer in Cleveland, Drew Petzing in Detroit, Eric Bieniemy in Kansas City, Mike McDaniel with the Chargers, Bobby Slowick with the Dolphins, Sean Mannion with the Eagles, Zach Robinson with the Bucks, Brian Daboll with the Titans, David Blau with Washington. Okay, that's just a start. Then you've got to consider some of the guys that call their own plays that are head coaches. Mike LaFleur in Arizona, Kevin Stefanski, Joe Brady, Todd Monken, Clint Kubiak, and Mike McCarthy. 21 play-calling coaches in new homes this offseason. And it looks like there's a path maybe to Cliff Kingsbury not getting a gig.
Yeah.
Now, maybe we'll find out he didn't want one of these jobs, or maybe we'll find out he wasn't comfortable and had the opportunity. As of right now, if you want to call plays, here are the places where you could do it. Maybe he's going to wait for Seattle, and he's already talked to them. But with Clint Kubiak leaving Seattle, for the moment, their play-calling duties for next year wide open. I think McCarthy's going to call plays in Pittsburgh, right?
You think so?
So I'd cross that one off the list. In fact, that's a lock. Aaron Glenn of the Jets is their head coach. They don't have a play-calling OC just yet. I know they've made a couple hires, but that's a place where Kubiak could end up being the play caller. The most likely place for him is the Giants. I know he's interviewed there. John Harbaugh is the head coach, so that's another opening. So we're up to 3 potential spots to call plays. Kubiak's going to call his own plays with the Raiders. McVay calls his own plays with the Rams. Sean Payton calls his own plays with the Broncos, and they just hired Davis Webb as the OC.
Right.
Ben Johnson calls his own plays with the Bears, so I don't know if being there to replace Declan Doyle helps you at all, and him and Ben Johnson would be oil and water. And then LaFleur is going to call his own plays with the Cardinals. There's only 3 spots where he could call plays, and only really 1 or 2 that make any sense. What will it tell you if we get to the end of this cycle and one of the first guys out of a job doesn't end up getting one of the gigs?
It's amazing how fast this league moves. Last year, it was New Orleans, as we understood, it was his job to say yes or no to.
He turns it down, and Kellen Moore gets his shot.
Now, I get it. You're still double dipping, right? Where you've got the Arizona money coming in, and however that formula works, if it's Arizona money minus whatever you're making as an OC, the point is you're making more than every OC ever, right? At that point.
Yeah, and for people that don't know what you're talking about, because he was fired by the Cardinals, you deduct your OC salary from the number, and then you double dip. So in other words, if you were making $5 million per year with the Cardinals and you're getting 1.5 from Washington, then you're getting 3.5 from Arizona, 1.5 from Washington, basically.
Yeah.
Still double dipping, though.
It's still nice. You still get your $5 million.
He'll be triple dipping this year because you get 1 more year of Cardinals money. You have a year of Washington money, and wherever you're going to be working if he gets a job this year.
If he does, yeah. So, I mean, again, and that's kind of where the thinking goes. It tells me, and maybe this is me reading too hard into it, I don't know. The league has moved on from whatever he's doing. For a while, it was in vogue. Never gonna get. It was in vogue to be college offense spread, horizontal raid, looks from shotgun, 2 teams that ran only shotgun. Only, that's exaggeration, but basically shotgun. Kansas City, Philadelphia last year meeting the Super Bowl. Now it's like, no, dude, we're out on that. We have no interest in that. That plus maybe the rep is I'm doing my thing and I'm a little slower to adjust than most. My thing is awesome. I'm doing my thing. Maybe that rep is out there. You put that in a stew, you get Jets or Giants, maybe? That's kind of where we're at.
I need another year of him having a tough time getting a gig before I would say the league has moved on. I think it's way too soon to say that. Could just be a bad game of musical chairs. You might have told a couple teams, I'll get back to you, where it might have been a good fit, and then they had to move on, right? Same as a relationship where the timing's just not right. You might have been a perfect couple. You were seeing someone when they weren't, and vice versa. And so I would need another year that looks like this to feel that way. But it is just comical to me that seemingly it was his agent that released what he did after he was out of a job about this gig. And the momentum was all in his favor. He's going to go interview for the Ravens. What if he got the Ravens head coaching job?
Gets to work with Lamar. Can you imagine?
Jackson, but
Yeah.
he'll be the play caller for Lamar. And it just hasn't happened. I also think, to your point, this is where I'll agree with your take that it is in some way an indictment. The extremes just aren't going to be for everybody. You can't have an entire league that operates one way and one guy that is just so different.
Unless it's awesome. Unless it's changing the world, and it's not.
Yeah, even if it was awesome, I guess that's true. It still makes everything's about complementary football. It means you've got to change so many other things about how you do business to accommodate the awesome thing. And as you're pointing out, this year it wasn't that awesome, but like 2 years ago it was.
It was.
But if you look at this from a graph standpoint, like X and Y, I look at these charts now all the times of like everything from quarterback analysis to whatever to see what are the extremes. And if you look at like X-axis is no huddle and Y-axis is under center, his dot is in its own quadrant.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of people stacked on top of each other in one area, and then Cliff Kingsbury in a completely different area of the map. And I think those extremes don't necessarily help you very much. And so you're going to run into what is the league pushing back some, maybe. Now, if he got the Giants job, I actually think it would be a pretty good hire for them with Jackson Dart because he's a dual threat. They want him to run and move around. They'll put him in gun, run a college-y offense, and I don't say that as a pejorative. I say that as helping the transition, a la Daniels.
Sure.
I think it would be a pretty good hire for them, especially with Harbaugh calling the shots and with him as kind of the culture builder. You need strong play callers because that's not his strength.
No. And yeah, he's the the CEO type. So you need an offensive mind basically to run that side of the building. And that's, I think, sometimes they ran aground in Baltimore because it was, sort of like you're reading out of different books when you're trying to have everybody be on the same page. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I'm hypothesizing. He gets a job tomorrow. I go, okay, my hypothesis is wrong. I'm going from, if you'd asked me a year ago, right, in the same hiring cycle, Cliff Kingsbury and Mike McDaniel will both be available. I go, oh my God, they'll be available for 7 seconds and have their pick of jobs. Maybe not head coach, but they'll be able to go wherever they want. The grass will be very green, and they'll be invited into everybody's living room and wooed. They'll have their pick. They'll be able to turn down jobs like Cliff turned down New Orleans. And that's not the case. McDaniel still, yes. He could have written his own ticket as an OC, but not as much for Kingsbury.
It's possible, I guess, that Cliff's been very choosy, too.
It is possible.
I'll throw
You're
that
right.
out there
You're
because
right.
I haven't followed it close enough to know. Has he taken 8 interviews or 2?
That's totally fair. And again, I'm hypothesizing. I have no idea.
He is a finalist, if we're going to call it that. It's him and Brian Callahan right now that are supposedly, one of the two of them are going to get the Giants job. Callahan's the former Titans head coach, Bengals OC from 19 to 23. A lot of play calling experience. Pretty traditional, whereas Kingsbury would be obviously to the extreme, but I'm sure there's things they like about him with a dual threat quarterback in Jackson Dart. But the reason I bring it up is if Cliff Kingsbury does not get a gig in this cycle, whether it's partially on him or the league just rebuking him, I think it should make people feel better about the decision to move on from him for one of his underlings. Because there was still this feeling of, you moved on from Cliff Kingsbury for this unknown David Blau? Like, that's pretty ballsy. Well, if the rest of the league has their shot and nobody, when 21 of these people were hired, brought him in and moved mountains to get him, I do think that is an endorsement of Washington's thinking.
Yeah, like every year when some guy gets cut from training camp or during the preseason, how could you cut that guy? And then 32 teams pass on him and he comes back via the practice squad. You're going, oh, I guess it wasn't that big a deal in the first place. Maybe it's that.
Kevin Harlan's one of the great broadcasters in America, calls NBA, NFL, among other things. He'll be on the call of the Super Bowl for Westwood One, and he stops by our show, kicking off Super Bowl week with us on this Monday next on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny, live from our Half Street Studios in D.C. You're listening to The Fan.
Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome on to the show. One of the best broadcasters in America, Kevin Harlan. He's on the call of the Super Bowl again for Westwood One, and always a thrill to have his pipes on this here program. Kevin, I've got to start with an apology, though. I owe you an apology.
I'll accept it, even though I don't even know what it's for.
Thank you. I was at the Wizards John Wall game the other night where he was being honored. I was sitting like 8 feet behind you basically the entire night. And I was got to be honest, the seats were pretty awesome, and I was just kind of in and out and doing my own thing with some buddies, whatever. And I noticed John Wall a couple times. And after the game, I'm talking to my producer Darius, who you met at Radio Row last year. And I'm like, dude, I was sitting right behind John Wall, was on the broadcast tonight. And he's like, and Kevin Harlan. I said, Kevin Harlan wasn't here tonight. He's like, he was literally calling the game with John Wall.
Right in front of you.
And right then, I was so bummed that I didn't go up and get to say hello to you. So my sincerest of apologies.
Well, I would have loved to have seen you, and was thinking that maybe I'd see you out in San Francisco this week. Kind of sounds like maybe you guys are staying east and not heading across the country. The last time that I did a Wizards game in that building was after the Super Bowl, and I think it was in Houston. And on Monday morning, after doing the Super Bowl on Sunday, flew to National Airport, met up with Grant Hill, and we did a Wizards Cleveland Cavalier game. I don't know if you remember this. LeBron James hit a fadeaway going out of bounds,
oh my God,
three-point shot to tie the game. I don't know how many years ago that was. They had to be, 7-8 years ago maybe. And that was the last time I had been there. I had done the A-10 championship there last spring, and always enjoy getting back there. I've got a very good friend who lives in the area, and his wife and kids. And so whenever I get back there, I love it. And I don't get there enough, and that's why I keep rooting for the Commanders and keep rooting for the Wizards. But I'm sorry I didn't see you the other night.
Kevin, you mentioned that. I mean, obviously, hopefully it's not that Wizards-Cleveland game. That was a painful memory. I hadn't thought about that in a while. But in terms of you've called so many enormous games for decades now, the NCAAs and huge football games, et cetera. What's the biggest game you've ever called in your mind?
Well, the Super Bowls are pretty big. I mean, it's an audience over 20 million worldwide. This will be my 16th in a row. Every time I sit in that chair, I think of the people before me that have done that game for CBS Radio / Westwood One, Marv Albert and Jack Buck and Lindsey Nelson and Don Criqui and Jim Simpson, like some of the greatest broadcasters the business has ever known. And like all of us, we stand on the shoulders of those before us. And so I always think about them, never take this assignment lightly. Thrilled and honored and blessed to be in that seat, and can't wait to do it. So the Super Bowl is pretty big. Elite Eight games are pretty big in the NCAA tournament. And then every once in a while you'll get an NBA playoff series that's pretty captivating, and we've had some. Back in the early 2000s, Doug Collins and I did a 7-game Boston Celtic, Chicago Bulls, Derrick Rose for the Bulls against some of those great Celtic teams, and I think of the 7 games, 5 were overtime. You probably don't remember it, but it was an incredible series. And then we just finished doing the Pacers and Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals for TNT, and that's always big too. So, the great thing about this profession is that you kind of follow the calendar with each season of the sport you're broadcasting. And so once this game ends on Sunday night, I'm going to get geared up and ready to go for the NCAA tournament, which will be right around the corner. And then after that ends, then we get ready for the NBA playoffs. And then summertime, and then I'm off. they're all important. I never like you guys. You never take a day off. You always want to give your full effort. You never know who's going to be listening for the first time and forming an opinion of you. And you try to make sure you hold on to what you've done in the past and don't ruin it with a messed up call or performance and poor delivery. So I really go into every game thinking it's like, all right, let's make this even better than the last one and try to improve that 1% or that 1 or 2 calls per game and strive to get the very best broadcast out there.
The unparalleled Kevin Harlan is with us here on Grant and Danny on the call of Super Bowl 60 in San Fran this weekend for Westwood One. You'll be hearing his broadcast if you're traveling around during the game. Kevin, how about this matchup? Seattle started the year 60-1 to get here. New England 80-1. I think both teams were projected in the 8-win range. And then all they did was both go 14-3 and go on some difficult journeys to get to the Super Bowl. What do you make of a Patriots team that was picking in the top 5 last year, and Seattle in year 2 with a head coach and a quarterback that everybody left for dead a couple of times?
Well, you know this in where you are, and that you can turn a program around pretty quickly in one season, from one season to the next. And we've seen teams finish in the bottom of the division, next year win the division, and make it in the playoffs and maybe do some damage. And that's clearly what's happened with New England. Seattle was 10-7 last year and just missed out, but certainly an incredible run for the first 2 years of Mike Macdonald's stay with Seattle. The only, it's quarterbacking. It's the intersection of solid, mistake-free quarterbacking, the right culture and message getting across from the head coach. It's the intersection of being healthy and not facing the normal attrition of injuries and other issues that seem to plague the teams that lose. And with your injuries you guys had, and it can build up, and then it just sets a bad tone. These two teams, if they did have injuries, they were not catastrophic. They were able to navigate whatever area they had to. New England benefited from a pretty weak schedule, but they played the schedule they played, and they beat a team that had won the Division 5 previous seasons in Buffalo. So, and they have a first-year coach, who tried to bring in some new players, and those new players clicked and worked. The quarterback showed incredible progress. In Seattle, they took a chance on a quarterback who had really one good season in the league, paid him a ton of money, got rid of Geno Smith, and they felt they saw enough in that 1 year with the Vikings that Sam Darnold was worth, what they were going to pay and commit to. So, a lot of things, and this again with the Commanders 2 years ago, a lot of things have got to go right. And that intersection is that bullseye is very difficult to achieve. The one statistic I would throw out there that has been kind of catching my eye, and I hate numbers and I hate stats, but I'm going to bring this one up because the final 4 teams in our 2 championships in the American Conference and National, all were the top 4 teams in explosive plays by their offense and fewer explosive plays allowed by their defense. And the top 4 teams in the league this year in those categories were Seattle, and they were New England, and they were the Rams, and they were the Bears. And then Green Bay was number 5. So those teams all had that in common. Their offense produced explosive plays, runs of 12 yards or more, pass receptions of 16 yards or more, and then their defense didn't allow it. And if you take the difference between the two, you had, your number. And at the very top was Seattle. And so they're 2 teams on winning streaks. They've got incredible confidence. They both played well in the playoffs. Neither is blinking. It's unexpected because I think the odds for both were each 60-1. So, they're not playing with house money. I mean, these are well-coached teams, thoughtfully put together by their front offices, coached, and the culture change by each has proven to be very successful. So there's a lot of things, we're here, we're about a week away from the game, a little bit less than a week clearly, and you start thinking about a lot of these things. But as we all know, when the ball is kicked, someone is going to come, we don't expect it, in this game and produce a big play, a game-changing play. And that's what you got to be ready for as a broadcaster, and certainly as these teams prepare, who's that person going to be? When is it going to happen, and how will it happen? And that's what makes this game so great, because everything is in the middle of the table, and you're just waiting for something to break. And these teams appear to be so evenly matched that you just don't know. And it could get to that fourth quarter with the compass not really pointing in either direction, and you're going literally play by play to see what happens.
You know the voice. It's the great Kevin Harlan with us here on Grant and Danny. What about these two coaches, Kevin? Just the journeys they've been on. Mike McDonald, his defense, a wonderkin, seems to have really found something, a 10-7 record. They didn't make the playoffs last year, but you could see they were building something, and this year that something is, well, something. They're awesome. And, of course, Mike Vrabel in his second stop kind of comes back home, just seems to push every correct button there for the Patriots. Talk about the coaching matchup.
You know, Vrabel benefited from the year away after Tennessee let him go. Had a chance, I think, to step back, visit with a lot of people in the business, and maybe reassess what he was doing right and wrong. We should all be given that kind of luxury where we know another job is going to come. It's going to be what we had, a terrific position, but can we have time to step back and really evaluate what we do in our business and whatever that business may be? And he had that luxury, and he's clearly had an incredible pedigree playing in Kansas City when he won, and certainly in New England with the 4 Super Bowls under Belichick. Like, he witnessed some great coaching and was a part of some real special teams, and that has put him in a position to, I think, try to at least reach back, grab whatever he found in the culture that remained from Belichick. And I really believe there's still a lot of his fingerprints in that building at One Patriot Place. And even though they kind of staggered his last couple of years there, and clearly with Mayo as the coach last year in his first year, the Belichick feel and culture still had there's a bedrock of that you were not trying to just dig a new ditch and pour a new foundation. There was a lot already there, and Vrabel knew exactly what buttons to push and levers to pull and what to do. And then McDonald, I think, too, benefited in Seattle from the residuals of Pete Carroll. And because Pete had run a very successful program there. These were not complete dramatic culture changeovers. They were perhaps gaining what was already there that was positive. And by the way, in Seattle, they got one of the best GMs in the business in John Snyder.
He started
He's
here.
Always built well. And he's done such a great job. And then Elliott Wolf and that crew in New England. So there were pretty stout front offices, and they got 2 coaches that have done a terrific job kind of getting the best of what was there and then putting their stamp on it. So both are very worthy of where they are, have proven themselves, and I think that's as good a matchup as we're going to have.
Kevin, I'd imagine with all their primetime games this year, not to mention your CBS obligations with so many AFC games, you had to have done a handful of Patriots games, I'd imagine.
And a lot of flamboyance, and that's great because that position needs kind of a different feel to it. They got to not get too low, not get too high. They got to lead. They got to show deference when they get in a situation. They've got to lead when they get in other positions, and he has that quality. And really, Darnold is the same way. He doesn't get too low, certainly doesn't get too high. Enjoys it when it's working, works at it when it's not. And these quarterbacks are very similar. Now, Darnold has completely, changed his timetable and what it has shown in his resume and the struggles out of the past. So he becomes a very endearing figure in how he has, assailed the issues, handled all the different obstacles, maneuvered his way, and climbed with every stop, and grew to re-love the game in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan, and then carried that to Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota with the Vikings, and went and got that PhD there, and he carries all of that baggage or whatever you want to call it, all that experience, good and bad, to Seattle, and they've benefited. And then Drake May is like a lot of these quarterbacks coming out right now. He showed a lot last year, But when they got Josh McDaniels with them, it really was kind of the real linchpin of what his, because Josh has been through this before, and he's worked with a pretty good quarterback in the past. He's had head coaching experience. He is really in his sweet spot, and he has worked with that kid so well. They've given him a running game. The only thing about Seattle, or about New England rather, which is not where they need it to be quite yet, is that offensive line. And that defense is going to be attacking it. And if you're going to circle one thing maybe to watch is how that New England offensive line, because that quarterback's been sacked, I think, 10 times in the last couple games, in the playoffs, he's taken a beating. And that's got to be worthy of your attention, I think. And so of all the things you begin to try to, build your pyramid of how this game could go, that might be at the top, aside from that explosive play statistical thing I talked about. That offensive line of the Patriots handling what is a pretty good rush and a lot of different looks by that Seattle defense.
Yeah, the second most sacks ever on the way to a Super Bowl taken by Drake May. I think Joe Burrow, the year the Bengals made their run, is number one on that list. Kevin Harlan's going to be on the call, as you heard, of his 16th Super Bowl. I think he told us here on Grant and Danny. So, Kevin, we'll let you out on this, but I am curious, how's your broadcast location? What's the booth like at Levi's?
Not too bad, actually, Grant. We're up at about the 10. We're a little bit high, so our perspective is good. And, sometimes it's, quite frankly, and I think if you've had other broadcasters on here, they'll tell you the TV booth, when we do a game for CBS in your place, is terrific. But the radio booth is too low, too far back in the end zone, and is probably the second worst in the league in back of Miami, where you're on the other side of the field in the end zone and in back of a glass partition. So of all the booths, this is probably in the upper third. A lot of times it's not like this. We get lucky this go around, and I'm looking forward to it, actually. And we've done multiple games from this booth covering the 49ers, and it'll be, that's one thing I can check off my list I don't have to worry about is a bad position to watch the game.
Kevin, you are the best. Have a great call as always, my friend. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for carrying our broadcast, and thank you for having me on. Great to visit with both of you guys. And it was great to be in your town, in your area the other day doing that game, and had a blast with John Wall. What a terrific guy. Regardless
100%.
of what winding path he's taken, he's come to a position in his life which is pretty admirable, and I really enjoyed working with him the other night.
Yeah, that was an emotional night at the arena. It had to be cool seeing him give that speech and be honored, but also sit back down, and now we're just chopping it up, talking about the backdoor cut you're seeing. Pretty cool.
He was terrific. When he was in his prime and healthy, he gave us some thrills, and it was a thrill to work with him the other night.
Well, Kevin, all the best. Have a great call, as always. Go break a leg and enjoy Super Bowl 60. We'll talk soon.
I look forward to it. Thanks, guys. Take care.
See you, buddy.
You got it. There's Kevin Harlan, one of the best in the biz to ever call games, joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The NFL is going to be discussing post-replay flags for player safety fouls this offseason. I want to get into that next on G&D. Thank you, Dylan. That's very sweet of you to say.
Nice of you, buddy.
By the way, the fellas are going to be spring training bound in about a month. We'll make a larger announcement with more details on the trip that we'll be taking. But there's a lot of new faces for the Nationals from the highest levels of the front office with Paul Taboni. Pretty much everyone working with and for him in the front office. The coaching staff is brand new. Players, for the most part, a couple of guys have left, but there's not that many new additions.
Right.
But everyone else in the org is new. We're going to be headed down to spring training to shake some hands and make some new contacts with the Nationals. That should be very, very fun.
It'll be cool. It's fun to do the trip. It's fun to take the show on the road in that regard, but also it's nice because the Nats are so welcoming and they're into it. They like the fact that we're there, and the whole thing is just a really, really cool thing to do. And it's actually, I'm kind of looking forward to starting again in that way. You know, you got to know everybody so well over the years, and it became personal in that way. But I want to get to know Taboni and Butera and those other guys and see how they tick and how they work.
In what would be a league first, the NFL's open to discussing throwing flags on the field following video review for plays related to player health and safety. This came out over the weekend. A lot of places I'm looking at CBS Sports' breakdown. But the NFL's chief football admin officer for football operations, which is a very, very wordy title, Don Aponte. You ready for this?
Okay.
The NFL's chief football administrative officer for football operations.
What?
We should shorten that by 6 words.
The American Dodgeball Association of America?
Revealed Friday the league's amenable to discussions this offseason with the competition committee with a potential rule change coming for the spring going into next season. So here's what they're thinking. You clearly have a running back or quarterback, probably more likely just based on these playoff games we've been seeing, that gets their face mask grabbed and no call. You can challenge to see if there was a face mask on the play. An unnecessary roughness of a quarterback, you might be able to challenge that. A roughing the passer, use of the helmet, hip drop tackle, anything involving
horse collar, something like that.
Exactly. Safety, injuries, contact, violence, all of those things. But it's not just challenges, it sounds like. This would also be based on the very quick assistant review that they have, where they pretty quickly, the technology has advanced over the years, steadfast in a stance that the game is officiated by humans. That's how they want it to be. But currently, replay assist can only adjudicate whether a flag already on the field should have been thrown. So hear me out on this. If a flag was thrown, replay assist can say, we're going to pick this up necessarily. You know, they can go back and look at things. But they cannot drop a flag that wasn't dropped. What if that changed? So I want to know, would people be for this or not? 800-636-1067. You've got a lot of never replayers still out there that just don't like it. And then a lot of people that don't want more stoppages, don't want more reason for the game to be halted. I am a team get the calls right guy. So I am for this. I'm for just about anything. I think you should be able to review anything you want to on any given play, basically. You don't get them in perpetuity. You get a couple a game. But if something happened that was wrong and you want to throw your challenge flag, I think by and large you should be allowed to. Danny, where are you at on this? Face mask, unnecessary roughness, roughing the passer, anything around the helmet or hip drop tackles or horse collar, that they can go back with replay assist, and if they didn't make the call, so this could be 10 seconds afterwards as you're lining up for the next play, all of a sudden a flag comes out, and they're like, after a replay assist, you grabbed the helmet.
Yeah, imagine the booze. But I will say, in principle, hell yeah. Now, in practice, I get very worried about how applicable it is. Because the way it should be to me for review, I said this in baseball, if you're sitting there after 90 seconds and you can't tell, let's just go. Because the guy's been safe for out for 100 years. But now it's if you freeze it at this 1 microsecond, his shoelace loses contact with the base, so he came off and he's out, I guess. But, the guy beat the tag. That's what every manager has argued with every umpire for 1,000 years. He beat the tag, and that's kind of the end of it, right? But so still, the way it ends up in practice, I don't love. The point here, though, is think about an obvious face mask call that gets missed. It's egregious. You could see it on replay, clear as day.
I think I remember at least 2, maybe 3 of those in the last 3 weeks of the playoffs.
In the last 2 weeks of the playoffs. Justin Herbert had his helmet turned around. Josh Allen had.
Tackled by the face mask that wasn't called, which is crazy because in the regular season, you can't breathe near a quarterback without a flag. I feel like in the playoffs, they let a lot more go.
And it was, I'm trying to remember which game it was. It's all running together. It may have been Justin Herbert who got hit in the head. The most clear as day, hit in the head on the tackle. That's a penalty. I don't like that it's a penalty, but that's the penalty. That's the rule. And they were like, oh, no big deal. It's a touchdown for the other team because they picked it up and ran with it. That should be overturned. So in theory, excellent and correct. I worry that it won't be just the obvious ones. I worry that it won't be just the ones where it's like everyone can see it clear as day. Everything's happening so fast that a guy on the field, forgivably, by the way, it's so hard to do, missed it. You can easily see that it's over. Now we're kind of going, hold on here. That was almost a hip drop tackle. Like if it's bang, bang, let it go. But if it's one of those face masks that's so obvious, or a horse collar that was missed or wasn't otherwise, like, let's get that right. Those are huge plays.
Maybe the threshold should be that it is extreme, or detrimental to the player, what have you. Because I know one of the problems you and I both have, while it's unavoidable, is in baseball. When a guy steals second, and he's been safe for 100 years, and now with the pixels of high definition and 5K times 2 HD 3R, you slow everything down, and basically you can see with like an Edgertronic camera that there's like the split second of a split second of a split second where the guy comes off the bag after he slid in and now he's out, even though he beat the throw there by 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
And so we call him out. And so your point is that doesn't feel great watching, and I don't want that for football either, and I totally get that. So maybe you could say it's got to be the very obvious extreme calls. I just don't know how to legislate that.
I don't either. I don't know what the wording is.
Because I think as soon as you look at the replay, we're all pointing, we're all the Leo meme going, he touched him, he grabbed his face mask. And if it's not extreme, and now it's up to, is it, enough of a deterrent? I think you got to call it if it's there, which is getting into the territory of you slid off the bag, buddy, I'm sorry. And so there's going to be some good and some bad with that. And frankly, the juice is worth the squeeze to me. Like the parts that aren't that great, outweighed by the fact that in the grand scheme of things, we're getting more calls right, and this is actually a net win. I guess my curiosity is, this is based on specific things, right? I think they have to be very, very careful about how they allow this and implement this. So what we're reading is like face masks. Does that include the quote-unquote blow to the head? That's like they're saying roughing the quarterback, roughing the passer. How many times, Danny, in the playoffs, you just talked about this, did you see a guy like hit a quarterback in the helmet running by, or just had his hand up to bat a ball and he just kind of goes like this? If you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube, and he like hits the front of the dude's helmet, that's a penalty for 17 regular season games in 18 weeks. But in the playoffs, those weren't called. On video review, is that a penalty? Isn't the rule that as soon as you touch the quarterback's helmet, it's a penalty? So are every single one of those now a penalty? The answer is probably yes, right? Do we want all of those to suddenly be penalties after review? I'm asking, I don't know.
Right. I mean, either. And again, it's really hard to write language in there because you can't make these exceptions for like an come on type rule, whatever that is, right? But again, I'm blanking on which quarterback it was. I don't know why I can't remember. Right? Was it the Houston game where this happened, where I came in on Monday, I'm going, either we care about this or we don't. Like this was the head was brushed.
No, it was Aaron Rodgers. It was Texans Steelers. And you had a big fit about it. Was the game was put on ice by the fumble recovery for a touchdown, and Rodgers was yanked to the ground basically by his helmet.
Got smashed in the head, and it wasn't one of those brushing things as the guy's got his hands up and someone else is blocking him and it brushed it. This was a club to the. This was a Reggie White club to the head, and it was obvious and clear. And they were like, no big deal. That's game changing. That should be called, or you get rid of the rule entirely. But you know what I mean? Like according to what the rule is.
I don't think you can like. It's either everything's called or nothing. Do you want everything called?
And that's my question. Is no. I worry about how the application will go. The ones that I can't live with, and this is really about what price you're willing to pay. In other words, I can't live with hey, this is a game-changing moment where the quarterback is sacked and he fumbles and it's a touchdown for the other team, and we just missed this thing. That needs to be rectified and corrected. The face mask that's obvious and clear. The horse collar tackler that's obvious and clear that they missed. That's easy to see in 2 seconds. Get it right and fix it. No problem. It's where it starts to get the nitpicky ones that aren't really as obvious or as clear. Or now we're doing it for the official comes out and goes, "We're looking at a replay." We're not, but they are upstairs, and we got to stop the game. No. It needs to be hey, dude, didn't that look like a horse collar? And we go, yeah, it was. And we radio down to Bill Vidovich or whatever, and we tell him it is.
That, to me, is the utopian, like, that would be the perfect solution. Again, though, I don't know how you even do that. I think you try to get the ones you miss by calling them all. So when the guy runs by and taps the quarterback's helmet, the thing that was a penalty for 17 weeks that you hated that wasn't in the playoffs, that's probably now a penalty. And you just got to accept that if you want the Aaron Rodgers one called so that game-changing play. This might change the game too, by the way.
Right.
Would you guys want this is the question. I'm actually curious. We'll take calls 800-636-1067. The league's discussing post-replay flags for player safety fouls. So in the booth, they'll be monitoring and looking for face mask, unnecessary roughness, roughing the passer, anything with the helmet, like lowering your helmet as a ball carrier. That one's going to annoy me. I can tell you that already. Hip drop tackles. And they'll just buzz down right before the next snap if they can get it in time to stop the game. And then they'll tell you, hey, on the last play, you lowered your helmet. That's a penalty. Based on the review, they'll drop the flag right there and assess it before the next snap. We'll get to those calls next. Also, possible game-changing news in the NFC East out of Philadelphia that could greatly benefit the Commanders, the Cowboys, and the Giants. That's next.
The biggest game of the year.